5 colorful dragon. Just don't know why. The sword soul inside was actually taken away. After that, the Dragon King entered the sword and named it Dragon King Sword. The sword spirit in the Dragon Emperor's sword was also reborn after the Dragon Emperor entered. Under normal circumstances, no one would take away the soul of the sword. After all, only when a sword has a sword soul can it better cooperate with its owner and exert its maximum power. A sword with a soul will also benefit its owner. The person who took away the soul of the sword would have had a grudge against the former contractor of the sword. Or it could be that the Dragon King sword with the sword soul could not be subdued, so the sword soul was taken away. And the sword in front of him has the same aura as the Dragon King sword. Fang Qingbran let go of the Dragon Emperor's sword in his hand, and the two swords immediately stuck together. The real dragon on the scabbard of the Dragon Emperor's sword seemed to come alive, its eyes shining with golden light. This golden color has a golden light of merit. The next moment, the Dragon Emperor's sword was unsheathed, and a golden dragon emerged from the sword. After the golden light of merit shone, the long black sword gradually dissipated under the pressure of the golden dragon. After it completely dissipated, something seemed to be integrated into the Dragon Emperor's sword. Immediately, the entire Dragon Emperor's sword lit up with a dazzling brilliance. Following this, terrifying pressure spread. Fang Jingyu was not used to the burning aura of the sun, so she slipped into the void space. The golden dragon originally entrenched on the Dragon King's sword began to transform. The body of the golden dragon gradually changed and became more solid. Many beautiful colors appeared on the dragon scales. Each dragon scale was flowing with brilliant colors and contained endless power. Its dragon horns are like jade trees, crystal clear, seeming to blend in with all the colors of heaven and earth, mysterious and sacred. The pair of dragon eyes are even more piercing, majestic and wise, as if they can discern all the truths in the world. But Fang Qingbran saw a somewhat kind look in its eyes. In less than a moment, the golden dragon transformed into a colorful dragon, and the colors on its body were as beautiful as the colorful clouds. Shenlong glanced at Fang Qingbran with a stern look, and let out a low roar. In a moment, it flew back into the Dragon Emperor's sword. The Dragon Emperor's sword stood erected in front of Fang Qingbran, and the golden sword body had turned into 9 colors. There seemed to be a flash of light on the sharp blade. Fang Qingbran gently raised her hand, and the Dragon Emperor's sword fell into her hand. The moment she held the hilt of the sword, Fang Qingbran felt an aura of great love and a sense of tolerance for all things. At this moment, her perception and that of the entire world were heightened. At the same time, God, above the sky, the phantoms of countless eternal behemoths emerged. They all moved in one direction of Nangong Prefecture, showing signs of submission. The majestic pressure of the eternal behemoth spread, making the hearts of all the powerful men in the sky tremble. Practitioners all know that when a strange phenomenon occurs in heaven and earth, it must be when a heaven-reaching treasure appears, or when some very powerful creature appears. Whenever a treasure appears, the majestic and vast power of heaven and earth will be elicited to bless the treasure. This power can nourish everything in the world. This kind of power will also awaken those remnant souls that have been sleeping for eternity. Those remnants of souls appear in order to be nourished by this power. If a very powerful creature appears, it will bring great vitality to the world, and this vitality will also attract powerful residual souls. Of course, this creature must be approved by heaven. If it were a powerful evil spirit or something like that, it would not be such an auspicious vision. In that case, there may be dark clouds coming over the sky, and there will be an aura of sadness in the whole world. Roar. While these eternal behemoths were worshipping, a 9-colored dragon emerged from the sky above Nangong Prefecture. The 9-colored dragon has a huge body, reaching 10,000 feet, and looks majestic, as if the entire world is under its control. The 9-colored dragon flashed with brilliance, shining on the shadow of the eternal beast, and then disappeared. The shadow of the eternal behemoth also dissipated. The powerful people in heaven were stunned when they saw this scene. It turned out to be a 9-colored dragon. The coercion emanating from the dragon was even something that the sun could not withstand. How powerful this must be. Zhu Qiang's heart is burning, and at the same time his greed is growing infinitely. Demons. Demon Lord, do we want to rob it? A demon emperor asked. If such divine dragons were obtained, they would be of great benefit to the demon clan. After all, the dragon's entire body is a treasure. Eating dragon blood and dragon meat can enhance your strength. Refining the dragon soul can enhance the width of the sea of consciousness. There are also dragon tendons, dragon scales, etc., which can also be. The demon emperor was thinking about the usefulness of Shenlong when he felt Tang Chongzhu's cold gaze as he glanced over. The demon emperor shrank his neck and said, Demon Lord, we are not trying to rob each other. Anyway, we are each relying on our abilities. Tang Chongzhu looked lazily. How do you know it has no owner? The demon emperor choked for a moment. When did the demons need to consider whether they had an owner for what they wanted? Don't they just grab someone they like? Chongyi, before leaving the demon world, I said that before God, treat yourself as a human being and don't bring the demon world here. Tang Chongzhu warned. The demons only respect the strong. Therefore, in a demon clan, good treasures belong to the strong. But this is not a demon clan. If the treasure has an owner, robbing it will definitely cause unnecessary trouble. Demon Lord, if there is no owner, can we rob him? Chongyi still asked unwillingly. No, Tang Chongzhu said clearly. Tang Chongzhu stopped the demons from the demon clan. On the side of the fairy world, Ye Xingchen didn't say a word at all. The monks in the fairy world just looked at the direction where the dragon disappeared with bright eyes. I said a few words. They're very self-aware that no matter how powerful the dragon is, it will never belong to them. Just watch the show. As for snatching the dragon, they don't care about their longevity. Even if Shenlong takes the initiative to approach him to recognize him as his master, they may not dare to make a contract. Every husband is not guilty, and he is guilty of his crime. Living a stable life is more important than anything else. They are monks who pursue immortality first and then other things. There is no action in the fairy world or the demon world. But the powerful powers in the sky could not hold their breath. The 8th Elder Nangong also stood up now and did not continue to act weak. After all, in front of everyone, the 9-colored dragon reappeared in Nangong state, and no one could argue. Master, are we here with one dragon or two? The 8th Elder Nangong asked via message. I don't know, Nangong Shan echoed. He had some doubts that the divine dragon was the master of Zhenshan's small world. The Jade Slip mentions the Zhenshan clan, but does not describe the characteristics of the Zhenshan clan. So Nangong Shan doesn't know what Zhenshan looks like. If the Zhenshan clan is actually a dragon, then the previous 5-clawed golden dragon must be related to the Zhenshan. Master Nangong, what else do you have to say now? Dongfang Yang's eyes flashed with a sharp look, and his tone was also somewhat cold. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1183 Greed, more updates. Not waiting for Nangong Shan to say anything. Wan Qimao also spoke up. Master Nangong, you tried to stop us in every possible way because you were afraid that we would be in danger. Now that the dragon has been recognized by heaven, can you let us in? Zhu Song's attitude was much gentler. Master Nangong, so many powerful men are here just to see the divine dragon. There is no need for you to worry, we will not do anything to Nangong Prefecture. That's right, Wu Makan immediately continued. Master Nangong, we haven't seen any traces of the real dragon in our plane for a long time. Now that the real dragon has reappeared, there are 2 of them all at once. We can't let your Nangong family have them all, right? As Wu Makan finished speaking, dozens of different pressures appeared in the air, falling on Nangong Shan. The aura of a true dragon is completely different from that of an ordinary dragon. And the real dragon is full of treasures. Even if it cannot be given to anyone for exclusive use or contract. Even if it's a piece of dragon scale, that's fine. A true dragon is an existence blessed by the law, and its dragon scales also contain special power of heaven and earth. Maybe it will also have special insights into the law. The dragon is a noble existence among all beasts. Holding dragon scales in hand can also suppress some beasts, which is more conducive to them finding good contracted beasts. That's why the true dragon's reappearance attracted so many strong men. They're not all here for the contracted dragon. Some strong men had already thought of carving up the real dragon before they came. Of course, if the real dragon chooses the same contract, they may be a little wary. But now the real dragon is still ownerless. They must quickly see the real dragon to see if they can get any benefits. Nangongshan, open Nangongju's formations and barriers. A majestic voice sounded. With a command. Nangongshan instantly felt that the blood all over his body was almost frozen. It felt like there was something weighing billions of pounds pressing down on his whole body, making it difficult for him to even breathe. Nangong Shan showed a wry smile. When there was only one golden dragon before, he could still make these saints fearful with the name of Nangong Sword. But now the 9-colored dragon appears. These saints could not remain calm no matter what. After all, the dragon power released by the previous golden dragon was far less than that of the 9-colored dragon. That golden dragon is obviously still in the growth stage. It is estimated that his strength is not as good as that of a saint. Therefore, the saint is not afraid of anyone who contracts the golden dragon. Because everything is under the control of the saint. But this 9-colored dragon is different. Its terrifying pressure almost overwhelms the saint. If the 9-colored divine dragon has a contractor, it will be difficult for these saints to rob it. I didn't know that the saint was coming, but I missed him from afar. Please atone for your sins. Nangongshan forced a smile and said. Master Nangong, the saint has spoken, but you still haven't opened the formation and barrier. Bailey Zhu said coldly. Nangong Shan lowered his head and said, it's not that I won't open it, but that I can't open Nangongju's formation and barrier now. Humph. A cold snort came from the darkness. Poof. Nangongshan only felt a strong coercion falling on him. He didn't even have time to resist, before he was shaken and vomited a mouthful of blood. Master, Elder Nangong said nervously. It's okay. Nangongshan took a healing pill, looked in one direction and said, if the saint doesn't believe it, he can attack the barrier and formation directly. When the 9-colored dragon appeared, he knew he couldn't stop them. But Nangong Jian can't make it now. After he received the news, he was ready to open the formation and barrier. Unexpectedly, he actually lost control of Nangong state. Not only that, he couldn't contact the monks in Nangongju. Nangongshan immediately thought of the god-suppressing beast. The other party must have used Nangong state's family head order to control the entire Nangong state. Impossible, Nangongshan, how could you not be able to control the formation with the family head's order in your hand? Bailey Zhu asked doubtfully. Bailey Zhu's intention to enter Nangong state was not to make a contract with Shenlong. He wants to get the dragon soul. Only by refining the dragon soul can the impact of the previous god-level Chalcedony be made up for. Yan Yue is right. God-level Chalcedony overdraws his future potential. Since becoming the Lord of Origin, his Sea of Consciousness has never advanced again. The Sea of Consciousness is as important to a monk as the soul. The inability to advance to the level of Consciousness Sea means that no matter how hard he cultivates in the future, there will be an upper limit. It cannot reach the supreme state at all. This was a fatal blow to her. Therefore, he is bound to win the dragon soul. Bailey Yuanmo came here for the power of the dragon clan's bloodline. So the real dragon must belong to their Bailey family. Bailey Xu thought about this, and looked at Nangongshan with a colder look. Nangongshan, you are still unwilling to open the formation. Could it be that your ancestor is contracting the real dragon? As soon as Bailey Xu said these words, all the powerful people changed their faces. Some couldn't wait any longer and attacked the barrier directly. But their power was like a mud cow entering the sea, unable to make any waves when it hit the barrier. Seeing this scene, the other strong men finally believed a bit of Nangongshan's words. Bailey Yuanmo, who was in the dark, also raised his hand, and a force that could destroy the world fell on the barrier. Still nothing happened. The barrier is intact. What's going on? Zhu Qiang was shocked and confused. Is there something more powerful than us that has blocked Nangong state? Zhu Song said softly. The name, Yanyu, flashed through everyone's minds at the same time. Isn't it the Lord Yanyu who has taken a fancy to the real dragon? Dongfang Yang asked. Snapped. Dongfang Yang was slapped on the back of the head by someone from afar. You brat, what nonsense are you talking about? You're going to die. Ancestor Dongfang's scolding sound reached Dongfang Yang's ears. Several saints all understand Yanyu's terror. She also knew that if she wanted a real dragon, there was no need to be secretive. Wan Qimao's eyes flickered, and he looked around and noticed that all the saints from Bailey, Dongfang, Juge, and Shangwen families were here. Only the three ancestors of the Wanqi and Wuma families did not appear. Only one supreme elder was sent to take charge. Wan Qimao thought of his ancestors' warning to him before he left, don't be greedy. It's not easy for you to reach this point. What you should do is to be practical and quiet. Ancestor Wanqi didn't want to participate in the battle for the dragon at all. Then why didn't the Wuma ancestor come? The venue fell into complete silence as Patriarch Dongfang yelled. Their eyes struggled to look at the barrier, seeming to be swaying from side to side. Everyone, if you want to go in, feel free to attack Nangongshu's barrier. I will not hold you responsible for anything afterwards. Nangongshan's voice broke the silence. He didn't care who the strong man was inside. Let's throw away the responsibility for now. Anyway, Nangong Jian is still in Nangong state. With 2 real dragons, the Nangong family won't get one at all, right? So, how offended? After a strong man said this, he really started to attack the barrier. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1184, Go Back, Golden Ticket 2. There are also several formation mages trying to break the formation. 4 saints hidden in the darkness. Patriarch Dongfang and Patriarch Juge seemed to be planning to sit back and watch. Only Bailey Yuanmo and Shangwen Patriarch were a little more eager and were already using their power. Yi Xingchen noticed the aura of power fluctuations, and turned to the powerful people in the immortal world. It's time for you to go back and practice. Ah, but this is the wonderful time, a monk asked doubtfully. Emperor Yi Chan, how could you leave halfway? In such a situation, we won't be able to practice quietly when we go back. Emperor Yi Chan, just let us watch for a while. Begged the monk. Yi Xingchen's eyes were sharp. Didn't you notice that none of the Lingyun sect members came? When the monks heard this, they started looking around. Yi Xingchen said sternly, you should be aware of the strength of Lingyun sect. They are all practicing now, so you still want to watch. Yi Xingchen barely said it clearly, those who are stronger than you are practicing. Are you sure you want to continue watching? Damn it, those old guys are practicing secretly again, a monk exclaimed. The Lingyun sect is not just the 6th one, they're simply moving the sky and the earth. You don't even know that as soon as we entered the Taihua Palace, the Lingyun sect went to the small secret trial realm. Ah, I'm still not allowed to live. They'll do it in the fairy world, but they'll do it like this when they come out to compete. A monk looked up to the sky and sighed. He really loves and hates Lingyun sect. I love that they are good to the monks in the immortal world and are willing to help all kinds of casual cultivators. It can be said that the current peace in the immortal world is due to 90% of the power of Lingyun sect. Of course, what he hates is not that he really hates Lingyun sect. I just hate that I can't catch up with Lingyun sect. Yi Xingchen could become the Emperor of Heaven not only because of his own strength, but also because Lingyun sect didn't want to deal with so many chores, so Yi Xingchen was allowed to join. Moreover, Lingyun sect's ambition is not in the immortal world. In the future, there will be a greater destiny and they will become the Emperor of Heaven. For them, it will always be a constraint. All the monks in the immortal world know that everyone in Lingyun sect is very strong. As for how strong it is, they have no way of finding out. In the immortal world before, I had only heard that the disciples in Lingyun sect were very good at cultivation. However, after entering the sky, he finally experienced their roles. Emperor Yi Chan, let's go back and practice, He Chuhua said excitedly. Yes, we also want to go back to practice, From now on, we will collectively join the Lingyun sect and follow their path so that they have no way to go. A monk vowed. When Yi Xingchen heard this, a smile flashed across his eyes. A Lingyun sect changed the atmosphere of the entire fairy world for the better. If Fang Qingwu could survive back then, maybe God would be very different. However, Fang Qingran is also capable. She is not inferior to Fang Qingwu at all. Yi Xingchen turned back and glanced in the direction of Nangongshu. Fang Qingran must have caused such a big commotion. Tianyu, is this the opportunity you mentioned that will last for 10 years without rebirth? Hope she can live up to the expectations. Yi Xingchen withdrew his gaze, glanced at Tang Chongji, nodded politely, and then left with the immortal monks. Tang Chongzhu saw this scene and said to Chongyi beside him, take them back to Taihua. They are not allowed to leave Taihua Hall without my order. Chongyi's eyes were shocked. Demon Lord, wouldn't it be a big loss if we just left like this? Loss. If you stay, I won't save you if you are affected later. Tang Chongzhu said with a cold look in his eyes. Wouldn't it be better to start a war? It's easy to grab things in the chaos. Chongyi said excitedly. Tang Chongzhu was speechless. Get out. Chongyi immediately said obediently, okay. Immediately, he looked at the other demons and said, listen clearly, get back to Taihua Palace, no mistakes. The remaining demon emperors looked at each other in confusion. Is this what the demon lord meant? Other demons, can they choose to fly back? I don't really want to leave. Get out of here. Do you want me to send you off in person? Chongyi shouted. The group of demons were helpless, and some of them started to roll in the air, heading towards the Taihua Palace. When the demons saw this, their expressions were a little distorted. Are you really going to get out? Then they looked at Chongyi again. Chongyi looked at Tang Chongzhu appreciatively, waiting for his praise. Tang Chongzhu held his forehead, which was outrageous. Why did he consider Junyi pitiful and accept him in the first place? Just accept it. Why should we cultivate it carefully? Help him sit in the position of the demon emperor. The environment when Chongyi was born caused him to always lack a muscle. It was completely unexpected that he met Chong Yi. At that time, he had just received a message from a mysterious person, saying that Su Xingheng wanted to unite with the Demon Emperor to deal with him. After receiving the news, he investigated and found that it was indeed the case. So he began to train the Demon Emperor again. He happened to find that Chong Yi had a good temperament and aptitude, so he accepted him and trained him. After that, Chong Yi performed very well and became the leader of the Demon Emperor. He also helped him win over the demon ancestors and completely control the entire demon clan. He restarted the grimoire and deleted the line about bloodline suppression in the demon clan. All plans went smoothly. However, amidst these successes, he always felt that something was missing. So when Liu Kanglan accidentally came to the demon world, he did not drive him out. Instead, it allowed him to stay in the demon world for a while. After that, he and Liu Kanglan went to the God Realm and met some disciples of Ling Yun sect. At this time, he realized that his fate with Ling Yun sect was far from what it should be. He is a born demon, infinitely close to the bloodline of ancient demons, and his perception of certain things is stronger than other demons. He knew that someone had tampered with something on him. But he tried to search for it, but found nothing. After that, he went to the fairy world to participate in the exchange competition. During that period, he discovered more clues. But the game in the fairy world ended soon. This time when he comes to heaven, he will carefully observe the disciples of Ling Yun sect. There must be a deeper connection between him and them. Thinking of this, Tang Chongzhu felt even worse, so he kicked Junyi hard. I told you to go back, I didn't let them go back. Chong Yi leaned forward and almost fell down. Demon Lord, as the head of the Demon Emperor, if I go back, I will lose the majesty of the demon clan, right? Demons, so you let us go. After Tang Chongzhi heard this, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with Chong Yi and winked at the other demon emperors. They stepped forward together and dragged Chong Yi away. If you don't leave, they will follow you. Tang Chongzhu calmed down after seeing the demons leaving. Yi Xingchen must have discovered something when he asked the immortal monks to leave. He was afraid that there would be danger next, and he didn't want Demon Ancestor to get involved in this battle for the real dragon. There are more things hidden in the sky than can be seen. Don't look at the fact that there are only a few saints coming out now. When it gets really chaotic, I'm afraid there will still be many beings crawling out. In Nangong Prefecture. Ancestor, Supreme Elder, please stop arguing, something happened to our treasure house. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1185 The treasure house disappears. Nangong Jian and the Supreme Elder stopped immediately, looked at the anxious-looking fourth elder, and asked, what's going on? There are various hidden formations and mechanisms in the Nan family's treasure house. If a living being breaks into it, the formations and mechanisms will definitely be activated. Weaker creatures will be strangled directly inside. Those who are stronger will be trapped in the formation and cannot get out. Anything stronger might destroy the formation. But no matter which situation occurs, they should feel the fluctuations in the formation. Now, the formation of the treasure house has not been activated, and the mechanism has not been triggered. How could something happen? The fourth elder looked at Nangong Jian and the Supreme Elder with burning eyes, their expressions slightly strange. He didn't know how to answer their questions. If the dragon hadn't flown out from the direction of the treasure house and he sent an guard to investigate, he might not have discovered anything happened to the treasure house. The fourth elder understood that this was actually a dereliction of duty on his part. On weekdays, he maintains order in Nangong Prefecture. At such an important moment, he was in trouble frequently. It's not easy to explain at all. The fourth elder of Nangong considered it for a while and said, Tai Shang Elder, Ancestor, that 9-color dragon flew out from the direction of the treasure house. When I saw this, I immediately sent secret guards to investigate. As a result, the secret guards came to report, and the entire treasure house disappeared. The secret guards searched the entire Nangong Prefecture, but could not find the smell of the treasure house. I tried to contact the secret guards guarding the treasure house, but I couldn't contact them at all, but their soul lamps are still on. This is my dereliction of duty. I asked the ancestors and the supreme elders to punish me. After the fourth elder finished speaking, he lowered his head and did not dare to look at the faces of Nangong Jian and Taishang Elder. What an eventful year. First, the head of the family disappeared. Then the 5-clawed golden dragon appeared in Jinlong Mountain. At this time, the matter of the 5-clawed golden dragon has not been settled yet, and another 9-color dragon came. The appearance of the 9-colored dragon should have been a good thing for Nangongju. But if the dragon swallows the Nangong family's treasure house, it will turn a good thing into a disaster. The accumulation in the Nangong family's treasure house is the foundation of the family's development. Some of the world's most valuable treasures can no longer be found even if they're contracted with Shenlong. After the fourth elder finished speaking, Nangong Jian and the supreme elder ignored the responsibility of the fourth elder and rushed to the treasure house. The fourth elder breathed a sigh of relief, and he probably wouldn't be punished for the time being. After all, he is still needed to maintain order in Nangong state. Fourth elder, what are you doing? The great elder's voice sounded. Great elder, aren't you guarding the formation? The fourth elder asked, slightly surprised. The great elder said solemnly, Nangongju's formation barrier is out of control. We are now unable to open and close the formation, or even contact the outside world. When did this happen? The fourth elder already had a guess in his mind. After the 9-colored divine dragon appeared, I received a message from the family leader asking me to turn off the boundary protection formation. I found that the formation was out of our control. I couldn't contact the family leader again, the elder said. Great elder, I'm afraid Nangong Prefecture is in for a big crisis. After the fourth elder finished speaking, he set off for the treasure house. Seeing this, the great elder immediately followed. Nangong Jian looked at the empty land with a gloomy expression. Since the Nangong treasure house was established, it has always stood here and nothing has ever happened. Now the owner of the small world is back. The Nangong family is in a lot of situations, and it must be related to the other party. The awe that still existed in Nangong Jian disappeared at this moment, and instead he developed a bit of resentment. He clearly had a good attitude and conveyed his apology to the owner of the small world. He also waited outside the small world in person, preparing to apologize in person. He is a dignified saint who would rather not be majestic but also want to atone for his sins. Why does the owner of the small world treat the Nangong family like this? When the real dragon appeared, he was a little happy, thinking that the real dragon was the master of the small world. If the other party is willing to show up, he probably has forgiven the Nangong family. So when the Supreme Elder asked him to give up the real dragon, he started to argue with him. The Nangong family has protected the small world for so long. Now that his master has reappeared, he should give priority to contracting with the Nangong family. Why should they give up what they got? The benefits brought by the real dragon are immeasurable. There is no way he would give up the 5-clawed golden dragon. And for the golden dragon, he is bound to win it. As long as he makes a contract with the real dragon, he can share its merits with the real dragon. In this way, all the things he owes as a saint can be wiped out. By then, he will become a true saint. There is no need to worry about the natural punishment for promotion next time. When the 9-colored dragon appeared, he was even more ecstatic. The golden light of merit on Shenlong's body was majestic and powerful, allowing him to see the opportunity to advance to the supreme realm. But he hadn't been excited for long when he heard the news that the treasure house had disappeared. The Nangong family treasure house is the accumulation of countless generations of the Nangong family and is the future of the Nangong family. The divine dragon appeared from here, and now it has disappeared together with the treasure house. The divine dragon must have taken away the treasure house. Shenlong itself has so many merits and virtues, so it is impossible for him to be easily contaminated by the sin of killing. Therefore, the secret guards in the treasure house will be released sooner or later. As early as when Nangongshan read the jade sips and couldn't mention the name of the owner of the small world, he guessed that the owner of the small world was the Zhenshan clan. The Zhenshan clan is a very mysterious existence. No specific records about them can be found in the entire universe. Only a few strokes. The Zhenshan clan sympathizes with the common people and protects them from generation to generation. Their merits are immeasurable. The Zhenshan clan turned out to be a real dragon. It's really hidden deep enough. If he had known that the small world was the territory of the dragon clan, he would have ventured into it no matter what. Instead of following the ancestral precepts and practicing outside all the time. When Nangong Jian thought of this, his eyes became a little more cruel. The ancestors of Nangong have been guarding the small world of Zhenshan for generations. In the end, they got nothing and even lost their own treasure house. Since the Zhenshan clan was unkind and righteous in the first place, there was no need for him to apologize. Nangong Jian's eyes fell on the Supreme Elder, and he waved his hand to set up a barrier. Tai Supreme Elder, you have a special token in your hand, right? The Supreme Elder's face was slightly cold. This token was given to him by Nangong Ming before he left. He didn't tell anyone. Why would Nangong Jian know? You don't have to worry about how I know, I want this token. Nangong Jian said forcefully. How could the ancestors of the Nangong family not leave any behind at all? They will also be afraid of the suppressing god clan crossing the river and burning down the bridge. As early as when the Zhenshan clan gave them the token, they used a special secret method to create a replica of the token. This token is not included in the inheritance. It is a secret passed down by the family head orally. When he inherited the position of the head of the family did not tell him this secret. He later got the news by extracting the soul of the head of the family. The head of the family only knew about this token. But I don't know where the token is. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1186 Reaping the Consequences. Who actually holds the token? Obvious. It must be the Supreme Elder who has lived from ancient times to the present. Before Nangong Ming's death, the last person he saw was Supreme Elder Nangong Li. Nangong Li escaped the ancient battle, refused to take action when Feng King appeared, and successfully survived. Nangong Ming could only choose to give the token to Nangong Li. After all, Nangong Li knew the origin of the token and who the master of the small world was. Only when things are in Nangong Li's hands can the Nangong family have a way out. Nangong Jian, what do you want the token for? Nangong Li asked seriously. He doesn't like Nangong Jian. But he still wants to protect the Nangong family. I don't need to explain to you what I want to do. Nangong Jian quietly released the pressure of the saint and said with a majestic look. You really don't have to explain to me, so I don't have what you want. Nangong Li also lost his temper. The authority of the head of the family is always higher than that of the elders. This is the ancestral motto of the Nangong family. Even if he is an elder, he cannot go beyond this rule. But when Nangong Ming gave him the token, he made it clear that if one day the owner of the small world returns and there are children trapped in it, the token can be used to forcefully open the small world. Tokens can only be used once. He can guess Nangong Jian's specific purpose. But he could see the greed and arrogance in Nangong Jian's eyes. Nangong Jian will only be very calm when his interests are not touched. Once its interests are touched, it will immediately change drastically. The Supreme Elder, the family treasure trove has been lost, and foreign enemies are watching eagerly. Are you sure you want to go against me at this time? A cold look flashed through Nangong Jian's eyes. Nangong Li asked seriously. Nangong Jian, you want the token? Do you want to declare war on the master of the small world? Or are you going to open the small world, let the powerful people in, and surrender the dragon with you? Nangong Jian met Nangong Li's gaze. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Why bother asking more? The one who knows the most about the Nangong family is Nangong Li. Otherwise, Nangong Li would not have been able to avoid so many disasters and remain safe until now. He learned a lot from Nangong Li. Therefore, on the premise of not infringing on his interests, he will respect Nangong Li and follow some of Nangong Li's suggestions. Nangong Li looked at Nangong Jian with disappointed eyes. When the dragon appeared, he guessed that Nangong Jian might have strange thoughts. But he didn't dare to think that Nangong Jian was so bold. Nangong Jian dared to think about the merits of the other party even though he knew that the other party was from the Zhenshan clan. Something on Nangong Li's body was slowly dissipating, and his face instantly looked older. The Nangong family is going to make one mistake after all. The restrictions imposed by the ancestors on the descendants still cannot stop their own greed. When the ancestors learned that the Genshin clan had fallen, they felt infinite greed in their hearts, as if a madman wanted to break into the depths of the small world and seize more resources. During this period, countless strong men from our ancestors died. The strength of the Nangong family plummeted, and a strong man from his ancestors made an immediate decision and blocked all the monks' memories of the Genshin clan. He also left the soul of Nangong's descendant to stay and restrain him. To curb the greed. Let them stay awake in the face of temptation, so as to better develop the Nangong family. This restraining power gradually weakens over time. Now, under the stimulation of Shenlong, the restriction has completely lost its effect. Nangong Li stared at Nangong Jian and said, "When you wanted to use that method to prove Taoism and become a saint, I stopped you and told you the dangers. It was you who insisted on choosing that path. Since you have made a choice, you should pay the price for your choice. When the dragon is born, it should protect the people of the entire plane, rather than becoming your tool. Nangong Jian, I don't care what you want. Of course, you have the final say on the Nangong family. I can't stop anything. I, Nangong Li, will hand over the Supreme Elder's order today. From now on, what happens to the Nangong family has nothing to do with me, Nangong Li. As for the token you want, it won't be available." After Nangong Li finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a handful of fine black sand fell down. This is the last place he can help the Nangong family, destroying the token. The Nangong family prospered because of this order in the past, but now it should end with this order. Nangong Li raised his hand again and threw a token to Nangong Jian. Feeling the killing intent from Nangong Jian, Nangong Li chuckled, "Nangong Jian, you can't kill me. I've said before that you will eventually suffer the consequences." After Nangong Li finished speaking, he waved his hand to break the barrier, and left a message before leaving. "By the way, Nangong Sheng is the disciple I brought up, and he also quit the Nangong family with me." It wasn't until Nangong Li's figure disappeared that Nangong Jian seemed to come back to his senses. Nangong Jian clenched his fists, and a scarlet color flashed in his eyes. He was actually suppressed by a Lord of Origin. Why? He is a saint who has successfully attained enlightenment. How much more noble than Nangong Li, the Lord of Origin. The elders waiting outside the barrier looked at each other. What happened? Why did the Supreme Elder leave the Nangong family? At this time, shouldn't they be more united? Several elders had countless questions in their minds, but they did not dare to ask them. The Great Elder couldn't help but go forward and report, "Ancestor, our Nangong Prefecture formation is out of control." After hearing this, Nangong Jian came back to his senses, released the power of his spiritual consciousness, felt it, and found that there was a new layer of barrier covering Nangongju. Even he couldn't break the barrier this time. The formation barrier is out of control. Nangong Prefecture is in chaos. It was all because of the suppression of the God clan. He had to ask for an explanation. However, the current situation is very beneficial to him. Strong outsiders cannot enter. He can conquer 2 real dragons with peace of mind. Nangong Jian's eyes were cold. He couldn't enter Genshin's small world for the time being, so he had to deal with the little golden dragon in Jinlong Mountain first. Gather all the strong men in the family to go to Jinlong Mountain and make sure to break the barrier of Jinlong Mountain. Nangong Jian ordered. Yes, after receiving the order, the Great Elder turned around to make arrangements. The other elders remained silent, reducing their sense of presence. Nangong Jian glanced at the elders and said, "You continue to maintain order in Nangong State and must not delay the competition. Even if something like this happens, the God Exchange competition must be held in Nangong Prefecture." Yes. The elders responded one after another. Nangong Jian dodged to Jinlong Mountain. When the third elder saw Nangong Jian, he immediately stepped forward and saluted, "Ancestor, there has been no movement from Jinlong Mountain since that monk entered." Nangong Jian nodded slightly, and then reached out to touch the barrier. Before he could mobilize his power, a burning feeling came from his palm. Nangong Jian quickly retracted his hand with a gloomy expression. "Third elder, have you ever touched this barrier yourself?" "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 1187 Abnormal Soul, additional update. The third elder said respectfully, "Back to my ancestors, I have experienced this barrier before. It is not a current arrangement. It is an ancient formation that has existed for a long time, so it is difficult to break it." Darkness flashed across Nangong Jian's eyes. The third elder's answer was not what he wanted to hear. Nangong Jian asked again, "Besides you, who else has touched the formation?" In addition to the Supreme Elder, there are several formation mages. 2 of them will feel a burning sensation when they touch the formation, making it impossible to break the formation. The third elder responded. "Tell him to come see me." Yes, the third elder didn't think much about it. He just thought that Nangong Jian wanted to know about the formation. Less than a moment. 2 formation masters came to Nangong Jian. Nangong Jian's eyes were sharp, and the power of his consciousness directly invaded the opponent's sea of consciousness, and he instantly saw the abnormality in their souls. The coercion around Nangong Jian spread, and a terrifying force attacked the 2 formations. In an instant, the 2 formation mages turned into blood foam. At the same time, 2 strange souls appeared. Nangong Jian pinched their souls, and the holy light flashed around them, and the strangeness on their souls disappeared. Nangong Jian began to look through their memories. The third elder looked at this scene dumbfounded, not understanding why Nangong Jian wanted to kill them directly. The spirits of decay are born in their bodies. If this thing continues to grow, it will definitely cause disaster. Nangong Jian explained. Decay has invaded heaven before. There was also a bloody storm. Countless strong men fell into the trap without knowing it and became corrupt puppets. But there are also those who are willing to become puppets of corruption. The third elder's expression instantly became serious. "Ancestor, do you want to conduct a thorough investigation of Nangong Prefecture? Once corruption appears, it is absolutely impossible for only one person to fall victim to it." Nangong Jian waved his hand. "Don't use it for the time being. Decay will not be tolerated by God." Each family has already had methods to deal with corruption. As long as you are not willing to become a puppet of corruption, you will not be parasitized by corruption. Ancestor, do we, the Nangong family, want to take possession of all these real dragons and divine dragons? The third elder asked cautiously. They can still handle the concern caused by the real dragon. But the greed attracted by that 9-color dragon could probably eat away at Nangong Prefecture. Nangong Jian did not answer the third elder's question, but said coldly, I have my own sense of discretion. You can go down first. After the third elder left, Nangong Jian said to one place, come out. Feng Qingran's figure appeared, standing in the air, the current ancestor of the Nangong family. Hello, I am Feng Qingran. Why did you come to Nangong Prefecture? Nangong Jian looked at Feng Qingran with wary eyes. Can't see through the strength. If there wasn't a magic weapon to hide her strength would be higher than his. At such an age, Feng Qingran could not possibly be stronger than him. And he didn't detect any aura of enlightenment in Feng Qingran. The aura of the saint's enlightenment cannot be concealed. So there was only one possibility left. Feng Qingran used a magic weapon to block his cultivation. It seems that Feng Qingwu left a lot of good things for Feng Qingran. I'm here to tell you two things. One is that you don't have to worry about the 5-clawed golden dragon in Jinlong Mountain, and the other is that you don't have to worry about the small world of Zhenshen. Feng Qingran's voice was light and her tone was very calm. But the more this happens, the more it reflects her arrogance and arrogance. Little girl, your mother doesn't even dare to talk to me like this. The ridicule flashed across Nangong Jian's face, but the ignorant was still fearless. It seems that Feng Qingwu has really fallen. Otherwise, her blood would not have developed such an arrogant temper. My mother doesn't dare. She must be disdainful, right? Isn't your Nangong Ming my mother's defeated general? Feng Qingran said nonchalantly with a pure and harmless smile. Nangong Jian's eyes darkened slightly. Did Feng Qingwu tell you? Didn't Feng Qingwu die? No, Nangong Ming told me. Feng Qingran said condescendingly. She just went to the Nangong family's ancestral temple. The historical record of the Nangong family was opened with Nangong Ming's blood. I saw something about the war with God above. This can be regarded as what Nangong Ming told her personally. Nonsense, Patriarch Nangong Ming has passed away a long time ago, how could he tell you? Nangong Jian released the pressure of the Sant. Regardless of whether Feng Qingwu was still alive or not, Feng Qingran took the initiative to bump into him. He taught an arrogant junior a lesson, and there was no way Feng Qingwu would argue with him over this matter. But Nangong Jian found that after he released the pressure, Feng Qingran showed no reaction at all. He still stood calmly in the air, with a restrained aura around him. Don't you believe it? Feng Qingran waved her hand and a picture appeared. It was the scene of her talking to Nangong Ming. The scene is brief. After Nangong Jian determined that it was Nangong Ming, he disappeared. Nangong Jian was surprised and shocked. Where is my ancestor? It's the place you've always coveted. He's gone in a long time ago and enjoyed countless good resources there. Anyway, he's living a very happy life. Feng Qingran said. When Nangong Jian heard this, his expression changed instantly. Nangong Ming had entered the small world early and didn't even tell them. He even hid in there to practice. As the ancestor of the Nangong family, how could he be so selfish? They had to bear the sins, but the ancestors took all the benefits. Nangong Jian instantly thought of the missing treasure house. Besides Patriarch Nangong Ming, who else can take away the treasure house without alarming the powerful Nangong family? So Nangong Ming not only selfishly monopolized the resources in the small world, but also took away the Nangong family's treasure house. Nangong Jian thought of this level, looked at Feng Qingran and asked, how did you get in? Why did the ancestor let you go? Feng Qingran's lips raised slightly. Why should I tell you? Little girl, do you really think those defensive magic weapons can block the saint's attack? Nangong Jian finished speaking, and the terrifying pressure spread. The strong men near Jinlong Mountain suddenly became frightened. The formation masters who were studying the formation turned pale. Their cultivation was not high and they could not withstand the pressure of the Sant. Bang bang bang. The defensive instruments on their bodies were shattered one after another. The array master turned his attention to the third elder for help. The third elder was also helpless. The ancestor may want to break the formation himself, but I can't stop him. I'll give you a protective magic weapon. The third elder took out a few imperial-grade magic weapons and distributed them to several formation mages. As for other strong men, he has no control over them. He shouldn't let them empty out his wealth. After the third elder finished giving the magic weapon, he decided to go and see the situation over there with Nangong Jian. He was afraid that even the imperial magic weapon would not be able to stop the ancestors' continued pressure. But as soon as he arrived, the third elder was dumbfounded. What did he see? The third elder looked at the scene not far away in disbelief, then rubbed his eyes and looked carefully to make sure he saw it correctly. The third elder almost dropped his jaw in shock. In this case, should he go and rescue the ancestor? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1188 Empathy, Golden Ticket 1. Feng Qingran stepped on Nangong Jian's back and asked casually, the majesty of the Sant is inviolable. Does entering your Nangong state mean that your life and death are controlled by you? After Feng Qingran finished asking, she raised her eyes slightly and looked in the direction of the third elder. This look immediately made the third elder tremble. Why can a little girl's eyes be so intimidating? He has lived for an unknown number of years. The little girl in front of him is only over 10,000 years old. She shouldn't be stronger than him, right? The third elder murmured in his heart, but his eyes couldn't help but look at the ancestor lying on the ground. Maybe, this possibility really exists. Do you want to save him? Feng Qingran looked at the third elder and said calmly. No. The third elder subconsciously responded before he remembered that Nangong Jian was the ancestor. How could he watch when the ancestor was in trouble? The third elder swallowed his saliva and said, fellow Taoist, how about you let our ancestor go and let me step in for you? The third elder was timid when he spoke, but he walked firmly in front of Feng Qingran. What do you think? Feng Qingran asked Nangong Jian. Nangong Jian buried his face in the ground, not wanting to answer this question. Previously, the ancestors of various states sent him news of being beaten, and he laughed at him for a long time. Now the target of the beating was him. Only then did he realize how embarrassing it really was. Fortunately, only the third elder saw this scene, otherwise he would have found a hole to bury himself. Feng Qingren's beating made him regain his sense a lot. It also suppressed the crazy greed from before. He refused your replacement, Feng Qingren said to the third elder, unable to wait for Nangong Jian's answer. Ah, did the ancestor faint, so he couldn't answer you? The third elder didn't quite believe Feng Qingren's words. The third elder did not recognize who Feng Qingren was at this moment. I just thought she was the Yanyu who was rumored to be crazy in various states. The third elder's mind was spinning rapidly. That girl Yanyu, our ancestors are very attentive to our teachings and don't indulge us on weekdays. Can you? Feng Qingren smiled and looked at the third elder who was hesitant to speak. I am Feng Qingren, and I am currently Feng Qingwu. The third elder's pupils shrank sharply, and his legs suddenly felt a little weak. Was he the Feng Qingwu in his memory? Is it the Feng Qingwu who fought against more than a dozen saints and still survived? At that time, Feng Qingwu's last battle in heaven could be said to have shocked the entire power of heaven. It's a pity that the other party died in the god realm inexplicably. All the powerful men in the sky instantly returned to their original aloof self, and tried their best to erase the traces of Feng Qingwu's existence. For this reason, the 8 families united again to clear out the monks in the barren land. The powerful powers in the sky are afraid of Feng Qingwu. He was even more afraid of everything about Feng Qingwu. The third elder stared at Feng Qingren, and Feng Qingwu's appearance flashed in his mind. This person's features were very similar to Feng Qingwu. But it seems more like another existence. The third elder immediately stopped his thoughts. It was impossible. He must have been overthinking. If that existence was related to Feng Qingwu, the 8 families would not dare to deal with Feng Qingwu. The third elder organized his speech and considered it. That fellow Daoist Feng, can you be so arrogant and let our ancestor go? Have no idea. My ancestor still had to find a way to save him. It's okay to let him go. Go and call the other monks in Nangong Prefecture, Feng Qingren said with a sly smile. Yanyu's method is very good, you can learn from it. The next competition will be held in Nangongzhou. At this time, it is not appropriate to replace Nangongzhou with the ancestor, and Nangong Jian must be allowed to stay in the ancestor's position for a while. So she could only use this method to warn the Nangong family not to mess up. Don't go, Nangong Jian roared in a muffled voice. The third elder, who was just about to say yes, was stunned on the spot. Feng Qingren had no reaction when she heard this. She glanced at Jinlong Mountain, where there were the auras of the painting scholar and the 5-clawed golden dragon. It seemed that the previous commotion was caused by them. She shouldn't have been so high profile when sending Feng Si back to the god clan. Even if the strength of the 5-clawed golden dragon inherits the inheritance from its ancestors, it is not enough to deal with the saint of heaven. Painting scholar Fu Lu can barely cope with a saint. But there are 6 saints on the face of heaven. So where did these 2 people get the courage to be so high profile? Previously, a chaos god plant in Yanyu could attract countless old monsters. The 5-clawed golden dragon is much more useful than the chaos god plant, so I'm afraid it will attract a lot of greedy people. Feng Qingren sensed several existences above the Sand realm through the barrier. These old monsters should not show up until they see the golden dragon. At this moment, Jingguan's sword flew out of the space and blocked several attacks for Feng Qingren. At the same time, several questions rang out. Be brave, let go of our ancestors quickly. Ancestor, are you okay? Third elder, you just watch my ancestor like this and don't do anything. Ellipsis. The third elder looked at the Nangong family's children who were rushing over, his eyes wandering. This was not what he called. The ancestor won't bear this shameful grudge on him, right? The third elder wanted to cry but had no tears. However, the other monks failed to succeed and launched another attack on Feng Qingren. But Feng Qingren didn't take any action during the whole process. Jingguan's sword blocked all attacks for her. This sword is actively protecting its master, a monk said in shock. The sword that actively protects the master must have a sword spirit. Those with sword spirits must be divine. Many monks stared at Jingguan's sword with fiery eyes. When the third elder saw this, he silently took a few steps back, trying not to catch him if he wanted to die. Didn't you see that the ancestor is still at the opponent's feet? Just like this, they still dare to think about each other's things. They're a bunch of brainless people. Where did you steal this treasure? A Nangong family disciple asked. Feng Qingren ignored this disciple, let go of Nangong Jian, and said, most of the monks in Nangong Prefecture are here. Come and tell them not to have any ideas about Jinlong. Before Nangong Jian stood up, he performed a cleaning technique, then stood up, looked at the monks with majestic eyes, and roared, go back to Nangong's house and stay well. If you dare to come out and run around again, I will make sure you look good. The monks trembled all over, and they left just as quickly as they came. They had seen their ancestors' fiery temper with their own eyes, so it was better not to take the risk. As for that treasure, I won't worry about it for the time being. Nangong Jian glanced coldly at the third elder who shrank into a quail. Why don't you get out of here together? The third elder suddenly disappeared. Nangong Jian looked at Feng Qingren with a bruised nose and face and said, Miss Feng, even if I don't want this real dragon, other strong men will keep an eye on it, so you should take care of yourself. After Nangong Jian finished speaking, he left without looking back. He never wanted to recall this episode today. Ha ha ha, let me tell you, there is nothing that can't be solved in one meal. If it doesn't work in one meal, just add a few more. King Feng's wanton laughter came from Qingguan's sword. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1189 Innate Supreme Treasure. Feng Qingren stroked the sword with her fingertips and praised, well done, King Feng, your shadow seems to be much more solid. Has your strength increased again? King Feng said cheerfully, Master Phoenix, after you conquered the Xuanwang Qi and Duke Chun Qi, Kanglong and I both advanced, and even the Qingduan sword also advanced. You can feel it. Fang Qingran held the hilt of the sword and waved it gently. Boom. A huge mountain in Nangong Prefecture was shattered into powder. Qingluan's sword has also advanced. Fang Qingran asked. Yes, King Feng said very proudly. King Feng snorted coldly in the dark. Fortunately, it and Kanglong were promoted in time, otherwise the Dragon Emperor's sword would have stolen the limelight. The true soul of the Dragon Emperor's sword has returned. From now on, it and Kanglong must be more active, otherwise they may be outclassed by that dragon. After all, the dragon is indeed much stronger than them. If the Dragon Emperor's sword continues to grow, it can also distort time and space. With the power of one sword, it can break through the barriers of time and space. This use is unmatched by the Qingluan sword. Kanglong felt King Feng's emotions and was speechless. They are all contracted swords of the Phoenix Lord. Phoenix Master only has these two contract swords, and he probably won't have any other swords in the future, so there is nothing to compete for the limelight. King Feng, what level is Qingluan's sword now? Fang Qingran asked curiously. Qingluan's sword is an innate spiritual treasure. It is different from the acquired artifacts and has a special classification. Innate spiritual treasures are divided into primary spiritual treasures, intermediate spiritual treasures, high-grade spiritual treasures, and innate supreme treasures. The innate treasure is the highest level among the innate spiritual treasures, but it is not the highest level among the magic weapons. Regarding the level above the innate treasure, there are no records found in various ancient books. Master Phoenix, the Qingluan sword is now an innate supreme treasure, and it also belongs to the category of innate spiritual treasures. The slight difference is that magical weapons of lower levels than the innate spiritual treasures will definitely surrender when encountering the Qingluan sword. Even if its master is much stronger than Phoenix Master, he still can't use magic weapons to fight you. If the other party wants to deal with Phoenix Master, they can only give up their magic weapon or use an innate magic weapon. If the innate supreme treasure is promoted to a higher level, it will be a huge step. We don't know the upper level for the time being, but from my inheritance, when the magical weapon reaches this level, it will not be promoted again. Step up. Because I can sense that after the next level, we are no longer simple weapon spirits, and there is still the possibility of devouring the master. King Feng trusted Fang Qingran very much. He told Fang Qingran everything he sensed. It doesn't understand why the sword spirit bites the master. But there was just a hunch. This is probably related to its integration with the way of time. In fact, as a sword spirit, it is impossible for it to integrate the way of time. But it is the soul of King Feng, which is slightly different from ordinary sword spirits. The sword spirit is just a spirit. Not a living thing. Before it became a sword spirit, it was a living being with a soul and a soul. Even if it is sword spirit now, it still has its own consciousness. It is completely different from ordinary sword spirits. Its promotion speed will also be faster than other weapon spirits. Even the Qingluan sword has become a different existence. The God-killing spear, the 10,000 ghost flags, and the chaos bell are all innate treasures from the chaos period. They absorb the purest power of chaos during that period. It can also communicate with heaven and earth. Logically speaking, the God-killing spear, 10,000 ghost flags, and chaos bell should be far stronger than the Qingluan sword, but the reality is that they're slightly inferior to the Qingluan sword. And they have been stuck in the innate supreme treasure, unable to enter the realm of the innate supreme treasure. King Feng felt that it would be good to keep the level of Xianshan supreme. In this case, it and Kanglong will not threaten Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran was silent for a moment, her eyes slightly dark, and her fingertips traced the gem on the sword hilt. King Feng, if we go one step further, will you and Kanglong be able to condense the entity? The green phoenix and blue dragon that condense into entities will evolve into life. Qingluan's sword cannot accommodate two creatures as sword souls. At that time, Qingluan's sword will definitely be damaged. If Qingluan's sword is destroyed, she will definitely suffer backlash. This may be the devourer King Feng had a premonition about. It seems possible. When King Feng said this, he immediately figured out something and immediately placed a layer of restrictions on himself. With this layer of restriction existing, it will be impossible for it to devour its master in the future. There are some things that should be taken just in case. After all, there are some rules that may inevitably lead it to the path of devouring its master. Kanglong also quietly placed a layer of restrictions on himself. Fang Qingran noticed a slight change between King Feng, Kanglong and her. King Feng, Kanglong, what have you done? King Feng said, Master Phoenix, we have placed a layer of restrictions on ourselves so that we will not harm Master Phoenix. Fang Qingran's eyes were complicated. King Feng and Kanglong were the ones who had been with her from the beginning. She has considered King Feng and Kanglong as her partners. So she won't let them go that way. King Feng, Kanglong, thank you. Some words are not suitable to be spoken for the time being. When they come, you will have a way to face them. Ancestor, all those disciples rushed back to Nangong's house and were locked up. The third elder carefully reported. The fourth elder really knows how to hide and relax. This was obviously his mission, but he had to report it. If the other party hadn't given him a high-level imperial-grade magic weapon, he wouldn't have come to see his ancestor at all. When Nangong Jian heard this, his eyes were slightly cold, even though he suppressed part of his greed. But when I think of the golden light of the nine-color dragon, he still couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. Nangong Jian looked in the direction of the small world. Nangong Ming had been practicing in Zhenshan's small world and enjoyed countless precious resources, but he had never thought about the Nangong family. Nangong Ming is simply extremely selfish. He only thinks about improving his own strength and completely ignores the life and death of the Nangong family. Even the Nangong family's treasure house was swept away, leaving nothing for the Nangong family. The nine-color dragon probably also belongs to Nangong Ming. Nangong Ming's path to enlightenment is similar to his. After contracting with the nine-colored divine dragon, he will be able to wipe out his debts and become a true son from then on. He even suspected that the Zhenshan clan was attracted by Nangong Ming. Such Nangong Ming will never be willing to live in a small world forever. He wanted to see when Nangong Ming would come out. In the Nangong family, most of the powerful men who belonged to the same era as Nangong Ming fell in the battle between heaven and earth. By then, even if Nangong Ming comes out, Nangong Prefecture will not be under Nangong Ming's control. Before that, he had to clear out the strong men left by Nangong Ming. Nangong Jian's eyes slowly fell on the groveling third elder. Third elder, when you took the position of elder, was Patriarch Nangong Ming still alive? The third elder's heart trembled and his head lowered, not understanding what Nangong Jian meant by his words. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1190 Acting. The third elder responded respectfully. Back to ancestor, my position as third elder depends entirely on your support and has nothing to do with ancestor Nangong Ming. The third elder is still smart after all. He knew that Nangong Jian could not mention Nangong Ming for no reason. And the tone is not very good. Nangong Ming is already deceased. He doesn't have to worry about anything. He just needs to figure out Nangong Jian's thoughts. Nangong Jian was quite satisfied with the third elder's answer, and his expression softened a little. Before he took office, many elders in the family died along with the previous head of the family. This will also help him control Nangong state. At that time, there were only 3 obstacles for him: Nangong Ming, Nangong Li, and the young master of the Nangong family. Young master Nangong is the successor carefully cultivated by the previous head of the family. Deeply loved by Nangong Ming and Nangong Li. They had to wait for the young master to come back before agreeing to let him become the head of the family. It's a pity that they don't know that the young master will never come back to Nangong Prefecture. Nangong Ming was seriously injured and could not find the other party in person. Nangong Li is the supreme elder, and his duty is to guard Jinlong Mountain, so he can only send strong men to find the young master. In the end, the young master disappeared. It was impossible for Nangong Prefecture to have no one in control, so they agreed to take over. Soon after he took office, news of Nangong Ming's death spread. Before Nangong Ming died, the person he met was not him, the head of the family, but Nangong Li. However, he had no way to care about it. Fortunately, after Nangong Ming's death, he completely took control of the Nangong family's power. Only President Nangong Li was still a little unwilling to do so, and often sent strong men to look for the young master. But it's all in vain. The entire Nangong state is under his control, and all the powerful people in the Nangong family naturally obey his orders. The third elder became an elder before he took office. However, the third elder was the only elder who did not oppose his ascension. The third elder said something like this: I only recognize the one who is the head of the family, and I will not care about the rest. If the head of the family is already there, and arguing about others will only cause chaos in the Nangong family. The loudest voices of opposition at that time were undoubtedly the fourth elder and the great elder. Nangong Jian remained silent for a long time, and the third elder kept his head bowed respectfully. Third elder, if you replace Nangong Sheng and sit in his position, what will you do? Nangong Jian asked. Master, this is absolutely impossible, the third elder said in fear. Nangong Sheng was carefully trained by the supreme elder. Positioned as chief elder. It is equivalent to having the power to remove all elders. The supreme elder has handed over the token and resigned as the chief elder on behalf of Nangong Sheng. It is natural who will take over as the chief elder, Nangong Jian said. Master, is it not suitable for me to go up? The third elder politely declined. It's very appropriate. After you become the chief elder, I have something to give you. Nangong Jian said. The third elder suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Sister Feng, this Nangong Jian is really smart. Just because you mentioned Nangong Ming, he actually started to deal with Nangong Ming. Feng Jingyu silently held a breath of silence for Nangong Ming. Even though he is already dead, he still has to shoulder a lot of blame. Poor thing. His deal with Nangong Ming is to weaken Nangong Zhou's power in disguise. Feng Qingran said with a smile. This is the effect she wants. The forces of God are complex. If she had to deal with them all personally, it would be very laborious and unpleasant. Just let them consume themselves. When the time is right, she will take action. Sister Feng, isn't Nangong Ming the ancestor of the Nangong family? Why would Nangong Jian think about dealing with him first, instead of dealing with you? Feng Jingyu asked, slightly confused. Sister Feng obviously poses a greater threat to Nangong Jian. No matter how you say it, Nangong Ming is still the ancestor of the Nangong family, even if he hides in the small world selfishly. But after all, his surname is Nangong. The same line. Why did Nangong Jian not want to deal with Sister Feng, but instead went to deal with his ancestor? Feng Qingran rubbed Feng Jingyu's little head, because he doesn't know who is behind me, but he knows the details of Nangong Ming. And in Nangong Jian's opinion, as an ancestor, Nangong Ming should benefit future generations and should not monopolize resources. Especially since Nangong Ming's exclusive resources are the treasures he longs for all day long, he will naturally feel resentful. The most important point is probably that my surname is Feng, and Nangong Ming's surname is Nangong. I have never given him benefits, and I will never give him benefits in the future, but Nangong Ming has given him benefits, and many. Some creatures will have a very strange idea that you have given me benefits and you have to give them to me in the future. If you don't give them, you shouldn't. Feng Qingran expressed his guess. A person who always gives kindness will be deeply condemned by the recipient of the kindness once he stops giving kindness. Occasionally, those who show kindness will be praised lavishly. Of course, the relationship between Nangong Ming and Nangong Jian is not an ordinary benefactor and benefactor. The connection between them is more complex. All kinds of reasons combined will make it easier for Nangong Jian to hate Nangong Ming. Feng Jingyu shook her head. The Nangong family has an ancestor like Nangong Jian, and it can still be ranked as the second family. It seems that the ancestors of the Nangong family are still very powerful. Feng Qingran chuckled. It's not that the ancestors of the Nangong family are so powerful, it's because they received the gift from the Zhenshin clan that they're like this. Even after the Nangong family children entered the small world, their scope of activities was limited. But this is limited, but it can also bring huge benefits to the Nangong family. At least the rich spiritual energy in the small world is unmatched by other places. Wherever spiritual energy is strong, all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures will appear frequently. These treasures of heaven and earth are piled together, and even a piece of waste can be piled up to the imperial realm. In addition, apart from the treasures sealed in the Nangong family's treasury, which were snatched from the ancient families, the rest basically came from the Genshin clan. Many treasures have the aura of the god-suppressing clan on them. The ancestors of the Nangong family knew that they had taken advantage of the small world, so they left behind the jade slip of confession. It seems to be for the younger generation to atone for their sins. In fact, it was entirely to cover up the greed at the time. Xiao Jingyu, let's go take a look inside Jinlong Mountain. Don't worry about the Nangong family for the time being, Fang Qingbran said. Nangong Jian now thinks that the dragon and the treasure house are in Nangong Ming's hands. All his thoughts were on dealing with Nangong Ming. The younger generations of the Nangong family want to deal with their ancestors, which is really a good show. What is Miss Fang doing here? Scholar Danqing sat cross-legged and looked at Fang Qingbran with a smile. Senior Ken, how long does it take for Xiaojun to refine and inherit? Fang Qingbran said straight to the point. It will be very soon. It will only take a few days. It will not delay the competition, said the painting scholar. After hearing this, Fang Qingbran had some thoughts in her heart. Senior Ken, have you figured out how to deal with the powerful people from outside? The painting scholar's eyes flashed slightly. Of course I have thought about it. Xuanmen has plotted against me so many times, and it's time for me to return it. You came just in time. How about acting in a play with me? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1191 Bloody Thing, additional update. Fang Qingbran raised her lips slightly and smiled brightly. It's okay to act, but there has to be an appearance fee, right? The painting scholar asked, what do you want? Fang Qingbran's eyes sparkled and she said, I want to know the story between you and Yanyu. The painting scholar's expression froze. What story can there be between me and her? Yes, Senior Ken, your eyes tell me that there is a story between you and Yanyu. Since Yanyu became the leader of our Lingyun sect, you have gone to Lingyun sect countless times, Fang Qingbran said with certainty. Although every time the Danqing scholar came, he always used the excuse of giving him talismans and teaching Ning Shiyu. But everyone in the Lingyun sect could see clearly that the Danqing scholar's goal was Yanyu. However, it was strange that when Scholar Danqing and Yanyu met, there was always silence between them. It made her and her senior brothers and sisters all anxious. Both Danqing scholar and Yanyu are chaos demon gods. A piece of luck. A destruction. Luck comes only when there is vitality. To destroy is to die. In a sense, the two are complementary to each other. The painting scholar showed a wry smile. The story between me and her can't be counted as an accident. Fang Qingbran became more interested now and sat directly opposite the Danqing scholar, moving swiftly and neatly. The Danqing scholar saw Fang Qingbran's action, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The painter scholar said, if you want to hear about me and Yanyu, please answer me a few questions first. Fang Qingbran nodded and responded, no problem. When did the master-disciple bond between you and Yi Wenchen end? The painter asked seriously. Time flows, Fang Qingbran said frankly. There was a cause and effect between her and Yi Wenchen, so they were naturally connected by fate. The painting scholar is the devil of luck. Sensitive to luck. It is not surprising to see that there is a master-disciple relationship between her and Yi Wenchen. Did you give the soul-eating goo planted in you by Xuanmen to Lord Mo? Yes, I gave it to Mo, Fang Qingbran responded again. Even if she didn't answer the questions asked by the painting scholar, he could guess them. Do you have a divine phoenix egg in your hand? Yes. When the painting scholar heard this answer, his eyes narrowed slightly. Let's start with this divine phoenix egg. It is the last divine phoenix egg that I snatched from the demon god of disease. Yan Yue should have told you that at that time, the chaos demon god was in chaos, and there were beings who wanted to take away the laws from us, but we naturally disagreed. So a Taoist master came out and tried his best to deal with us. The chaos demon gods are not united and each has his or her own agenda. Some of the chaos demon gods have chosen to side with the Taoist master. The laws of the chaos demon god are completely different from the Taoism you practice now. We control the laws, which are the laws themselves. We are equivalent to the king of the laws. We are above the laws. We will not be controlled by these laws and can change these laws at will. The way you practice the law now is to control the law or use the law. Even if you can cultivate a law to the extreme and surpass it, it will only be on par with the law. You cannot change the law or reverse the law. Laws exist in order to adapt to living beings. The parts that are not suitable for living beings must naturally be changed. But later on, the laws no longer exist in compliance with the living beings, but the living beings have to serve the laws. Midway, some beings appeared who wanted to be above everything. They needed to use the laws to control all living beings, but they themselves did not want to be controlled by the laws. At this time, the chaos demon god has become an eyesore and must be eliminated. The Taoist master Yan Yue talks about is this existence. He wants to take away the laws in the hands of the chaos demon god, and he also wants us to disappear. While making us disappear, he also wants to control all powerful existences for his own use. At that time, the demon god of disease wanted to exchange the divine phoenix egg for the Taoist master to let him go. If the Taoist master gets the divine phoenix, his strength will be greatly increased. I didn't want to see something like this happen, so I exchanged my luck for the divine phoenix egg. After I got the divine phoenix egg, I didn't plan to keep it for myself. I wanted to give it to Yanyu directly, but Yanyu went to the chaos world to teach the Taoist master a lesson at that time, so I couldn't give it to her. What happened afterwards was actually a bit bloody. Yan Yue didn't come back, so I started looking for something to hatch the divine phoenix eggs. I just happened to encounter the predators. Naturally, I couldn't deal with the predators. However, when the Taoist master appeared, I, Yan Yue, Zhu Juyan, the demon god of creation and others formed an alliance. The demon god of creation discovered that I was besieged by plunderers, and immediately took action, severely injuring the leader of the plunderers. Neither I nor the demon god of creation noticed that during this process, the leader of the plunderers took away part of our power of law. I thanked the demon god of creation for saving me, and gave her a piece of luck to make up for her lack of strength. After Yan Yu taught the Taoist master a lesson, he did not come back immediately. Instead, he went to find the leader of the plunderers first. On the leader of the predators, Yan Yu discovered the power of law between me and the demon god of creation. Yan Yu thought something was wrong with us, so she came back with the leader of the predators. I sensed my luck in the demon god of creation, but this time, the demon god of the future stood up and said a lot of specious things inexplicably. When the painting scholar said this, he stopped and his expression kept changing. Another wry smile. Helpless again. Regret again. Feng Qingren's almond-shaped eyes flashed slightly. You weren't separate because of this misunderstanding, right? This explanation will be enough. Yan Yu is not the kind of person who doesn't know right from wrong. The painter shook his head. Of course not. Yan Yu gave me a chance to explain, and helped me and the demon god of creation regain the power of the law. That future demon, Feng Qingren asked doubtfully. She is Yan Yu's best friend. She has never been like this before. I was also surprised that she was unusual, but she just apologized to me and left. Yan Yue was anxious to find the demon god of the future, so she handed over the leader of the plunderers to the demon god of creation. The demon god of creation seemed to have become interested in the leader of the plunderers. Instead of killing him immediately, he started fighting with him again. The demon god of creation is naturally attracted to power, and has gradually developed a strong interest in leaders who can take away the power of her laws. By the time we reacted, the demon god of creation and the leader of the plunderers had disappeared. Yan Yue and I searched everywhere for the demon god of creation, and many things happened in the process. The demon god will never behave abnormally again in the future. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1192 Future Demon God, Golden Ticket 2. However, an accident finally happened. Once, we were first besieged by other Chaos Demon Gods and then encountered predators. The future Demon God will be the first to be defeated by the predators. Logically speaking, the future Demon God will not be so weak. But this time, for some unknown reason, she seemed to have no ability to teach the predators. Yan Yu noticed something was wrong from the actions of the future Demon God. It turns out that the predators this time are many times stronger than before. It's just that Yan Yu is too strong and didn't notice it. But the future demon god and I are completely unable to withstand it, and our power has been greatly depleted. I originally wanted to give all my luck to Yan Yu, so that she would be able to protect us. But at this moment, the future demon was actually absorbing the power of my laws. I had no defense against her, and she invisibly sucked away a lot of luck. As a result, I have no way to give Yan Yu luck. The number of predators is constantly increasing. Yan Yu can resist them, but she still needs to protect me and the future demon god. She needs my luck, but I can't give Yan Yu luck. Yan Yue didn't know the truth and thought it was me who took the initiative to bring luck to the future demon god. I saw disappointment in her eyes. And when I wanted to explain, I found that I was being suppressed. The source of death that the future demon god found from nowhere not only suppressed my power, but also suppressed me. I could only follow her at that time and had no way to find Yan Yu. So from Yan Yu's point of view, it's me and the future demon god who are standing by and watching. Yan Yue has a clear distinction between love and hate, and likes to cut through the mess with a quick knife. Seeing us like this, she immediately became cold and asked me and the future demon god for an explanation. When we didn't explain, she stopped asking. Later, the number of plunderers increased, and other demon gods also came to deal with us, and other unknown forces came. Soon, Yan Yu was overwhelmed. The future demon looked at me coldly at this time and warned me to leave here and never come back again. After that, she tore apart time and space and sent me away. It wasn't until I passed through the cracks in time and space and landed in another place that all the restraints on my body disappeared. The future demon seems to have a plan. The universe I fell into is far away from where I was before, and the direction I fell into was in chaos. I searched for a long time before I found my original location. In the process, I met a little mushroom. Just bring the little mushrooms with you. But when I went back, there was only darkness left there, and there was no shadow of the Chaos Demon God anymore. I searched in many ways, but I still couldn't find Yan Yu and the others. I have traveled around the universe and experienced endless years, but I have never encountered another Chaos Demon God. I was very unwilling. Later, when I met the rebels, I was also confused. After realizing that the Taoist was behind them, I wanted to use the Taoist to find Yan Yu. It's a pity that I overestimated myself. My body fell into the hands of the Tao Master, and the Divine Phoenix Egg naturally fell into the hands of the Tao Master. That Taoist Master finally got the Divine Phoenix Egg. He took away the soul of the Divine Phoenix from the egg, and gave the egg to the anti-gods, letting them deal with it on their own. Fortunately, I am the demon god of luck. I have a chance to live a new life. Anyway, I no longer have any hope of finding Yan Yu. I will just stare at the Xuanmen. Whenever they appoint a sect leader, I will kill one. Until old man Chankin appeared, he was not a mysterious person when we met. He had a sense of justice in him, and he and I became good friends. Later, he became the successor of Xuanmen. I couldn't bear to do it. He also promised me that he would use Xuanmen magic to find a way to revive the Divine Phoenix Egg. The true soul of the Divine Phoenix is gone. We can't let the bloodline of the Divine Phoenix disappear as well. But in this world, there are very few souls that can completely blend with the Divine Phoenix Egg. So, I made an agreement with old man Chankin. He will find life for the Divine Phoenix Egg, and I will let go of the next leader of Xuanmen. But it's really ridiculous. Xuanmen has calculated all the people's hearts and actually used old man Chankin as a chess piece to force me to let go of the future Xuanmen master. When the painting scholar said this, his face showed a bit of anger. Did you finally explain it to Yan Yu? Compared with Xuanmen, Feng Qingren was more concerned about the affairs between Yan Yu and Danqing scholar. The painting scholar secretly sighed. I explained it, but it doesn't make any sense anymore. It's been so long ago. Even if it is explained clearly, there is no way to cross that gap. Senior Ken, have you ever thought that in the future the demon god will do that to protect you and Yan Yue? Feng Qingren asked suddenly. Yan Yu once said that if she sacrificed herself, she could save more chaos demon gods. But she selfishly chose to protect herself at the time. For what reason did Yanyu choose to only protect herself? Something must have happened that made her make this choice. Protect me and Yanyu. Scholar Danqing's eyes were surprised, then his expression suddenly changed as if he thought of something. Yanyu told him. After he left through time and space, the future demon was forced to sacrifice himself. It was also the sacrifice of the future demon god that injured those who besieged Yanyue, and Yanyue had the opportunity to leave. The future devil. She could see his and Yanyu's future. That's why she did that deliberately, otherwise Yanyu would definitely not have given her the chance to sacrifice. It's actually possible. I should have thought of it earlier, the painting scholar murmured softly. The relationship between the future demon god and Yanyu is very good, and she will never betray Yanyu. Naturally, he would not plot against Yanyu's approval. So the future demon god used himself to exchange for his and Yanyu's life. However, to survive, you have to sacrifice something. The painting scholar recalled what the future demon said to him, I'm sorry for breaking up you and Yanyu, but I had no choice. The future demon god said this as a hint to him. But he didn't understand it at the time. He only thought that the future demon wanted his power, so he apologized like this. In an instant, many fragments flashed through his mind. Yanyue must have figured this out a long time ago, so when he mentioned the future demon god, his expression was relieved, yet a little complicated, with a hint of guilt. In that battle, without the series of actions of the future demon god, Yanyu might have chosen to sacrifice herself to save him and the future demon god. The painter shook his head with a wry smile and said to Feng Qingran, I never expected that as the demon god of luck, I would be the most useless one. The future demon can see the future. Yanyu is powerful and invincible in battle. And what about him? Don't say that. You are the demon god of luck after all. Luck is something that all cultivators in the world long for, Feng Qingran said. The painting scholar laughed to himself. There was a flash of light in his eyes, as if he suddenly figured out something. I think I am the master of the law, but in fact I am always under the rules. The Taoist master thinks that by taking away the power of the chaos demon god, he can control everything. In fact, he is just a pawn. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1193 Transparency. After the painting scholar finished speaking, his whole body temperament suddenly changed. The original painting scholar, no matter what his face was, there was always a faint scholarly atmosphere between his eyebrows, and there was always an elegant and modest smile on his lips, just like an ink painting. From this he was named painting scholar. This name, in a sense, allows the painting scholar to get rid of the past and gain a new life. So he later simply named him Ken Danqing. But at this moment, the elegant temperament of the painting scholar is still there. It's just that he has a fierce aura that he didn't have before. At this moment, he seemed to be able to control the existence of heaven and earth with just the ink-soaked pen in his hand. The scholar's eyes are deep and full of wisdom, as if he can see through the existence of thousands of fortunes. Since Shrine always covets my things, then I will send it to them this time, so that they can see it and cannot take it. Feng Qingran looked at such a painting scholar, her apricot eyes flashed with tiny light. Such a painting scholar and Yanyu are really a good match. When the former Danqing scholar and Yanyu stood together, they were not actually compatible. I always feel that the painting scholar is like the boy beside Yanyu. It's not that his aura is not strong enough, nor is his temperament good enough. It's entirely because Yanyu's light is so dazzling. Yanyu has a special free and easy energy all over her body, as if she is freedom itself. That kind of freedom and ease also makes Yanyu occasionally show a bit of ruffianism. In this way, Yanyu and Danqing scholar have become two completely opposite existences. Yanyu is free and easy, with a bit of ruffianism, but also domineering. Yanyu's world should be a vast world, unfettered, unrestrained and free. The painting scholar is the kind of scholar who lives in peace and quiet. He has an air of decency, but also has a sense of framework. However, the current painting scholar has broken through the shackles of that frame, and his whole body also has the feeling of being high in the world. What are you going to do? Feng Qingran asked curiously. Don't they want dragons? Then give them two. The painter laughed teasingly and sarcastically. Two. Feng Qingran repeated the word. Dragon has never been described as only. I'm afraid Dan Qingshu is going to give them a big gift. Outside Nangong State. Under the joint attack of a group of strong men, the barrier remained intact. The faces of the saints were terrifyingly dark, and the coercion emanating from their bodies almost seemed to crush everything. Many strong men turned pale and already thought of quitting. If they can't even get into the place, then it will be difficult to grab the real dragon's things. Nangong Shan, Nangong Jian, you are so good, came the voice of the Shangwen family ancestor gritting his teeth. Nangong Shan's face was pale, but the expression on his face was unafraid. He said frankly that Nangongzhu's formation was out of control, and it was their business to believe it or not. The 8th elder Nangong immediately stepped forward to apologize, saying that the Nangong family was innocent. Ha, Nangongshan, your Nangong family is determined to swallow up two real dragons, right? Shangwen ancestor didn't buy it and asked coldly. What does Patriarch Shangwen mean by this? Nangongshan asked in confusion. The supreme elder of the Shangwen family slowly said, Nangongshan, your Nangong family had a very famous ancestor, Nangong Ming. I happened to meet Nangong Ming when he was here. Later, it was rumored that Nangong Ming was seriously injured when dealing with Feng Qingwu, and he died because his injuries could not be repaired. But now, there is clearly his aura on this Nangongzhu barrier. As soon as Elder Shangwen Taishang finished speaking, Zhu Qiang understood something instantly. Formations or formation boundaries can be arranged in advance. But the barrier must be cast in time. Now that there is Nangong Ming's aura on the Nangongzhu barrier, it proves that Nangong Ming is still alive. And Nangong Ming was already in the Saint realm before his death. If he is really still alive, he must be extremely powerful. Setting up a barrier to stop the Saint is easy. This is impossible, Nangongshan said in shock. How could the story of Nangong Ming's death be false? The Nangong family has records that Nangong Ming has made many contributions to the Nangong family. It was Nangong Ming's existence that allowed the Nangong family to seize Nangong Prefecture. Nangong Ming's status in the family can be said to be supreme. How could he choose to pretend to be dead? Nangongshan, please stop being sophistical. There is no way things can go wrong with Aura. I advise you to contact your Nangong ancestor as soon as possible and ask him to remove the barrier. Elder Shangwen Taishang said with a majestic look. Each family leader will have special contact information. This method can be enabled when encountering a situation that cannot be handled. However, this method will consume a certain amount of the power of the soul, and if it is not handled properly later, it may also affect the soul. After hearing what Elder Shangwen Taishang said, Nangong Shan's mind was in confusion. The news that Nangong Ming was still alive gave him a big shock. If Nangong Ming is alive, then the place where the other party is hiding is probably Zhenshan's small world. Nangong Ming has actually found a way to go to the depths of the small world. Why did the other party hide in so quietly? The other party could obviously bring more family members in, but he had to selfishly monopolize the resources. When Nangong Ming pretended to die, he never thought about returning to Nangong's house, so it is impossible for him to contact him now. Master, I have contacted the ancestor. He said that Feng Qingran is in Nangong State and has also entered Jinlong Mountain. As for the Divine Dragon, he is missing. The 8th Elder of Nangong sent a message to Nangong Mountain. After hearing this, Nangong Shan's eyes darkened slightly, and he asked through a message, did he mention anything about Patriarch Nangong Ming? No, the ancestor said that he will find a way to open Nangong State as soon as possible so that you don't resist. If it doesn't work, just give in a few more steps or push someone to take the blame. The 8th Elder of Nangong said in a message. Nangongshan and the 8th Elder looked at each other, and then looked at the strong men standing in the distance. Everyone, 2 true dragons have indeed appeared in Nangong Prefecture, but these 2 true dragons have their own owners. When Nangongshan said this, he paused deliberately. Who does the real dragon belong to? Lelixu asked, staring at Nangongshan with burning eyes. Nangongshan seemed to be waiting for these words, and said, you must also know that there is a special being in the team of the immortal world this time, Feng Qingran, who is of Feng Qingwu's bloodline. She is currently in Nangong Prefecture and has entered Jinlong Mountain. Nangong Prefecture has been very stable before, but after the team from the immortal realm came to heaven, things started to happen frequently. This true dragon only appeared after Feng Qingran came to Nangong Prefecture. I suspect that the real dragon is the divine beast left by Feng Qingwu to Feng Qingran. Nangongshan's expression was serious and his words were conclusive, which caused Zhu Qiang to think deeply. However, they were obviously more concerned about the 9-colored dragon. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1194 Specious. Bailey Yuanmo asked coldly, since you said that the 5-clawed golden dragon appeared because of Feng Qingran, who did the 9-colored dragon appear because of? Don't tell me that the 9-colored dragon will also choose Feng Qingran. Feng Qingwu may have left a 5-clawed golden dragon to Feng Qingran. But it is absolutely impossible to leave 2 real dragons for Feng Qingran. Especially the 9-colored dragon. I am afraid that he already has the strength to reach heaven and earth. If Feng Qingwu had such a divine dragon back then, how could he not be able to conquer all the powerful powers in the sky? She alone is enough to suppress a dozen saints. Another divine dragon will definitely be able to completely crush those saints. Feng Qingwu is not stupid, how could he let the 9-colored dragon go without a contract? A strange color flashed in Nangongshan's eyes. I only know that the 9-colored divine dragon appeared because of the 5-clawed golden dragon. As for where the 9-colored divine dragon went, we don't know. You must have seen the true form of the 5-clawed golden dragon, but have you seen the true form of the 9-colored dragon? When the 9-colored dragon appeared, it did have the aura of a real dragon, but the strange phenomena it caused were not like those caused by a real dragon, but rather like those caused by the birth of a treasure. Nangongshan's words really made Zhu Qiang think deeply. No matter how arrogant the Nangong family is, there is no way they would dare to swallow 2 real dragons by themselves. The entire universe is watching the fate of these 2 true dragons. If the Nangong family really dares to monopolize it, it will definitely cause public outrage. The Nangong family cannot withstand the siege of the entire universe. Feng Qingran is just an emperor. How did she break into your Nangong state without being noticed by you? How did she subdue the real dragon with such strength? Bailey Zhu asked. He didn't quite believe that Feng Qingran could make such a fuss. He had reason to suspect that Nangongshan wanted to use Feng Qingran as a cover to cover up other things. Maybe everything was planned by the Nangong family. Deliberately waiting for Feng Qingran to come to heaven, using her as a cover to make the 5-clawed golden dragon appear. How can Master Bailey be sure that the opponent is only in the Imperial realm? As a bloodline of Feng Qingwu, how could she not have a trump card to save her life? Since she has a trump card to save her life, why can't she have something to cover up her cultivation? Nangongshan's questions made Bailey Zhu look ugly. Especially when he thought that what Nangongshan said might be true, Bailey Zhu felt even more uncomfortable. Could it be that he can't even compare to Feng Qingwu's daughter? In the dark cracked space, Zhu looked hopeless. That's right, he was threatened by Qian again and came to the heaven where Feng Qingran was present. The lesson he learned in the immortal realm last time did not make Qian give up. On the contrary, it made Qian hate Feng Qingran even more, as he seemed to be fighting against Feng Qingran. Qian observed the situation outside. What is going on with them? But this time, if you don't quickly find a way to open the barrier, are you still in the mood to discuss this? Zhu was too lazy to pay attention to Qian. Zhu had already thought about it. Whenever Qian dared to take action, he would take the opportunity to knock the opponent unconscious and take him away. Qian must not be allowed to expose him. Zhu, what is the origin of Yan Yue last time? Qi Nine asked casually. After escaping from the immortal realm last time, Qian thought more and more something was wrong. Zhu was unwilling to deal with Yan Yue from the beginning, and he obviously knew something. I don't know, Zhu said listlessly. Qian was not prepared to ask anything from Zhu. Seeing Zhu's behavior, he did not continue to ask. Qian looked at Zhu and warned, Zhu, I will not hold you accountable for what happened when you blocked me last time. If you dare to block my plan this time, I will not spare you. Zhu asked back, you know I will stop you, but you still insist on dragging me here. Qian's face stiffened and he asked Zhu to come with him, wasn't it because Zhu would definitely save him in times of crisis? After all, if he is caught, Zhu's existence will definitely be exposed. Based on this alone, Zhu could not let him get into trouble. Besides, there are many weird things in this plane, and he still has many fears in his heart. Zhu came with him, which made him feel more at ease. Zhu, this dragon is the treasure that the leader needs. I am doing this for the leader, and you want to stop it. Qian said. For the leader, how long have you been here, don't you know? Zhu asked. What do you mean? Zhu sneered and said, Qian, you used to be dismissive of me, but now you insist on pulling me to act together. I'm afraid you already have suspicions in your heart, right? They are the chess pieces abandoned by the leader. Even if the leader comes back here again, what will greet them will definitely not be a reward. The leader may have wiped out their existence in order to cover up past killings. Qian met Zhu's eyes and was momentarily absent-minded. Zhu, we still have the loyalty poison planted by the leader. We will always be loyal to the leader. In this case, why would the leader abandon us? At this moment, Qian felt a little more helpless. Since he followed the leader, he has never thought of betraying him. However, he recently discovered that he had never gained the leader's trust. The leader planted the loyalty goo in his body. This kind of poison will guide him to be completely loyal to the leader and not have any thoughts of betrayal. It turns out that he was equivalent to a puppet-like existence before. Qian, the existence of the loyalty goo is not just to make you loyal. With its existence, you will be willing to die for the leader. Zhu said bluntly. There is no loyalty goo left in his body. We need to thank Dongji Netherworld for this matter. When Dongji Nether captured his clone, it just wiped out the loyalty goo in his soul. Later, he actually wanted to cooperate with Dongji Netherworld. But Dongji Yuming and Fang Qingran were familiar with each other, and he had plotted against Fang Qingran before. Considering this relationship, he delayed going to Dongji Yuming. So, when we treat other people as pawns, we also become the leader's pawns. There was a hint of scarlet in Qian's eyes. Yes, we are also chess pieces, but we are on a different chessboard. There are very few real chess players in this world. We are all chess pieces on the chessboard, Zhu said. After hearing this, Qian fell into silence, and then suddenly burst out into crazy laughter. In that case, why should I have any scruples? Qian stared at Zhu and asked. Qian, what do you want to do? Zhu suddenly felt a headache. What else was Qian trying to do? Isn't it good to live peacefully? To be honest, he was already exhausted physically and mentally. Qian and the others had been in the space-time rift space before and had no idea what he had experienced outside. If Qian had experienced what he had experienced, he would probably no longer want to go against Fang Qingran. Back then, when Fang Qingran was still very weak, he went to the land abandoned by the gods to see Su Yanran and was slapped by Fang Qingran for no reason. The injury did not heal for a long time. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1195, Are you awake yet? Additional update. The first time he saw Fang Qingran, he was hurt, and he must not be reconciled to it. So he arranged many plans to deal with Fang Qingran. But without exception, all failed. Gradually, he also discovered a pattern. Any plan that circumvented Fang Qingran's implementation would go extremely smoothly at the right time. And any plan related to Fang Qingran has never been successful. Therefore, now he doesn't want to have anything to do with Fang Qingran at all. Qian, no matter what you want to do, after listening to this advice, don't go against Fang Qingran. Zhu sincerely advised. She is not worthy of going against me, Zhu. Since the leader has abandoned us, we can only think about ourselves. After Qian finished speaking, blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Qian nonchalantly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were sinister, and trying to control him with a loyalty goo was like a dream. What are you going to do? Zhu asked expressionlessly. At the same time, he looked at Qian with more admiration in his eyes. He fully understands how painful it is when the loyalty goo attacks. But Qian was able to endure this pain for his whole life. Qian narrowed his eyes slightly, get the 9-colored dragon, and then use the 5-clawed golden dragon to enhance our strength. Strength is the basis of our resistance. Zhu was speechless for a moment. Qian's use meant eating. One contract. Eat one. What a beautiful thought. Zhu took a deep breath and said, Qian, both the 9-colored divine dragon and the 5-clawed golden dragon belong to the dragon clan. You are going to eat another dragon in front of the dragon, are you sure? Qian said matter-of-factly, they're things that depend on us to exist, why not? Zhu raised his head and said, Qian, I think you need to calm down. Loyalty goo will control you invisibly. Even if you are aware of it, there is no way to avoid it. Blood seeped out from the corner of Qian's mouth again. Zhu, how did you get rid of the loyalty goo on your body? Zhu thought of his and Qian's current situation and chose to tell the truth. Eastern Netherworld, why does this name sound familiar? Qian thought deeply. Of course I sound familiar. He is Dongji Yuanzhen, the one who followed Empress Haotu before. Zhu said. If he was so powerful, why did he fall in the ancient war? Qian asked doubtfully. It doesn't matter that he is powerful. The other powerful men in the underworld are not powerful. In order to protect Haotu and the Fifth Earth, he was completely in a state of disregard. He overwrought his own strength and would naturally die. Zhu said. Dongji Netherworld is still very conspicuous in the ancient war. Any chaos enforcer who comes close to him will eventually turn into a skeleton. Seeing this, the leader personally took action and caused Dongji Yuming to die. Before Dongji Nether died, he still insisted on killing many chaos law enforcers. Fortunately, Dongji Yuming was concerned at the time. Otherwise, when Dongji Yuming went crazy, the leader might not be able to kill him. That Dongji Netherworld must hate the leader. We can find an alliance with him, Qian said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Zhu stared at Qian, looked at it carefully for a few breaths, and then raised his hand. Wow. A basin of cold water poured down on my head. After Chizu poured cold water on Qian, he put away the basin, looked at Qian and asked, "Are you calm?" Chizu. After Qian said this, he launched an attack on Chizu. Qian's attack was not lethal. "Qian, you are too conceited. You control the sacrifice talisman, but how many times can you use this thing?" Chizu easily responded to Qian's attack. Qian had already been attacked by the loyalty goo, and his strength was greatly reduced, so he was no match for Chizu. "Is this why you poured cold water on me?" Qian asked. "Clan, I'm helping you. Your mind has been controlled by the loyalty goo. I can only use this method to wake you up." Chizu said sincerely. "Long time no see, you two." A familiar voice sounded. Chizu turned his head stiffly and looked at Feng Qinggran, who was not far away. Why could this person always find them so accurately? Qian looked at Feng Qinggran with wary eyes. "Don't panic, you two. I'm here to come to you for something that requires your cooperation. I won't hurt you," Feng Qinggran said with a bright smile. "HMPH, Feng Qinggran, why should we cooperate with you?" Qian asked. This time, the look he looked at Feng Qinggran no longer had the contempt in the past. After entering the realm he created twice in a row, Feng Qinggran must have some abilities. "It's okay if you don't cooperate with me." Feng Qinggran's wrists were the same, and the Qingguan sword and the god-killing spear appeared instantly. Chizu and Qian have seen these two things before, and they're not afraid of them knowing. Qingguan's sword and god-killing spear stood beside Feng Qinggran, one on the left and one on the right. Feng Qinggran also had a pink axe in his hand. Feng Jingyu was not far from Feng Qinggran, swinging leisurely, looking at Chizu and Qi and with pure and harmless eyes. Loyalty Gu, Feng Juyu, and Little Mushroom also came out to watch the show. Wanling stood on Feng Qinggran's shoulders. "Master Feng, can these two be eaten?" Chizu and Qian looked at each other. Why did they feel like they were trying to catch a turtle in a jar? They had seen these beasts and magic weapons around Feng Qinggran before, but this time they seemed to be more dangerous. Chizu shook his head at Qian. Qian said with a cold face, "It is impossible for me to cooperate with an ant. If you are willing to surrender to her, you can go." Hearing this, Feng Qinggran looked at Chizu with a smile in her eyes. "Do you think so too?" Chizu looked at Feng Jingyu and then at the axe in Feng Qinggran's hand. He decisively stepped back and distanced himself from Qian. "I'm not familiar with him." Qian gritted his teeth and said, "Chizu." The next moment, Qian felt a chill run down his spine, and several dangerous auras came towards him. Before Qian could react, something hit him on the butt. Qian's cheeks turned red and he was ready to see something to hit him. Don't wait for him to see it. Call. Clap clap. Something as fast as lightning struck him in the face. Qian wanted to resist, but found that his power was restricted. Countless attacks fell on him. Don't give him a chance to resist at all. It was obviously an attack on the flesh, but the pain hit directly into the soul. It was so painful. But Qian was saving face and didn't want to scream, so he endured the pain. When Chizu saw this scene, he was extremely grateful for his choice. They were now in the plane controlled by Feng Qinggran, so Qian couldn't understand and had to oppose Feng Qinggran. From the last time Feng Qinggran killed many powerful people in the immortal realm, he discovered that there was something different about Feng Qinggran. This kind of thing is very much like a law, but it is not entirely a law. Feng Qinggran seemed to be above the rules. Before, Feng Qinggran was vigilant and wary when facing outsiders like them, but not this time in the immortal realm. Feng Qinggran seemed confident that they could not hurt her. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1196 Extremely Arrogant, New Year's Blessings. Feng Qinggran's arrogance was never superficial. Since she dared to show that attitude, it proved that she must be in control of something. When Chizu thought about this, he saw that Qian was beaten too hard, so he tried to persuade him. "Qian, those who know the current affairs are heroes, why don't you let go?" Qian lay face down, gritted his teeth and said, "Never." Chizu shook his head. Qian was arrogant by nature, and all the humiliation he suffered in his life came from Feng Qinggran. It was difficult for him to let go. Chizu looked at Feng Qinggran and said, "Sir Feng, if Qian doesn't want it, how about I call Qi Che? Qi Che will definitely be willing." Feng Qinggran's eyes narrowed slightly. "Why do you all have the surname Qi?" Feng Qinggran wanted to ask more about their relationship with Qi. Chizu was silent for a moment. "We don't know either. We were born with the surname Qi. All practitioners in our world are surnamed Qi." "Who are your ancestors?" Feng Qinggran asked again. "I don't know." Chizu shook his head. "Chizu, you traitor, you are just like an ant to her." "Hey, why are you talking so much?" Qian shouted. Qian finally couldn't hold back the pain and took a breath. Feng Qinggran glanced at Qian and said, "Your bones are quite hard, so you insist on not cooperating, right?" "Yes," Qian said firmly. "I can help you remove the loyalty goo from your body." Feng Qinggran said casually and continued to ask, "How about it?" Qian remained silent. Chizu's eyes brightened when he heard Feng Qinggran's words. "Sir Feng, if he doesn't want to, I can ask Qi Che to come. He is very obedient." Qian roared, "Chizu, shut up. When did I say I didn't want to? Such a great opportunity. How could he disagree? He's not stupid." Qian raised his pig-headed face and looked at Feng Qinggran. "Can you really help me take out the loyalty goo?" Feng Qinggran waved, and the fat white loyalty goo flew over. Loyalty goo said, "The goo in your body are all my grandsons. They will do whatever I want them to do." "Qian, why do you feel like you are being taken advantage of?" This thought only passed by for a moment. Qian said, "I agree to cooperate with you." After Qian finished speaking, the Qingguan sword and the god-killing spear were all withdrawn. Xiao Mushroom and Wanling also returned to Feng Qinggran. "After the matter is completed, I will take the poison for you," Feng Qinggran said. "How do you want us to cooperate with you?" Chizu asked. During this period, Chizu glanced at Qian with pity. It would have been better if Qian continued to refuse. In this way, the poison in Chi Che's body can be taken out. Feng Qingren's eyes flashed slightly and she said, Xuanren, are you more familiar with it than me? Chi Zu nodded, feeling a little uneasy. Feng Qingren waved his hand, and the golden dragon phantom and the 9-color divine dragon phantom appeared. Take these 2 phantoms and walk around the Juchang. You must carry out your arrogance to the end. Tell them that these 2 dragons are acquired by Xuanren and no one is allowed to think about them anymore. Then take them back to Bailey State and deliver them to the Dark Master. Tell him that what he owes me, I will get it back personally. After you finish these things, go to Taihua Palace to find me. After Feng Qingren finished speaking, 2 shadows floated to Chi Zu and Qian respectively. Qian felt the real dragon's breath in the shadow. You actually contracted a real dragon. If these phantoms can be mistaken as real, it must be the real dragon who personally gave them aura. Feng Qingren did not answer Qian's question. Chi Zu always had a strange feeling when he looked at the phantom lingering on his shoulder. This thing had the aura of a dragon, but it was not as simple as a phantom. Chi Zu asked cautiously, Master Feng, let's take him out. What if a strong person attacks us and we are unable to resist and the secret is exposed? Chi Zu was worried because he was not confident in his and Qian's strength. But this move is completely a huge pit for them. He and Qian stood up and admitted that they had obtained the real dragon, which would definitely attract countless greed. Even if they say that they are mysterious beings, they still cannot scare away some beings. After this time, he and Qian will be stared at by many pairs of eyes. As long as they show up in this plane, those who spy on the true dragon will focus on them. Feng Qingren's move was a scheme against Xuanren. This was a conspiracy between him and Qian. However, they had no right to refuse. After all, Feng Qingren was no longer a pawn on the chessboard. At this moment, Feng Qingren became a chess player. You can rest assured that they don't have the energy to chase you. After Feng Qingren finished speaking, the figure disappeared. Feng Jingyu took a step away. Before leaving, Feng Jingyu took a deep look at Qian. This glance made Qian's soul feel chilled. Qian, do you have a grudge against that little girl? Chi Zu asked. I met her before in the Immortal World competition. You have participated in the Immortal World competition. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing? Did you offend Feng Qingren at that time? Chi Zu sounded slightly anxious. Both that time in the Immortal Realm and this time, Feng Qingren was deliberately targeting Qian. He couldn't figure out why before. When I heard Qian's words, I understood everything instantly. Chi Zu looked at Qian's face that was swollen into a pig's head and felt a little more gloating. Qian, why don't you heal your wounds first? Qian said coldly, no need. Do you think he doesn't want to heal the injury? But the injury couldn't be cured, so he could only endure it. Chi Zu had a strange look in his eyes and didn't say much. He interpreted Qian's move to mean that Qian wanted to remember this painful lesson, so he didn't want to heal. When Qian and Chi Zu left the time-space rift space, the barrier of Nangongzhou was broken. Zhu Qiang couldn't wait to go to Nangong Prefecture. The powerful people who had entered Nangong Prefecture immediately sensed the aura of the real dragon, so they became excited and wanted to find the real dragon. But why is the aura of the true dragon above Nangongzhou? Zhu Qiang looked up and saw Chi Zu and Qian standing in the air. Qian wore a large mask on his face, covering his entire face, leaving only a pair of ice-like eyes exposed. However, before Zhu Qiang had time to look at this, he saw the 9-colored dragon on Qian's shoulders. There is also the 5-clawed golden dragon on Chi Zu's shoulder. Damn it, who are these two, and when did they contract the real dragon? Couldn't they have made the contract a long time ago and then look at us in a hurry? Then what are they doing out now? You must be showing off to us. You have contracted a real dragon. If such a majestic thing is not made public, it will definitely make you panic. That's what they say, but no one thinks so. Only a fool would be so high profile. If they made a contract with a real dragon, they would rather hold it in and not tell anyone. In the world of immortality, it is the truth to stay up and grow. Qian looked at Zhu Qiang with disdain in his eyes. Are you worthy of being a real dragon? Ha. Qian's last ha was simply the expression of contempt to the extreme. Chi Zu immediately wanted to stay away from Qian and let you be arrogant, but you wouldn't be so arrogant, right? Sure enough, the moment Qian finished speaking, countless coercion came towards Qian. Qian gently flicked his sleeves to dissipate the pressure. True dragons belong to Xuanren, and your group of ants are not worthy of being contaminated. After Qian finished speaking, he turned and left. Fuck, don't let them escape, a strong man shouted angrily. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1197 Qian deserves a beating. Don't let them run away with the real dragon. This is our god's real dragon. It should belong to everyone, and no one can take it for themselves. Some strong men took the opportunity to shout such words. He knew that with his strength, he must be a real dragon with no chance of making a contract. Naturally, he doesn't want other monks to contract with the real dragon. In this way, he can still get some things from the real dragon. Yes, the real dragon belongs to all of us. We must not let them take it away. Everyone, hurry up and rush. Catch them and get back the real dragon that belongs to us. Everyone, please be careful and don't hurt the real dragon. Our goal is to safeguard the overall interests of our god. Many strong men echoed the words of the previous strong man. They are all the kind of people who want to divide the true dragon. A drop of the blood of a true dragon can bring endless benefits. Naturally, they are not willing to let anyone monopolize the true dragon. This direction they are escaping from seems to be Bailey province. One of the strong men raised doubts. When Zhu Qiang heard this, his eyes showed fear. The movements of some strong men slowed down. However, there are still many strong men chasing after Qian and Chi Zu. Qian and Chi Zu deliberately let these powerful men catch up, so their movements were not very fast. Qian noticed that some strong men hesitated, stopped, turned around, and looked at the strong men with contempt. A bunch of ants, you are not even worthy of seeing a real dragon. After Qian finished speaking, he raised his hands and flicked his sleeves, and an aura powerful enough to destroy the world spread. Many strong men were suppressed by this aura. They mobilized all their strength to fight against this force. There were also some weak ones who turned into blood foam on the spot. Zhu Qiang stopped immediately and looked at Qi An with a more frightened look. Qi Zhu looked at Qi An in surprise. Shouldn't he be leading them to Beilezu? Why deal with them here? The next moment, Qi An's voice sounded again. I said you're not worthy of spying on a real dragon, do you understand? After contracting with the real dragon, can you exert such great power? Ah. I think you must not be able to. I'm afraid you don't even know what a real dragon looks like, right? Only the Shuanman can possess the true dragon, and only the Shuanman who contracts the true dragon can exert the majestic power that a true dragon should have. When Qi An spoke, he showed his arrogance to the extreme. Word by word. Every look. All can reflect his innocent appearance. Even the strong man who listened to Qi An almost thought he was an ant. The strong men looked at each other. Qi An paused for a while, his aura surged, and in an instant, a 9-color light reaching into the sky emitted from his body. Roar. Accompanied by the roar of the dragon, the shadow of a towering dragon appeared. The giant dragon rushed towards the chasing strong man with a terrifying aura. The strong man suddenly felt a chill in his heart, his pupils shrank sharply, and he shouted, "Run!" Countless strong men fled. Those who did not escape were almost all reduced to ashes. Only a few strong people survived by chance, but they were not very lucky. All the strength in his body was exhausted and he fell down. When many strong men saw this scene, their hearts sank. After contracting a real dragon, could they actually gain such strength? While they were afraid of Clan, they also developed infinite greed. If such a powerful true dragon could get a piece of dragon scale or a drop of dragon blood, wouldn't it make their strength grow by leaps and bounds? Do you understand? It's impossible for you alone to get a real dragon. When Qi An said this, his tone was extremely calm, so calm that it was as if the people in front of him were dust. Zhu Qiang was naturally extremely angry at Qi An's attitude. Usually they are the only ones who regard monks from all walks of life as ants. This was the first time they experienced the feeling of being treated like ants. What makes them even more uncomfortable is that the other party has the strength to say such things. Qi Zhu stood not far from Qi An. Listening to Qi An's words, he suddenly felt that Qi An had saved face for him before. Qi An's experience was different from his. Before he met the leader, he had seen countless dark scenes, which shaped his smooth personality. In addition, he still has Qi Che and Qi Shan to protect. He is always responsible. So there are rarely times when he is so arrogant. But Clan has no worries and only needs to be loyal to the leader. With the status and strength of the leader, it is natural that all things in the world will be his subjects. Qi An followed the leader, and all he saw were those creatures trying to please the leader, and even Qi An would be favored by many creatures. In addition, Qi An himself is extremely talented and can actually use the sacrifice talisman directly. Not even the leader has this kind of ability. Moreover, in the era when Clan grew up, the gods and demons of chaos, the demon gods of the heavens, and the great powers of the ancient world had basically disappeared. As a result, what Qi An always sees is the leader's victory. Over time, Qi An developed an arrogant temperament. To be precise, in Qi An's eyes, except for the leader, everyone else is an ant. Qi Zhu shook his head helplessly. Qi An's temper really deserved a beating. But on the other hand, he envied Qi An because Qi An had an unruly spirit that he didn't have. May I ask what I call this fellow Taoist? A rather majestic voice sounded. Qi An's eyes were arrogant. You're a stinking rat who doesn't deserve to know who I am. Why, you want to rob the real dragon? Zhu Qiang suddenly felt shivering. This guy is so arrogant that he even dares to fight against the Sant. But the Sant was despised along with them. Are you happy? At least this way they won't look weak. You said you are a profound practitioner. What proof do you have? Bailey Yuanmo suppressed his anger and asked coldly. Do I need to prove it to you? Haha, it's really funny. I call you a stinky rat. Do you really think you are nobler than an ant? Qi An sneered. Zhu Qiang, suddenly I wanted to disappear on the spot. Those who gathered around to watch the devastated Sant would not be silenced, right? Bai Lixu, your Sant is like this, why don't you rush forward quickly? Nangongshan said through a message. Nangongshan couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. Bailey Zhu glanced at Nangongshan coldly and remained silent. Master Bailey, the other party just pressed your saint's face to the ground and rubbed it. Why don't you come forward quickly? Wu Makan also sent a message. Unexpectedly, after the appearance of the two real dragons, all kinds of strange things appeared. Master Bailey, the direction they're heading to is Bailey Prefecture. Shouldn't you give each family an explanation regarding this matter? Zhu Song said without any scruples. Everyone in the state knows that Chuanj lives in Bailey's house. Now that Chuanj has blatantly snatched away the real dragon, if the Bailey family doesn't know about this, they really don't believe it. After hearing this, Nangongshan remembered the news reported by the fourth elder, and his eyes darkened slightly. Bai Lixu, this real dragon appeared in our Nangong province, but it is your Bailey family who benefits. You have to give me an explanation, right? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1198. Give me a name. Dongfang Yang narrowed his eyes to a thin slit and looked at Nangongshan and Bailey Zhu suspiciously. I always feel like there are still a lot of fishy things going on. The real dragon appeared in Nangong State, but the final winner was Xuanmen. There is no difference between what Xuanmen gets and what Bailey Jie gets. What benefits can the Nangong family get from this process? Are both families acting? Master Nangong, the timing of opening the Nangong State barrier is really clever. Dongfang Yang said meaningfully. Wan Qimao immediately understood the meaning of Dongfang Yang's words. Wan Qimao's turbid eyes looked at Nangongshan and said, it's really clever. Just when the real dragon was contracted, the barrier opened. We have been busy for so long, and we didn't even see the scales of the real dragon. Master Bailey, I remember that our 8 families made a contract at the beginning. In this case, should we work together to get the real dragon, and then each family will share it equally? Zhu Song asked aloud. At this time, Zhu Song and other family heads were still in Nangong Prefecture. Qian has already left Nangong Prefecture. However, Qian could still hear Zhu Song's words. When Zhu Song finished speaking, Qian's eyes fell on Zhu Song. Qian glanced at Zhu Song, then lightly glanced at the void. Oh, I advise you to go back and practice well. Stop your dirty thoughts. The real dragon is not something you can divide. They're really a bunch of short-sighted guys. After Qian said this, he turned around and left. This time, when he left, his speed was extremely fast. In less than a moment, his entire figure disappeared. Zhu reacted, and when he caught up, Qian had already entered Bailey province. This time, there were very few strong men keeping up with Qian. Only a few bright saints followed him without giving up. As for the strong man hiding in the void, it seems that he has never been exposed because he is afraid of something. Within the void, the strong man who originally wanted to set out to grab the real dragon, but just as he was about to make a move, being covered in the power of darkness appeared in front of him. I advise you not to go after the real dragon, otherwise I wouldn't mind sending you to meet your ancestor. Dongji Yuming said with an evil smile. Who are you? Dongji Netherworld, were you also in the immortal realm last time? When the strong man heard this, he seemed to be recalling something, and said cautiously, don't worry, I just want to see the true dragon style, and I have absolutely no intention of robbing him. You are quite sensible, let's forget it this time. Next time, if I find you trying to grab something, you will have to think about the consequences yourself. Dongji said, raising his hand, and a handful of ashes flew down. I can't do it anymore, don't worry, I won't do it anymore. Not only can I not do it, I will also help you restrain some strong men who want to rob you. Dongji nodded with satisfaction, then you should practice hard. Sister Feng, Qian's performance is really hard. Feng Jingyu said. Why do you feel like he's acting? Feng Qingbran asked. Ah, it's not an act. Could it be that Qian can't wait to be beaten? Feng Jingyu asked in slight surprise. If Qian was like that in the chaotic period, he would probably die early and would not be able to die again. It was just that the powerful forces in the sky had some scruples and did not all dispatch to deal with Qian. If not, Bailey Yuanmo unites with several saints and mobilizes the rules of the world, which will be enough for Qian. An outsider. If you are too arrogant, you will easily overturn. To be honest, if Qian wasn't helping Sister Feng, she would have wanted to kick Qian just now. Feng Jingyu blinked. Sister Feng, is this okay for Qian? He has scared off so many strong men, I am afraid they will not dare to target Shuanmen in the future. Feng Qingbran smiled and shook her head. No, he just maximized the hatred value. Although these monks don't dare to chase Qian now, they are already thinking about Shuanmen. They will firmly remember today's humiliation, and even more so, the power of the divine dragon. If we give them a chance in the future, they will definitely make Shuanmen doomed. Feng Qingbran said with determination. Qian probably just wanted to demonstrate his arrogance. But Zhu Qiang is a living being. Living beings will be dominated by emotions at certain times. The powerful people who were dominated by the insulted emotions were not only afraid of clan, but also wanted to seek revenge from clan. Feng Jingyu nodded, and then thought of another thing, and said, Sister Feng, the supreme elder of the Nangong family is a little strange. He obviously still cares about the Nangong family, why should he leave the Nangong family? Feng Qingbran looked towards the direction where Elder Nangong left and said, he cares about the Nangong family, not the Nangong family led by Nangong Jian. I guess there is a master hiding in the secrets of the Nangong family, just like Shuanmen. It's just that the Nangong family, the hidden head of the family, should be the one who was robbed of the headship by Nangong Jian. Now that the Zhenshin clan has returned, Nangong Prefecture has become like this again. The Nangong family is afraid that it will encounter a disaster. It would be a wise move for the Supreme Elder to leave the Nangong family in time. Next, just observe who he gets close to. Feng Qingbran raised her lips slightly, hoping that the Supreme Elder would surprise her. Little Jingyu, let's go and see the reaction of the Dark Master. Feng Qingbran said. Take me one. Dongji Yuming appeared and said. Feng Qingbran saw Dongji and understood something instantly. Did you drive away the existence in the dark? Dongji smiled and said, it's just a little effort. This is what I should do as the great elder of Lingyun sect. Feng Jingyu said slowly, I remember that you were expelled by Sister Yanyu. You are not the great elder of Lingyun sect for the time being. Dongji's face stiffened and he forgot about this. By the way, where is Yanyu? My business is done, hurry up and ask her to give me a title. When Feng Qingbran heard Dongji's words, her eyes fell behind Dongji, her eyebrows slightly raised, showing an expression of watching a good show. Dongji noticed something was wrong with Feng Qingbran's eyes, turned around and saw the painter scholar appearing not far away. Feng Jingyu covered her mouth and laughed. The painting scholar looked at Dongji Netherworld with sharp eyes. Dongji didn't react much to this. Do you want to come too? The painter's voice was a bit cold, and his face was stiff as he said, together. Feng Qingbran and Feng Jingyu looked at each other, neither of them prepared to explain anything. Anyway, some misunderstandings need to be resolved. Brother, why do you seem unhappy? We are going to see Shuanmen suffer a blow. Dongji looked at the Danqing scholar in confusion and asked. The grudge between this person and Shuanmen is so deep. Logically speaking, Shuanmen is unlucky and should be happy. Why don't you look happy? Do you also have a grudge against Shuanmen? Scholar Danqing asked knowingly. The hatred between Dongji Netherworld and Shuanmen is no less than his. Of course I have hatred, and it's the kind of hatred that never dies. If Shuanmen hadn't been too deeply involved, I wouldn't have hesitated. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1199, Insinuation, Additional Update. Dongji doesn't know why. He actually started to confide in the painting scholar. Brother, don't you know about my grudges with Shuanmen? I can tell you about it. Dongji didn't care about the cold face of the Danqing scholar, and asked as if they were very nice. I don't know. The painter continued to look at Dongji. When Dongji spoke, his expression was leisurely and he had a sense of being carefree. Such Dongji really has a shadow of Yanyu in his body. The The painting scholar involuntarily recalled the East Pole he had seen before. The first time he saw Dongji was at How to Empress Place. At that time, Dongji was following How to Empress, like a ghost, without any sense of existence. The second time was with Chu Xuanji. At that time, Xuanren plotted against Chu Xuanji of the Chu family. He was curious, so he took a look and found that Dongji and Chu Xuan were chatting happily. The third time was on the battlefield of the gods. At that time, Dongji had fallen into a state of madness. Within thousands of miles around, no monk dared to set foot. Dongji is like a ghost that came out of 10,000 years of purgatory, fighting to the death with the Chaos Law Enforcers, regardless of whether he can withstand the power. Just madly absorbing the power of the Chaos Enforcer. At that time, Dongji's body was covered in cracks, blood flowed like pillars, and he was always in a state of exploding to death. But Dongji just refused to retreat even half an inch. We must protect Empress Haotu and Dawu. It's a pity that Dongji's Taoism was too shallow after all, and he died in the hands of that leader. After Dongji fell, Empress Haotu came out to deal with the leader again. Dongji and Haotu are trying their best to protect the very weak Dawu. That Earth 5 is also affectionate and wants to make a sacrifice. But after all, it is too weak. Even if it is a sacrifice, it will not have any effect. So Haotu forcibly sent Dawu away. Although Dongji cultivates the way of devouring, he has his own principles and has never harmed innocent people. The painting scholar looked at Dongji, a little lost. Dongji noticed something unusual about the scholar Danjing, and said, "Brother, it's nothing to be plotted by Xuanren. We are all plotted by Xuanren. With Xuanren's algorithm, none of us can escape it. This has nothing to do with being smart or not. But Xuanren can calculate for a while, but it is impossible to calculate for a lifetime. They will eventually suffer the consequences. Don't worry, Xuanren will slowly perish when it comes to us." Dongji's words contained some comfort. "Sister Feng, Dongji seems to be trying to please the painting scholar. Could it be that he realized that he said something wrong?" Feng Jingyu asked via voice transmission. Feng Qingran raised the corners of her lips slightly and said, "Dongji probably wants to find out something from the scholar Danqing, so that's why he did this." Dongji had first asked her about the relationship between Yanyu and Danqing scholar. "I am also extremely curious about what happened between Yanyu and Danqing scholar." Dongji must have asked Yanyu about this. Probably didn't get the answer. Now he is getting close to the painting scholar, and his intention is obvious. "Sister Feng, I feel that the more Dongji is like this, the easier it is for the painting scholar to think too much and then choose to remain silent." Feng Jingyu said via voice transmission. The painting scholar is an emotionally reserved being. Completely opposite to Dongji's personality. "That's not right." Feng Qingran smiled meaningfully. "You," Scholar Danqing uttered one word, then stopped and stared at Dongji. Dongji became more serious. "What's wrong?" "You're so noisy," the painter said expressionlessly. "Ah, well, aren't I just idle and bored? Anyway, it's a long way to go. I'll say a few words to relieve your boredom. If you don't want to hear this, I'll find something else." Dongji said. "What is your purpose?" the painter asked directly. There's something wrong with Dongji's enthusiasm. There is no purpose. Dongji's eyes dodged slightly. Yanyu didn't tell him before, so he must have asked too directly. Now, he had to ask indirectly. Only in this way can we know the truth. I'm really curious about the past of the demon god of destruction and the demon god of luck. If you want to show off something, you can just say it," said the painter scholar. The relationship between the Lingyun sect leader and the great elder is indeed closer. But so what? He can also join Lingyun sect. The Danqing scholar decided to go find Yanyu after returning to Taihua Palace. His strength should be enough to become an elder of Lingyun sect. Showing off, Dongji was puzzled. The scholar Danqing didn't look at Dongji. "Miss Feng, I'm going back to Taihua Palace first, and I won't go to Bailey's house." "Hey, don't leave," Dongji shouted. But the figure of the painting scholar has disappeared. Dongji touched his nose regretfully and murmured to himself, "Strange, why are today's painting scholars so fierce?" Feng Jingyu almost couldn't hold back her laughter. However, thinking of the good things to watch in the future, Feng Jingyu suppressed her laughter and could only look at Dongji with shining eyes. Dongji noticed that Feng Jingyu was looking at him and looked sideways. "Little Moon, what are you laughing at?" "No." Feng Jingyu finished speaking and looked at Feng Qingran. "Sister Feng, did I laugh?" "No." Feng Qingran said nonsense seriously. Dongji obviously realized something was wrong. But he didn't wait to think about it. Feng Qingran and Feng Jingyu had already rushed to Bailey's house. Many people came to Bailey's house with Qian and Qizhu. Basically, they are all strong men on the Lord of Origin. "Wait for me. I know where the Dark Lord is. Follow me." Dongji quickly caught up. Dark room. Ever since Dongji left, the Dark Master has been restless and unable to enter the state of cultivation. Dongji's sentence, "How come you don't have a name? As long as you are a living being, you will have a name. Although your name is just a code name, it also carries everything about you." Yes. He has had no name since birth. Moreover, all the previous secret masters of Xuanmen have no names. They're shady beings. Once you have a name, it is easy for other strong people to infer something based on their name. In this case, the things hidden by Xuanmen will also be exposed. To avoid this risk, a name that all Xuanmen secret masters cannot have. Not even a code name will do. They were born for Xuanmen. Death is also death for Xuanmen. There is never an ego. The Dark Master thought about this and pursed his lips unconsciously. He took a trip to this world and could not find any trace of his existence. "I can't find the meaning of my existence." His only role is to allow Xuanmen to continue to prosper. So what is the meaning of his existence? At this moment, Qian and Qizhu entered the darkroom. Qian's eyes fell on the Dark Master. "Are you the Dark Master of Xuanmen?" Xuanmen was supported by the leader, but unexpectedly he also had a different intention and built a secret door. Who are you? The Dark Master's expression was cold and gloomy. Forget about Dongji Netherworld, here comes another intruder. Do you really think that this is a place where he can come and go at will? You don't deserve to know who I am. I'm here to give you 2 big gifts. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1200 Multiple Questions. Beilazu. Several saints saw Qian and Chizu entering Bailey's house with their own eyes. They looked at Bailey Yuanmo at the same time, their eyes slightly strange. When Qian treated Bailey Yuanmo like that before, they thought Qian and Bailey Yuanmo had nothing to do with each other. But they didn't expect that Bailey Yuanmo would even give up the face and majesty of the saint in order to get the real dragon. He was willing to be scolded and cooperated with the other party in acting. If they hadn't insisted on chasing him, they would have been fooled by Bailey Yuanmo. Ancestor Shangwen was the first to speak. Bailey Yuanmo, shouldn't you give us an explanation for this matter? For the sake of the real dragon, he also completely offended Nangongju. If there is no benefit at all, how will the Shangwen family bear the anger of the Nangong family in the future? The strength gap between the major families in the sky is very obvious. Even if the Shangwen family had the Wuma family behind them, it would be impossible to deal with the Nangong family. What explanation? I didn't even know that there were 2 mysterious practitioners in Xuanmen. Besides, do you think I would have any status in front of Xuanmen? Bailey Yuan asked silently. He was also holding it in his heart at this moment. The Bailey family has served Xuanmen for so long. Now that he was stabbed in the back by Xuanmen, who will give him an explanation? Nangong Jian's voice sounded. Bailey Yuanmo, what you said is really funny. How do we know whether you have status in front of Xuanmen? We have never dealt with Xuanmen. In terms of family identity and status, Nangong Jian was naturally wary of Bailey Yuanmo. But they are both saints. His strength is not much weaker than Bailey Yuanmo, so naturally he doesn't have to worry about him. Besides, this time Nangongju suffered such a huge loss but gained nothing. He would definitely ask someone to get it back. He is not sure who the 9-colored divine dragon really belongs to. But the 5-clawed golden dragon, as reported by the 4th elder, must have been obtained by a hidden disciple of the Bailey family. Now, he saw with his own eyes that when the true dragon carrier entered Bailey's house, Bailey Yuanmo still wanted to quibble. Don't say that the other party is a mysterious person, not from the Bailey family. The Bailey family is loyal to Xuanmen. What Xuanmen gets is equivalent to the Bailey family benefiting. They have benefited. Who will bear the losses of the Nangong family? He couldn't see Xuanmen, so he could only ask Bailey Yuan to get it back silently. Xuanmen is very low-key in heaven. Except for the Bailey family, almost all other families in heaven have even seen Xuanmen. But while Xuanmen is low-key, it is also powerful and mysterious. The shadow of Xuanmen can be seen in many major events in God, but they rarely see real Xuanmen. If the real dragon hadn't appeared this time, he probably wouldn't have known that the Xuanmen Xuanj was so powerful. Facing such a powerful Xuanmen, he was wary in his heart. But no matter how powerful Xuanmen is, it should not harm the interests of the Nangong family. He cannot see Xuanmen for the time being, so he can only cause trouble for Bailey Yuanmo. The other strong men seemed to want to go together. They all pointed their fingers at Bailey Yuanmo. Patriarch Dongfang, who had never been prepared to get involved in this matter, also rushed over after receiving the news from Dongfang Yang. Also coming together were Ancestor Wuma and Ancestor Wanqi. Patriarch Dongfang said, Bailey Yuanmo, we are both saints of God, and we should work together to maintain the stability of the whole God. Xuanj has so blatantly provoked the strong men of various states and has disturbed the order of God. Do you know how many strong men are discussing the crusade against Xuanmen right now? Although in heaven, the 8 of us unite and can cover the sky with one hand, this is the heaven of all living beings after all. When we join forces to suppress the powerful, then the heaven will not be far away from collapse. Bailey Yuanmo, you should ask the mysterious master to come out and give an explanation to the powerful people about what happened today. Xuanj took action at will and killed so many powerful men in the sky. If this matter is not explained, it will be difficult for the competition to continue. Patriarch Dongfang analyzed it very rationally. He did not hear Qi An's words personally, but only heard what Dongfang Yang said. Just hearing the words relayed by Dongfang Yang made him want to cut the speaker into pieces. One can imagine how much anger those powerful people present were holding back in their hearts. Bailey Yuanmo, the mysterious man before was very strong and could turn thousands of powerful men into ashes with just a wave of his hand, but this is God. No matter how strong the Xuanmen is, can it still be stronger than the way of heaven here? Wanqi the ancestor said coldly. Even if it can be stronger than the Tao of heaven, can Xuanmen be stronger than the Tao of this plane? Ancestor Juge's calm and wise voice sounded. As soon as Patriarch Juge said this, several saints immediately looked at him. Even the powerful men hiding in the dark were slightly startled. Plane Avenue. Why didn't they think of this? The Great Road is equivalent to the supreme law in a plane. All outsiders will be restricted by the Great Tao. Outsiders must not do anything that harms the plane, otherwise they will be expelled by the avenue, or more seriously, they will be obliterated by the avenue. So many outsiders never take action themselves. They all use the hands of strong people in this plane to do what they want to do. Since ancient times, there have been rumors that Xuanmen may be a message from external forces. The Jiang family also used this sound transmission to plot against Xuanmen and got a lot of good things from Xuanmen. So far Xuanmen has withdrawn from the divine world. The Jiang family replaced Hao Xuanmen and became the same existence as Xuanmen. But Xuanmen still has rich foundation. After Xuanmen withdrew from the God realm, he disappeared for a long time. It was the appearance of Feng Qingwu that allowed him to continue to capture traces of Xuanmen. The ancestors of each family speculated that Xuanmen was in the Bailey family based on clues. Xuanmen probably had its foundation damaged during the battle with the Jiang family, so it did not dare to develop its power openly and only relied on the Bailey family to seize some things. At first, the various families in God didn't pay much attention. But their laxity allowed Xuanmen to grow stronger day by day. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. The status of Bailey family and Xuanmen in God is already unbreakable. If they really want to deal with the Bailey family, they must unite all the forces in the sky, and there must be no dissent between them, let alone traitors. Only under such circumstances can they deal with the Bailey family. But how is this possible? Even if the Bailey family takes out a few treasures, many small forces can switch sides. They had only thought about this level before, but never thought about the Plain Avenue. As saints, they are equal to Dao Dao, and even as mysterious beings, they don't dare to provoke beings. If they were not saints, they would not dare to speak to Bailey Yuanmo like this. The fear that remained in the hearts of all saints suddenly dissipated. Bailey Yuanmo noticed that many scorching eyes were falling on him. These glances were very unscrupulous, and there was also a faint gaze. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 12:01 Annoyed. Bailey Yuanmo didn't like this look very much. He released the pressure of the scent and warned, don't put the cart before the horse. You are here for the Shenlong, not to be enemies of the Bailey family. Ancestor Shangwen smiled and said, Bailey Yuanmo, you also know that we are here for the divine dragons, but now, Shuanman has not only monopolized 2 true dragons, but also humiliated us like that. How do you want us to swallow this breath? After the Shangwen ancestor finished speaking, he remained silent for a moment, and then continued, Bailey Yuanmo, that mysterious man insulted you as well, are you sure you want to continue to swallow your anger? He actually wanted to ask Bailey Yuan to turn his back silently and join them in dealing with Shuanman. But these words were never spoken directly. Shuanman must be dealt with, and all the powerful forces in the sky have this intention. However, if this is the case, someone must take the lead. This person who takes the lead will definitely bear Shuanman's greatest wrath and test out Shuanman's trump card. Bailey Yuan listened silently, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked around. Everyone, you want the essence of Shenlong to improve your strength. I have the same purpose as you, so I naturally understand your mood. I didn't even get the phosphorus tablets of the divine dragon and the true dragon. This matter cannot be settled here. You guys wait here for now. I'll go find the mysterious master and ask for details, and then I'll give you an explanation. How about that? Bailey Yuanmo asked seriously. Bailey Yuanmo, are you trying to delay time? Nangong Jian asked. If you are worried, you can enter Bailey's house with me. Bailey Yuan said silently. No need, let's wait here. Nangong Jian refused directly. There will be some hidden formations in each family. He didn't want to risk going in there. Other saints apparently thought so too. They all rejected Bailey Yuanmo. They knew that Bailey Yuanmo would definitely come out and give them an explanation. After Bailey Yuan silently entered Bailey's house, his face instantly turned cold. Let Bailey Zhu come see me immediately. As soon as Bailey Yuanmo finished speaking, a voice immediately responded. Within a moment, Bailey Zhu came to Bailey Yuanmo and said respectfully, Saint. HMPH. Bailey Yuanmo raised his hand and hit Bailey Zhu with force. Boom. Bailey Zhu flew out upside down. Hit the stone wall. Bailey Zhu fell to the ground, vomited several mouthfuls of blood, and then got up. After Bailey Zhu got up, he bent down and said, listen, calm down. Bai Lixu, why didn't you tell me about the mysterious man coming to snatch the real dragon? Bailey Yuan asked silently and coldly. Ever since he became a saint, Bailey Zhu has been taking care of everything in Shuanman. He created a mortal body in the middle and went to the small world to experience tribulations, and he didn't care about Shuanman matters. Even if the profound practitioners in the Xuan sect don't know him, how dare they insult him like this? All these things happened because of Bailey Zhu's negligence. Sage, I don't know anything about this matter, and I have never seen those 2 mysterious men. Bailey Zhu said truthfully. He kept crying out for injustice in his heart. But he didn't dare to express his dissatisfaction with Bailey Yuanmo. Over the years, he has worked hard to manage the Bailey family and serve Shuanman, but he always delays his cultivation because of this. In the end, the secret master of Shuanman blamed him. Even his own son rebuked him. What's even more outrageous is that the Dark Master actually hid something from him. The Dark Master is in the forbidden area of our Bailey family. He never goes out. When did he develop other forces? You don't know. Bailey Yuan stared at Bailey Zhu silently, feeling deeply disappointed. If it hadn't been for dealing with Feng Qingwu, those geniuses of the Bailey family would not have fallen. It is not the turn of a person with mediocre qualifications like Bailey Zhu to take over. Choosing the wrong head of the family can really bring down the whole family. The Dark Lord rarely meets other mystical practitioners except me. The other forces of the mystic sect are already in the hidden stage, and there are not many things to report. I have observed the mystical practitioners who came, and there are none like the 2 today. Li Zhu said. Bailey Zhu clenched his fists. The injury on his face was aching. A feeling of grievance suddenly arose in his heart. He worked hard for so long, but still failed to get Bailey Yuanmo's recognition. Have you never seen it? Bailey Yuan seemed to be asking Bailey Xu silently, as if he was thinking. Bailey Yuan silently stared in the direction of Bailey's forbidden area and said, now go find the Dark Master and investigate the situation. There are really not many strong people who dare to pretend to be a mysterious person. Bailey Yuanmo is more inclined to believe that it was cultivated by the Dark Master in private. And where did the Dark Master who had never left the Bailey family cultivate his power? Bailey Yuanmo snorted coldly, and then said to Bailey Zhu, by the way, let's do a thorough investigation of Bailey's family. We are just working for Shuanman, not to become Shuanman. Shuanman and Bailey Jia have been mutually beneficial to each other since the beginning of their cooperation. He had concentrated on cultivation before and never considered other issues. Now it was time to think about it. He doesn't want Bailey's family to become Shuanman's Bailey's family. Bai Lixu, isn't there another sect master in Shuanman? This time he should have come to heaven with the immortal world. Go and investigate the news about that sect master and send it to me. Bailey Yuan silently ordered. The 2 sect masters seemed to be able to make Shuanman develop better. But since ancient times, a force can only have 1 leader. If there are 2 leaders, this force will definitely fall apart. Since the secret master of Shuanman was unkind to him, he no longer had to worry so much. Yes, Bailey Zhu answered one by one, then turned and left. Various emotions surged in his eyes, and the desire for power appeared. He also wants to attain enlightenment and become a saint. Become an extremely majestic and inviolable existence. After Bailey Yuanmo was promoted to a saint, he never thought of telling him the way to become a saint. He could only rely on himself. Bailey Zhu had an extra talisman in his hand. He crushed the talisman. Within the forbidden area of Bailey family, the Dark Master looked at the extremely arrogant Qian and did not attack Qian. Before Dongji came here, he launched an attack on Dongji. He did not hurt Dongji, but completely destroyed it. After finally waiting for Dongji to leave, the place had just recovered and he didn't want to come again. Do you know who I am? The Dark Master asked coldly. Qian responded, the secret master of Xuanmen. Qian said, and with a wave of his hand, the shadow of the dragon on Chizu's shoulder also came to his side. Seeing this, Chizu remained silent. He doesn't dare to offend Qian now. This guy's mouth is too vicious and he can't bear it. The Dark Lord looked at the shadow of the golden dragon swimming beside Qian's hand, and felt the aura of the real dragon on it. The Dark Master didn't think that Qian came to give him the real dragon out of kindness. What is your purpose? What do you want to exchange? The Dark Master asked. Since Qian was willing to give him a real dragon, what he asked for must not be simple. He can accept this gift. But he had to carefully consider what Qian wanted. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1202, Clamping the Head, additional update. When Qian heard the Dark Master's question, he smiled contemptuously. I said, you don't deserve to know my identity. Do you think I still need Xuanmen to do things for me? It's just a group of ants that the leader forgot to clean up. I really think I have the ability to do everything in the world. The Dark Master was silent. This guy looks worse than Dongji. The Dark Master looked at the two real dragons and suppressed the anger in his heart. After getting the things, it would not be too late to deal with Qian. Fellow Taos doesn't need me to do anything, but he sent me a real dragon. Are you sure? The secret guard asked quietly. The Dark Master almost didn't ask Qian directly. Is there something wrong with your head? Qian's eyes looked dangerous. He understood the Dark Master's subtext, but he didn't care. In his eyes, this Dark Master was not as good as Fang Qingran. Qian glanced sideways at Chizu. Did you cooperate with him to scheme against Fang Qingran? No wonder you accomplished nothing. With such stupid teammates, it's no wonder you succeeded. Chizu immediately shook his head. The one who cooperated with me was not him, but the old man Chankan, who has already fallen. After Chizu explained, he still felt that something was wrong. You are actually the law and forces of chaos. After hearing this, the Dark Master instantly understood the identities of Chizu and Qian and said in shock. The Dark Master looked at Chizu and Qian with an inquiring gaze. In his inherited memory, Chaos Law Enforcers never appeared in the true colors. When they appeared, they always wore a special mask. With that mask, no one can spy on the Chaos Enforcer. Xuanmen ancestors and Chaos Law Enforcers have cooperated many times. Xuanmen came to this plane to take refuge partly because of the Chaos Law Enforcers. Xuanmen chooses two masters, one bright and one dark. Also related to the Chaos Enforcers. The Xuanmen ancestors knew that as long as there were Chaos Enforcers, they would always be controlled by each other. Therefore, a secret door was created to avoid the Chaos Law Enforcers. Sure enough, after Xuanmen came to this plane, he met the Chaos Law Enforcer again. Fortunately, they had a well-known sect leader who could be driven by the Chaos Law Enforcers, so they did not waste resources within Xuanmen. However, it seems that the Chaos Law Enforcers are not ready to let Xuanmen off easily, and the other side also arranges for Xuanmen to cooperate with them in executing other plans. These are the messages coming from the main gate. Old man Chankan died early just because he was dealing with the Chaos Law Enforcers. But why did the Chaos Enforcers find themselves here? What is their purpose in looking for him? It seems that you know a lot. Unfortunately, if your Xuanmen offends those who shouldn't be offended, it will die out sooner or later. Qian said with a slight regret. Chizu also realized at this moment that Xuanmen actually had two sect masters. So old man Chankan hid something from him back then. Could it be that the failure of his plan had anything to do with Xuanmen? There is no grudge between us Xuanmen and the Chaos Law Enforcers. Why do you need to target Xuanmen? The Dark Master mistakenly thought that Qian wanted to deal with Xuanmen. Is there no grudge? Qian asked back, and continued, you have the intention of betraying the master, and you still say that there is no grudge, which means the leader is not here. Otherwise, do you think Xuanmen can still be here? Qian said, looking at the two real dragon shadows surrounding him. Even if it was two real dragon phantoms, he didn't want to give the Dark Lord this kind of rubbish. But when he thought of the loyalty goo in his body, Qian still waved his hand and sent the shadow to the Dark Master. Here, the gift is here, keep it well. After Qian finished delivering the things, he turned around and left without saying anything. Chizu was a little reluctant to leave. He felt that there would be more fun ahead. Chizu, do you want to hang out with trash? Qian asked calmly when he saw Chizu's hesitation. Qian, shut up. Chizu said displeased. He really wanted to shut Qian's mouth. No, just blocking Qian's mouth is not enough. The best way is to make Qian stupid, so that we can get rid of it once and for all. Qian noticed that Chizu's eyes were a little strange, and said directly, Chizu, your eyes are not good looking, and you always look like this, which will only make you look stupider. Chizu looked at Qian and said very seriously, Qian, aren't you afraid of getting beaten when you talk like this? Qian snorted lightly and continued his arrogance to the end. If you want to beat me, go ahead, I will make him taste life worse than death. Are you sure? Chizu asked. I don't know who it was, but it can be beaten by Fang Qingran's magic weapon. Qian's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, Chizu, if you dare to tell that matter, you will be dead. Chizu seemed to have finally caught Qian's tail. You don't have to tell me if you don't want me to. Give this opportunity to take the poison to Chi-Che. You can still resist anyway. Chizu had a premonition. I missed this opportunity to get rid of the poison, and I don't know when I'll have to wait until next time. Chizu, is Chi-Che your father or your mother? Why do you always think about him no matter what you do? Qian asked coldly. He disliked Chizu's subordinate Chi-Che the most. No matter how powerful he is, he always needs Chizu to take care of him, and he always likes to hold Chizu back. Chizu was often punished by his leader because of Chi-Che. Qian, what you said is going too far. Chi-Che is still a child and is more afraid of pain. I must take care of him, Chizu said matter-of-factly. Oh, child, a child who has lived for several epochs. Chizu, where is your IQ? Qian asked. Qian, we can't calculate based on age, we have to look at it based on reality. If Chi-Che is not a child at this age, then what are we? Must we be living fossils? Chizu said unconvinced. At the same time, he also felt a little guilty. In the world of chaos, one era is equivalent to 129,600 years. Although all chaos law enforcers who grow up can live forever, they are indeed not considered children when they grow up. Qian said coldly, at Chi-Che's age, I have already accompanied the leader to fight everywhere, so you must dote on Chi-Che and let him grow up to be the cowardly character. When Chizu heard what Qian said, he was slightly dissatisfied and said, Qian, you shouldn't say that about Chi-Che. Whatever you want, but there is no way I will give this opportunity to Chi-Che. Qian made it clear. Why should he give up his opportunity? Don't say that Chi-Che is not following him, even if Chi-Che is following him. He would not give this opportunity to Chi-Che first. At this moment, both Qian and Chizu sensed a special wave of power. They immediately turned to look in the direction of the Dark Master. Seeing this, the corners of Qian and Chizu's mouths twitched at the same time. Two behemoths appeared on the Dark Lord's formation. Fortunately, the formation platform is large enough to accommodate these two behemoths. Otherwise, this place will probably be blown away. It was this Taoist master who looked a bit small in front of these two things. They are wielding their large pliers, destroying the place where the Dark Lord is, and occasionally clamping the Dark Lord's head. However, they pinched him several times but were unable to harm the Dark Lord. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1203, Unable to Argue, Golden Ticket 1. Chizu approached Qian and said, I remember this thing is called lobster, right? It seems to be a low-level beast. How did they appear here? Chizu finished his words as if he had thought of the answer. Staring at the two colorful giant lobsters, I laughed. Qian, please, these are the two things we sent over. Chizu smiled so hard that he couldn't even see his eyes. I couldn't help but admire Feng Qinggran. The real dragon turned into two big lobsters. Feng Qinggran is still damaged enough. Don't forget that this thing also has the word, dragon, on it. But in fact, this thing has nothing to do with dragons. I don't know who named them lobster. Chizu found that although the Dark Lord was still sitting there, he was obviously on the verge of breaking out. Chizu laughed again. Qian, look at the expression on the Dark Master's face, does he look like he is hopeless? The corner of Qian's mouth twitched. He had felt that there were seals on the two real dragon shadows before, and it turned out that these two things were sealed. A pair of Dark Masters look miserable. Qian felt that he had been beaten by Feng Qinggran, and it was nothing. Let's go. Qian forced down the curved corners of his mouth, suddenly looking forward to the next opportunity to act with Feng Qinggran. Clan, why don't we take a closer look? Chizu said, still unfinished. Stay here and watch. If you want to eat them, just break off a big plier and it will be enough for your Chi-Che to eat. Qian said venomously again. These two things are the lowest beasts, not even spiritually intelligent. It can't hurt the Dark Lord at all. It was only because the Dark Master didn't react at the moment that he allowed them to make mistakes. But having said that, they do make good food. There are very few impurities in the body. After eating, your spiritual power will increase a little. It's just that he still doesn't like this little spiritual power. Chizu shook his head and refused. Forget it, let's ask Master Feng for a whole lobster later. I didn't see how dark the Dark Master's face turned. If he goes up and breaks off a big plier, isn't he slapping the opponent in the face? The two big lobsters didn't have much strength. Even if their pliers were somewhat hard, they couldn't dismantle the formation platform. The Dark Master looked at the backs of Qian and Chizu as they left, gritted his teeth and said, Chaos Law Enforcer. Remember the humiliation I received today? When the Dark Master spoke, he was stunned for a moment and remembered Dongji's words again. How come you don't have a name? Single quote dot. So when Beilizu stepped here, he saw the Dark Master in a daze. There are also two large lobsters waving their claws and running around in the space. Fortunately, the whole space is large enough. These two behemoths can be allowed to exist. Dark Lord. As soon as Beilizu spoke, a majestic force came towards him. He didn't have time to hide, and his body suddenly flew out and hit the barrier. Poof. Beilizu spit out a mouthful of blood. This time he could clearly feel that his level had dropped. A cold look flashed across Beilizu's eyes, and then quickly disappeared. When he stood up and looked at the Dark Master, only respect remained. Bai Lixu, you, the head of the family, have really done your job. A strong man broke into your family's forbidden area, and you only came here now. The Dark Master said coldly. Beilizu knew that the Dark Master was talking about Qian and Chizu, and explained, the Dark Master, the two who took away the true dragon call themselves Shran and Shranj. They are so powerful that even the saints did not stop them. After Beilizu finished speaking, a lobster waved its pincers and clamped Beilizu's head. The Dark Master didn't say anything, so Beilizu didn't dare to touch the lobster and let it pinch his head with its pliers. He has a protective barrier, and lobsters can't hurt him. Seeing this scene, the Dark Master calmed down a little and said in a gentle tone, you said they call themselves Shranman. Yes, they not only call themselves mysterious masters, but also kill many powerful men in the world. Their attitude is very arrogant, Beilizu said seriously. After hearing this, the Dark Master recalled Qian's attitude, which was indeed extremely arrogant. But Qian, as a law enforcer of chaos, has the capital to be arrogant. But why do they pretend to be a mysterious person? Seeing the silence of the Dark Master, Bai Lixu understood that Chi Zhu and Qi Anding were not mystical beings. Bailey Zhu spoke again. Dark Lord, they got the real dragon and injured many powerful people. Now all the powerful people in the sky are in Bailey's state and want to ask us for an explanation. The Sant asked me to ask you, how to deal with it. The Dark Master looked at Bailey Zhu with even more dissatisfaction. What a waste. As a Sant, Bailey Yuanmo can't handle such a trivial matter well. The Dark Master said coldly. He was aware of the anger in his heart. The Dark Lord realized that he was finally influenced by the East G Netherworld. The Dark Master said coldly, a group of strong men from above let two outsiders play around. What kind of real dragons? These two are what you call real dragons. Bailey Zhu had sent him a message before saying that the real dragon had reappeared. He thought it was his chance to gain access to Xuanmen. But after seeing the thing, he realized that this was basically a trap for Xuanmen. Zhu Qiang had seen the real dragon, and also saw Qian and Qi Zhu bringing the real dragon into Bailey's house. Next, they will all think that the real dragon is in Xuanmen's hands. They will probably try the best to deal with Xuanmen for the real dragon. Bailey Zhu looked at the huge lobster claws in front of him, felt it, and hesitated a little. He had seen a real dragon with his own eyes and felt the breath of a real dragon. How could it be them? You don't believe it? The Dark Master asked coldly. I don't dare, Bailey Zhu said quickly. The Dark Lord said, not only do you not believe it, I don't really believe it either. When he took over the two real dragon phantoms, he really felt the breath of the real dragons. Since the aura of the true dragon exists, the true dragon must have appeared. Maybe there is a real dragon, and the winner of the real dragon is probably Qi Zhu and Qian. Then Qi Zhu and Qian obtained the real dragon, and deliberately used the real dragon's breath to calculate Xuanmen. The advantage is that Xuanmen has not been touched at all. Let Xuanmen bear all the disadvantages. In full view of the public, no one in Xuanmen could argue. The Dark Master looked at the bad things hanging around. If they were dealt with, Xuanmen would be completely cleansed, so he might as well keep them. The Dark Lord raised his hand, and a black dragon phantom appeared in the center of his palm. The black dragon's shadow flew out of his palm, passed through the two lobsters, and then disappeared into the Dark Master's palm. When the black dragon disappeared, the two lobsters once again returned to the appearance of the real dragon's shadow. When Bailey Zhu saw this, a dark color flashed across his eyes. You take them out and give them to the powerful people. In addition, as an apology, give them these god-level chalcedony. The Dark Master threw Bailey Zhu a storage ring and said, if you are greedy, you should bear the consequences. Dare to threaten Xuanmen. If Xuanmen is not born, there will be no way to deal with them. Bailey Zhu held the storage ring and looked at the two real dragons in front of him. The image of lobsters waving their pincers flashed across the sea of consciousness. He didn't know what the expressions of those strong men would be like when they discovered the truth. And this god-level chalcedony. Is the Dark Master finally going to extend his claws to the entire heaven? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1204 Supreme Demonic Eyes. After Bailey Zhu left the forbidden area, he immediately went to see Bailey Yuanmo. Bailey Yuan silently listened to Bailey Zhu's report, looked at the two real dragons in front of him, and fell into silence. It looks like a real dragon, but when the seal is released, its true form turns out to be the lowest beast. This kind of gap is fooling fools. But according to Bai Lixu's story, everything happened to be so reasonable. Bailey Yuanmo didn't know how to deal with this matter for a while. Bailey Yuanmo could imagine how angry they would be when they found out that the real dragon had turned into a lobster after he sent these two things to the powerful people. Where is the solution given by the Dark Master? This is obviously putting the entire Bailey family on fire. Once these two things are given away, the Bailey family will definitely be angered by the public in heaven, and then the Bailey family will be even more unable to escape the control of Xuanmen. Did the Dark Master mention the identities of those two mysterious practitioners? Bailey Yuan asked silently. Not a word was mentioned. The Dark Master only said that the real dragon was a conspiracy, and also asked you to appease the powerful powers in the sky. There must be no chaos at this time. Bailey Zhu lowered his head as he spoke, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Ha, comfort, Bailey Yuanmo murmured mockingly. If the Dark Master really wanted to appease the powerful powers in the sky, he would never give such a solution hastily. Bailey Yuanmo rubbed his fingertips on the storage ring. There are hundreds of drops of divine-grade chalcedony inside. A drop of divine chalcedony can create a Lord of Origin. This kind of compensation is considered a great gift to major families. He also took this chalcedony when he was at the peak of Taoism. It really broke through the realm in one fell swoop. And nothing wrong was found at the time. He had always thought that divine chalcedony was an extremely rare treasure. It is equivalent to the existence of Dao fruit. But since he broke through the saint and was able to spy on some of the secrets of heaven, he discovered that taking god-level chalcedony would ruin his future cultivation path. God-level chalcedony will change something in the monk's body. It allows the user to advance very quickly during a certain period of time, but after that period of time, the cultivation speed will slow down. Cultivation will still stagnate from now on. If you still want to advance to another level, you must continue to take divine-level chalcedony. But if you do this, the user's consciousness barrier will become fragile. The sea of consciousness is very important to the monks. The barrier of strength becomes fragile, which is equivalent to the limited power that the sea of consciousness can accommodate. If you want to continue practicing and improve your strength, you must find a way to repair the barrier of the sea of consciousness. Otherwise, what awaits the monk is the collapse of the sea of consciousness. He only discovered the problem with the sea of consciousness after he became a saint, but by this time it was already too late. He has taken divine chalcedony twice. Next, he has only two choices, one is to stay in the saint realm and never advance again, the other is to repair the barrier of the sea of consciousness. He has already reached the realm of saints, how could he be willing to stop at this realm? Having tasted the pleasure of controlling the world, he just wanted to have more powerful power to control a wider world. Bailey Yuanmo's eyes flashed slightly, and he suddenly thought of Bailey Wenyu. When he was in the land abandoned by God, he had all his memories sealed. So when he carried Bailey Wenyu back to Bailey's house, he didn't notice anything unusual about him. For the sake of the other party, he integrated his strange eyes into his own body. Now that I think about it carefully, those strange eyes are very different. Somewhat like the legendary Supreme Demon Eye. Those with these pupils must be of ancient bloodline. With his special bloodline and the supreme demonic eyes, Bailey Wenyu must have many secrets hidden in him. Does Bailey Wenyu have a way to strengthen the barrier to the sea of consciousness? Other disciples of Lingyun's sect also have strange behaviors. Strangeness. Except for Feng Qinggran and Bailey Wenyu. Why can't he remember who the remaining disciples of Lingyun's sect are? Bai Lixu, do you have a list of the immortal monks participating this time? Bailey Yuan asked silently. Sage, the list has not reached me yet. Bailey Zhu responded. He didn't explain too much. After the immortal world came to heaven, Yan Yue beat the ancestors of the four states. Then the real dragon reappeared. He had no intention of caring about matters in the immortal world. He didn't even have time to ask about the competition. The God Exchange competition cannot be delayed. You go deal with the competition first, and I will find a way to appease those saints. Bailey Yuanmo looked at Bailey Zhu with a gentle look in his eyes. Yes. Just when Bailey Zhu was about to resign, Bai Liwan asked silently, where is the outsider Yuan Ji from before? It seems that Yuan Ji has not been seen for a long time. According to Yuan Ji's temperament, he shouldn't have been silent for so long. Bailey Zhu was slightly stunned and said, since our invitation was sent out, Yuan Ji has not appeared. Send secret guards to investigate Yuan Ji's traces, Bailey Yuan silently ordered. Just because of the existence of Yuan Ji, the powerful forces in the sky are forced to be unable to descend to the lower world. They had no choice but to hold an exchange contest. Now during the game, Yuan Ji has disappeared. The strong men from all walks of life have come to heaven. If Yuan Ji invades all walks of life at this time, wouldn't he be able to control all walks of life easily? Bailey Yuanmo's face darkened slightly. Could it be that Yuan Ji was using the powerful forces of the heaven as his spearman? Yes, Bailey Zhu said respectfully. You go down first, Bailey Zhu. As the head of the family, you have a heavy burden on you. I can see your hard work. Bailey Yuan comforted silently. Bailey Zhu was indeed not the head of the family he was satisfied with. But Bailey Zhu is very obedient and easy to control, which is pretty good. Bailey Yuan silently saw Bailixu leaving, raised his hand, and a few drops of god-level chalcedony appeared. The Dark Lord actually wants to use such a harmful thing for the powerful powers of the heavens. He is really evil-minded. But this was given by the Dark Master and had nothing to do with him. Bailey Yuanmo took 2 phantoms of real dragons and met several saints with bright faces. Several saints saw the real dragon surrounding Bailey Yuanmo, their eyes burning. Bailey Yuanmo, you still said that you don't have a contract with the real dragon. Nangong Jian looked at Bailey Yuanmo with cold eyes and said in a bad tone. Bailey Yuanmo, this is what's wrong with you. Of the 2 real dragons, do you really think you won't leave one for us? Shangwen Patriarch said. Several other ancestors chose to wait and see what happened. Although they covered the real dragon, they can still suppress the greed in their hearts. They felt that something was not right about the auras of these 2 real dragons. Everyone, please be patient. Bailey Yuan said silently, raised his wrist, and an afterimage flew out. Zhu Qiang thought Bailey Yuanmo was going to attack them. He immediately took a defensive stance. The next moment, they saw a small porcelain bottle in front of them. Zhu Qiang wrapped the porcelain bottle with his strength, felt it, and was shocked by the majestic energy inside. What is this? Patriarch Dongfang asked. Bailey Yuan said silently, the compensation our Bailey family will give you is god-level chalcedony. Those who take this chalcedony can directly advance from the peak of Dao Saint to the realm of origin without taking Dao fruit. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1205 Who did it? Zhu Qiang was shocked, there was such a good thing. The way they looked at Bailey Yuanmo changed again. Just now, Bailey Yuanmo sent out hundreds of bottles. In other words, Bailey's family has at least thousands of bottles of this kind of stuff. So how many origin masters are there in the Bailey family? It must be a terrifying number. It seems that they need to reconsider the strength of the Bailey family. Bailey Yuanmo, you don't want to use this god-level chalcedony to get rid of us, do you? Nangong Jian was skeptical about the god-level chalcedony. Compared with the compensation of divine chalcedony. He wants a real dragon, or something from a real dragon. Bailey Yuanmo, you know what our strength is, but we don't need this thing at all. Shangwen Patriarch said this, but he still accepted the thing. Bailey Yuanmo had a clear view of the expressions of the saints. You can take this, but you are saints, you can only use it to increase your strength, not to advance. Is this true? Nangong Jian asked. There are not many things that a saint can use to increase his strength. For a saint, improving strength is equivalent to improving cultivation. If you don't believe it, you can try taking it, Bailey Yuanmo said bluntly. After Bailey Yuan finished speaking silently, he raised his hands to hold up 2 phantoms of real dragons. In an instant, Zhu Qiang's thoughts were no longer on the divine chalcedony. You must know what this is, Bailey Yuan asked silently. Bailey Yuanmo, isn't this the transformation of a real dragon? What do you want to say specifically? Nangong Jian looked greedily at the shadow of the real dragon. This thing was once very close to him, but it was a pity that he didn't get any of it. Now seeing Bailey Yuanmo dragging them in his palm, Nangong Jian felt jealousy, anger and greed in his heart. Sooner or later, he will want these 2 true dragons to return to Nangong state. Bailey Yuanmo did not answer Nangong Jian's words, and his eyes fell on the other saints. Do you think so too? I don't believe you didn't find anything unusual. What's abnormal? Shangwen Patriarch asked. Bailey Yuanmo chuckled and said, Nangongshan has a saying that is right. We have only seen the vision of the real dragon coming, but who has seen the real dragon with his own eyes? Nangong Jian, have you ever seen the 5-clawed golden dragon and the 9-color dragon with your own eyes? Bailey Yuanmo looked at Nangong Jian and asked seriously. Nangong Jian was silent for a moment. He had indeed never seen it with his own eyes, but the Jinlongshan formation was activated. How could it be false? In addition, it is even more impossible to fake that their Nangong treasure house is missing. Seeing this, Bailey Yuanmo continued, you have only seen the vision of a dragon and felt the breath of a real dragon, but no one has actually seen a real dragon. Bailey Yuan looked around silently and said, I wonder if you still remember the evil emperor spirit. Evil dragon, the voice of Woomer ancestor sounded. The expressions of several saints suddenly changed. The leader of the evil spirits is the evil emperor spirit, which is also the evil dragon that appears later. There is an incompatible relationship between evil spirits and monks. Never before had the evil spirit of God manifested itself. But since Feng Qingwu appeared, evil spirits also appeared in large numbers. Many monks were controlled by evil spirits and became evil cultivators. At that time, for some unknown reason, the ancestors of the 8 great families chose to cooperate with the evil emperor spirit to deal with Feng Qingwu. The evil emperor spirit has the aura of a real dragon in his body. The evil emperor spirit was powerful, but after all, it was no match for Feng Qingwu. Soon, the evil emperor spirit was expelled from the sky by Feng Qingwu. But Feng Qingwu was also seriously injured while fighting the evil emperor spirit. Their family ancestors took advantage of this opportunity to take advantage. The evil emperor spirit has disappeared from the sky for a long time. Why did Bailey Yuanmo mention him again? You must have thought of the evil dragon. It is obviously the spirit of the evil emperor, but it always has the aura of a real dragon. Do you know why? Bailey Yuan asked silently. All saints are wise. Hearing Bailey Yuanmo's question, the look on his face suddenly became bad. At this moment, a misty voice came from the void. Bailey Yuanmo, you don't want to say that the 2 real dragons are actually evil emperor spirits in disguise, do you? No, Bailey Yuan denied silently. Another voice sounded in the void. Ha! When the 9-colored dragon appears, it is auspicious and auspicious. It is absolutely impossible for the evil emperor spirit to cause such a scene. I advise you to be honest and tell the truth. After hearing this, several saints looked at each other. These old guys who are hiding are the most reluctant to hear about the evil emperor spirit. Regarding the evil emperor spirit, it was also the existence they wanted to erase most. Bailey Yuan silently bowed to void. The evil emperor spirit is originally an evil thing, but it can also be disguised with the breath of a true dragon. Can't other things be disguised with the breath of a true dragon? There are also visions of auspiciousness coming from the sky, and other treasures can also be born. What appeared before was not a real dragon at all, but someone deliberately designed this to mislead us and cause us to fight among ourselves. You only saw 2 mysterious practitioners bringing the shadow of the real dragon to Bailey's house. Has anyone seen the true body of the real dragon? Bailey Yuanmo asked again, making Zhu Qiang realize something was wrong. Bailey Yuanmo, you don't want to tell us that the real dragon is fake, do you? Nangong Jian asked coldly. Some of what Bailey Yuanmo said made sense. But who knows whether what he said is true or false? When Bailey Yuanmo heard Nangong Jian's question, his eyes became sharper. Bailey Yuanmo raised 3 fingers with a sincere attitude and began to swear. I, Bailey Yuanmo, would like to swear by the Dao Dao promise. Today, my Bailey family has never received a true dragon. If the oath is false, I am willing to accept the 99 heavens punishment. Boom. As Bailey Yuanmo's words fell, a thunder flashed from the sky. The oath stands. When Zhu Qiang saw this, his eyes were complicated. The Bailey family didn't get it, so the real dragon fell into Xuanmen's hands. This oath is certified by the Avenue. It also shows from the side that the Bailey family did not get anything about the real dragon. What are these 2 shadows? Patriarch Dongfang asked. Bailey Yuan silently flicked his sleeves, and 2 streams of light flashed past. 2 behemoths appeared in the sky. They don't seem to sense any danger. Waving the pliers arrogantly, he rushed towards the saints. Several saints felt the dragon's breath remaining on their bodies, and their faces became distorted. Dragon turns into lobster. Who did it? Especially Nangong Jian, staring at the lobster with disbelief. How is this possible? It should be a real dragon. How could it be this thing? Bailey Yuan said silently, everyone, the person who planned all this in secret wants to plot the whole of God. Can you swallow this breath? Who did it? Shangwen ancestor said through gritted teeth. Staring at the pliers rushing towards him with sinister eyes, he flicked his sleeves and swung away the lobster pliers. He is a saint after all. Handling this thing with your hands would undermine your dignity. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1206, the real chapter that no one believes. More updates. Bailey Yuanmo, how can you prove that this was brought back by the 2 mysterious masters? Ancestor Juge asked doubtfully. See for yourselves. Bailey Yuanmo released an image stone. The image stone immediately played a picture. It is the scene where the shadow of the real dragon turns into a lobster. Among them are the back figures of Qian and Qizhu. Didn't they notice anything unusual when they surrendered? The 2 lobsters, Ancestor Woomer asked hesitantly. Lobster and dragon are worlds apart. One is the supreme and noble leader of the beasts. One is the lowest beast, a being that can only become food. These 2 things should not be confused under any circumstances. Unless the 2 profound practitioners did it on purpose, or the other party was also fooled. I don't know this question. I only know that we have all been fooled. Bailey Yuan said silently. The other saints stared at the big lobster for a moment, with complicated expressions. They argued for so long and wasted so much time. He was even ridiculed for fighting over these 2 things. Should they be lucky that they have not followed many strong men? Nangong Jian's eyes flashed darkly, and there was still some doubt, but in the end he still didn't ask anything. Do you know who is playing tricks on us? Woomer ancestor asked cautiously. If Wu Makan hadn't sent him a message and the appearance of the real dragon had nothing to do with Yan Yue, he probably wouldn't have dared to come out and get involved in this trip. Who do you think it is that has a grudge against our 8 major families and dares to do this to us? Bailey Yuan asked silently. Feng Qingran, Ancestor Shangwen said coldly. Thinking of Shangwen when Hu was still lying down at Shangwen's house to recuperate. Ancestor Shangwen's face turned even more ugly. Although Shangwen Wen was not injured by Feng Qingran, it was still related to Feng Qingran. That Yanyu belongs to Lingyun sect. The sect that Feng Qingran belonged to was the Lingyun sect. Feng Qingran is in the imperial realm and has just entered the sky. Where can such great energy come from? Patriarch Dongfang asked disapprovingly. Ancestor Shangwen sneered. Humph, we have a traitor in the sky. Feng Qingwu has fallen, but not all those who followed Feng Qingwu have fallen. Shangwen Patriarch's eyes were sharp and he began to look at every sin present. Finally, Ancestor Shangwen's eyes fell on Ancestor Wanqi. I remember when we were dealing with Feng Qingwu, the ancestors of the Wanqi family initially disagreed, right? The ancestors of the Wuma family also objected. Shangwen Jian, what do you mean? Ancestor Wanqi's face suddenly turned cold and he said emotionally. The ancestors of the Wanqi family did hesitate, but later, for unknown reasons, they still chose to side with the 8 families. I just said casually, Wan Qian, you are not so excited, are you? Did I guess it right? Shangwen Jian asked. Wan Qian's whole body was full of low pressure, and Shangwen Jian said these words with bad intentions at all. In this situation, anyone who has anything to do with Feng Qingwu will not feel comfortable. Okay, you don't need to argue anymore. In fact, the Juge family is the one who took refuge in Feng Qingwu. Ancestor Juge said in a calm voice. The other saints cast disdainful looks at Patriarch Juge. When dealing with Feng Qingwu, Ancestor Juge used many damaging moves. The tricks of Ancestor Juge gave each family a small victory every time. Therefore, anyone could take refuge in Feng Qingwu. It's impossible for the Juge family. How could Patriarch Juge have the nerve to say such things? If the Juge family dared to take refuge with Feng Qingwu, they would probably take refuge one moment and be eliminated by Feng Qingwu the next. We still need to investigate this matter clearly before making a final decision. Ancestor Wuma said. Yanyu belongs to Lingyun sect. Feng Qingran was also in Lingyun sect. Ancestor Wuma had a vague feeling in his heart that they could not defeat Feng Qingran. He couldn't help but think about whether he should surrender to Yanyu as soon as possible. What are you investigating? There is no need to investigate at all. If you ask me, Feng Qingran and Feng Qing were both the scourge of God. As soon as they come to God, God becomes chaotic, Shangwen Jian said in a cold tone. It was because of Feng Qingwu that the major families had to give up many rights. In the past, the rulers of various states had a one and done existence. Any monk can be easily executed. And now, they have to find a reason for whomever they want to execute. Repeat what you just said. A very cold voice sounded. Shangwen Jian looked sideways at the speaker. The man with silver hair sat on the suspended throne and looked at him with a smile. This is Yuan Ji. When Shangwen Jian looked into Shang Yuanji's eyes, she suddenly felt cold all over her body. Soon, Shangwen Jian realized that he was a saint. What could an outsider from Yuan Ji do to him? Shangwen Jian asked coldly, Yuan Ji, you controlled God before and didn't let us leave. We didn't even look for you. Do you still want to interfere in these things? An evil smile appeared on Yuan Ji's lips. I originally didn't want to care about you idiots anymore, but I have a mission, so I can't just watch you continue to be stupid. In fact, after Feng Qingran came to heaven, he was not ready to show up. But these powerful men from God are too capable of tormenting people. Juiduo looks like he has never seen the world. He is just a real dragon, right? Yuan Ji's eyes swept across the strong men with great aggression, not even letting go of the hidden strong men. Yuan Ji raised his eyes slightly. You are too stupid and there is no possibility of salvation, but there is still the possibility of salvation for other living beings in the sky, so I advise you not to act like monsters, otherwise, I won't mind getting rid of you all. Yuan Ji, don't be arrogant. This is our God. As an outsider, what qualifications do you have to interfere? Shangwen Jian said unconvinced. Yuan Ji glanced at Shangwen Jian indifferently. I originally wanted to give you some time to breathe, but if you don't want it, then I don't have to give you face. What do you want to do? As soon as Shangwen Jian finished speaking, his whole body began to tremble, and his skin was covered with a thin layer of ice. Shangwen Jian felt that all the blood in her body had condensed. All kinds of qi stopped flowing, and the 8 extra meridians become blocked. The next moment, there was a tingling sensation in the sea of consciousness, and a force invaded his sea of consciousness, and then swallowed up the power of his soul. Shangwen Jian resisted, but there was nothing he could do. He looked at Yuan Ji in horror, wanting to beg for mercy, but he could no longer control his body. Yuan Ji's dark eyes flashed with confusion. His power will only make Shangwen Jian miserable. So what's going on with that extra power in Shangwen Jian's body? Yuan Ji, stop quickly. Bailey Yuan said silently. Bailey Yuanmo didn't want to save Shangwen Jian. And because this is Bailey Prefecture, something can happen to Shangwen Jian, but it must not happen in Bailey Prefecture. Yuan Ji, Shangwen Jian's crime will not lead to death, Ancestor Wuma said. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1207 Choice, Golden Ticket 2. Yuan Ji had actually already withdrawn his strength. He just wanted Shangwen Jian to experience the feeling of life being worse than death. But a power more domineering than the darkest power appeared in Shangwen Jian's body. Even he felt in danger. He had to withdraw his power. Yuan Ji looked at the Holy Masters and said with a half smile, I'm not the only one who offended him because of his bad words. Why do you think I'm the only one who wants to punish him? Several saints looked at each other and realized that Yuan Ji had withdrawn his power. But Shangwen Jian's condition did not improve. On the contrary, it is even worse. The thin ice covering Shangwen Jian's body gradually turned blood red. The vitality in the body is also gradually drained. They tried to find out what was going on in Shangwen Jian's body. But as soon as the power of their consciousness penetrated into Shangwen Jian's body, they disappeared without a trace. At the same time, there was a fleeting sense of danger. It seems that if they dare to take any further action, what awaits them is disaster. A kind reminder, he should sincerely apologize and ask for forgiveness. After Yuan Ji finished speaking slowly, he looked into the void, then curled his lips and turned around to leave. The token that old man Chankan gave him changed. He should go take a look. Several saints saw Yuan Ji leaving and did not dare to stop him. They were all thinking about what Yuan Ji said before leaving. In the void. Dongji, let him go, he is still useful, Fang Qingran said. Okay, Dongji waved his hand, and 2 wisps of black mist returned to his hand. At the same time, Shang Wenjian outside began to pant crazily. The ice on my body is also gradually melting. After he was able to move, his eyes were full of horror. The power that just swallowed up his soul was simply too terrifying. If the other party hadn't stopped in time, he might have died due to exhaustion of power. Shang Wenjian, how do you feel? Bailey Yuan asked silently. He didn't want anything to happen to Shang Wenjian in Bailey province. Shang Wenjian spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. He seemed to have thought of something, took out a porcelain bottle and poured the contents into his mouth. Immediately, Shang Wenjian's eyes brightened a little. The lost strength was rapidly recovering, and the injuries in his body were also recovering. Shang Wenjian's eyes fell on Bailey Yuanmo. Bailey Yuanmo, are you selling the divine chalcedony? I want to buy a few more drops. Seeing Shang Wenjian in such a state, the other saints' eyes darkened slightly. They were initially hesitant about the divine chalcedony given by Bailey Yuanmo, but seeing Shang Wenjian's condition after taking it, they were relieved. Bailey Yuan said silently, it's hard to find this thing, and we don't have many Bailey families. Send your price as soon as possible, Shang Wen said simply. Shang Wenjian, this thing is good, but it is similar to elixirs and you cannot take more. I can only sell you 3 more drops. Bailey Yuanmo did not directly say the value. In this case, easily stating the value of divine chalcedony will make those who get the chalcedony have other considerations. Shang Wenjian also understood Bailey Yuanmo's subtext and didn't ask any more questions. We need to be careful about Yuan Ji, Nangong Jian said slightly seriously. Yuan Ji could easily deal with us and, which was a threat to them. Qi Yuanzi seemed to be leaning toward Fang Qingran. They need to be more careful. Yuanzi Shen is everywhere, it's difficult for us to control him. Unless we use the rules of heaven and earth, we can't deal with him. Shang Wenjian said. When the other saints heard this, their eyes were dark and they didn't know what they were thinking. In fact, when they unite, they can mobilize the rules of heaven and earth. But the key is to invoke the rules of heaven and earth, which consumes a huge amount of power. They're likely to use up all their strength in the process. At their level, it would be very scary to have all their power exhausted. Exhausting their strength means they can no longer cope with other dangers. In addition, it is also a very big problem to replenish strength. It is as difficult as draining the vast ocean and then slowly replenishing it with water. Therefore, the stronger the person, the fewer times he takes action. We'll talk about Yuan Ji later. The most important thing right now is the exchange competition. Bailey Yuan said silently. Nangong Jian responded, this matter will not be delayed. Nangongzhu has prepared the venue. Next, we just have to wait for the monks from all walks of life to come. Originally, Nangong Jian didn't plan to care about this competition. But now that something like this happened, it was impossible for him to remain in seclusion. He always felt that God was afraid that many things would happen in this competition. Taihua Hall. Somewhere. Master Bailey finally figured it out. Tianchen sat opposite Bailey Zhu and smiled calmly. Yes, I want to become the real leader of the Bailey family, and I don't want to be a puppet in the hands of the Dark Master anymore. Bailey Zhu said with a serious expression. Tianchen's eyes were searching, why did you suddenly change your mind and want to resist? Bailey Zhu looked slightly embarrassed, there is no reason, it's just an epiphany. Do you really have a way to deal with the Dark Master? Tianchen pointed to his face, I am him, he is me, besides me, who else knows him better than me? Bailey Zhu looked at Tianchen's face that was exactly the same as the Dark Master's, and his eyes flickered slightly. It was obviously the same face, but because of the different temperament, it gave him a completely different feeling. The aura of the Dark Lord is depressing and dark. Tianchen gave him a feeling of spring breeze. What's your plan? Bailey Xu asked. There are no plans for now. If you want to cooperate with me, please complete one thing for me first. After Tianchen finished speaking, he looked at Bailey Zhu quietly, waiting for his answer. Bailey Zhu nodded and said, okay. Tianchen dipped a little tea from the cup with his fingertips and drew 2 patterns on the table. Find a way to find out if this token is in the hands of the Dark Master. Bailey Zhu looked at the pattern on the token. Is this a phoenix? Don't ask too many questions that shouldn't be asked. Tianchen's voice was a little colder. I will try my best to help you ask for the token. What about what you promised me before? Bailey Zhu asked in return. Are you sure you want to become a saint as soon as possible? Tianchen smiled meaningfully. Power is such a good thing. It can always make countless creatures lose themselves. Yes, the faster the better, Bailey Zhu affirmed. At his age, Nangong Jian has already attained enlightenment and become a saint. If the other party can do it, so can he. Okay, Tianchen stood up, walked to Bailey Zhu, and said, don't resist me. After Tianchen finished speaking, he raised his hand, and his fingertips landed on Bailey Zhu's eyebrows. A ray of light flashed past, and a special inheritance entered Bailey Zhu's sea of consciousness. Tianchen said, I have taught you 2 ways to achieve enlightenment and become a saint. As for how to choose, it's up to you. Bailey Zhu received the inheritance, his eyes flashed with excitement, and he couldn't wait to check it out. But within a moment, his face turned pale. Is this really the path of enlightenment that saints take? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1208 The Cruel Road to Enlightenment. Bailey Zhu looked slightly embarrassed. There was essentially no difference between the 2 paths of enlightenment given by Tianchen. They all have to step on the corpses of other monks to successfully attain enlightenment. The first path to enlightenment is cruel. The second path is even more cruel. The first way is to create a mortal body, reincarnate in the lower world, go to the small world, and seize the powerful destiny of those children of destiny. After a lot of luck has been added, the powerful luck can be used to induce the judgment of the rules of heaven and earth. After the trial, the sermon can be completed. To seize luck is to be disobedient. If there is no accident, this method will definitely not lead to successful enlightenment. Not only will it fail, but it may also face the risk of death. At this time, a merit weapon is needed to use merit to cover up the cause and effect of injustice on the body and blind the avenue. As long as you survive the judgment of the rules of heaven and earth, you can step into the ranks of saints. After that, if you use your identity as a saint to do good deeds and accumulate merit, you can gradually erase the karma you owe before. This is equivalent to borrowing the luck of other monks to achieve your own path to sainthood. As for those monks whose destiny was taken away, it was basically impossible for them to continue to practice, and what greeted them was nothing but ashes. The second, more cruel way, sacrifices not the child of luck, but the creatures in the entire small world. Find the kind of small world that has just been born, and take advantage of the small world's heavenly way that has not yet taken shape, forcibly incarnate the Tao, and become the small world's heavenly way. Finally, the vitality of the entire small world is exchanged for the road to sainthood. After becoming a saint, you can search for the origin of the world and find ways to restore vitality to the small world. In this way, the injustice done before can be erased. If you follow these two paths to enlightenment, your own strength will be far inferior to those of true saints. Bailey Zhu stared at Tianchen and asked, "What is the significance of these two paths to enlightenment?" Tianchen laughed out loud, "You are really hypocritical." Bailey Zhu's face looked very ugly. Tianchen said calmly, "If you want to become a saint, don't you want the name of a saint? After all, if you say that you are a saint, you can intimidate a large area. Isn't there a legitimate path to enlightenment?" Bailey Zhu asked. "Yes, but it's not suitable for you. If you take the orthodox path of enlightenment, you will have no chance of survival. Have you forgotten how many injustices you have committed while working for Xuanmen over the years?" Tianchen asked deeply. Today, Bailey Zhu doesn't even understand what a saint is, and he still wants to become a true saint. Too ridiculous. After practicing the ancient techniques, you should understand. Each realm in the ancient cultivation system has its own meaning and things to be tested. These 8 realms, including body tempering, pulse opening, qi entrainment, qi refining, foundation building, golden elixir, yuanying, and spirit transformation, test the internal and external qualifications of the monk's body. These 8 are the initial stages of cultivation. If you are unable to strengthen your determination to practice, you will definitely stop at these 8 stages. Next, peering into the sky and transcending the realm of the tests for monks to embark on the path of monasticism. In this process, one must understand a Tao method before continuing on the next path of cultivation. After transcendence, one can truly transform from mortal to immortal. Those who have stepped into the realm of true immortals have gotten rid of their mortal bodies and achieved physical immortality in the true sense. In the true fairyland, spiritual energy is still practiced. However, true immortals can cultivate spiritual energy to a higher stage. Immortal energy comes from spiritual energy, but its power is much higher than spiritual energy. After that, the monks need to cross the 5 stages of true immortal, golden immortal, immortal emperor, immortal saint, and immortal king, and enter the quasi-emperor realm. The emperor has been a noble existence since ancient times. It is an existence that can control the life and death of thousands of living beings. The emperor is not only the controller, but also the benefactor. The emperor needs to have the common people in his heart and express his gratitude to the common people in the world. Throughout the entire universe, there are many people who have stepped into the realm of emperors, but there are very few who have the world at heart. They never have any concept of taking into account the common people in the world. In this situation, if they want to become saints, they can only use this method. Since ancient times, there have been many cultivators who have become saints. If all saints care about the common people in the world, how could there be so much darkness? Many saints are false saints. After they become saints through special means, they then find ways to eliminate their own karma. After all, in the path of cultivation, becoming a saint is the most difficult realm to cross. The judgment of the rules of heaven and earth here will stop a large number of monks. Only by finding a way to prove the Tao and become a saint can the next path of cultivation be found. In this case, it is okay to use some extraordinary means. Master Bailey, if you don't want to, you can refuse. The peak of the Lord of Origin can give you endless lifespan. You still have a lot of time to understand the path of a saint. Tianchen said nonchalantly. Once you step on this road, is there any way back? Bailey Xu asked. When Tianchen heard this question, he glanced at Bailey Zhu and said, "A Taoist never needs to go back, he only needs to go forward to seek a supreme state." Bailey Zhu murmured, "The supreme realm, this path to enlightenment, will I still have the chance to embark on the supreme realm?" Tao is the most impartial and selfless. He can blind the avenue in special ways. But in the future, he will definitely face the Tao above the avenue. At that time, how should he face the judgment of Tao? The corners of Tianchen's lips were slightly raised, and his eyes were deep. Of course there is a chance. Everyone has a chance to step into the supreme realm. Even the heinous ones can have a chance to step into the supreme realm. It just depends on how you go. Tianchen saw Bailey Zhu's troubled expression and added, "Proving the truth does not happen overnight. You don't need to be so entangled. If you are hesitant, you can just let it go. Time will naturally give you the answer." Bailey Zhu was silent for a while and then asked, "Do you not have an orthodox method of enlightenment here?" Tianchen's expression froze, and he suddenly didn't want to cooperate with Bailey Zhu. "Do you know who the other sect master of Xuanmen is?" Bailey Zhu asked. "Chu Chanji, don't worry, he will take the initiative to ask you to cooperate," Tianchen said confidently. The previous Chu Chanji might not have any dissatisfaction with Xuanmen. But now Chu Chanji will definitely want what is in the secret door. By the way, Chu Chanji also has a son named Chu Beizu. He should be the next leader of Xuanmen. You can find ways to win over him, Tianchen suggested. Chu Beizu is still in the growth stage and hates Xuanmen very much. There is still a chance of success if the Qi works together to deal with Xuanmen. How much do you know about Feng Qinggran? Bailey Xu asked. He wanted to know everything about Feng Qinggran more than Chu Beizu. Back when Feng Qingwu became a saint early and followed the orthodox path of enlightenment, Feng Qingran might have the method of enlightenment that Feng Qingwu left behind. Concerning Feng Qingran, you'd better avoid the edge. Tianshan's evaluation was concise and to the point. Is this real dragon incident related to Feng Qingran? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1209 Return the token. The entrance to the heaven teleportation formation. Nangong Sheng looked at the third elder who came to take his place and was silent for a moment. You mean that I resigned as the chief elder of the Nangong family? Nangong Sheng asked uncertainly. Third elder Nangong nodded. When did it happen? Nangong Sheng asked. Have you seen the vision of the real dragon reappearing? Elder Nangong asked. I saw it, but what does this have to do with me leaving the Nangong family? Could it be that I was dismissed because I didn't go back to Nangong prefecture? Nangong Sheng said with a puzzled face. The third elder Nangong shook his head. No, the real dragon reappeared, and Nangong prefecture was besieged midway. So the ancestor and the supreme elder had a quarrel, and then the supreme elder chose to leave the Nangong family in anger. When the supreme elder left, thinking that you were his disciple, he decided to take you with him, and then made a choice for you. Later, the ancestor agreed. I am here this time to take back your chief elder token and take over your position. While third elder Nangong was speaking, he had been observing Nangong Sheng's expression. If Nangong Sheng is very angry and wants to take action against him, he won't want the token. Ha ha ha, Nangong Sheng, it seems that your supreme elder loves you deeply and did not forget you before leaving. Wan Qimao smiled unbridled. Nangong Sheng, who has left the Nangong family, is not qualified to hold an auction. In this way, the pills in Nangong Sheng's hands can only be sold to him. Perhaps, he can find a way to bring Nangong Sheng back to the Wanqi family and serve as the Wanqi family's envoy. Nangong Sheng, why don't you come to my Wuma family? The Wuma family welcomes you. If you want any salary, just ask. The eldest elder of the Wuma family said. Nangong Sheng, if you go to Wuma's house, you might as well come to my Jewish family. Our Jewish family treats alchemists the most kindly. Not to mention the salary, we can also provide you with a medicine garden. The chief elder of the Jewish family said. The elders of other families also made conditions, wanting Nangong Sheng to leave their families. Wan Qimao immediately glared at the elders who were speaking. He was the only co-author who laughed at Nangong Sheng. Wan Qimao smiled coquettishly. That Nangong Sheng, our Wanqi family is also very sincere. If you want to come to our Wanqi. That's not right, Elder Wanqi, that's not what you said just now. Elder Wuma directly interrupted Wan Qimao's words. Elder Wanqi, you have been gloating about others' misfortune, so I'm afraid you didn't really invite Nangong Sheng to Wanqi's house. Chief Elder Juge poked at Wan Qimao's sore spot. Being stupid is rare these days. So happy to have one less competitor. Wan Qimao's eyes were full of anger, and he slammed the stone table. Are you sick? Am I mocking you? I am just happy for Nangong Sheng. When he leaves Nangong's family, he is out of the sea of misery. As soon as Wan Qimao finished speaking, he felt countless pairs of scorching eyes cast on him. Elder Bailey touched his beard and said, Wan Qimao, what you said has gone too far. Why did the Nangong family bother you? You actually called them a sea of suffering. Elder Wuma asked, Wan Qimao, have you been dissatisfied with the Nangong family for a long time? Wan Qimao, could it be that your Wanqi family is preparing to deal with the Nangong family, so you dare to be so arrogant? Chief Elder Juge's question was even more deadly. Wan Qimao looked remorseful, he shouldn't have spoken impulsively. The third Elder Nangong looked at Wan Qimao with resentful eyes. Wan Qimao, you are talking about you. You always say things like this. Aren't you provoking conflicts between the Wanqi family and the Nangong family? The eldest elder of the Dongfang family said. I just said it without restraint. The relationship between the Wanqi family and the Nangong family is good. Wan Qimao said. Unexpectedly, as soon as Wan Qimao said his words, all the elders laughed out loud. Wan Qimao, since the relationship between the Nangong family and the Wanqi family is good, then if Nangong Sheng leaves the Nangong family, why can't he go to the Wanqi family again? Otherwise, what if it affects the relationship between the two families? Elder Wuma said leisurely. Wan Qimao, you'd better sit down and don't speak again, otherwise you may not be able to return to Wanqi's house. Chief Elder Juge kindly advised. It's a good thing that the opponents have excluded themselves. Nangong Sheng felt a headache after listening to the crowd's voices. He rubbed his eyebrows and said, the Supreme Elder and the Ancestor really broke up. Didn't they often quarrel before? Why did it get to this point this time? The third Elder Nangong's eyes flickered, and the reason must not be explained here. You just need to hand over the token. I have the execution jade slip given by the head of the family here. You will understand after you look at it. Elder Nangong handed the thing to Nangong Sheng. In fact, this matter can be done privately. But for some unknown reason, the Ancestor had to make this matter known to everyone in the world. In fact, he vaguely guessed the Ancestor's intention. The Ancestor deliberately told the powerful people in heaven that the relationship between Nangong Sheng and the Nangong family was not good, and whoever dared to take in the other party would be working against the Nangong family. When the elders present saw this scene, they looked at each other, shrewdness flashing in their eyes. It seems that there is no possibility of Nangong Sheng returning to the Nangong family. In this case, they would be more confident in recruiting Nangong Sheng. Nangong Sheng was still speechless after reading the jade slips. Nangong Sheng put away the jade slip, handed the elder's order to the third elder, and said, then I'll leave the matters here to you. I'll go find the Supreme Elder first. Elder Nangong San took the elder's order with both hands, his eyes still a little unbelievable. Nangong Sheng, Chief Elder Juge called out. Everyone, I will consider what you said, but you don't need to come to me during the competition. I don't make decisions so quickly, but you can still come to me at any time if you want to refine the elixir. After Nangong Sheng finished speaking, leave in a hurry. He must ask the Supreme Elder face to face about this matter. Nangong Sheng set out to a barren land in the sky. The figure kept jumping on the mountain peaks, and finally disappeared into a valley. Sister Feng, Nangong Sheng's aura has disappeared. Feng Jingyu took back the moonlight divine water and said. Fang Qingran looked down. It's truly a barren land. There is no green in the endless mountains. As far as the eye could see, it was dry. It's really desolate. Not only is this place not suitable for cultivation, it is not suitable for living, nor is it suitable for planting. If a monk stays in this place for a long time, his perception of spiritual energy will be reduced, and he will also have problems himself. Without spiritual energy, other things will be damaged very quickly. The barren area occupies almost 1/3 of the sky. Many broken walls can occasionally be seen in this area. It can be seen from these traces that this place was once prosperous. Why did such a prosperous place suddenly decline like this? Fang Qingran's eyes flashed with confusion. It stands to reason that a place like this would only get better and better. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1210 is long gone, additional update. After all, it can be seen from these traces that countless cultivators have gathered here. The more cultivators there are, the faster the resource consumption will be. But since those practitioners are practicing here, they will definitely go out to find various resources and bring them back to this area. As they bring more good things, this place will only get better and better, and the spiritual energy should become more and more abundant. There should never be a situation where the spiritual energy is exhausted. Unless something major happens. This place was destroyed all at once. Even the strong people who lived here disappeared. Fang Qingran couldn't help but think of the battlefield of the gods. Tao Ti said before that the battlefield of the gods should be in heaven, not in the fairy world. Even the old man in the palace, the ancestor of Nangshuan, said similar things. Could this be where the war of gods begins? If this is where the war of gods begins, where is that area of the fairy world? The ancestor of Nangshuan said that before the Chaos Law Enforcers left, they deliberately closed the battlefield of the gods, not wanting future generations to discover traces of the existence of the gods. Didn't the Chaos Law Enforcers seal all the battlefields and left a part behind to become a barren land here? Why did the Chaos Enforcers leave this area alone without sealing it? Fang Qingran released the power of his soul and explored the space below. There was no resentment or coldness, but a strange sense of intimacy. Even if everything is not confirmed yet, Fang Qingran now has a hunch that this is the former battlefield of the gods. Sister Fang, are we going to find Nangong Sheng? Fang Jingyu asked. Hearing Fang Jingyu's voice, Fang Qingran calmed down slightly. Nangong Sheng must have entered the folding space. Let's go in and have a look. Fang Qingran wanted to go in to confirm something, which was related to her mother. Okay, Fang Jingyu nodded. Dongji had gone back to Taihua Palace when they left Bailey's house. Chizu and Qian are still waiting to get the poison in Taihua Palace. It was Dongji who volunteered to get the poison. Fang Qingran handed over the loyalty goo to Dongji. Nangong Sheng passed through the dislocation space formation barrier and entered the folded space. It's very different here than outside. Beautiful mountains and rivers. Cloudy and misty. Green and lush. The mountains are winding like giant dragons. Everywhere is full of life. It's like stepping into a dream-like scroll. There were also a lot of playing sounds echoing in the forest. There are also several magnificent cities in this space. Nangong Sheng dodged and entered a city. The streets are lively and bustling, with endless laughter and laughter. Xiao Sheng, what's wrong with you? Why are you so angry? An aunt running a stall looked at Nangong Sheng and asked. Aunt Lion, I'm fine. I'm going to find my master. Nangong Sheng asked. Your master just left here, you're late. The aunt smiled. Nangong Li is not afraid of the sky, nor is he afraid of the earth. He is only afraid of Nangong Sheng, his disciple. This is something everyone in the city knows. This time Nangong Li came back in style, saying he wanted to stay here permanently, but he left in a hurry after staying for less than half a day. It also means running away. She was curious about why before. Now I understand everything when I see Nangong Sheng. Seeing that Nangong Sheng's expression was not very good, the aunt added, I guess your master must be hiding in Xianyan's place. If you don't believe me, go and find out. Nangong thanked him with a salute, left another ingot of gold, and then turned and left. The people living in the city here are all those who cannot cultivate. Their lifespan is short, and the things they use are the same as those in the ordinary world. Nangong Sheng hurried to Xianyan Winery. Then he saw Nangong Li, who was completely drunk. Master, Nangong Sheng shouted through gritted teeth. Nangong Li raised his drunken eyes and looked at Nangong Sheng. Why are you pretending to be my apprentice? Don't you know I don't want to see him? Master, why did you leave the Nangong family? Nangong Sheng asked. Nangong Li shook his head and said, why did you leave the Nangong family? The Nangong family has long since disappeared. Only Nangong Sheng and me, an old guy, are left. Nangong Sheng looked a little more serious. What do you mean the Nangong family is gone? Even when Nangong Li was drunk, he never talked nonsense. Every word Nangong Li said had profound meaning. It's gone, it's all gone. We are all repaying the debts of our ancestors. Our ancestors were greedy and our descendants will be greedy too, and they will suffer the consequences in the end. Nangong Li finished speaking and took a few more sips of wine. Nangong Sheng suddenly discovered something was wrong with Nangong Li. The vitality in Nangong Li was not as strong as before. There were also a lot of grey hairs in his hair. At the level of Nangong Li, it can be said that he will live as long as heaven and earth. If it weren't for his own excessive wear and tear, leading to excessive consumption, Nangong Li would never be in such an old state. Master, did Nangong Jian do something to you? Nangong Sheng's eyes became a little more angry. In order to become the head of the family, Nangong Jian deceived his father out of Nangong Prefecture, causing his father to die. Then he forced his mother to death. It was Nangong Li who quietly protected him. But Nangong Li protected him and raised him up, but he was afraid that he would retaliate against Nangong Jian, so he always controlled him. In Nangong Li's eyes, the interests of the Nangong family outweigh everything else. Nangong Jian is now the support of the Nangong family, so Nangong Li will not let him touch him. But how could he forget the revenge for killing his father? He was always waiting for the opportunity to take revenge. Now Nangong Jian has forced the master to do this. He should be able to take revenge. Nangong Li looked at Nangong Sheng, probably awake for a while. Xiao Sheng, I'm sorry for you. I suppressed your hatred for the sake of the Nangong family. I know you hate me, but I can't help it. I watched the Nangong family rise step by step. I don't want it to decline. I'm also sorry to the ancestors of the Nangong family. I didn't protect the Nangong family, let alone your father and mother. Xiao Sheng, now the Nangong family is completely hopeless. Just deal with it how you should. I won't stop you. The Nangong family is gone, it's really gone. Nangong Li said with tears. Ever since Feng Qingwu's bloodline appeared in the sky, he had a premonition that the Nangong family was going to suffer. But he didn't expect the disaster to come so quickly. Even the Zhenshan clan has returned. At this time, Nangong Jian didn't want to find a solution, but he insisted on coveting the treasure of Zhenshan clan. It is basically pushing the Nangong family to death. Master, I will not let the Nangong family disappear, Nangong Sheng said. Since Nangong's sword is useless, then clean up this cancer. Xiao Sheng, don't get involved. You are the only orthodox bloodline of the Nangong family. You must live. Nangong Li said, his expression suddenly changed. He stood up and grabbed Nangong Sheng, pulling him behind him. Nangong Li looked into the void and said, since fellow Taoist disciples are here, why don't you dare to show up? Feng Qingran and Feng Jingyu heard this and stepped out of the void. Feng Qingran, Nangong Li asked. At the same time, there was still a bit of panic in his eyes. When Feng Qingran found this place, could it be that he already knew what happened back then? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 12:11 Showing Goodwill. Yes, it's me, Feng Qingran admitted openly. Nangong Sheng raised his head and looked at Feng Qingran. The girl is dressed in green clothes, standing tall and graceful, exuding an aura of confidence and calmness. If you look carefully, you can see a bit of nobility and majesty between her eyebrows. Nangong Sheng was slightly surprised. Is this Feng Qingwu's bloodline? Was Feng Qingwu like this back then? When he was born, Feng Qingwu had already died, and all traces of Feng Qingwu's existence had been wiped away. If he hadn't followed his master in here later, he might not have even known about the existence of Feng Qingwu. God can't find any trace of Feng Qingwu's existence. But here are all traces of Feng Qingwu's existence. Everyone who lives here, without exception, is grateful to Feng Qingwu. This paradise was created by Feng Qingwu. It can be said that without Feng Qingwu's intervention, these people who cannot practice would not be able to survive at all, let alone have such a good living space. In God's eyes, even casual cultivators don't have many ways to survive, let alone those who are unable to practice. Within each major family, those who cannot practice will basically fend for themselves. The family will not provide it with any resources. Feng Qingwu, who cared so much about the common people, was actually opposed by the 8 families. He really didn't understand. The ancestors of the Nangong family were really confused. But what can he do? All the rights of the Nangong family are controlled by Nangong Jian and his son. With his own strength, he was ultimately weak and unable to overthrow the other party's rule. In fact, he can try to cultivate power and confidence, and then slowly fight against Nangong Jian. But these things seem simple, but they're actually very difficult. If his actions were leaked, the monks who followed him would all die. When Nangong Sheng thought of this, his eyes changed when he looked at Feng Qingran. He really couldn't do anything, but he could rely on Feng Qingran. As a member of Feng Qingwu's bloodline, Feng Qingran must avenge him, even if Nangong Jian did not personally participate in the battle against Feng Qingwu. But who makes Nangong Jian the ancestor of the Nangong family? If Feng Qingran wants to destroy the Nangong family, he will never let Nangong Jian go. Nangong Sheng immediately understood the meaning of Nangong Li's previous words, which meant that Feng Qingran was seeking revenge from the Nangong family, and the Nangong family would be gone sooner or later. Nangong Sheng saluted with a great attitude and said, I have met fellow Daoist Feng, but I wonder why you are here. The etiquette performed by Nangong Sheng to Feng Qingran was the etiquette among peers. This salute also represented that he was showing his goodwill to Feng Qingran. Nangong Li noticed something was wrong with Nangong Sheng, and his mood suddenly became complicated. When Nangong Sheng was a child, he told him everything about Feng Qingwu fairly. After Nangong Sheng listened, the first thing he said was, I feel that the Lord of Heaven is not wrong. She loves every monk in heaven. This is not what we cultivators should do. Why do all the families oppose her? Feng Qingwu's biggest mistake was making the 8 families feel threatened. Why are you here? Nangong Li looked at Feng Qingran again and asked. Feng Qingran and Feng Jingyu ducked and settled down. Came to the opposite side of Nangong Li. When Nangong saw this, his eyes became wary. Nangong Sheng pushed Nangong Li away and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist Feng, this place is a little rough. Don't dislike it. Come and sit here. Nangong Sheng waved his hand, and a set of exquisite tables and chairs appeared out of thin air. The tables and chairs made of gold and nan were slightly out of place in this small courtyard. The small courtyard is elegant and looks like a place of relaxation. Nangong Li was shocked by Nangong Sheng's flattering appearance. Could this disciple have been taken away? Nangong Sheng's external identity is that of a god-level alchemist, a person sought after by powerful powers. Only the monks wanted to please him, and I had never seen him smile so flatteringly. Feng Qingran sat down generously and said, Thank you very much. Feng Jingyu sat next to Feng Qingran. Nangong Sheng pulled Nangong Li to sit down together. Nangong Sheng took out another tea set and started making tea. Nangong Li looked at the things Nangong Sheng took out, and he had the slightest suspicion that he had drunk too much and hadn't sobered up yet. The Supreme Elder, I want to know the grudges between my mother and the 8 families. Feng Qingran asked directly and clearly. Regarding Nangong Li, there are not many records about the Nangong family, only a few pens. Nangong Li had experienced the complete battle of heaven, but because he was greedy for life and afraid of death, he did not dare to face Feng Qingwu, so he did not participate in the battle personally. It's about my Nangong family, why do you think I will tell you? Nangong Li stared at Feng Qingran and asked. Nangong Sheng looked at Nangong Li with disapproving eyes and said through a message, Master, what if you tell her? She will investigate sooner or later. If you tell her now, you can still show your kindness to her, which will be beneficial to us. Nangong Li glared at Nangong Sheng, feeling extremely bad. Nangong Li sighed, Miss Feng, it's not impossible for you to want to know, but I would like to ask for a favor, can you give the Nangong family a way to survive? Feng Qingren's eyes flashed slightly. Back then, did your Nangong family ever leave a way for my mother to survive? Nangong Li's expression froze, he really didn't. When Nangong Ming led a dozen saints to fight against Feng Qingwu, many magical weapons were used just to kill Feng Qingwu. Seeing that Nangong Li fell silent, Feng Qingran said, Elder Taishang, don't worry, I won't kill all the Nangong family. She had never thought of exterminating all the families. Otherwise, she wouldn't be sitting here, exploring the truth of that year. If she uses killing methods to forcibly wipe out the 8 families of heaven, she will be no different from them back then. She couldn't implicate innocent people, but she would never let go of those who hurt her mother. I know you can't, so I don't ask for much. As long as you let Nangong Sheng go, he was still a child back then and didn't even know what happened. Nangong Li said. Nangong Sheng, why does this sentence sound a little weird? I won't do anything to him. Feng Qingran responded. Nangong State needs a new leader, and Nangong Sheng is a good one. Snapped. Nangong Li immediately slapped Nangong Sheng on the back of the head, why don't you quickly thank Miss Feng for not killing me? Nangong Sheng vaguely thanked Feng Qingran. Supreme Elder, I have just come to heaven, why are you so sure that I can deal with the 8 families? Feng Qingran asked slightly curiously. She and Nangong Li have never really met. The other party doesn't know how many cards she has. How did he guess that she could deal with the Nangong family? Nangong Li smiled and said, Miss Feng has been in heaven for a long time. She must have discovered something. When the 8 major families mentioned Feng Qingwu, they're still in awe. Feng Qingwu fell so long ago that all traces of her have been wiped away. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 12 Prophecy. Under such circumstances, why are the 8 families still afraid of Feng Qingwu appearing again, or fear of another Feng Qingwu coming? After Nangong Li finished speaking, a light flashed across his eyes. What Feng Qingwu did cannot be described in a few words. Why? Nangong Sheng asked anxiously. Nangong Li had no intention of betraying him, and said, because after Feng Qingwu's death, there were rumors in the sky that Feng Qingwu was the legendary master of the plane and the being who protects the entire plane. Feng Qingwu was reincarnated and rebuilt his body because he was injured in the ancient battle and died unexpectedly. Otherwise, let alone God, even if there is the heavenly moon god, it would be impossible to deal with Feng Qingwu. But the prophecy that Feng Qingwu is the master of the plane has not been confirmed. The 8 major families can only be worried and pray that this prophecy is false. Their fear not only comes from whether Feng Qingwu died, but also comes from the fact that if Feng Qingwu is the true master of the plane, he will definitely return one day. When the time comes, what kind of surer field will they meet their end? There is another extremely important reason. The Lord of the Plane has existed to protect the plane since ancient times. He is powerful and mysterious. If the Lord of a plane dies, the entire plane will become vulnerable, and foreign enemies will surely be waiting for an opportunity. If there is really a very powerful foreign enemy that invades the plane, these saints from God alone will never be able to deal with it. Even if those hidden ancestors come forward, they may not be able to drive away foreign enemies. After all, anyone who can come here, break through the plane barrier, and enter this place will definitely be one who can step through the void. If this kind of outsider is not restrained by the laws of the plane, no strong man in this plane can be his opponent. Although it is only said that your mother is the master of the plane, I have a hunch that she is the master of the plane. The bloodline of the Lord of the Plane is not just an easy thing, you will definitely be able to deal with them. When Nangong Sheng heard this, he was slightly confused and couldn't help but ask, isn't there someone who can break through the void in this plane? Nangong Li nodded, yes, and there are many more, but such great power will not stay in one plane for too long. Of course, they can't stay in one plane for too long, especially in a plane like this, which is not suitable for them to stay. A person who breaks through the void is enough to absorb all the spiritual energy of the entire plane. Because of this, they can only leave here and go to the void to find greater opportunities. Or explore opportunities in the unexplored hidden universe. The void walkers in this plane will consider other living beings in this plane and choose to leave here, but those outsiders will not have such scruples. Since they enter the plane, they are looking for opportunities. Many outsiders do not care about the life and death of the creatures in this plane. At this time, the master of the plane needs to use the plane's laws to restrain outsiders, limit their realm, and prevent them from having the opportunity to do things that harm the plane. Once outsiders do something that harms the plane, they will be directly driven out or strangled by the laws of the plane. Nangong Li explained patiently. These things have been recorded in ancient books. It's a pity that in the War of Gods, this type of ancient books were almost completely destroyed. Master, according to your opinion, do those who step into the void will leave their homes? Nangong Sheng asked. The pursuit of the Supreme Realm is the goal of many monks. But if you want to pursue the Supreme Realm, you have to leave the place where you lived, which is a bit miserable. At their level, they are no longer suitable for walking in the world. They can only choose to go to a higher place, perhaps to find a place that is more suitable for them. Nangong Li said. The things he is talking about now all come from the ancient books he has read. He has never reached that state, and cannot understand or pry into that state. Nangong Li looked at Feng Qingran again. Miss Feng, the road ahead for you will be difficult. They are afraid of your mother and are afraid that she is the master of the plane. Likewise, they will be even more afraid of you becoming like your mother. Exist. Rather, they would take the initiative to kill Feng Qingran. But they will definitely try the best to prevent Feng Qingran from becoming stronger. From the time Feng Qingran came to heaven, many forces began to be afraid and worried, and therefore they would pay special attention to her. They can come. Feng Qingran raised the corners of her lips slightly and said with expectant eyes. It would be better if they jumped out on their own. This way, she doesn't have to worry about anything slipping through the net. Nangong immediately saw Feng Qingren's expression and said nothing more. When Feng Qingwu appeared in the sky, he was just a small elder in the family and had no right to speak. Master, why did the 8 families collectively resist the Lord of Heaven? Nangong Sheng saw that Nangong Li had fallen silent, so he took the initiative to ask. Nangong Li came back to his senses and sighed. This matter is a long story. In fact, the 8 families were at fault first. In ancient times, God had a catastrophic battle. That catastrophic battle was called the War of the Gods. In that catastrophe, countless powerful people died, causing faults in the entire sky and even the entire plane. Due to the suppression of the God clan, the Nangong family left behind many ancient books and techniques and retained some strength. The Bailey family seems to have left behind a lot of ancient resources because of Shuanmen. As for the other 6 families, I don't know what they have in their hands. When the War of the Gods took place, the 8 great families did not participate because they were too weak. On the contrary, those powerful forces have participated in the War of the Gods. Those who go to the War of the Gods almost never come back. When the war between the gods is over, the sky will be devastated and corpses will be everywhere. After a long period of time, those top forces have not been able to slow down. On the contrary, our 8 families have gradually prospered because they did not participate in the battle. Of course, not only the 8 families, but also many small forces have also developed in this process. Only the top forces that participated in the War of the Gods gradually declined. Actually, these forces still have some foundation, but they have temporarily fallen silent because of the decline of the family's children. Give them some more time and they can still get back to their peak. When Nangong Li said this, he felt a little heavy. As a monk of the Nangong family and a subsequent beneficiary, he had no position to criticize anyone. Nangong Li was silent for a moment, and then continued, but at that time, they had not yet returned to their peak, and they were carrying various treasures, so naturally they were missed. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 12-13, Open Grab, Additional Update. When the War of the Gods just ended, the top forces still had some residual power, which frightened many greedy people. But later, some greedy people found out that those dead strong men would never come back, and they couldn't sit still. Many forces have focused on these war-damaged families. They tried various ways to extract resources from these families, and then gradually developed into open robbery. The 8 families were not the first to take action, but if we don't take action, other forces will do the same. Those resources falling into the hands of other forces are equivalent to weakening one's own power. The 8 major families naturally don't want this to happen. So, the 8 families still took action, but they used better excuses. In the name of thinking about God, the 8 families forcibly divided God into 8 regions. The Nangong family was only weaker than the Bailey family at that time, so they got Nangong Prefecture. All forces in this state must obey the orders of the Nangong family, and must hand over all the family's treasures to the Nangong family before they can stay in Nangong state and receive the protection of the Nangong family. Those who do not hand over the resources will be expelled from Nangong Prefecture, and they are not allowed to take any resources with them when they leave. In short, all states use this method to steal the resources of other forces. This incident was the reason why the 8 families later became enemies of Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingwu came to heaven, got the Heavenly Dao certification here, became the Lord of Heaven, and discovered what the previous 8 families had done. So she asked the 8 families to hand over the resources they had robbed openly. The 8 major families are naturally unwilling to hand over what they have already obtained. They even drove all the monks who supported Feng Qingwu out of the state. Similarly, they are not given any cultivation resources. Feng Qingwu is strong, but she can't really kill the leaders of the 8 major families. She can only take those monks to the barren land, which is outside this space. When Nangong Li said this, he stopped again. He didn't know how to speak about what happened after that. The behavior of the 8 major families in the past was shameless, but their behavior in the back was even more shameless. Master, aren't our ancestors a little too shameless? Nangong Sheng was shocked, speechless, and embarrassed. He doesn't really want to be named Nangong anymore. Nangong Li glared at Nangong Sheng and was slightly surprised to see that Feng Qingran still looked calm and calm. Did Feng Qingran already know all this? Nangong Li did not answer Nangong Sheng's question, but continued, I don't know what happened in the middle. In short, Feng Qingwu transformed the barren land outside very well and made it suitable for monks to practice. She also found many treasures, spiritual veins, and mythical beasts. After the 8 major families discovered this, they were worried and felt that Feng Qingwu must have secretly misappropriated the resources of the 8 major states. They have set their sights on the barren land again and want to bring it under their control. They also said that they can allocate some resources to Feng Qingwu. I only ask Feng Qingwu to hand over control of the barons. Feng Qingwu naturally refused. The 8 great families know in their hearts that the monks who follow Feng Qingwu are all children of the families they persecuted before. They are very afraid that these monks will become stronger, and they are also afraid that they will take revenge on them. After many discussions among the 8 families, when Feng Qingwu refused to agree, they began to use strong methods. They underestimated Feng Qingwu's combat effectiveness at first. The strong men of each family were completely defeated by Feng Qingwu. Later, the family invited the strongest ancestors from each family to join forces to deal with Feng Qingwu. At that time, only the ancestors of 3 factions withdrew from the battle. The ancestors of other families died in the battle with Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingwu was also injured because of this, and soon after, news came out that she had died in the God realm. Before your mother died, she probably expected that the 8 families would not let everyone go, so she created this space. Sure enough, after your mother died, the 8 great families attacked the barons. Fortunately, everyone had already entered here and escaped the disaster. That's all I know. Basically all the members of the Nangong family who participated in the battle died. Only Bailey Yuanmo of the Bailey family survived. The other families are in a similar situation to the Nangong family. So there are not many enemies left in the whole universe who are enemies of your mother. After Nangong Li said the last sentence, he sighed deeply. For a moment, he seemed much older again, and his vitality was gone again. Master, what's wrong with you? Nangong Sheng noticed something was wrong with Nangong Li, and immediately took out the longevity pill and handed it to Nangong Li. Nangong Li waved his hand, but did not take the elixir. There is nothing I can do. I said something I shouldn't have said, and I deserve to suffer this kind of backlash. Nangong Sheng, do you know why I don't let you take revenge on Nangong Jian? Nangong Sheng's eyes darkened slightly, and he had a bad guess. Why? Nangong Li said bluntly, when Nangong Jian becomes the head of the Nangong family, he has the power to kill and kill all the monks in Nangong state. This rule contains a special legal prohibition. Besides, we have the bloodline restriction of the Nangong family in our bodies. Harming the head of the family is equivalent to betraying the Nangong family. We will definitely suffer backlash, ranging from a loss of lifespan to a direct destruction of the soul. He now said many things to Feng Qingbran that he shouldn't have said. Lifespan naturally disappears faster. He doesn't really care how long he can live now. He just wants to ensure that Nangong Sheng is alive and well. Nangong Sheng is the only hope for the Nangong family. Why didn't I notice such a restriction? Nangong Sheng probed his body and didn't notice the restriction that Nangong Li mentioned. At this time, Feng Qingbran's voice sounded, Supreme Elder, why were you able to enter here? Could it be that you had already taken refuge with my mother? Nangong Li shook his head. I was able to enter here thanks to Nangong Sheng's mother. He seems to be more like his mother, so Nangong Jian didn't find any clues. Nangong Sheng's father was the young master of the Nangong family back then, but Nangong Sheng's mother was a casual cultivator. In addition, Nangong Sheng's mother has a special status, so the family will definitely not agree to their being together. They secretly got together without telling the family. I often provided cover for them. Later, when Feng Qingwu appeared, Nangong Sheng's mother chose to follow Feng Qingwu without hesitation. In this case, it is even less likely that they will be together. The young master also wanted to side with Feng Qingwu back then, but unfortunately he didn't have the power and couldn't stop the family's choice. He could only secretly side with Feng Qingwu and pass on the news to them. But for some reason, Nangong Jian discovered the young master's behavior and used it to threaten the young master and make him leave Nangong Prefecture. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 12-14 Deputy Master of Wugui Pavilion. The young master left Nangong Prefecture just because the master of the family was injured. It is easy for him to leave Nangong Prefecture when time is running out, but he will have no chance to enter again. Nangong Jian obtained the young master's order from the young master and used it to control the entire Nangong state. Then he took this opportunity to obtain the inheritance from the family master and successfully became the family master. Nangong Jian, who has become the head of the family, is determined to eradicate dissidents. Naturally, the young master will not survive. By the time I found the opportunity to leave Nangong Prefecture, the young master and his wife had disappeared, leaving only Nangong Sheng. I found Nangong Sheng based on the clues left by the young master and his wife, and got the opportunity to enter here. Later, I took Nangong Sheng back to Nangong's family and raised him. I didn't hide the grievances of the previous generation from Nangong Sheng, because I was afraid that someone would use these secrets to set him up, so I simply told him from the beginning. It's clear. When Miss Fang entered here, she must have discovered that it is impossible to enter here without special guidance. After Nangong Li said this, he looked obviously a little older. This is the place where Feng Qingwu created it, and Feng Qingbran must be able to come and go at will. Secondly, he and Nangong Sheng were able to enter here because they had the mark of this space on their bodies. Once the mark is erased, they will lose the right to enter here. Although they can come and go here at will, there are restrictions in their bodies and they cannot tell the outside world about the existence of this place. If you forcefully say it, you will definitely suffer backlash from the rules. Before the Lord of Heaven left that year, he considered everything. So he always suspected that the Lord of Heaven had not fallen. All leaving is just to come back better. Feng Qingbran fell into silence after listening to Nangong Li's words. Is it possible that the previous head of the family was killed by Nangong Jian? Nangong Sheng looked at Nangong Li and asked in a deep voice. Nangong Li also looked at Nangong Sheng. I had this speculation back then, but I didn't find any evidence in this regard. After the head of the family was injured and returned to Nangong's house, what he wanted to see most was the young master, but the young master never returned. After being helpless, he had no choice but to find Nangong Jian and explain some things. Nangong Jian served family master for several years. The family master's injuries gradually worsened, and he eventually passed away. The pharmacist who treated the family leader also disappeared after his death. After the death of the family master, I conducted a secret investigation, but I couldn't find any relevant clues. All the secret guards related to the family master have also disappeared. In addition, Nangong Jian has become the head of the family, and pursuing these matters again will not be conducive to the stability of the family. As time goes by, I gave up. Nangong Li's tone was complicated. In fact, Nangong Jian's behavior had proved that the death of the family leader was abnormal. But no one will pursue this anomaly. Feng Qingbran's apricot eyes flashed with a dark light. Nangong Li said that the cause of death of the family head in the Nangong family records was because of her mother. There is also a warning at the end, telling the younger generations of the Nangong family not to be enemies with their mother. It seems like a warning. In fact, it explains various grievances from the other side. The cause of death of this family leader still needs to be investigated. She didn't want her mother to be burdened with unwarranted consequences. Maybe this family head, like Nangong Ming, faked his death and died. Regarding the prophecy that my mother is the master of the plane, whether it is true or false, these strong men who have attacked my mother cannot bear the consequences. Feng Qingbran thought about this and raised the corners of her lips slightly. There must be many strong men in other families who chose to fake their own deaths. Master, have you seen the bodies of my parents? Nangong Sheng asked in a deep tone. Although Nangong Li told him the truth about what happened back then, Nangong Li didn't say a word more about the specifics of his parents. This time if Feng Qingbran hadn't appeared, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hear these things at all. Nangong Li shook his head. No, this area is actually under the control of Wugui Pavilion. When I found you, the deputy master of Wugui Pavilion told me that your parents were seriously injured when they sent you back. They don't have much time left. They want to complete the tasks left by the Lord of Heaven before they die, so they can only entrust you to the deputy master of Wugui Pavilion. And the deputy pavilion master knew that he couldn't give you better resources here, so he handed you over to me. In fact, there was another reason why the deputy pavilion master did not let Nangong Sheng grow up here. Before the Lord of Heaven left, he left a lot of resources here. But those resources were all found by the Lord of Heaven, and there were not many ancient and rare treasures in them. And the Nangong family has taken away the resources of many top families. The resources within the clan must be better than here. Besides, Nangong Sheng is a descendant of the Nangong family. Many monks here were persecuted by the Nangong family before. They were able to give Nangong Sheng to him all because of his mother's sake. Otherwise, Nangong Sheng would never have a chance to survive. It is already a gift to keep Nangong Sheng alive. It is absolutely impossible for them to use their own resources to raise the children named Nangong. Unfortunately, Nangong Sheng didn't know about this part of the grudge. However, Nangong Sheng also knows how to be grateful. After knowing that the people here saved him, he always finds ways to bring resources to this place. It was very expensive for Nangong Sheng to make alchemy outside, but it was free here. Master, I have another question. Why can you live here with peace of mind? Nangong Sheng almost didn't say clearly that Nangong Li was thick-skinned. The monks here have such deep grudges with the Nangong family. Nangong Li can actually feel at ease here to retire here. You brat, what do you know? I'm here not only to provide for the elderly, but also to teach the next generation. Nangong Li said angrily. There cannot be many cultivators here, but there are also many who can. They can't leave here easily, they don't know the changes outside, and they don't have so many good ancient books. He came here just to act as a mentor, guiding those practitioners to practice. Nangong Li stood up at this time and bowed respectfully to Feng Qingran. Then he said seriously, Miss Feng, I don't want to move my old bones anymore. I want to stay here, firstly to atone for the sins of the ancestors of the Nangong family, and secondly, to do something within my ability. Is that okay? Feng Qingran was slightly confused and said, if you want to stay here, you shouldn't ask me, but you should ask the current leader of this space. Nangong Li said, Miss Feng, since you stepped into this space, you have become the leader here. This place was left by the Lord of Heaven for you. The deputy master of Wugui Pavilion said back then that he would wait for you. S return. Who is the deputy master of Wugui Pavilion? Feng Qingran only knew that the young master of Wugui Pavilion was Shunyuan Jun's. Nangong Li shook his head slightly. I don't know the name of the deputy pavilion master. The deputy pavilion master is not here yet, but he must have made arrangements before he left. I think a strong person will come to see you soon. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 12-15 Curse. Feng Qingran looked a little complicated after hearing this. My mother might have expected that she would come to heaven, so she arranged these things. When she stepped into this area, she felt slightly that there were many monks from the Lord of Origin. The forces here are placed outside, and they are also forces that can monopolize a state. Only the saint is missing. If there are two saints, they can walk in the sky with integrity. The Supreme Elder. Master Feng, you can just call me by my name. I am no longer the Supreme Elder of the Nangong family. Nangong Li interrupted Feng Qingran. Also changed the title. In terms of age, he is indeed older than Feng Qingran. But in the world of cultivation, excluding blood relationships, seniority is judged based on strength. Although Feng Qingran's current strength seemed to be only at the imperial level, he had a hunch that Feng Qingran's strength was definitely above the imperial level. Otherwise, Feng Qingran would not be so calm and composed in front of him. Feng Qingran wanted to inherit everything from the Lord of Heaven, so it was more appropriate for him to call him Feng Lord in advance. Okay, Nangong Li, your lifespan has been drastically reduced. It's not just as simple as the backlash from the ban. There is actually a curse in your body, like a bloodline curse. Feng Qingran said seriously. There is no such curse on Nangong Sheng. Feng Qingran suspected that Nangong Jiangxia had put this curse on Nangong Li. Curse, isn't the curse the art of witchcraft? Nangong Sheng said excitedly. The art of witchcraft has been forbidden by monks since ancient times. It was cleaned up early. Why does the master have the magic of witchcraft? Impossible, Nangong Li said in disbelief. The only one who can curse him is Nangong Jian. As a descendant of the Nangong family, Nangong Jian cannot possibly know the art of witchcraft. Unless Nangong Jian and Shuanman collude. But Nangong Jian had previously stated that he would never cooperate with Shuanman in this life. Not only that, he also heard Nangong Jian warn his descendants many times that they must not collude with Shuanman. Because of this, his senses towards Nangong Jian have improved a lot. Could it be that Nangong Jian was just acting? When Feng Qingran saw Nangong Li and Nangong Sheng's reactions, she didn't say much. She just touched on some things. She won't say anything unnecessary. Master, how is this impossible? Nangong Jian will do whatever it takes to be the head of the family and put a curse on you. It doesn't matter. A trace of hatred flashed in Nangong Sheng's eyes. If possible, he really wanted to kill Nangong Jian with his own hands. Master Phoenix, is there any solution to Master's witchcraft? Nangong Sheng asked. After being planted with a curse, if you want to lift it, you must find the caster. Otherwise, the soul of the cursed person may disappear during the process of lifting the curse. Feng Qingran said in a deep voice. Well, Master, it seems you still need to go back to Nangong's house. Nangong Sheng said. Nangong Li hunched his back a little and asked, Master Phoenix, how long can I live? Feng Qingran's eyes flashed slightly. I don't know, how long you can live depends on when the spellcaster wants you to die. When there was a curse in her body before, she had no way of detecting it. The curse method is the most insidious. It will choose a fatal moment to give the cursed person a fatal blow. Nangong Sheng looked at Nangong Sheng anxiously. Now that the master has left the Nangong family, his lifespan has dropped sharply. It seems that time is running out. Nangong Sheng stood up suddenly and knelt down in front of Feng Qingbran. I, Nangong Sheng, am willing to follow Phoenix Master, but I only ask Phoenix Master to save my master. Nangong Sheng, get up quickly, Nangong Li scolded sternly. Feng Jingyu stared at Nangong Sheng. You are not qualified to follow Sister Feng. Your ancestor wanted to kill Sister Feng's mother. Sister Feng did not kill you. It was Sister Feng's kindness, not an excuse for you to save money. Feng Jingyu spoke straightforwardly and showed no mercy to Nangong Sheng. Nangong Sheng cannot follow Sister Feng. When Nangong Sheng heard Feng Jingyu's words, his expression froze. He was indeed not qualified to follow Feng Qingbran. Nangong Sheng looked a little frustrated and stood up again. Seeing Nangong Sheng's actions, Feng Qingbran's eyes flashed slightly. She knew the current affairs and listened to the advice. Nangong Sheng was very suitable to be the head of the Nangong family. I just want to serve the Phoenix Lord unilaterally. It doesn't matter if the Phoenix Lord accepts it or not. Nangong Sheng said sincerely. Okay, I will help you ascend to the position of head of the family, and you will bring the entire Nangong prefecture to submit to me. Feng Qingbran's expression changed slightly at this time, showing a bit of irresistible majesty and dignity. I, Nangong Sheng, swear that I will never betray Lord Phoenix. Nangong Sheng said the oath quickly. Of course Feng Qingbran can lead Nangong prefecture by himself. But as the leader of a state, there will be many trivial matters. These trivial matters will delay her cultivation progress. She will not stick to one state in the future, and it is even less likely that she will be the leader of a state. As for Nangong Sheng becoming the leader, will he betray her? This issue was beyond her scope of consideration. If Nangong Sheng dares to betray her, there are 10,000 ways to deal with him. Nangong stood aside and remained silent. Feng Qingbran's eyes fell on Nangong Li. Nangong Li, you and Nangong Sheng should go back to Nangong prefecture together. I will help Nangong Sheng take control of the Nangong family step by step during my competition. After all, Nangong Li is the supreme elder and knows the Nangong family far better than Nangong Sheng. With Nangong Li here, her plan will go more smoothly. Moreover, Nangong Li and Nangong Sheng always have the blood of the Nangong family flowing through their bodies. Even if they are willing to submit to her, they cannot cut off this blood connection. There will be certain hidden dangers in letting Nangong Li and Nangong Sheng stay here for a long time. And she didn't want to leave any hidden dangers for herself. Yes, Master Feng. Nangong Li understood clearly that Feng Qingbran was rejecting him in disguise to retire here. Nangong Li didn't have any complaints in his heart. After all, he couldn't erase what Senior Nangong had done. But before leaving, Nangong Li still wanted to say a few more words. Master Feng, there is something wrong with the path Nangong Jian takes to achieve enlightenment, so his sainthood is not stable. Because of this instability, he needs to absorb a lot of luck to stabilize his realm. I'm worried that he will do something wrong in this competition. The 8 Great Masters have also prepared a secret realm for monks from all walks of life to explore. I suspect there is an ambush in this secret realm. Phoenix Master must be careful. After Nangong Li finished speaking, he pulled Nangong Sheng to salute and left here. Sister Feng, can they be trusted? Feng Jingyu asked. It doesn't matter whether it's trustworthy or not, as long as it's easy to use. Feng Qingbran rubbed Feng Jingyu's little head, with a smile on her face. As long as there is strength, it is enough to deter all evil spirits. Nangong Sheng and Nangong Li were willing to obey, so she let them go. If they dare to betray, it's just a matter of changing their leader. Sister Feng, actually blood inheritance is really evil. The Nangong family are all greedy people. Will there really be someone like Nangong Sheng? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 12:16 Nangong Sheng's mother, more updates. Feng Jingyu raised her head and asked extremely seriously. Bloodline inheritance is very powerful. Nangong Sheng is an orthodox bloodline of the Nangong family, so how can he really not inherit anything from his ancestors? I'm just afraid that Nangong Sheng doesn't have the strength to show greed for the time being. Once he has that strength, he may reveal his true colors. Feng Qingbran said casually, at least the color of Nangong Sheng's soul is normal now, which proves that his character is not bad at this time. Bloodline inheritance is very important, as is acquired education. Besides, I just need a monk who can lead Nangong State. If Nangong Sheng is not good enough, just replace him. Feng Jingyu felt relieved when she heard what Feng Qingbran said. Sister Feng seems to be thinking much further than she is. Since you're here, show up, Feng Qingbran said towards the void. The next moment, 2 figures came out of the void. Feng Qingbran raised her eyebrows. It turned out to be them. A place abandoned by gods. Bailey Qingxuan, the leader of Xuanling sect at that time. One was Luo Shucheng whom she met in the forging city in the land abandoned by gods. It seems that my mother has sealed off the heaven, but they still have their own ways of doing things. Bailey Qingxuan welcomes Phoenix Master back. Luo Shucheng sincerely welcomes Phoenix Master back. They lowered their heads very low when talking. When they went down to the lower realm, they originally wanted to protect Feng Qingbran. But who knew that they lost their memory after entering the land abandoned by the gods? They don't know why they lost their memory, they only know that they almost made a big mistake. Bailey Qingxuan's surname is Bailey. But his Bailey is not the current Bailey family. Back then, there were several Bailey families in heaven. Only their ancestral family is the most powerful. It was this power that allowed our ancestors to stand up during the War of the Gods. Everyone in the family who became the emperor participated in the War of the Gods. None of them came back. They are the only weaklings left in the family. As a result, the family was concerned by other forces. The first one to attack the family was Bailey Yuanmo's Bailey family. In the name of being members of the Bailey family and should protect each other, they seized the treasures left behind by their ancestors. After they took away the treasure, they began to suppress the remaining family members. Many family members died unexpectedly. He escaped by pretending to surrender to them at that time. Until the Lord of Heaven appeared to beg for something for the family, he followed her without hesitation. After all, the Lord of Heaven still cares about the common people. Instead of being tough and attacking the 8 families, he led them to the barren land. Originally, They were developing well in the barren land. But the 8 families of heaven are really shameless. They actually colluded with the evil Emperor Spirit to deal with the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven was seriously injured when he was dealing with the evil Emperor Spirit, and later he was injured even more in order to protect them. She probably sensed something, arranged everything in advance, and went to the God realm. After he heard the news of the death of the Lord of Heaven, he used the things left by his predecessors to deduce that the other party was in the land abandoned by the gods. So he left his body and went to the place abandoned by God. Unexpectedly, after going to the land abandoned by the gods, he lost his memory in heaven and almost caused a catastrophe along the way. Luo Shucheng went with her to the place abandoned by the gods. Also lost his memory. Luo Shucheng lowered his head, not thinking much at all. He was only shocked. He never thought that Feng Qingran, who had met him once in the land abandoned by the gods, would be the one he wanted to be loyal to. Do you know who killed my mother back then? Feng Qingran asked. Bailey Qingxuan and Luo Shucheng looked at each other. Bailey Qingxuan said, back to Lord Feng, we don't know exactly why the Lord of Heaven fell. We only know that her fall must be related to the evil Emperor Spirit. At that time, the Lord of Heaven led us to live in a barren land. The 8 families of heaven were afraid that we would become stronger, so they tried to find ways to deal with the Lord of Heaven. After several battles, they found that they were no match for the Lord of Heaven, so they combined the power of the evil Emperor Spirit to deal with the Lord of Heaven. After Bailey Qingxuan finished speaking, he still didn't dare to look at Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran asked abruptly, who is Nangong Sheng's mother? Luo Shucheng took the initiative this time and said, Nangong Sheng's mother's name is Qin Keqing, and she is the Qin Keqing of the Qin family in the God realm. The Qin family was originally the top family in the world, but it declined due to the war between the gods. Later, they realized something was wrong and went to the God realm. Even so, they were still not spared by the 8 major families. In order to allow the family to leave smoothly, Qin Keqing's mother took the initiative to stay and handed over 90% of the family's treasures. Qin Keqing's mother later married a child of my Luo family and gave birth to Qin Keqing. We were afraid that Qin Keqing would be oppressed by heaven, so we sent her to the God realm. Later, she followed the Lord of Heaven back to heaven. When Luo Shucheng said this, he was silent for a moment before continuing. At that time, there was an ancestor of the Nangong family who was very powerful. In order to find out the news about the Nangong family, Qin Keqing took the initiative to become friends with young Master Nangong. They fell in love after that. In this way, Qin Keqing found out a lot of information from young Master Nangong, which helped us avoid several disasters. Qin Keqing didn't want her when she first found out she was pregnant with Nangong Sheng, but after the young master begged, she still chose to give birth to Nangong Sheng. Not long after Nangong Sheng was born, the War of Heaven broke out. Qin Keqing and the Lord of Heaven were both seriously injured during the battle. Qin Keqing went to see the young master while he was recovering from his injuries. He never returned. We gave Nangong Sheng to the supreme elder of the Nangong family. When Luo Shucheng said the last sentence, he quietly rolled his eyes. Don't let them raise children for the Nangong family. After listening to Luo Shucheng's words, Feng Qingran's eyes became clear. No wonder she always felt that Nangong Sheng was very similar to the 3rd senior sister. It turned out to be not her illusion. Since Qin Keqing followed her mother to the land abandoned by the gods, it proves that Nangong Sheng's father is probably not dead. It's even more chaotic now. I wonder if 3rd senior sister and Nangong Sheng have the same father and mother, or half-father. Bailey Qingxuan took out 3 tokens at this time. Master Feng, this one is the token of the Pavilion Master of Wugui Pavilion, one is the token of the small world here, and the other token is the Lord of Heaven. I leave it to you, saying you will understand everything when you get it. I am just the custodian of these 3 tokens and have no right to use them. Only the bloodline of the Lord of Heaven can open these tokens. Feng Qingran raised her hand and accepted the 3 tokens. Which of you is the Deputy Master of Wugui Pavilion? Bailey Qingxuan and Luo Shucheng shook their heads at the same time. Bailey Qingxuan explained, none of us are the Deputy Master of Wugui Pavilion. The Deputy Master of Wugui Pavilion is named Yu Jing. We don't know his whereabouts. Yu Jing is always elusive. More mysterious than them. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 12-17 Jade Scenery. Yu Jing. Feng Qingran said the name softly, feeling that the name was very familiar. There is a secret guard of the Wen family named Yu Jing. Feng Shichu said to Feng Qingran through a message. When he was in the fairy world, the secret guards around Wen Wanjin all had names beginning with the word Jade. Among them was one named Yu Jing. In addition to Yu Jing, it remembered someone named Yu Heng. Master Feng, Deputy Pavilion Master Yu Jing was also seriously injured at that time. After the death of the Lord of Heaven, he left here. He sent back a few monks along the way, but they never stayed here. Bailey Qingxuan said. At this moment, Luo Shucheng's expression changed, and he looked at Feng Qingran with embarrassment and said, Master Feng, there are 2 monks who want to see you. They were sent back by the former Deputy Pavilion Master and said they have some news to tell you. Feng Qingran nodded, okay. Luo Shucheng and Bailey Qingxuan turned and left. Who wants to see Phoenix Master? Why do you look so ugly? Bailey Qingxuan asked curiously. The Deputy Pavilion Master only sent back a few, you can guess for yourself. Luo Shucheng glanced sideways at Bailey Qingxuan and said. They don't seem to have any grudge against you. Do you look bitter and grudge why? Bailey Qingxuan asked. Luo Shucheng flicked his sleeves and glared at Bailey Qingxuan, Bailey Qingxuan looked puzzled, you're so good, why are you angry? Luo Shucheng said angrily, do you still have the nerve to say that if you didn't insist on robbing me back then, I would have lost my memory? Bailey Qingxuan was speechless for a moment. Luo Shucheng, would you like to show some respect? That is the treasure of my Bailey family. You had to compete with me for the opportunity to go down to the lower world, so that happened. Luo Shucheng raised his chin slightly. I am stronger than you, so it is obviously more suitable for me to go down to the lower realm. As the master of the treasure, you know that the treasure cannot bring 2 souls to the lower realm, but you still insist on forcing it. Isn't it your fault? Bailey Qingxuan laughed angrily at Luo Shucheng's shameless look. If there was no ancestral friendship between them, he would definitely beat Luo Shucheng to death. Luo Shucheng, you are so shameless that you have the nerve to accuse me. Bailey Qingshuan rolled his eyes. Back then, after receiving the news of the Lord of Heaven's death, he decided to go down to the next world to find the Lord of Heaven. But the space needs someone to occupy it. Uneasy, he asked Luo Shucheng to explain some things before he dared to leave. Unexpectedly, Luo Shucheng knew that he was leaving God, so he kept pestering him to leave with him. After he refused, Luo Shucheng still didn't give up. In the end, he and Luo Shucheng went down to the realm together. But they both lost their memory. Luo Shucheng also became the lackey of the Luo family during the process. And he almost stayed at Bailey's house. However, at that time, he really didn't like Bailey Yuan, so he chose to leave Bailey's family, went to Qingyun Prefecture, and founded a sect. Thinking about it now, it's good that he left Bailey's house. Bailey Qingshuan, don't talk about me either. We are both useless. Fortunately, we are not following the Phoenix Master, otherwise we would only be holding him back. Luo Shucheng spoke unceremoniously. In fact, Luo Shucheng was a little lucky at the moment. Fortunately, they lost their memory. Otherwise, their appearance would definitely disrupt Fang Qingran's growth path. Fang Qingran looked at Wen Wanjun and Yu Heng standing in front of him, slightly surprised. At this moment, Wen Wanjun no longer looked as noble as before, her face was very haggard, and she looked like a weakling. Next to Wen Wanjun, Yu Heng had a stern face and worried eyes, supporting her. Zhang Wenwan has met the Phoenix Master. Yu Heng has met the Phoenix Master. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly. Why do you want me? Wen Wanjun raised her eyes and glanced at Yu Heng before she said, Master Phoenix, I'm here to apologize. She knew that Su Exingheng arranged for Yi Wen to seize Fang Qingran's luck. She had thought about stopping it, but she never really stopped it. I killed your daughter Su Yanran, you don't hate me? Fang Qingran asked, staring at Wen Wanjun with sharp eyes. I hated her before, but then I learned the truth. She suffered the consequences. After all, it was me who failed to teach her well. When Wen Wanjun said these words, a look of regret flashed through her eyes. Fang Qingran keenly captured this emotion. Fang Qingran's lips raised slightly. Have you ever thought that she is not your daughter? When Wen Wanjun heard Fang Qingran's words, her expression was dull for a moment, and then she came back to her senses. What does Master Fang mean by this? Fang Qingran said calmly, that's the literal meaning. Can you think about the similarities between Su Yanran and you? Wen Wanjun's face became even paler and she began to cough violently. The handkerchief she used to cover her lips leaked a few traces of blood. When she returned to the Wen family from the fairy world, she discovered that something was wrong with the entire Wen family. They are obviously still the same faces as before. But the atmosphere has completely changed. It was obvious that his body had been taken away from him. Even her beloved brother, Wen Jingjun, was taken away. And she could vaguely feel that the person who took away her brother might be Su Exingheng. But before she could investigate everything clearly, she was besieged by the Wen family's secret guards. Yu Heng was seriously injured in order to protect her. It was Yu Jing who appeared in time and saved her and Yu Heng. After that, she and Yu Jing came to this unknown space. After coming here, Yu Jing found a strong man, who actually took out the spirit of decay from her body. She calculated based on the time given by the strong man. The time when the spirit of decay entered her body happened to be the time when she married Su Exingheng. Her body had long been hollowed out by the spirit of decay, her foundation was damaged, and she could no longer practice, so she could only hang on to her life with elixirs. Here she lingers. I didn't expect to receive such news. Her daughter is not her daughter. When Wanjun recalled carefully that Su Yanran's appearance was similar to Su Exingheng's, but not even remotely like her. She just thought it was a coincidence at the time and never thought about it further. Now that I have stepped out of the outside world, I can see everything all at once. When Wanjun wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at Fang Qingran, Master Fang, does she know where my daughter is? I don't know, I only know that Su Yanran is Wen Yun's daughter. Fang Qingran said. When Wanjun looked shaky, Wen Yun, Su Exingheng actually lied to me like this. I was really blind back then. The hatred in Wen Wanjun's eyes almost turned into reality. She hated Su Exingheng more than Wen Yun. Su Exingheng is the root cause of all this. Without Su Exingheng, she and Wen Yun would not have interacted at all, and how would Wen Yun have the chance to replace her child? Su Exingheng has been deceiving from the beginning. The next time she ends up like this is all because of Su Exingheng. The emotion of regret almost overwhelmed Wen Wanjun. Seeing this, Yu Heng felt heartbroken. Wen Yun is currently in the Fang family of the God Realm, and Su Yanran is in the Jiang family of the God Realm. Su Yanran borrowed Yi Jamin's body for resurrection. They should come to heaven. Fang Qingran said calmly. Yi Jamin. A smiling face flashed in Wen Wanjun's mind. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 12-18 Mimetic Soul. Yi Jamin is a direct descendant of the Yi family. Su Exingheng was afraid of Yi Exingchen of the Yi family, so he arrested Yi Jamin and wanted to use Yi Jamin to threaten Yi Exingchen. But after Yi Jamin knew Su Exingheng's purpose, she would rather die than surrender. In the end, Su Exingheng forcibly extracted Yi Jamin's soul and made his body into a puppet to threaten Yi Exingchen. However, by mistake, Yi Wenshan fell into this trap. Su Exingheng found that Yi Wenshan was easier to control than Yi Exingchen, so he followed the trend and did not go to Yi Exingchen. Thinking of Yi Jamin, a look of guilt flashed across Wen Wanjun's eyes. When Yi Jamin's soul was extracted, she could stop it. But she loved Su Exingheng deeply at that time, so she chose to sit back and watch. Isn't this a kind of aiding the evildoer? Su Exingheng was able to become the emperor of the immortal realm because of the influence of the Wen family. Being able to rule the fairy world so quickly is also due to the secret guards of the Wen family. The more Wen Wanjun recalled, the more she blamed herself. Fang Qingran took a panoramic view of Wen Wanjun's expression, and it was still calm. To a certain extent, Wen Wanjun and Kang Xuanji's experiences were similar. They are all calculations based on love. It was Xuanren who plotted against them all. But Kang Xuanji and Wen Wanjin are very different. Phoenix Master, can we go out for this heavenly exchange competition? Yu Heng asked respectfully. Since he became a secret guard, he has been following Wen Wanjin. He could clearly feel that Wen Wanjin's aura became urgent after hearing the news about Wen Yun. Ask whoever brought you in. Fang Qingran neither refused nor agreed. They were brought by the deputy master of Wugui Pavilion. Since the other party brought them here, he must have a purpose. It was impossible for her to make decisions for the deputy cabinet chief. Seeing this, Wen Wanjin reached out to Pu Yuheng and said, Master Fang, it is the greatest gift that we can stay here. Master Phoenix, I know that Su Exingheng has several children in private. Among them, Jiang Chanyu of the Jiang family is Su Exingheng's child. He also had several children sent to the lower world by him. I didn't find out who they were. I feel that they may be the hidden clues planted by Su Exingheng. When Wanjin said this, took out a jade pendant, handed it to Fang Qingran and said, Master Fang, I came to see you this time for one more thing. I know that when you were in the land abandoned by the gods, you and Yi Wenshan has a history. This jade pendant contains a trace of Yi Jamin's remnant soul. Please give this to him. From the moment Su Exingheng caught Yi Jamin, he had no intention of letting her go. This remnant soul was something she had quietly saved when Su Exingheng took action. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly as she accepted the jade pendant. Even if it was a remnant soul, she was still the rightful owner of that body. It's time for those who occupy the magpie's nest to return their bodies. Back in the fairy world, Su Yanran almost plotted against Yi Exingchen by using Yi Jamin's body. Fortunately, Yi Exingchen was a sword cultivator with a tough mind and could withstand the erosion of the secret method, so he was not controlled by Su Yanran. When Su Yanran controlled Yi Exingchen, she used the secret method of the mermaid tribe. She also deduced from this that Su Yanran was Wen Yun's bloodline. Phoenix Master, let's take our leave first. After Wen Wanjin and Yu Heng bowed, they turned and left. Sister Fang, there is something wrong with the Su Exingheng that Wen Wanjin mentioned. Fang Jingyu said. What's wrong? Fang Jingyu blinked, thought for a while, and said, Sister Fang, isn't Mr. Wen Jing of the Wen family also Su Exingheng? The last time I saw Wen Jingjun in the fairy world, I noticed a strange aura in his soul. At that time, I suspected that Su Exingheng was not a living being, and his soul was not a real soul. Su Exingheng's soul is very much like a pseudo-god soul. The imitation soul is similar to the divine soul. As long as you use the right method, you can deceive the way of heaven and enter reincarnation. After entering reincarnation, the pseudo-god soul will be contaminated by the breath of many living beings. As long as the pseudo-god soul can continue reincarnation, it will become a real living being sooner or later. Moreover, the pseudo-god soul can also seize the bodies of other living beings, and then devour the soul of the person who seizes the body, so that he will not be noticed as a body-seizing entity. Even if the imitation soul has offspring, it is not its true bloodline. After all, the imitation soul is not a real living being and cannot reproduce. But the offspring born from other bodies of the pseudo-god soul will still have a certain causal connection with him. When there are more causal connections, it will be more conducive for the pseudo-god soul to become a real living being. Before, I wasn't sure whether Su Exingheng was a godlike soul, but after meeting Wen Wanjin just now, I am sure that it is. Su Exingheng is a godlike soul. Also one of the clones of the Mother of Decay. Many conscious beings are not living beings. If they want to become ascetics, they will first build a pseudo-god soul, and then try the best to turn the pseudo-god soul into a real divine soul, so that they can transform into a ascetic. Fang Jingyu finished talking about the imitation soul with a serious expression. Most living beings will not use this method to become ascetics. The path followed by the imitating spirit is the path of disobedience. By doing this, they will also rob other souls of their reincarnation path. Moreover, Su Exingheng is also the clone of the Mother of Decay. The Mother of Decay wants to become a monk, and there must be a huge conspiracy behind this. If the Mother of Decay really becomes a cultivator, there will be a catastrophe for the entire universe. Fang Qingran raised her hand, and the energy of Duke floated in her palm. Duke, you have swallowed the clone of the Mother of Decay before, have you seen the memory of Su Exingheng? The Ju Xuanqi was suddenly brought out by Fang Qingran. Xiaoyunduan's body was shaking violently. It has never had a good day since its contract with Fang Qingran. That green phoenix weapon spirit must be beaten every now and then. The god-killing spear didn't let it go either, always testing it with it. The chaos clock and the 10,000 ghost banners took turns playing tricks on it. There is also the little elf in the void space who always enslaves it and makes it dig the ground, loosen the soil, water it, plant various spiritual plants, etc. It's obviously just a ball of energy. It hasn't turned into a living thing yet. Why let it do hard work? They caught it and bullied it. They didn't care about the Xuanwang Qi and the contract it made with Fang Qingran at the same time. I just like to enslave it. Ju Xuanzi thought of the carefree days before the contract with Fang Qingran, and actually regretted it. It should have run away as soon as it saw Fang Qingran. There is no way to terminate the contract it signed with Fang Qingran. Moreover, Fang Qingran still had the air of nothingness in his body, and he still developed spiritual wisdom, an air of nothingness that was several levels higher than it. In the beginning, everything was born out of nothingness. The spirit of nothingness was also bred at that time. It originally thought that it had given birth to spiritual wisdom, which should be far superior to the air of nothingness. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 12:19, Stop beating me, more updates. But it never expected that the void energy in Fang Qingran's body could actually produce spiritual consciousness. The energy of nothingness is inherently superior to all energy. When spiritual consciousness is regenerated, isn't it proper to deny it a way to survive? Fortunately, the air of nothingness was too powerful to leave Fang Qingran's sea of consciousness. Fang Qingran was unable to use the air of nothingness for the time being. Otherwise it would have been obliterated long ago. Duke Xuanqi had a premonition that it could no longer get rid of the fear of being dominated by Fang Qingran. Ha! Fang Qingren's voice was low when she saw that Duke Xuan's energy was just trembling and he didn't answer her. Zhu Xuanzi trembled even more fiercely. Master Phoenix, don't let King Feng beat me. I'm thinking about it and I won't answer your question. Fang Jingyu heard this and laughed out loud. Zhu Xuanqi did not dare to control Fang Jingyu. Zhu Xuanzi said honestly, Master Phoenix, the memory of the Mother of Decay does not exist about Su Exingheng, and she even has very few memories about her true body. The clone I devoured has most of its memories from the creatures it devoured. The memories of those creatures are all about this plane. This plane seems to have experienced several catastrophes, and many strong men have fallen as a result. The Mother of Decay took advantage of this opportunity to invade this plane and scattered its clones everywhere. The reason why the clone I devoured entered the small world of Zhenshin has something to do with the ancestors of the Nangong family. At that time, the ancestors of the Nangong family sent the family's strong men into the depths of the small world. The Mother of Decay happened to be in the body of one of the strong men. After that strong man died, the Mother of Decay swallowed his soul and wandered around the small world, and then accidentally entered the palace. It is the breath of Yin, and it will approach me on its own. It wanted to devour me at that time, but it was swallowed by me instead. When Zhu Xuanqi said this, he couldn't hide his pride in his tone. However, although this clone does not know where the main body is, it does know that the purpose of the main body becoming stronger and growing is to reproduce. It wants to reproduce the life that can cultivate Taoism like the human race. Phoenix Master, I have already confessed everything that needs to be explained. Can you please say a nice word to King Feng so that she will stop beating me? Zhu Xuanqi begged. King Feng was transformed from a soul body into a weapon spirit, and strangely integrated a variety of Taoism. It is no match for King Feng. I can only get beaten obediently every time. Duke Xuan, do you know why King Feng wants to beat you? Fang Qingran asked with a smile. Isn't it your order? Zhu Xuanji remembered clearly that King Feng got Fang Qingran's order to beat it. Do you still remember what you said when you were beaten by King Feng for the first time? Fang Qingran asked funnily. King Feng just started to take action, and it was King Feng who took the initiative to ask for help. Zhu Xuanzi thought about it for a long time, but didn't remember it. Fang Jingyu said, I know, you said that King Feng was a stupid phoenix. It could be reborn in Nirvana, but it was reduced to a humble sword spirit. If it dares to hit you, you will destroy the magic weapon it lives in. When Duke Xuanqi heard the last part, his body shook out the afterimage. Did it really say that at the time? It must be speaking out of frustration. The dignified King Feng is so narrow-minded. If you forget something like this once you hear it, why should you remember it all the time? And what it says is not wrong. A phoenix that was born according to the rules in the early stage of chaos actually died and became a weapon spirit. If not stupid, what is it? Zhu Xuanzi thought so. But it didn't dare to say this. Well, Phoenix Master, I want to apologize to King Feng, can you also beg for me? Zhu Xuanzi Qi said humbly. If it is an ordinary weapon spirit, it has nothing to be afraid of. The other party can't hurt it at all. But King Feng is different. There is a strange power in King Feng's power, a power that can really make it feel pain. It's not up to me whether King Feng forgives you. You can talk to King Feng yourself. Fang Qingran threw the Duke Xuanqi back into the void space. She could sense that the Duke Xuanqi had not yet completely surrendered to her. Under such circumstances, I still want her to say good things for it, which is quite a beautiful idea. Fang Jingyu laughed again. Sister Fang, I suspect that the Duke Xuanqi has no memory at all. It has offended not only King Feng, but almost all the weapon spirits in the space. Every time Zhu Xuanqi speaks, his words are extremely sharp and always go straight to the other person's pain points. Even the most steady Kanglong would kick it a few times when it saw it, but it only remembers that King Feng kept beating it. It is probably King Feng who beat it the most times. Fang Jingyu said with a cheerful expression. Fang Qingran saw Fang Jingyu smiling happily, rubbed her little head and said, come on, it's time for us to leave here. Ah, are you leaving now? Won't Sister Fang look around? Fang Jingyu asked. The time has not come yet, Fang Qingran said with a slightly darkened look. Her mother had high hopes for leaving this place to her. But with her current strength, she is still unable to protect the monks here, nor can she take him out. So, let's not see him for now. After she rules the entire heaven, it will not be too late to come see them again. Besides, the third token her mother left for her didn't come from here either. Fang Qingran dodged a few times and came to the exit of the space. Bailey Qingxuan and Luo Shucheng were waiting there. It was as if they expected that she wouldn't stay too long. Master Phoenix, let's leave with you. Bailey Qingxuan's words meant that they were following her. Thank you both for your kindness, but no, I still have to participate in the competition. Fang Qingran declined politely. Luo Shucheng presented a unique transmission note and said, if you need anything, Lord Phoenix, you can contact us at any time. Fang Qingran put away the transmission talisman and left the space with Fang Jingyu. After Fang Qingran's breath completely disappeared, Luo Shucheng looked at Bailey Qingxuan with great disgust. Phoenix Master must think you are too ugly, so he doesn't want us to follow. If I had known better, I wouldn't have brought you here with me. Bailey Qingxuan stared at Luo Shucheng, looking again and again, but for a moment he couldn't find anything to refute. But he is an array mage. Array masters usually worry and consume their energy, and their faces must look old. He doesn't want this either, okay. Wrong. What was he thinking? The Phoenix Master didn't let them follow because he didn't need them, okay. Luo Shucheng, confidence is a good thing, but if you are too confident, you will easily become bald. Phoenix Master does not need your protection at all, Bailey Qingxuan said angrily. All these gods are eyeing the Phoenix Master. Why don't they need our protection? Luo Shucheng asked. Bailey Qingxuan snorted coldly. The person following Phoenix Master is thousands of times stronger than us. Chapter 12:20 Dazzled, Golden Ticket 1. Co Xuanzi, can you see through that little girl's strength? Luo Shucheng looked curious. Bailey Qingxuan did not answer Luo Shucheng's question, but asked, do you know how I found out the Phoenix Master entered here? Isn't it because Lord Phoenix carries the blood of the Lord of Heaven? Bailey Qingxuan shook his head. There is a special protection array in this space. Anyone who has exceeded the Saint Realm steps here, the array will give a warning. I first received a warning from the detection array, and then I discovered the existence of the Phoenix Master. There are 7 colors on the detection array. Each color represents a degree of danger. Above the Saint Realm is the first level of danger, and the Lord of Creation is the second level of danger. When Lord Tianyu came here before, there was only level 3 danger. But after the little girl appeared, the formation directly gave a warning of level 5 danger. This proves that the danger level of that little girl is higher than that of the Sky Moon God. With her by Phoenix Master's side, we are just running errands. We don't have to worry about Phoenix Master being in danger. The only thing I'm worried about is whether she is 100% loyal to Lord Phoenix. When Bailey Qingxuan said this, his expression was slightly serious. For what purpose did a strong man of this level submit to the Phoenix Master? Why didn't you tell me this news earlier? Luo Shucheng asked. Bailey Qingxuan rolled his eyes. Did you give me a chance to tell me? As soon as I mentioned Phoenix Master's name, you rushed over. Luo Shucheng touched his nose guiltily. Am I anxious to see the bloodline of the Lord of Heaven? By the way, is that little girl really as strong as you say? Nothing less than that. Why can't the danger warning come on when the Phoenix Lord appears? Luo Shucheng asked curiously. Oh, how did you ask such a stupid question? Bailey Qingxuan mocked. At Fang Qingren's current age, even with the help of countless time and space gems, she shouldn't have reached that level. Thinking this way is not based on King Feng Qingren's qualifications and understanding. But that kind of state is simply impossible to achieve easily. If you want to reach that state, it is best to practice in the mortal world for tens of thousands of years, and then experience the baptism of the long river of time. In this way, cultivating that state can make the path of cultivation wider. Since ancient times, no matter how talented you are, you cannot escape the earthly experience. Those who have no experience and just practice asceticism. Even if one's realm improves, one's own vision and perception of the world cannot keep up, and the path to spiritual cultivation will become narrower and narrower. Luo Shucheng touched his chin. Can you tell how old the little girl is? In fact, he could see that the little girl was not simple. But the little girl was too cute, so he didn't explore her further. I can't tell her age, but I'm sure she is older than your aunt and grandma. Bailey Qingxuan said with great certainty. My great aunt, Luo Shucheng murmured. Suddenly, Luo Shucheng seemed to have realized something. His eyes were slightly cold, and he stared at Bailey Qingxuan and said, Co Xuanzi, it has been a while since our last sparring. Come on, let's have another fight. Bailey Qingxuan immediately refused. If you want to fight, go and fight in the trial formation yourself. I won't fight with you. It was so hard for him to think about a formation master going to fight a sword cultivator. Within the boundary sea. Master, where are we going? Co Hei's voice sounded. Look for clues about the black snake. Yan Yu explained. Co Hei suddenly became puzzled. Master, the black snake appeared in the prehistoric period. Countless epochs have passed since then. How can I find it? Yan Yu chuckled and said, no matter how divided the universe is, there are still certain rules that cannot be escaped. You only need to follow the remaining breath to find the original location. Master, where did you get the black snake aura? Co Hei asked puzzledly. Yan Yu said, I don't have the aura of the black snake, but haven't you been in the ancient wilderness? At that time, the dragon clan was at its peak, so you must have been coveted by the black snake. By following your aura, you can find that ancient wilderness. Co Hei reacted quickly. Master, what do you mean? Is the black snake related to me? There should be. After all, you all have the word, black, and there's also the evil emperor spirit from the sky. I suspect it is also related to you. Yan Yue said. Why do they always imitate me? Co Hei said slightly depressed. If this continues, wouldn't it become an ominous existence? Then how can it gather the power of faith? Maybe the other dragons are too flashy, but you are the only one wearing black, so it's best to imitate. Yan Yu said with a smile. Besides, black is the best color to hide. It is also more conducive for them to hide in the void and hide in the boundary sea. Master, this joke is not funny at all. Yan Yu patted Co Hei's head and said, good boy, I'll take you back to Killing Universe first. Is the Killing Universe a world universe or a plane universe? Co Hei suddenly changed his attention. There are no levels in the universe. This will help prevent the killing monsters from killing each other. Yan Yu said, grabbing the void, and a beautiful and colorful jellyfish appeared in front of her eyes. The rules and resources of each world in the world universe are almost the same. There is no concept of ascension. The number of such universes is extremely small. Only those who kill monsters are suitable to stay in this kind of universe. Ah, Master, isn't this a killing monster? Co Hei recalled the fear of being dominated by them last time. Yan Yu did not explain to Co Hei, but said to the killing monster in front of her, take me back to the killing universe. After listening to Yan Yu's words, the killing monster's body glowed with light. The next moment, Yan Yu and Xiao Hei had arrived in another space. Co Hei felt dazzled by all kinds of colors. Co Hei took the initiative to possess Yan Yu's clothes. Master, aren't you dazzled by them? Yan Yu asked strangely, why are you dazzled? Don't you think they're beautiful like this? All the colors in the world are on them. When I see them, I feel a lot better. Master, if they become like this, it has nothing to do with you, right? Co Hei asked uncertainly. Yan Yu nodded. Well, I transformed them into this. They look very strange at first. It's like a mutated mantis. It has 2 big knives in front of its body. It's blood red all over. It's uncomfortable to look at. I later traveled around the world and found this kind of creature, so I brought it back and let them grow like this. Then I added some rules to them, and they became this cute look. After Yan Yue finished speaking, she asked doubtfully, "Doesn't this look good?" Xiaohei Momo, "It looks good, but they're a bit dazzling when they're gathered together." "That's not right, master. Isn't the little box also killing monsters? Why does it look different from them?" "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 12:21, Suppressing the Temple. God. Countless cultivators rushed to Nangong Prefecture at the same time. When they stepped into Nangong Prefecture and saw clearly where the competition was, their eyes showed shock. The entire competition place is suspended in midair. On a grand scale. It is like a magnificent city in the sky with no visible edges. They couldn't help but release the power of their spiritual consciousness to explore the overall situation of the competition city. Zhu Qiang was amazed again. The center of the game city is a wide playing field. All kinds of things are available in the competition venue. The competition venue is surrounded by viewing areas. There are also pavilions and pavilions outside the viewing area. Each pavilion is towering into the clouds and majestic. The interior design of the pavilion is even more exquisite and unique. Even if the spectators are in the pavilion, they can still have a clear view of what is happening in the central field. Many monks sighed one after another. As expected of God's second family, the Nangong family has such a profound heritage. Is this the temple that the Nangong family has been hiding? It's normal to have such a palace hidden away. Look at the formations and ruins in the competition place, they all have an ancient atmosphere. I was worried at first that the competition venue was too small to accommodate monks from all walks of life. Now it seems that I really have no need to worry. Come on, we don't need to worry about this kind of thing at all. Nangong Prefecture and Bailey Prefecture can definitely solve these problems. Ellipsis. Just as many monks were discussing, a majestic voice sounded, "Welcome the powerful to Nangong State. Contestants with identity cards can find your pavilion according to the guidance of the badge. As for the spectators who do not have ID cards, the Nangong family attendants will issue tokens to you later. Since the participants in this competition are monks from all walks of life, in order to protect your safety, those who have not received the identity card are not allowed to enter. Please understand. Next, I would like to invite you to have friendly exchanges. The competition is to promote relations between all walks of life. No one is allowed to stir up trouble during the competition." After Nangongshan's voice fell, someone in uniform clothes actually appeared and handed out tokens to the monks present. As for the contestants, they can enter directly. Nangongshan led hundreds of powerful men from the Nangong family to stand at the entrance of the town temple. There is a huge stone pillar at the entrance, towering into the sky. There are only 3 words on the stone pillar. Zhen Shen Clan. The 3 words appear to be written like a snake and a dragon, and they are majestic. You can still vaguely detect the power contained in them. This stone pillar actually has nothing to do with the temple. The Zhenshan temple was built by the Nangong family themselves. The stone pillars were placed here by the ancestors after they came out of the small world. This stone pillar is not a simple stone pillar. Instead, it is a huge formation disk. After the formation is activated, it can still prevent the sun from stepping into it. "Master, the Buddhas are here," the third elder Nangong reminded him. After hearing this, Nangongshan looked up. "I saw the Buddha's light flashing across the sky, and a group of Buddhist monks wearing cassocks landed not far away. The Buddha headed by all the Buddhas has kind eyebrows and kind eyes, and his whole body is filled with the breath of peace." Nangongshan looked at the Buddhas. The connection between the Buddhist world and other worlds is very weak. Even if there are monks who ascend, few will ascend to the Buddhist world. The person who can become a Buddha is 1 in a million. A Buddha needs to have compassion for the world. After becoming a Buddha, you still need to isolate the 7 emotions and 6 desires. For monks who long for immortality and the supreme realm, it is simply difficult to reach heaven. Moreover, the paths taken by Buddhas and ascetics are also different. If you choose to become a Buddha, you need to start over. In this way, many monks will naturally give up on becoming a Buddha. He admires those who can become Buddhas. But he would never choose to become a Buddha. "Master Nangong," Buddha took the initiative to speak. "The fact that Buddha can come here really makes me, Nangongju Pengpi, shine." Nangongshan said with a smile. After Nangongshan finished speaking, he saw the 8th elder Nangong saying, "8th elder, make arrangements well and don't neglect the Buddhas." Nangongshan nodded to Buddha and then looked away. Soon, the 8th elder Nangong finished seeing off all the Buddhas and returned to Nangong Mountain. The 8th elder sent a message, "Master, I have just investigated. There are hundreds of Buddhas in the Buddhist world whose strength is unfathomable, and all the Buddhas have merit and gold to protect their bodies. I am afraid they will be difficult to deal with. It doesn't matter, no matter how powerful the Buddhas are, they will never be enemies of our God." Nangongshan said. The Buddha realm is outside the realm. No matter how powerful the Buddhas are, they will never directly conflict with God. "Hey, everyone is here, I'm here to join in the fun, isn't it too much?" Nangongshan knew this. The 3 elders of Nangongshan were full of resentment when they saw Nangongshan. He has already obtained the chief elder's order and is about to take office. As a result, Nangongshan took the supreme elder back to Nangong's house. Nangongshan forcefully took the token in his hand. He was completely helpless to Nangongshan. In the end, the supreme elder didn't know what he talked about with the ancestor, so the ancestor asked Nangongshan to stay. Although Nangongshan's position as chief elder was not restored, he did not take back the opponent's token. So as soon as he got it, he didn't have the token to keep warm, but it was gone again. The 3rd elder Nangong was very resentful. Nangongshan frowned slightly when he saw Nangongshan. Nangongjian told him not to worry about Nangongshan's affairs. He didn't care about Nangongshan, but Nangongshan always came in front of him. No matter what he was dealing with, Nangongshan would have a hand in it. As if Nangongshan could tell that Nangongshan didn't want to see him, he leaned in front of Nangongshan and said, "Master, after all, I hold the leaders and elders token, and it's not appropriate for me to be idle like this, isn't it?" Nangongshan deliberately shook the token in his hand. Seeing this, the 3rd elder Nangong turned away. "Nangongshan, today is an important occasion, don't cause trouble." Nangong Sheng shouted in a voice. If you keep me idle, I might be free to look for trouble. If you keep me busy, I won't be looking for trouble. Nangong Sheng said with a smile. Nangongshan rubbed his eyebrows. What do you want to do? Nangong Sheng glanced around and said, with so many monks coming to Nangong Prefecture, order must be maintained. How about you give me dozens of secret guards and let me protect the safety of Nangong Prefecture? There are 4 elders involved in this matter, you are not needed. Nangongshan suddenly couldn't remember how Nangong Sheng became the chief elder. Isn't this guy an alchemist? Why do you always like to hang out? Don't alchemists like to be quiet? The 4th elder will definitely be too busy for himself. He needs my help. Nangong Sheng waved the token again. He has no real power. But the token is a symbol of status. With this token in hand, he can do many things. Nangong Shan saw Nangong Sheng's threat, called the 4th elder, and ordered, let Nangong Sheng act with you, remember to keep an eye on him. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 12:22 Chief Elder. The 4th elder of Nangong immediately said respectfully, Master, don't worry, I will tie him to my belt and won't let him leave me even half a step. Master, don't worry, I will definitely protect Nangong Prefecture. After Nangong Sheng finished speaking, he followed the 4th elder and left. Nangong Shan felt much relieved when he saw Nangong Sheng leaving. Nangong Sheng was brought up by the Supreme Elder. He is also a very outstanding alchemist. The refined elixir has very few impurities. Taking Nangong Sheng's elixir can reduce the accumulation of erysipelas. Therefore, all the monks like to find him to make elixirs. With his alchemy, Nangong Sheng was recognized by the top 10 elders in the family, and with the recommendation of the Supreme Elder, Nangong Sheng became the Chief Elder. The Chief Elder seems to be able to appoint and remove all the elders in Nangong Prefecture, but in fact he has no real power at all. Unless the head of the family agrees, there is no point in appointing or removing the Chief Elder. This location exists only for emergencies. When the entire state is in chaos, the family head cannot come out to take charge, and the family does not have a young master, the Chief Elder can come out to temporarily act as the family head. But this situation is almost impossible to happen. Nangong Shenghui became the Chief Elder not for power, but for a high salary. The Chief Elder's salary is the highest among all the elders. Nangong Shan was a little confused. How could Nangong Sheng, an alchemist, care so much about his salary? Nangong Sheng could easily earn 10 years of salary by refining the elixir just once. Master, the Great Elder has sent news that the contestants from the God Realm are here. The 8th Elder said. Just as Nangong Shan was about to nod, he heard the 8th Elder say again, Master, the 1st Elder also said that Nangong Sheng had a quarrel with the God Realm. Why? The 8th Elder said cautiously, the God Realm is now divided into 4 parts, and various forces are divided, so the team is relatively scattered. When Nangong Sheng saw this, he stepped forward and taunted him, which immediately angered the powerful people in the God Realm. They wanted Nangong Sheng to apologize. Who knew that he didn't apologize and continued to mock each other? The powerful people in the God Realm do not dare to take action considering that God is here, but he refuses to give up and is still taunting him. The 4th Elder and the 1st Elder can hardly hold him back. Nangongshan rubbed his eyebrows, feeling a headache. In Nangong State, only the Supreme Elder and Nangong Jian can suppress Nangong Sheng. The Supreme Elder is recovering from his injuries. Nangong Jian is already accompanying the saints from various families in the town temple. Yes, this time the saint also came to watch the game. Nangongshan could only go there in person. You stay here and I'll go take a look. The 8th Elder of Nangong responded, it's the head of the family. Unexpectedly, when Nangong Shan left, Nangong Sheng appeared in front of the 8th Elder Nangong. Nangong Sheng stood where Nangong Shan originally stood and said, I was afraid of staying there and starting a fight with them, so I came back early and left the rest to the head of the family to handle. The 8th Elder and the 3rd Elder remained silent. Even though Nangong Sheng does not have the status of Chief Elder now, he has a token. They can't control it. The 8th Elder Nangong suddenly thought of a question. Nangong Sheng was waiting here. Wouldn't he meet the powerful people of the God Realm again later? The 8th Elder Nangong suddenly had a bad feeling. Nangong Sheng, how did you end up as a janitor? A joking voice sounded. It is the Wanqi family Wanqi Mao. Nangong Sheng was too lazy to talk to Wanqi Mao and looked directly at Wanqi Zhu. Master Wanqi, what do you think of the elixir I mentioned last time? Wanqi Mao became vigilant after hearing this. Nangong Sheng, your pills are so expensive, who can afford them? Wan Kixu's cloudy eyes looked at Wanqi Mao. Didn't Wanqi Mao say that Nangong Sheng's elixirs would no longer be sold? But considering that the occasion was wrong, Wan Kixu did not question Wanqi Mao. Wan Kixu said to Nangong Sheng, the elixir refined by Elder Nangong is naturally the best. I will talk to you about this later. After Wan Kixu finished speaking, he took Wanqi Mao and other powerful men of the Wan Kixu family in. Wanqi Mao glared at Nangong Sheng before leaving. Nangong Sheng didn't care, he just wanted the Wanqi family's heirloom. Many monks heard the conversation between Nangong Sheng and Wan Kixu. They all cast curious glances. Nangong Sheng's reputation in heaven is still very loud. All the elixirs from his hands are of the highest quality. Elder Nangong, have you refined a new elixir? A bold monk asked. Yes, the elixir is very effective this time. It is a top quality elixir. After taking it, you don't have to worry about the erysipelas. I will hold an auction later. I will inform you of the specific time and location. As soon as Nangong Sheng said these words, the monks became excited. The news that Nangong Sheng was going to hold an auction spread quickly. The eyes of the 8th Elder Nangong flashed slightly. Nangong Sheng was indeed very ambitious. Why is the 8th Elder looking at me like this? Nangong Sheng asked bluntly. Nangong Sheng, you can do whatever you want, but you can't infringe on the interests of the Nangong family. The 8th Elder Nangong said in a message. I'm just holding an auction, how can I endanger the interests of the Nangong family? Nangong Sheng asked rhetorically. At the same time, there was mockery in his eyes. This 8th Elder is truly Nangong Jian's lackey. The death of the head of the family back then was probably inseparable from the 8th Elder. There are a total of 10 executive elders in the Nangong family. These 10 elders will assist the family head and jointly rule Nangong state. Each elder is responsible for one aspect. Among them, the 8th elder's duty is to protect the head of the family. But after the death of the previous head of the family, the 8th elder not only did not propose any meaning, but instead followed Nangong Jian and stayed loyal to him. Afterwards Nangong Jian abdicated. Nangong Shan succeeded the family head. The 8th elder began to follow Nangong Shan again. However, the 8th elder still obeyed Nangong Jian privately. This time he and the supreme elder returned to Nangong's house. Nangong Jian probably noticed something and allowed him to stay. Probably Nangong Sheng's eyes were too direct, which made the 8th elder very uncomfortable. Nangong Sheng, you are holding an auction without authorization. If something happens during the auction, just don't let the head of the family clean up the mess. The 8th elder Nangong said seriously. The 3rd elder was sandwiched between the two, trying his best to reduce his sense of presence. Both of them were masters he couldn't afford to offend. The 8th elder used tricks to the point of not even giving up the dignity of a strong man. Nangong Sheng is an alchemist and has the qualifications to run rampant in Nangong state. He is the only one who can't even look down on Jin Longshan. If it weren't for the kindness of his ancestor last time, he would no longer be an elder now. Why are you here? An unhappy voice sounded. This voice was obviously directed at Nangong Sheng. The 3rd elder Nangong and the 8th elder looked at each other and felt something bad. They wanted to speak first, but they still couldn't get ahead of Nangong Sheng. Nangong Sheng looked at the speaker and said arrogantly, "Who do I think he is? He turns out to be a pretty boy. Has your hair grown? Come and participate in the competition." 3rd elder Nangong felt his eyes darken. This was a serious communication competition. This competition is held to show the majesty of God. If Nangong Sheng makes such a fuss, they will probably lose their dignity, let alone their majesty. You. Xiaobao stayed beside Xunyuan Jun's, his cheeks flushed with anger. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1223 Nonsense, more updates. Xiaobao has a baby face, fair and clean, and can show 2 small tiger teeth when he smiles. There is nothing wrong with Nangong Sheng's description. And since Xiaobao came to be loyal to Xunyuan Jun's, he has never heard such disrespectful words towards him. If it weren't for God here, Xiaobao would have already taken action against Nangong Sheng. But this is God, Xiaobao can only choose to glare at Nangong Sheng. Nangong Sheng stroked his beard and glanced at the powerful gods in the God realm with a playful look. You said that your God realm is also the same. It is a good God realm, but you can't even find a ruler, and you actually let a kid stand up for you. Fellow Taoist, we from the God realm have come to heaven to participate in a competition. If you are so provocative, does it mean you don't welcome us? Pavilion Master Feng stared at Nangong Sheng coldly. This guy just went to the entrance to ridicule them. Now that I am stuck here again, I am afraid that I am deliberately trying to show disgrace to the God realm. Nangong Sheng showed a standard smile. Welcome, why not welcome? You can see from my sincere smile that I welcome you all. After Nangong Sheng finished laughing, he changed the topic and said, I only speak for myself. I am very curious about one thing. Why does your God realm have no leader? He found out clearly. Before the God realm, there was a woman who became the God King. But the God realm actually strongly resisted this God King on the grounds that the God King could not be a woman, and forced the God King to go directly to the fairy world. Although the gods also have the concept that men are superior to women, they also look at their strength. Back then, the Lord of Heaven was a woman. The heads of the 8 major families opposed her only because she asked the major families to hand over their resources. The 8 families never thought of using women as an excuse to fight against Feng Qingwu. The superiority of men to women in the divine world has become pathological. He really looks down on these powerful people in the God realm. Why don't you say anything? Is this question difficult to answer? Nangong Sheng asked again without hearing the powerful voices of the gods. Many powerful people in the God realm only feel that their faces are dull. Ever since they forced Qin Hanyan to give up his position as the Divine Lord, the Divine Realm has become completely chaotic, and many female cultivators have followed Qin Hanyan to the Immortal Realm. Later, Luan Jin took away a group of female cultivators from the God Realm. As a result, many male cultivators from the God Realm also followed him to the Immortal Realm. Nowadays, there are only a few old guys left in the God Realm, and there are only a few young monks. If it weren't for the support of the Feng family, Jiang family, and several holy places, the God Realm would probably have fallen. To be degraded is to be degraded. A world can be upgraded or downgraded. All walks of life are governed by laws. When the number of strong people in a world continues to decrease, it means that the vitality of the world is declining. If this continues, the world will inevitably decline. For the time being, the God Realm still has a deep foundation to support it and will not fall into decline. But if there are a large number of strong people leaving the God Realm, then maybe it will happen. TSK, I really didn't expect that the God Realm that many monks yearn for would turn out like this. You said that you are not bad at all, but your concepts are so outdated. Nangong Sheng said regretfully. There was silence. The powerful people in the God Realm were so angry that they didn't want to speak. After all, they were unable to refute what Nangong Sheng said. The monk from heaven looked like he was watching a good show. Nangong Sheng, shut up, Nangong Shan scolded. Nangong Shan ducked in front of Nangong Sheng, his eyes dark. When he arrived at the entrance of Nangong Prefecture, Nangong Sheng immediately slipped away. He thought Nangong Sheng was afraid. Who knew that Nangong Sheng would come here to block the monks in the God Realm? There is no leader in the divine world, as everyone knows. But how can this kind of thing be explained openly? Besides, the God Realm just doesn't have a leader, but it doesn't mean there aren't strong people. Nangong Sheng has angered the entire God Realm so much. What if they cause trouble in Nangong State? In such troubled times, he didn't want to cause trouble. Master, I didn't do anything. I just told a few truths. Since you are here, I will leave. After Nangong Sheng finished speaking, he really disappeared. Xiaobao watched Nan Gongsheng leave with anger in his eyes. Xiaobao, nothing happened. Xunyuan Jun's had a smile on his lips, not paying much attention to what Nan Gongsheng said. But he just scolded the young master too. Xiaobao said angrily. Xiao Xiao poked Xiaobao's soft cheek. Ha ha ha, Xiaobao, don't say it, you look more like a pretty boy like this. When they first followed the young master saw Xiao Bao's face and thought of him. So the names became Xiao Xiao, Xiaobao, and Bao Bei respectively. Everyone, I'm really sorry. The person just now is crazy and likes to speak unscrupulously. Please forgive me. Nan Gongshan looked at the powerful people in the god realm. Nan Gongshan said he was apologizing, but his attitude was still condescending. Naturally, the powerful powers in the god realm could see that Nan Gongshan was not sincere in his apology. But they couldn't say much. After all, a servant of God who guides the way is both a master of cultivation in heaven and earth. And this cultivation level can already become the leader of a force in the god realm. Zhu Qiang all looked sideways in the direction of the Jiang family and the Feng family. Feng Qingqiang had a cold face and had no intention of responding to Nan Gongshan. On the other hand, the current head of the Jiang family, Jiang Chanyu, stepped forward and said, Master Nangong is welcome, we won't delay the affairs of the Nangong family here. Nan Gongshan nodded slightly, and the 8 elders immediately raised their hands and said, Everyone, follow me. Watching the powerful men from the god realm leave, Nan Gongshan was slightly confused. With such strength in the god realm, why did Feng Qingwu fall in the god realm? Is there another hidden story behind this matter? Nan Gongshan could not think for a moment before the demon world came. Tang Chongzhu walked at the front, walking calmly. Seeing Tang Chongzhu, Nan Gongshan became more serious. The strength of this demon king in the demon world should not be underestimated, so he had to give him some face. Before Tang Chongzhu could speak, Chongyi jumped in front of Nan Gongshan behind him. Chongyi grabbed Nan Gongshan's hand, but Nan Gongshan, who moved quickly, didn't even react. When Nan Gongshan reacted and wanted to pull his hand away, he found that Chongyi's grip was very tight. Chongyi smiled brightly, you are the head of the Nangong family, Nan Gongshan, right? Is it stressful for you to be the head of the family with your strength? Nan Gongshan's face turned livid instantly. Did he commit Tai Sui today? Another crazy being. Chongyi, you're talking nonsense. A demon emperor scolded him coldly. TCH, I'm not talking nonsense, I'm just curious. Chongyi curled his lips, let go of Nan Gongshan, and returned to Tang Chongzhi's back. The demon emperor immediately said, Master Nangong, please forgive me, but Chongyi has never seen the world, so he speaks indiscriminately. Nan Gongshan always felt that these words were a bit harsh. He looked at Tang Chongzhi and realized that the other party had no intention of speaking at all. Master, this Tang Chongzhu's identity is a bit weird. Su Exingheng in the immortal realm and the 10 demon emperors couldn't deal with him back then. Third elder Nangong reminded him quietly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1224, in public, golden ticket 2. A dark light flashed in Nangong Shan's eyes. The demon world has always been united and will protect the calf indiscriminately. It was hard for him to argue with Chongyi in public. Nangongshan suppressed his anger and his expression softened a bit. Please come in, we won't send more. Tang Chongzhu nodded to Nangong Mountain, then turned and walked into the Zhen Temple. When passing by the huge stone pillar, Tang Chongzhu paused slightly, looked back at Nangong Mountain, and said meaningfully, the Nangong family is really good. After Tang Chongzhu finished speaking, he stepped into the Zhen Temple without waiting for Nangongshan's reaction. Chongyi deliberately stayed behind and said to Nangongshan, let me tell you something, your god is really not qualified to treat the lower world like ants. You can hide the arrogance in your eyes. Chongyi also finished speaking without looking back. God is indeed of a higher level than other worlds. Have the qualifications to be proud of. But pride is not the reason why the powerful men in heaven look down on the monks in the lower world. Ever since he stepped into the sky, the words, ants from the lower world, have always sounded in his ears, which made him extremely uncomfortable. However, the demon lord always suppressed him and refused to let him settle accounts with those who spoke nonsense. God definitely has no good intentions in holding this exchange competition. Nangongshan took a deep breath and looked at the backs of the demons coldly. Once the game starts, he will let them understand what the gap is. Master, are you okay? The third elder asked cautiously. Nangongshan glanced sideways at the third elder with a strange look in his eyes. Third elder, after the game is over, you can continue to return to Jinlong Mountain to guard. If the eighth elder were here, he would definitely not let Chongyi speak arrogantly. The third elder's face turned pale. He was still waiting to become the chief elder. Returning to Jinlong Mountain again, will he still have a chance to succeed? But the third elder did not dare to refute Nangongshan and could only be depressed alone. Just then, the eighth elder came back, completely unaware of what had just happened. The head of the family, the head of the Jiang family in the God realm seems to be a spiritual master. In addition, I also heard about something. The woman named Wen Yun from the Feng family looks exactly like the Lord of Heaven. The eighth elder said in a message. Nangongshan recalled for a moment, there seemed to be several female cultivators following Feng Qingqiang. But he couldn't remember their features at all. It's just a fake, Nangongshan commented. Nangong Jian once said that Feng Qingwu can create a kind of aura of his own. When she is invisible, no one can notice her. If he could notice her, he would definitely feel that she was extremely dazzling. Nangongshan raised his eyes and looked into the distance and said, you can take a look at the bloodline of the Lord of Heaven and you will know why I said that the rhyme is a fake. The eighth elder looked in the direction Nangongshan said and saw the powerful powers of the immortal world coming through the air. Feng Qingran's portrait has been circulated in heaven for a long time. He naturally knew who Feng Qingran was. But Feng Qingran hadn't found her yet, but he saw a particularly beautiful woman first. The other party is simply a combination of beauty and charm. Every move is full of charm. The eighth elder's eyes widened, there was such a charming and elegant woman. Nangongshan noticed something was wrong in the eyes of the eighth elder and said coldly, what are you looking at? The 8th elder suddenly woke up and said, Master, I am looking at the monks in the immortal world. The 8th elder calmed down and then went to look for Feng Qinggran. At this time, Yi Xingchen had already brought the immortal monks to the entrance of the town temple. Emperor Yi Qian, welcome. Nan Gongshan said. Emperor Yi Qian, I will take you in. The 8th elder said with a smile on his face, and his eyes unconsciously glanced at Lin Yang. Nan Gongshan swallowed back the rest of what he said. Yi Xingchen nodded to Nan Gongshan and walked into the Zhenshan temple. When passing by the huge stone pillar, Yi Xingchen was obviously a little faster. When Feng Qinggran passed by the huge stone pillar, she paused for a moment and looked at the three characters, Zhen Shen Shen. The Nangong family had the nerve to keep saying that they had not gained anything from the small world of the Zhenshan clan. Little junior sister, if you want this stone pillar, we can find an opportunity to take it away later. Mu Chanjue said through the message. Feng Qinggran looked at Mu Chanjue and said through a message, Fourth senior brother, this stone pillar is made of divine grade gold source stone. Mu Chanjue stared at the stone pillar with burning eyes, looked at Dongji, and asked via voice transmission, Great Elder, I want this pillar, is there anything you can do? Dongji asked seriously, do you really want it? Yes, Mu Chanjue nodded. Then just carry it away. After Dongji finished speaking, he was ready to take action. Mu Chanjue immediately stepped forward to stop him, let's forget it. It's not appropriate to do it in public. Dongji said without any scruples, if there's anything inappropriate, just carry it away and I'll handle the follow-up issues. As the great elder of Lingyun sect, he must definitely meet everyone's requirements. Mu Chanjue was speechless for the first time and could only look at Feng Qinggran for help. In Lingyun sect, only Yanyu, Feng Qinggran, and Dawu can stop some of Dongji's outrageous behaviors. Dongji, fourth senior brother is just joking, don't take it seriously. Feng Qinggran said. Really? Dongji asked. Mu Chanjue nodded frantically, Great Elder, I was just joking. Let's go in quickly. Dongji said regretfully, I thought I could warm up in advance, but it seems that's not possible now. Mu Chanjue heard Dongji talking to himself and secretly vowed to pay attention to the occasion when talking to Dongji in the future. In the first knockout round, contestants can choose any 3 opponents. As long as they win 2 battles, they can enter the next match. During the competition, we must not hurt each other's lives. Bailey, when you finished reading 2 sentences and spread the jade slips on the table. What kind of competition rules are these? They're too simple. If a contestant receives several challenges, how should he deal with them? Mu Chanjue took the jade slip over, looked at it carefully, and analyzed, I feel like God is going to do something wrong in the first game. The restrictions given here are as long as it does not harm lives, and there is nothing else. If I cripple the other party, it won't hurt my life. Also, it only says that contestants can choose their opponents, but it does not clearly state the restrictions on strength level. If the strength gap between the 2 sides is huge, wouldn't it be easy to win? They will definitely add some rules later. When Mu Chanjue said this, he looked at Feng Qinggran and said, Junior sister, you have to be careful. I feel that there are many monks who want to challenge you. Ning Xiu said in a light voice, Young junior sister, you don't need to be careful. Those who take the initiative to challenge junior sister should be careful. Little junior sister, what state are you in now? Do you want to show your true state in this competition? Bailey when you asked extremely curiously. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 12:25 Testing Strength. Game City. Nangongshan is in the place of competition. He raised his hand and saluted in the air, on behalf of God, I welcome you all to come here to participate in the God Exchange competition. This competition is mainly about discussion. During the entire competition, no one is allowed to harm the lives of the contestants due to personal vendettas. Due to the huge age gap between the contestants this time, when allocating opponents this time, age will not be the main factor, but your actual strength will prevail. Before the start of this competition, please cooperate with all the contestants. We will test your strength and then display your strength on the ranking list so that you can choose your opponent. Nangongshan said, waved his hand, and a huge light curtain appeared in the sky. There is no monk's name on the light screen for the time being. Afterwards, your strength, name, and age will be displayed on this light screen. You must have received the rules for the first game. Contestants in the first game have no age limit or strength limit. As long as they have a participation token, they can choose 3 opponents. As long as the contestants can defeat 2 of the opponents, they can advance to the next round of the competition and get the opportunity to enter the ancient secret realm. When choosing an opponent, you can only choose an opponent who is at the same level as yourself or whose strength is higher than yours. You cannot choose an opponent whose strength is lower than yours. In addition, those who are selected cannot refuse to fight. If one person is selected by multiple contestants at the same time, you can find the referee on the field to arrange the game time. During the competition, contestants are not allowed to intentionally cause the death of the other party. If found, their cultivation will be directly abolished and expelled from the sky. If you have any other questions about the competition, you can ask the attendants assigned to you by the Nangong family, and they will answer your questions. The next thing will be arranged by the 8th elder of the Nangong family. I wish you all a happy competition. As soon as Nangongshan finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Nangong Ying, the 8th elder of Nangong, stood in front of Nangong Mountain with a smile on his face. Everyone, I am waiting for you here. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Our head of the family has already said that this competition is mainly about competition, so you don't need to be restrained in any way. When Nangong Ying spoke, he didn't have that condescending attitude at all. The majesty of the Nangong family has been displayed through the magnificent Sky City and the magnificent competition venue. The entire viewing area was in a state of excitement. There is a lot of discussion about the rules of the competition from all walks of life. God is so high. In this test, the strength of the contestants from all walks of life will be revealed at a glance. It's not just high, it's quite clever. If you think about it carefully, the rules of the first game have huge room for maneuver. Whoever they want to advance can easily advance. On the other hand, if they want to eliminate someone, they can carefully arrange the order of the opponent's games. Eliminating them will not be too easy. Then the contestants in the lower realm will suffer a lot, wouldn't they? A servant of God who leads the way is the cultivation of the co-lord of heaven and earth. Even the contestants from the lower world may not be able to compare with the contestants from the heaven. What are you worried about? You put aside age, resources, environment, etc. and only talk about strength, which is equivalent to being a hooligan. If we in the lower realm had such good resources and reached the age of a servant, we would be more than just co-lords of heaven and earth. Some monks from the lower realm spoke out unconvinced. Heaven is a suitable place for cultivation. As long as the monks living here are not useless and have some resources, it is easy for them to achieve the level of co-maintenance in heaven and earth. The discussion among the spectators was intense. Over there, Elder Nangong Jo and his attendants were already there to test the strength of the contestants. Bailey Wenyu looked at Dongji and widened his beautiful fox eyes. First Elder, are you sure? If junior sister's strength is directly exposed, they will definitely be wary of them. What if they are afraid that junior sister will become a threat and want to kill junior sister? Dongji smiled evilly. If they dare, then find a way to scare them away. Now the whole world is staring at Fang Qinggran. Even if she doesn't show her true strength, Zhu Qiang will still keep his eyes on her. Instead of being secretive, you are restricted everywhere. It's better to show your strength openly and openly. Bailey Wenyu shrank silently when he saw Dongji's smile. He suddenly began to worry about the powerful people in the sky. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Dongji put away his smile and said calmly. The door was pushed open. Nangong Yu and Nangong Yun walked in with 3 attendants. Nangong Yu had a humble smile on his face. Hello everyone, we are here to test your strength. As Nangong Yu spoke, his eyes fell on Fang Qinggran intentionally or unintentionally. He has always kept in mind the loss he suffered last time in the fairy world. This time Fang Qinggran stepped into their family's territory. The previous revenge must be repaid. But before taking action, he needed to understand Fang Qinggran's strength. Mu Chanjue stood up and blocked Nangong Yu's view. You want to test your strength, right? I'll do it first. Nangong Yu looked at Mu Chanjue and waved to the attendant behind him. The attendant stepped forward and raised his hand, and 2 detection stones were suspended in front of Mu Chanjue. One is a round glazed stone, crystal clear. It also has a hint of purple in the center. One is a palm-sized 3-diamond jade stone. The attendant said solemnly, give me the participation token, and then inject the power of divine consciousness into it. Mu Chanjue gave the token to the attendant, and injected the power of divine consciousness into 2 items. Then there was a flash of light on the 2 things. When Nangong Yu and Nangong Yun saw this, they looked at each other with extremely obvious shock. Young master, the attendant thought something was wrong and called Nangong Yu softly. Nangong Yu said, continue. The attendant immediately returned Mu Chanjue's token. Digu Jianyi stood up and handed over the token. Brother, how is this possible? That Mu Chanjue is only over 20,000 years old, how can he reach the realm of the Lord of Saints? Nangong Yun said to Nangong Yu. Nangong Yu's eyes darkened a bit, and he said through a message, we'll talk about it when we get back. This group of people is so powerful that Nangongshan must be notified. Nangong Yu can already imagine what kind of shocking scene it will be when Mu Chanjue's cultivation level and age are announced. There are many people with outstanding talents, and there are also very few people who can reach this level at more than 20,000 years old. Mu Chanjue is truly talented. Nangong Yu looked at Mu Chanjue with a flicker of fear. Young master, another holy master who is more than 20,000 years old. The attendant said, to the effect that he wanted to test whether there was something wrong with the stone. When Nangong Yu heard the attendant's message, he still maintained a peaceful look on his face, but there was already a turmoil in his heart. Nangong Yu sent a message to the attendant, absolutely impossible, continue. After Digu Jianyi is the goddess Qingqiang. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 12:26 Let nature take its course. Since the last fairy world competition, goddess Qingqiang has stayed in Lingyun sect. Goddess King Qiang admires Qin Hanyin's insights on alchemy very much. He and Qin Hanyin became both teachers and friends. Most of the time, she would teach Qin Hanyin her alchemy skills without reservation. Qin Hanyin will provide her with various rare spiritual plants. Goddess Qingqiang not only teaches Qin Hanyin alchemy, but also occasionally learns swordsmanship from Digu Jianyi. As for her liking to make alchemy, she wanted to learn swordsmanship from Digu Jianyi. This is the suggestion given by Xiao Man. Due to her bloodline, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is not suitable for her now, which will cause her cultivation speed to be slow. And practicing swordsmanship is very suitable for her. Her strong mental power will make it easier for her to understand the meaning of the sword. In this way, she will also have one more life-saving skill. She stayed in Lingyun sect with the consent of Yanyu and Fang Qinggran. When everyone looked at Goddess Qingqiang, their eyes were full of smiles, and they also glanced at Digu Jianyi. As soon as Digu Jian noticed several pairs of scorching eyes, he still kept a handsome and expressionless face. Only Bailey Wenyu looked at Goddess Qingqiang with a strange look in his eyes. He is a descendant of Fuxi, and the goddess Qingqiang is a descendant of Nuwa. Nuwa is the legendary lord of creation, with vast supernatural powers, compassion for all living beings, and is also called the mother of the earth. Empress Nuwa later died saving the common people. Fuxi, the former human emperor, was the patron saint of the human race and a being who was dedicated to the common people. They all have their own great achievements. But for some reason, in the records of later generations, they actually became husband and wife. If Goddess Qingqiang hadn't received a relatively complete inheritance, confirming that he had no blood connection with her, he would have been embarrassed to meet Goddess Qingqiang. However, even though he knew the truth, he still felt a little weird in his heart. I always feel that Fuxi's ancestor took advantage of Nuwa. So you are Goddess Qingqiang. Do you need me to arrange a new attic? Nangong Yu asked Goddess Qingqiang. The attitude is extremely good. Goddess Qingqiong looked coldly and glanced at Nangong Yu. Thank you, no need. Nangong Yu didn't intend to let it go. I have long heard that there is a god-level alchemist in the lower world. She is a woman and has no family or sect. It should be very easy to recruit such monks. The reason why the Nangong family added the rule of not harming lives in this competition is to ensure that no accidents occur to those who need to recruit. Goddess Qingqiong is their primary target of recruitment. How could he give up so easily if he encountered it now? Nangong Yu spoke again. Goddess, you have a noble status and deserve better treatment. Our ancestors have told you many times that after seeing you, we must not neglect you. If I let Ancestor know that I met you and didn't take it seriously, Ancestor will definitely beat me up. When Nangong Yu said this, he paused for a moment and observed Goddess Qingqiong's expression. Anyway, he had to let her go with him first. We must not allow the bloodline of Goddess Qingqiong to be on good terms with the Lord of Heaven. Nangong Yu quietly gave Nangong Yun a hint. Nangong Yun immediately stepped forward with a smile on his face and said, Goddess, you are so kind, you will definitely not let your brother get beaten. Otherwise, you don't have to stay in the attic arranged by us, you just need to show your face and go see just watch. Goddess Qingqiong's beautiful eyes were full of indifference and she remained silent. As soon as Degu Jian was closest to Goddess Qingqiong, he took a step forward and said, she said no. Degu Jian's posture was upright, and his aura was as sharp as a sword unsheathed. The aura he exuded made Nangong Yu and Nangong Yun turn a little pale. The next moment, a wave of breath appeared in the air, dispelling Degu Jianyi's majesty. When Mu Chanjue saw this scene, he was ready to look for Lu Kanglan, but then he remembered that he had gone to accompany Lu and Jin. Mu Chanjue touched her nose, walked to Feng Qingren's side, and said through a voice message, Little junior sister, I really didn't expect that two main gods can look at each other. Feng Qingren raised the corner of her lips and said, Fourth senior brother, in this world, the word fate is the most wonderful. It cannot be explained clearly. Mu Chanjue nodded in agreement and said through a message, Junior sister, do you want to make a bet on how long it will take for them to figure out their feelings? Feng Qingren blinked her almond-shaped eyes, not wanting to gamble. However, she was quite curious when Mu Chanjue mentioned it. She quietly activated the Eye of Nothingness. All he saw was a void. Degu Jian was holding a long sword in one hand, there was no one around, and there was only a boundary monument in front of him. Feng Qingren wanted to continue reading, but was rejected by the Eye of Nothingness. With her strength, she can only see these things for the time being. Doubts flashed through Feng Qingren's eyes. What she was looking at was obviously the future of the second senior brother and Goddess Qingqiong. Why was there no Goddess Qingqiong in that picture? Feng Qingren always felt that the scene just now made her extremely sad. She chose to ask Hong Mengshu why this happened. After listening to Feng Qingren's description, Hong Mengshu sighed slightly. Xiao Feng, since you are looking at the future of the two of them, but there is only one of you, the second senior brother, it can only prove one thing, the Goddess Qingqiong is gone. And the space he is in only has a sword and a boundary monument, which only proves that one of the two must be related to the Goddess Qingqiong. Xiao Feng, you see that the future is an established fact, but it is not impossible to change it. Don't think too much and improve your strength. When you reach that realm, all time and space can be reversed. Hong Mengshu consoled him. The smile on Feng Qingren's face disappeared. What's wrong? Mu Chanjue noticed something was wrong with Feng Qingren's expression and asked via voicemail. Feng Qingren ignored Mu Chanjue and his eyes fell on Degu Jianyi and Goddess Qingqiong. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the prophecy demon, who chose to break up Yanyu and Danqing scholar in order to save them. Is she going to make the same choice as the prophesied demon? Xiao Feng, everything will be better if you let things take their own course. Hong Mengshu said through the message. It is easy for Feng Qingren to change his own cause and effect, but if he interferes with the cause and effect of others for no reason, he will definitely suffer some backlash. Even if it knew that Feng Qingren had the ability to change Degu Jianyi's ending, it still didn't want Feng Qingren to take risks. Little junior sister, it's your turn. Mu Chanjue reminded in a low voice. Feng Qingren stepped forward, took out the token, and attached the power of divine consciousness to the test stone. In an instant, a dazzling brilliance lit up. How is this possible? Nangong Yu ignored Goddess Qingqiong and looked at the purple brilliance flashing on the test stone in amazement. He knows better than anyone what this means. Feng Qingren is only 20,000 years old. He has actually reached this level of cultivation. With such evil qualifications, even the most outstanding ancestors of the Nangong family cannot compare with her. Nangong Yu looked at the attendant with sharp eyes. Young master, there is nothing wrong with the test stone. The attendant received Nangong Yu's eyes and said, Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1227 Guess, additional update. Nangong Yu stared at Feng Qingren. Miss Feng, you are indeed of the bloodline of the Lord of Heaven. After Nangong Yu finished speaking, he left with his attendants. He had to report this news to his ancestor. Don't hang on to the strength of the Lingyun sect for now, wait until I report to the ancestor before making a decision. Nangong Yu ordered the attendants around him. He had already imagined what kind of uproar would be caused after the Lingyun sect's disciples' strength was announced. With such a force, the Nangong family must act first. Nangong Jian was accompanying several saints to analyze the events of this competition, when he received a message from Nangong Yu, asking him to come in person. Nangong Jian noticed that Nangong Yu's tone was too serious, and immediately set out to find Nangong Yu. When Nangong Yu saw Nangong Jian, he was the first to speak. Ancestor, first ranger layer of St. Barrier. Nangong Jian knew very well that Nangong Yu had a calm temperament. If there wasn't something important, it wouldn't be so serious. He waved his hand and set up the barrier. Nangong Yu then told everything about what happened just now. Nangong Jian said seriously, are you sure? Nangong Yu said, it's absolutely true. I was afraid that Feng Qingren would hide her cultivation. I gave her the most special test stone. Unless she was already in a realm above us, and it would be impossible to hide her cultivation. Nangong Jian's eyes became dangerous. No wonder Feng Qingren could beat him. It turned out that Feng Qingren had already reached this level. Fortunately, Fang Qingran failed to achieve enlightenment and become a saint, otherwise the Nangong family might be doomed. Nangong Jian knew better than anyone that Fang Qingran would not accept the Nangong family's solicitation. Fang Qingran cannot be recruited. But Lingyun sect had so many disciples, and he didn't believe that none of them could be recruited. As long as you open a breakthrough, the rest will be much simpler. Ancestor, does Lingyun sect have more powerful techniques? Nangong Yun interjected. The cultivation level of every disciple of Lingyun sect is incredible. It is definitely the Lord of Heaven who left something good for Fang Qingran. Nangong Jian's eyes flashed with greed. He didn't know what level of cultivation Fang Qingwu had at Fang Qingran's age. But he knew that even when more than a dozen saints joined forces, they couldn't deal with Fang Qingwu. Fang Qingran is so defiant that he may become the second Fang Qingwu. What should we do next? Nangongshan asked. Announce the cultivation level of Lingyun sect. Nangong Jian said. Recruiting Lingyun sect's disciples is not a simple matter. The Nangong family cannot take the initiative in this matter. Let other forces test the depth of Lingyun sect. During the game, all their actions were under the watchful eye of the Nangong family, so there was no need to worry. Will it cause chaos if this is announced? Nangong Yu asked slightly worriedly. It can't cause any confusion, no matter how powerful the Lingyun sect is, after all. Nangong Jian said this and suddenly thought of Yan Yue. Nangong Jian asked, isn't there a master of Yanyu sect in Lingyun sect? Where has she gone? Nangong Yu shook his head, that Yanyu didn't enter here at all. Nangong Jian's eyes fell on Nangong Shan. When Yanyu was mentioned, Nangongshan froze. After Yanyu beat the ancestor of the four states, I met her once in Taihua Palace, and then she disappeared. When the real dragon reappeared, she did not appear. A flash of light flashed in Nangong Jian's eyes. A person as strong as Yanyu should want the nine-colored divine dragon even more. The last time Shenlong reappeared, Yanyu was actually indifferent. Could it be that she was held back by something? Or is she temporarily absent from God? Thinking of this possibility, Nangong Jian pondered. If they close the sky again and prevent Yan Yue from coming in, will Lingyun sect let them squeeze it into a round shape? He had never personally seen ancestors from other states being beaten, and he always felt that when they mentioned Yanyu, they were exaggerating. When a saint attains enlightenment, vision spread across all realms. Even if God was in the blockade stage before, if a saint enlightened them, they could still see visions. As for the realms after the saint, whenever they advance, there will be visions of heaven and earth. He also asked the saints from the four states who were beaten, but they couldn't even explain Yanyu's cultivation level clearly, and they couldn't even see Yanyu's face clearly. All I know is that the other person is a woman. Could Yan Yue be Fang Qingran in disguise? Nangong Jian asked. Nangongshan disagreed and said, it's impossible. I went to Taihua Palace before and saw Yanyu. She was very quick and swift in her actions. Shang Wanwen was like a little sheep in front of her. Fang Qingran's strength is equal to mine. If Yanyu was Fang Qingran pretending to be her, we shouldn't have been unable to detect it at the time. Besides, Yan Yue is the leader of Lingyun sect, and Fang Qingran is the ninth disciple of Lingyun sect. They cannot possibly be the same existence. Nangongshan's last sentence is a bit far-fetched. But he just didn't want to accept this fact. He would rather believe in the existence of a stronger person, Yan Yue, than accept the fact that he is not as good as a 20,000-year-old girl. Moreover, Yan Yue had taken Bai Li Zhu out of nowhere. If this news was true, he felt that Bai Li Zhu would go crazy. Under all circumstances, Yanyu can only be Yanyu, and Fang Qingran can only be Fang Qingran. Actually, we need to prove that Fang Qingran is not Yanyu, or we need to ask Yanyu to come out. We can make a fuss about the rules of the next game. Nangong Yun said coldly. Anyway, most of the competition rules are determined by their Nangong family. Nangong Shan, you go and discuss with other family heads. The secret realm trial can be brought forward. You must find a way to test out Fang Qingran's trump card. Nangong Jian ordered. He is different from Nangong Shan. He was pushed to the ground by Fang Qingran himself. Since Fang Qingran can control him, he can also control other saints. But there must be a powerful guardian around Fang Qingran. That guardian helped her defeat strong men from other states. Nangong Jian thought of Fang Qingwu's former subordinates. When the 8 families went to the barren land, they all came to nothing. Not a single monk was seen. Those monks may have been hiding somewhere in the sky, waiting for the opportunity to come out. This competition is an excellent opportunity for them, and they will definitely come out. And Fang Qingran was definitely their first contact. Nangong Jian thought of this aspect and looked at Nangong Yun. Xiaoyun, keep an eye on Fang Qingran during the competition. All monks who come into contact with her must find out their identities. Nangong Yun nodded in agreement. Xiao Mu, you are responsible for maintaining the order of the competition place. Nangong Jian patted Nangong Mu on the shoulder and said. Nangongshan is the head of the family. Wherever his identity lies, he cannot be involved in everything. Ancestor, I'm afraid that Nangong Sheng will not live in peace. What should we do if he jumps out to stir up trouble? Nangongshan asked with a headache. If he can't cause any trouble, let him make trouble, Nangong Jian said. If the news brought back to him by the Supreme Elder was not too important, he would not have let Nangong Sheng stay in the Nangong family. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1228 Feeling Proud. Game City. Wushuang's eyes were all staring at the light curtain. As the cultivation levels of the contestants were announced one by one, various exclamations arose one after another on the field. This Bailey family is indeed the Bailey family. The Bailey family accounts for more than half of the origin masters in this ranking. And the young master of the Bailey family, who is only a few 100,000 years old this year, is already the master of the Holy Lord. This qualification is definitely top-notch. Not only are they top-notch qualifications, they're rare, okay. Don't just look at the Bailey family. If you look further back, the Nangong family is also hidden, and the Jewish family. In addition to displaying the contestant's cultivation level and age, the light screen also displays the region and sect from which the contestant comes. At this time, above the light curtain, the top 100 contestants were all the powerful ones from above without exception. The spectators couldn't help but feel proud when they saw this. Our God is so good. Look at our contestants this time. There is not a single one whose cultivation level is lower than the realm of the Lord of Saints. The realm of the Holy Lord is very important to practitioners. If you want to enter this realm, the practitioner must be a 4th level practitioner. This state is closely related to whether one can successfully attain enlightenment in the future. Look, the strengths of other contestants from all walks of life have also been announced. Who gives the God realm the courage? A little emperor dares to take the field. Can he find an opponent? Ha ha ha, you can really find an opponent. Look at the fairy world. There are also contestants from the emperor realm. The strength in the Buddhist world is pretty good. The strength of the demon world can barely compare with our God. The underworld doesn't seem to be okay either. Look, we God's contestants have added a lot of emperor level contestants. It should be to give them opponents. The voices of God's spectators overwhelmed those from all walks of life. This is God. There were very few spectators from other circles. Nature is not as active as God. One of the contestants from God laughed wildly and said, ha ha ha, when the strength of the contestants from all walks of life is announced, the results of the competition have been determined. The final winner must be our God. If I were a contestant in the lower world, I would just admit defeat when I get on stage to save myself an extra beating. Shush, can you please keep your voice down? We are a God who pays attention to etiquette. They have come a long way, so we still have to give them a little face. That's right, it's not entirely their fault that they're so weak. After all, they didn't even know the ancient cultivation system before. If they're weak, they're just a little weak. Anyway, it is not God's fault, and it is not our face that is embarrassing. When the spectators from other worlds heard the words of the powerful gods, their eyes were full of anger, and their hearts were filled with aggrieveness. However, their overall strength was indeed not as good as that of the gods, so they could only grit their teeth and bear the ridicule. You are not convinced either. We God will take care of your strength and have already competed with you among the weak so that you can advance. After all, this is an exchange competition and we cannot let you be completely wiped out in the first game. A spectator from heaven looked at the spectators from other worlds and said loudly. At this moment, a series of horrifying gasps sounded on the field. The originally bustling viewing area fell silent almost instantly, as if time had frozen. For a long time, all the spectators stared at the top of the rankings without blinking. It was the spectators in the fairy world who reacted first and let out ecstatic sounds. Ah, it's Fang Qingbran from Lingyun sect in our immortal world. Damn it, she has reached the peak of the origin lord. Ah, let me just say, there must be strong people in our immortal world. I have been looking for the name of Lingyun sect just now, and now I finally see it. Have you noticed that the Lingyun sect is all over 20,000 years old, but their cultivation level is almost the same as that of the powerful men in the sky? Ha ha ha, I don't know who is barking or saying that the Holy Lord who is hundreds of thousands of years old is very strong. Look at Lingyun sect, the Holy Lord who is more than 20,000 years old. That's true of all of them, except for the goddess Qingqiang. One of the spectators whispered, but his voice was quickly drowned out. Discussions in the fairy world arose one after another. The spectators from other circles also chose to support the Lingyun sect, for some reason. There are bold spectators in the fairy world looking directly at the sky. What did you just say? No need to compete, the barrier came out. Why don't you shout now? In fact, there are also powerful people who rank relatively high in the world of gods, Buddha, and demons. However, they were not as exaggerated as Fang Qingbran. Not only did they enter the top 100, they also directly took the first place. One of the spectators in the sky had gloomy eyes. Ha! What can she represent as the Lord of Origin? There are hundreds of Lords of Origin in our heaven. Yo, hundreds of them, that's amazing. A monk in the fairy world said in a deliberately sinister manner. As soon as he finished speaking, another monk from the immortal realm continued. It is indeed amazing, incomparable to them. Our Lord Fang is only 20,000 years old, while their Lords of Origin are all over 1,000,000 years old. We have to respect their age. After all, they're all old guys. What if they get mad to death? The spectators in the immortal world now straightened their backs and looked at the monk in heaven unscrupulously. Don't you think it's strange for Fang Qingbran to be at this age and at this level of cultivation? Asked one of the spectators. No, it's only natural that she can reach this level of cultivation. All the spectators in the immortal realm said in unison. Fang Qingbran's cultivation level and age were indeed extremely exaggerated compared to those of other powerful people in the world. But they saw Fang Qingbran grow up step by step. Fang Qingbran is the bloodline of the Lord of Heaven. It is reasonable to have such achievements. Even if Fang Qingbran is so defiant, how can everyone in Lingyun sect be so defiant? A spectator raised an objection to the 8th elder of Nangong. None of these people on the list are over 120,000 years old. Only the Lingyun sect is over 20,000 years old. The age of a monk is calculated according to the era. At Fang Qingbran's age, they were the most powerful and had just entered the immortal emperor realm. But now they saw something. The 20,000-year-old Holy Lord. A 20,000-year-old Taoist saint. And the 20,000-year-old Lord of Origin. They are 11 million unwilling to accept this result. When the 8th elder Nangong heard this question, he said with a serious expression, everyone, there is no problem with the cultivation level and age of Lingyun sect disciples. In fact, a long time ago, there were many origin masters who were tens of thousands of years old. Lingyun sect disciples are so outstanding, they must have some special adventure. Or maybe they have some special cultivation experience. The contestants this time have all gone through special assessments. There will definitely be no evil cultivators. You don't have to worry. Actually, it's not just you who can't believe it. We were also shocked when we learned about their cultivation just now. But we cannot deny their excellence just because we are shocked. Every disciple of Lingyun sect has a special physique, and it is fitting that they should achieve such achievements. After the 8th elder Nangong finished his long speech, the eyes of many spectators changed. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 12:29 Choosing an opponent. Adventure. Opportunity. Special physique. What special adventures can the ants in the lower world have? All they could think of was the secret realm. As for special physiques, this has been rare since ancient times. It is said that those with special physiques are born to be cultivators. They can advance even while lying down, and their understanding will be particularly good. The spectators no longer looked as arrogant as before and became silent. Seeing this, the 8th Elder Nangong's eyes flashed. Once the seeds of suspicion are formed, they will take root and sprout. Next, they will definitely try their best to explore the secrets of Feng Qingran. The 20,000-year-old master of origin, Feng Qingran, dares to show his true cultivation, so he must be prepared to be corrupted by greed. At this age and with this level of cultivation, his qualifications are truly incredible. But no matter how powerful Feng Qingran was, he was still fighting alone. The strength of other disciples of Lingyun sect is completely unable to compete with God. If you don't grow up and dare to be so public, you are destined to not go far. The entire competition city was quiet. But privately it was turbulent. Nangong Jian, is there no problem with Feng Qingran's cultivation? And what's going on with her age? Shangwen Patriarch was the first to ask. It has been several epochs since Feng Qingwu fell. There is no problem with age or cultivation, Nangong Jian said. After hearing this, several people had different expressions. If there is no problem with her age, wouldn't it prove that the news of Feng Qingwu's death in the God realm is false? When Patriarch Wuma said this, his body shook unconsciously. It's absolutely impossible. Feng Qingwu's fall is absolutely true. At that time, all the powerful gods in the God realm saw her sacrifice scene with their own eyes. Ancestor Wanqi said. Ancestor Shangwen showed disdain. HMPH, what can those ants in the God realm see? What if Feng Qingwu used his clone to sacrifice? There was another moment of silence. For a long time, Bailey Yuan said coldly, whether Feng Qingwu is really dead or fake, we can only find clues from Feng Qingran. Whether Feng Qingwu is dead or alive, we don't need to panic. Don't forget that we are saints. There are monks from the entire state behind us. Feng Qingwu will not touch us, Shangwen ancestor said firmly. Feng Qingwu would never kill innocent people indiscriminately. When their ancestors were able to hurt Feng Qingwu, they took advantage of her caring for the common people. Now Feng Qingwu is back. They can also use this to threaten Feng Qingwu. What's more, Feng Qingwu's daughter Feng Qingran is still in heaven. They don't have to worry anymore. The first game of Nangong's sword can begin. Let's enjoy the grace of the daughter of the Lord of Heaven. Ancestor Shangwen smiled meaningfully. When the 8th Elder Nangong received the signal to start the game, he immediately said impatiently, everyone, the first challenge begins. The first place on the rankings can first choose the opponent. Let's look forward to the first game. After the 8th Elder Nangong finished speaking, another huge light curtain appeared. Shown above are the names of the contestants and the names of the chosen opponents. All the monks' eyes were focused on Feng Qingran's name. I wonder what kind of opponent she will choose. This time there are hundreds of contestants, including the Lord of Origin. But there are only a dozen or so peak Lords of Origin. The realm of the Lord of Origin is divided into 10 levels, and the 10th level is also called the peak. Reaching the peak means that there is a possibility of breakthrough at any time. As for the realm of origin, even if there is only one level difference, the strength will be vastly different. This gap cannot be bridged by simple magic weapons. Unless you have an innate magical weapon, it is possible to defeat your opponent by leapfrogging. Or there may be powerful contracted beasts, and the contracted beasts can assist in combat. Therefore, for contestants at the peak of the origin realm, there is actually no need to choose opponents at all and they can advance directly. This rule was originally going to be announced after the strength rankings were released. But after Feng Qingran and Lingyun sect disciples came out with their cultivation, Nangong Jian and Nangong Shan discussed it and decided to cancel this rule. Anyway, contestants can choose opponents within the same realm. In this way, they could just send strong men to test Feng Qingran's strength. Feng Qingran's chosen opponents were Bailey Jing's ranked 2nd, Bailey Yundu ranked 3rd, and Bailey Chang ranked 4th. On the ranking list, more than half of the top 100 people were named Bailey. It can be seen from the names that most of them are not direct members of the Bailey family. In heaven, all direct descendants are single characters. Only the younger generation with a single character name has the opportunity to become the young master of the family. Of course, women in the direct line are not qualified to become young masters, so women in the direct line are also double characters. Is our Lord Feng so brave? Will he challenge the strongest one? The immortal monk said with an exaggerated expression. Shut up. Can you speak? Venerable Feng is such an amazing existence. How can you describe it as fierce? A spectator scolded. How about describing it as mighty? One of the spectators couldn't listen and mocked. Are you too happy? The game hasn't started yet. How did you know that Feng Qingran would win? A green-robed monk in the immortal world raised his neck and said, we, Lord Feng, will definitely win, and we will beat you in a very high-profile manner. You can wait and see. After the monk finished speaking, he shouted towards the competition venue, Master Feng, beat him up, let them see the level of our immortal world, and let them know that there are strong people in our lower world. As soon as he said this, many monks from other realms echoed, yes, Master Feng, we all support you. Master Feng, you can compete with confidence, we will always support you. When the spectators in the sky saw that the immortal realm's momentum actually overshadowed them, they immediately became unconvinced. 90% of the entire viewing platform is composed of monks from heaven, and they can even be compared with monks from the lower world. God's spectators suddenly no longer care about the differences between the 8 states. They all looked at Bailey Jings, who was standing opposite Feng Qingran, and shouted, Bailey Jings, push her to the ground and beat her. Let her know how powerful our God is, and it's useless to tell her that she has a high level of cultivation. Because the heavenly spectators were so angry, one of them could not hold back for a moment and shouted, Bailey Jings, tell the ants in the lower world that no matter how strong they are still ants. They can never be our opponent in heaven. Immediately, the field was quiet for a moment. The 8th elder of Nangong looked at the caller with a warning look. It was okay to call him an ant in normal times, but he dared to call him on such an occasion. 8th elder, don't worry, announced the start of the game. Nangongshan's message sounded in the sea of consciousness of the 8th elder Nangong. Now everyone's attention is on Feng Qingran. As a result, only her games were arranged on the field. They wanted to see where Feng Qingran's strength came from. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 12:30 Quick Decision, additional update. Even after seeing Feng Qingran's state, many powerful people in the world still don't believe that she has such strength. They considered the time formation. But the support of the time formation is the time gem. Feng Qingran came from the lower world, how many time gems can he have in his hand? They suspected that Feng Qingran had inherited Feng Qingwu's power. Bailey Jings is a descendant of the Bailey family. He has outstanding talents since birth and can be said to be the most outstanding person among his peers. If he is a direct bloodline, he must be the best choice for the young master. However, he cannot become the young master, and he will definitely be the elder of the family in the future. Bailey Jings stood not far from Feng Qingran. He did not have the arrogance of the powerful men in the sky, but instead had a gentle expression. He cupped his hands and said, Miss Feng, please give me some advice. Feng Qingran returned the salute and said clearly, let's fight and decide quickly. Bailey Jings was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Miss Feng, you and I are at the same level. Boom. Before Bailey Jings finished speaking, Feng Qingran spun around and kicked Bailey Jings, and Bailey Jings flew out of the playing field. There was a deathly silence throughout the tournament city. They knew very well that in this realm, there was no such thing as a successful sneak attack. Feng Qingran was able to kick Bailey Jings away, which proved that Bailey Jings had no power to resist when facing her. God, the faces of the spectators turned blue, white, and red for a while, but they just didn't know how to speak. After a moment of silence on the immortal world side, cheers broke out. I declare that from today on, Lord Feng is the existence I want to follow. Get lost, I was the one who followed Lord Feng first. I'm so embarrassed by our fairy world. Master Feng, Master Feng, Master Feng. The spectators in the fairy world took a loudspeaker weapon from nowhere. The name, Feng Zunzhen, resounded throughout the sky. This alarmed the monks in the states who did not go to watch the game. Who is this Lord Feng? Generally, those who enter the realm of origin can be called venerable. But the relationship with God is too complicated, and strength often comes after identity. Therefore, few monks in heaven dare to call themselves venerable. On the playing field, the 8th elder Nangong ducked down and checked Bailey Jings, but found no problems. He opened his mouth and announced, Feng Qingran fights against Bailey Jings, Feng Qingran wins. Because Bailey Jings was defeated too quickly. Bailey Zhu immediately found Bailey Yundu who was about to play. Bailey Yundu is the son of the supreme elder of the Bailey family. He is also considered a leader of the younger generation and enjoys excellent resources in the family. Master, Bailey Yundu said respectfully. There is something strange about Feng Qingran. You must be careful while holding these magic weapons. Bailey Zhu explained. Yes, Bailey Yundu took the magic weapon and went to the competition ground. Bai Lixu stood on the attic and looked at Feng Qingran below, with complicated emotions and gloomy eyes. Could he be inferior to Feng Qingwu's daughter? He could not be the Lord of Origin until he was over 1,000,000 years old. It took hundreds of thousands of years to reach its peak. Feng Qingran actually reached his achievement when he was 20,000 years old. He actually wanted to compete with Feng Qingran in person. But he had a hunch that he was no match for Feng Qingran now. Bailey Zhu once again thought of the 2 paths to sainthood given by Tianchen. Is he really going to embark on a road of no return? The game begins again below. Bailey Yundu and Bailey Jings have completely different temperaments. He has the arrogance of a superior person. Bailey Yundu was arrogant, but he didn't look down on King Feng Qingran. He directly took out his natal sword and said directly to Feng Qingran, no need to say hello, just come on. Feng Qingran still looked calm and composed, as if everything was under control, okay. Feng Qingran finished speaking and moved as fast as lightning. Bailey Yundu's eyes widened and he raised his hand to hold his sword, trying to resist Feng Qingran's attack. But the next moment, he only felt a chill running down his spine, and an irresistible force came towards him. He flew out. Hit the ground hard. He fell into the position where Bailey Jings was just now. This time, the spectators in the fairy world reacted quickly and shouted louder to Feng Qingran. Bailey Yundu's face was extremely ugly. This was completely different from what he had imagined. How should he explain to the head of the family? However, the spectators immediately raised questions. They all asked to inspect the competition venue. There were also requests to re-examine Feng Qingran's strength. The 8th elder of Nangong ignored this. Feng Qingran fought against Bailey Yundu. Feng Qingran won. Feng Qingran successfully advanced to the next round. After the 8th elder made the announcement, he looked at Feng Qingran and said, for the next game, you can choose to continue or cancel it directly. Bailey Chank is currently praying for Feng Qingran to cancel. If it were God, he could predict that his end would not be good. Go on, we agreed on 3 games, don't favor one over the other. Feng Qingran's pleasant voice sounded. Bailey Chank felt his eyes go dark and wanted to faint. But he can't faint. If he doesn't play, the punishment he will face when he returns to Bailey's home will be more severe. As soon as Bailey Chank came on stage, he saluted Feng Qingran and secretly said, Master Feng, can you show mercy to your subordinates? Feng Qingran looked at Bailey Chank with a half smile, but the next moment she moved again. Bailey Chank knew there was no way to resist, so he simply followed the force and flew out, lying down where Bailey Yundu had just laid down. The fairyland viewing area was boiling again. But at this time, many of the realm of origin contestants' faces turned green. Almost at the same time, they received news from the family, asking them to challenge Feng Qingran and find out why she had such power. How do they test it? Fall more often. Isn't the fate of the 3 strong men of the Bailey family not obvious enough? Why do they have to challenge Feng Qinggran? They want to save face. But they had no way to refuse the order from the superior, so they had no choice but to choose Feng Qinggran as their opponent. Damn it, I didn't know that my junior sister was already so strong. Bailey Wenyu said in disbelief. Are you going to take some time off from your busy schedule in the future? Ning Xiyu asked with a smile on her face. Bailey Wenyu's expression froze. We can no longer keep up with her. Mu Chanjue half joked. When Feng Qinggran asked them to roll before, she actually wanted them to catch up with her. But they're not as good as her after all. No matter how hard he practiced, he was still far behind her. The further you go on the path of cultivation, the more difficult it becomes to catch up. If we can't catch up, we can't hold back. Junior sister is bearing all the pressure in the front, so we must not be discouraged. Ning Xiyu said firmly. Qin Hanyan glanced at Ning Xiyu and nodded in agreement. De Gu Jian clenched his hand into a fist. When could he stand in front of his little junior sister and protect her? Snapped. Bailey Wenyu slammed the table and stood up. I have decided that before I step into the Lord of Origin, I will never eat barbecue again. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1231, Lost in Spirit, Golden Ticket 1. Dongji looked at the Lingyun sect with strange eyes. Sure enough, the environment can change many things. They were used to Feng Qinggran's defiance, so they would only compare with Feng Qinggran. They completely forgot how proud they would be if compared with other monks. Do you really want to catch up with Xiao Qinggran? Dongji asked quietly. Great Elder, what can you do? Bailey Wenyu couldn't wait to ask. Dongji nodded slightly. Yes, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. This method of cultivation is too cruel and painful. And it will also bury certain hidden dangers. He wouldn't have said it before. But now he is sure to eliminate this hidden danger for them. If they want, he can give them a try. What method? We will definitely be able to withstand it. Bailey Wenyu vowed. When he thought of Feng Qinggran's heroic appearance just now, he felt envious. This is simply his favorite way to show off. It's a pity that since entering the fairy world, he no longer has the capital to show off. Dongji did not answer Bailey Wenyu immediately, but looked at De Gu Jian and others. De Gu Jian said, Great Elder, I accept it. Qin Hanyan also said, Great Elder, please teach us. Mu Chanjue and Ning Xiyu were silent, but their attitudes said everything. Seeing this, Dongji said, I can't teach you this method for the time being. I will take action myself after you enter the ancient secret realm. When Mu Chanjue heard the word, take action, he suddenly had a bad feeling. But De Gu Jian had already opened his mouth to thank Dongji. Dongji waved his hand indifferently, you go to the game first. After Feng Qinggran finished the competition field finally became lively. Many monks' games began to take place at the same time, and the fights were back and forth. It's a pity that the spectators have seen Feng Qinggran's clean and tidy victory, and when they watch these games again, they always feel like they're ink stains. Feng Qinggran's competition ended quickly, but it left deep traces in Zhu Qiang's heart. When the spectators discovered that many contestants challenged Feng Qinggran again, they immediately cheered up. God's spectators are looking forward to it. Since these contestants dared to challenge Feng Qinggran, they must have come up with countermeasures to deal with Feng Qinggran. But the results are always surprisingly similar. Feng Qinggran adopted a quick fight method. No matter who came up, he would kick the opponent down. After kicking down another contestant, Feng Qinggran raised the corners of her lips slightly, looked at the 8th Elder of Nangong not far away and said, the next one. The 8th Elder Nangong was already numb. After announcing Feng Qinggran's victory, another contestant was called up. Elder Nangong wanted to roar, is there something wrong with your brains to challenge her even though you are like this? At this moment, a graceful figure flashed past the eyes of the 8th Elder. The 8th Elder Nangong's eyes lit up and he immediately chased after the figure. Chu Xuanyi vs Chongyi. Elder Nangong's eyes were almost glued to Lin Yang's body. Completely forgetting that he was still on the field. 8th Elder, what are you doing? It wasn't until a cold voice entered his sea of consciousness that the 8th Elder woke up from a dream. Master, I am observing the contestants from all walks of life. The 8th Elder touched his nose and said with a guilty conscience. He felt that he couldn't be blamed for this. How long has he been alone? Ever since Feng Qingwu sealed away God had made many outrageous rules. Under the long-term suppression of rules, there are very few female nuns in the heaven. Forget it is less. They are also subject to various restrictions and have no chance to bloom their own colors, and they have all become wooden beings. Not like Chu Xuanyi, with all kinds of charms, charming but not vulgar. The 8th Elder especially remembered that when he was young, Feng Qingwu was still in heaven. At that time, there were the most female cultivators, and they all had their own charms, which simply dazzled him. 8th Elder, it's time for you to announce the results of the competition. Feng Qinggran's voice sounded. The 8th Elder of Nangong's eyes fell on Feng Qinggran and nodded slightly. This person was also very charming, but he was not his cup of tea. He still likes Chu Xuanyi. After the 8th Elder of Nangong announced Feng Qinggran's victory, he became distracted again. He wanted to see Chu Xuanyi, but he was afraid of being discovered by the family master. It was so confusing. The 8th Elder Nangong was very annoyed. These contestants were really confused. Why did they keep challenging Feng Qinggran? There are not many contestants from all walks of life, but it is unlikely that Feng Qinggran will be caught in a challenge. The Buddhist world has the smallest number of contestants who have come to heaven, and there are even fewer participants, only 81. From the underworld, 200 people came, and 150 people participated. 500 demons came to the demon world this time, and 300 participated. More than 600 monks came to the fairy world, including 400 contestants. There were a lot of people from the god realm, nearly 1,000 monks, but they were all crooked. There were more than 700 contestants, but only about 200 were stronger than the Lord of Heaven and Earth. None of the other small worlds came. God arranges the contestants based on the number and strength of contestants from all walks of life. It is important to achieve a balance in this competition. The venue arranged by the Nangong family is also spacious enough for thousands of contestants to compete at the same time. Chu Xuanyi fought against Chongyi, and Chu Xuanyi won. When the 8th elder Nangong heard this voice, he immediately looked over. Ah! Beauty playing tricks. This combination simply blinded him. The gaze of the 8th elder Nangong was too direct. After Lin Yang felt it, she raised her head slightly, looked towards him, smiled at him, and then looked away. And the 8th elder Nangong felt that his soul was about to be lost. 8th elder, come down and let the 3rd elder pass. Nanggongshan's cool voice entered the 8th elder's consciousness. The 8th elder was confused for a moment, and before leaving, he secretly glanced at Lin Yang several times. When the 8th elder came to Nanggongshan, he still had some unfinished thoughts. 8th elder, didn't you notice? Have you fallen into the opponent's charm? Nanggongshan scolded. Impossible, the charm technique requires looking into the other person's eyes. I kept peeking at her and didn't even meet her eyes. The 8th elder affirmed. He felt like he was in love. He used to be silent in cultivation and never cared about beauty. Now he is strong enough to live a long life. It's time to think about beauty. There seems to be a beauty pill in Nangongsheng's place that can change your appearance. I'll look for Nangongsheng later. Nanggongshan was furious when he saw the 8th elder's distraught appearance. All this and yet you say you haven't been charmed. What a liar. In an attic. Wen Ren Jushao, what did you do? Yun Hai grabbed Wen Ren Jushao's collar and asked in a cold voice. I didn't do anything, Wen Ren Jushao said innocently. You also said that she has become different since you saw her alone. Wen Ren Jushao showed her 8 teeth and said, so you discovered it. It's actually nothing. I just taught her some Fox Clan secrets so that she can collect the power of love and practice. Don't make too much of a fuss. She's not a demon, why did you let her learn the magic of demons? Yun Hai's eyes looked dangerous. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1232 Affirmation and Praise. Wen Ren Jushao rescued his clothes from Yun Hai, and then said slowly, who told you that demons can only be practiced by demons? Yun Hai's expression froze, and when he met Wen Ren Jushao's strange eyes, he hesitated. You were right, the secret method of the demon clan can only be practiced by demons, otherwise it would not be called the demon method. When Wen Ren Jushao said this, his smile was mysterious and full of evil. Yun Hai heard this, his eyes were cold and cold. Wen Ren Jushao, you are playing tricks on me. What is your intention in teaching Lin Yang the magic method? When Ren Jushao didn't care about Yun Hai's look, there is no intention, she wants revenge, and I just found a way for her to improve her strength. Yun Hai, it's you who are anxious. Since you don't want to recognize her, don't worry about her choices in life. Yun Hai dodged his eyes and looked sideways at the beautiful Lin Yang on the competition field, his thin lips pursed slightly. It's not that he doesn't want to recognize her. He just couldn't accept those facts. The blood of the filthy flows in his bones, and those connected to his blood have caused indelible harm to her. His presence was like a constant reminder of the hurt she had suffered. If he didn't exist, the hurt she had suffered might gradually be healed over time. Now, they have left that sad place. There is no need to recognize each other. Yun Hai, she has already looked away and walked out, but you were stuck in it. This will only increase the burden on her, Wen Ren Jushao said. Wen Ren Jushao patted Yun Hai on the shoulder, what she suffered has nothing to do with you. Also, since she chose to give birth to you, she must have carefully considered it. Look at her on the court. She is dazzling and beautiful, especially her temperament, which is like a pearl polished over time, exuding a unique brilliance. She has a strong spirit and doesn't need anyone to sympathize with her past. What she wants is recognition and praise. Yun Hai, she allowed your existence. She doesn't care about the hurt in the past. Why do you keep thinking about it? When Ren Jushao's words were like 1,000 pounds, hitting Yun Hai's heart heavily. Yun Hai did not relax, but his mood became more solemn. But I bleed the blood of those people, and I have done things that hurt her. I can't forgive myself. He was brought back to Bailey's house since he was a child and was trained as a secret guard. He took the loyalty goo and had no thoughts of his own. He takes orders from the Bailey family, and everything he says and does is controlled by the Bailey family. The Bailey family was the culprit that caused her to end up like that, but he unknowingly helped her. There was really no way he could get out. Didn't you think of another possibility? Wen Ren Jushao asked quietly. What's possible? Yun Hai looked at Wen Ren Jushao with slight doubts. You are not of the Qin family's blood, just her blood. How is this possible? She gave birth to me in the Qin family. She herself said that my father is a descendant of the Qin family. Yun Hai said in disbelief. Wen Ren Jushao chuckled and said, but the children of the Qin family have to be the Qin family. Then Qin Hanyan's surname is also Qin. Are you related by blood to her? Yun Hai subconsciously said, no. Hearing this, Jushao smiled and said nothing. Yun Hai became anxious now. Wen Ren Jushao, do you know something? Tell me quickly. If you want me to tell you, you can take me to see Bailey Yuanmo. Wen Ren Jushao said. Yun Hai lost his mind for a moment, but quickly came to his senses. Didn't Bailey Yuanmo get killed by you? Where are we going to meet him? Wen Ren Jushao's eyes darkened slightly. The son from the Bailey family is Bailey Yuanmo, and the one in the land abandoned by the gods is the mortal body created by him. Yun Hai was shocked and a little scared at the same time. He had betrayed Bailey Yuanmo before. The other party wouldn't retaliate against him, right? Yun Hai shook his head decisively. With my status, I can't see him at all. How can I take you there? Wen Ren Jushao said with certainty, you can. I remember he made a promise to you before, and he will do something for you within his ability. He is now innocent, and everything he promised will form a line of cause and effect. If he doesn't fulfill his promise, this line of cause and effect will always be there, and it will have a greater impact in the future. Many strong people always keep saying that they don't care about cause and effect. He also always likes to shout that strength is king. Ah. Ignorance. How can the rules of the operation of heaven and earth be changed by a small ascetic? The cause and effect is not obvious, but the time has not come yet. The ancestors of the demon clan were so arrogant to all living beings back then, but in the end they unfortunately fell into the long river of time because they were not implicated in cause and effect. Only those who are half-hearted and strong will really believe in the nonsense that there is no need to care about cause and effect. After hearing what Wenren Jushao said, Yunhai was dubious. Is that so? Yes, Wenren Jushao nodded. Then I ask him to kill you, is it okay? Yunhai asked with a smile. HMPH, Yunhai, you're really lost. Do you think I'm still the same person I was when I was injured? There was a bit of gritted teeth in Wenren Jushao's voice. Feeling the pressure from Wenren Jushao, Yunhai smiled and said, just kidding, don't pay attention. Wenren Jushao stared at the sea of clouds and remained silent. Yunhai could only say slightly seriously, I can promise you, but you must tell me why you want Lin Yang to learn sorcery. You really want to know? Correct. Wenren Jushao said unhurriedly, I have just said that as long as you are a demon clan, you can practice magic. This is a bloodline restriction. If other clans practice magic, they will definitely suffer backlash, ranging from going crazy to becoming possessed. Immediately stunned. When Wenren Jushao said this, he couldn't help but sigh, the ancestors of the demon clan are really resourceful. Don't look at the fact that the cultivation level used by the demon clan is the same as that of the human clan. But in a sense, what the demon clan cultivates is not spiritual power. What they practice is the power of heaven and earth. No matter which space in the universe, there will be the power of heaven and earth. This means that the demon clan can practice no matter where they are. The fact that the demon tribe can directly practice heaven and earth is entirely because of the sacrifices of their ancestors. The ancestors sacrificed everything they had and forcibly integrated a kind of rule of heaven and earth into the demon clan's bloodline. With the protection of such rules, the descendants of the demon clan are all precocious, and their power of perception will be far stronger than other creatures. It can be said that any demon will definitely become a strong person as long as he does not seek death. But because of this action, that ancestor completely disappeared in the long river of time. The ancestors took advantage of the loophole, and the descendants benefited, but they were also punished by Tao. It is extremely difficult for the descendants of the demon clan to have heirs. Now in the entire universe, only the land abandoned by the gods still has monsters. If they are unable to remove that restriction, the demon clan will become extinct sooner or later. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1233 You are considered a human being. This is cause and effect. Everything that seems to be a gift actually has a price already marked on it. Even so, he was still very grateful to that ancestor. It was the sacrifice of the other party that made the demon clan strong as a whole and avoided many disasters in the future. As for the issue of the suffering of the demon clan's heirs, he felt that instead of giving birth to so many crooked melons and cracked dates, it would be better to have fewer children and better health. Just survival of the fittest. As for how to solve the problem that the demon clan will die, no need to solve it. Let everything take its course. With the number of demons in the demon clan now, as long as they don't seek death, they can at least exist for countless epochs. He did not believe that things would not turn around during this period. Think about this. When Ren Jushao suddenly remembered that a guy named Evil Dragon had come to see him. Find a way to ensure that the descendants of the demon clan have no worries. He was quite excited at the time, but unfortunately what the other party gave him was unethical and would involve countless karmic injustices. He decisively refused. Nonsense, they haven't eliminated the karma created by the ancestors of the demon clan. He can't bear another such major karma. I don't know if the evil dragon came to heaven this time. If it comes to God, there will definitely be more good shows to watch. Yunhai pondered for a long time, as if he finally realized the meaning of Wenren Jushao's words, and said in horror, Lin Yang is a demon. How is this possible? Wenren Jushao asked, why is it impossible? She, what kind of monster is she? Yunhai asked hesitantly. She is a human, but she has demon blood in her body. In a sense, she can transform into a demon or be a human. Wenren Jushao finished speaking with a smile and stared at Yunhai with meaningful eyes. Yunhai pointed at himself, do I also have the blood of the demon clan? Can I also practice demon magic? Wenren Jushao said, you have the blood of the demon clan, but you cannot practice demon magic. Why? Because you are a man. When Yunhai heard this, he immediately looked at Wenren Jushao with strange eyes. Realizing what Yunhai meant, Wenren Jushao's face darkened, what are you thinking? I am of pure demon blood, so I can practice demon magic even though I am a man. But you are different, you are of Lin Yang's blood. Lin Yang is not of pure demon blood, and you were born from her union with the human race. This causes the demon blood in your body to be very weak, so you cannot sense the special power of heaven and earth, so you cannot practice demon magic. After hearing Wenren Jushao's explanation, Yunhai said seriously, I don't understand. Wenren Jushao was probably afraid of Yunhai's blind association, so he continued to explain, it is difficult for the demon clan to give birth to offspring. If it combines with other clans, it will be even more difficult to have offspring. In the case of the union of demons and humans, among their offspring, only the daughter can inherit pure demon blood. At best, my son can only inherit a half-demon physique. If the son has descendants, only the daughter can inherit the demon bloodline from her father. The demonic bloodline that the son can inherit is very rare. By analogy, if it is passed down from generation to generation, there will be very little demon blood left in the son's body, until there is not even a trace of demon blood left. This is why Lin Yang can practice magic, but you can't. Wenren Jushao explained. As for why this is the case, don't ask him, he doesn't know. He only knows that this is what is written in the records of the demon clan. After all, women are the ones who give birth to life, so some things can only be passed on to women, which is reasonable. Then am I considered a human or a monster now? Yunhai asked curiously. You are considered a human being, Wenren Jushao said with a smile. Yunhai breathed a sigh of relief, but he still felt that something was not right. When Ren Jushao looked at Yunhai's expression and said, Lin Yang finished all 3 games and successfully advanced. After hearing this, Yunhai raised his head and looked down. At this sight, he suddenly became angry, and countless wolf-like eyes were staring at Lin Yang. Some contestants simply changed their opponents. Lin Yang, who was originally planning to leave, was also rescheduled for the game. Do you regret asking you not to participate in the competition? When Ren Jushao deliberately mocked. After Yunhai ascended, he has been practicing desperately. It's a pity that after all, the qualifications are a bit lower. Now he only has the Quasi-Emperor level. If he participates in the competition with this kind of strength, he will probably be abused. Yunhai was afraid of losing face, so he simply didn't participate in the competition. When Yunhai heard Ren Jushao's words, he became even more depressed. It's no use him competing. On this ranking list, the lowest ranking is also the Imperial Realm. When he, a Quasi-Emperor, went up, didn't he just deliver the food properly? It's better to watch other contestants' battles and gain some experience. Yunhai looked at Ren Jushao. I can't participate in the competition, can't you participate? You go and torture them. Why should I help you? If you don't want to see Bailey Yuanmo, I can give you that promise. Yunhai made the condition. I'll think about it, Ren Jushao said. The corner of Yunhai's mouth twitched. You're still thinking about it. Why don't you act obediently even if you get an advantage? This is a promise made by the Sant. Okay, since you are sincere in your request, I will reluctantly agree. Ren Jushao said unhurriedly. Ha, hypocrisy, Yunhai chuckled. Then who do you think you want to torture? I will choose him as my opponent. A strange look flashed across Ren Jushao's eyes. During this qualification test, he hid the fact that he was a demon, and the Nangong family did not detect it. The cultivation level he displayed on the ranking list is that of Taoist Saint. His opponent can only be a Taoist Saint, or a realm above. Yunhai looked around and suddenly realized that he had been fooled. That's not right, you can't choose them as your opponents. They only have the cultivation level of 9 heavens and 10 emperors. Oh, that's a pity. I've already agreed to your conditions, but you can't pick an opponent, so don't blame me. Ren Jushao's implication was that Yunhai couldn't go back on his word if he agreed to it. Yunhai finally realized that he had been tricked by Ren Jushao. Just when he was about to get angry, Ren Jushao's figure had disappeared from the room and appeared on the competition stage. God is indeed very capable. Control the elimination rate of each contestant to 50%. Except for the Lingyun sect, which was an accident, the rest of the contestants were basically under the control of God. When Ren Jushao came down, the game was coming to an end. The appearance of Ren Jushao did not cause much fluctuation. He also controlled the rhythm of the game and did not win too prominently. But Bailey Yuanmo still noticed him at a glance. For this competition, Bailey Yuanmo prepared invitations for the demon world. But the secret guard who sent the invitation came to report that the demon clan was no longer in the land abandoned by the gods. Ren Jushao is the demon king of the demon clan, and his current team in the immortal realm means that the demon clan has gone to the immortal realm. In the eyes of all walks of life, the existence of the demon clan is extremely low. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1234-9 Secret Realm, additional update. But having a low sense of presence does not mean that the demon clan is easy to bully. In fact, all tribes are unlikely to take the initiative to provoke the demon tribe. After all, the creator of the world, Nuwa, is from the demon clan. The demon clan also once flourished. Even if it is now in decline, it still hides dangerous trump cards that all races don't know about. Bailey Yuan looked at the other saints silently and said, everyone, I'll excuse you. After Bailey Yuan said silently, his figure disappeared and came to the room where Bailey Zhu was. Saint, Bailey Zhu saluted respectfully. How are you preparing for things in the 9 Nether Secret Territory? Bailey Yuan said silently, waving his hands to set up the barrier. Saints don't need to worry. We have made arrangements. As long as they enter, they will be slowly affected and eventually become puppet-like existences. Bailey Zhu said. Bailey Yuanmo's eyes were sharp. This secret realm was their opportunity for God to control all walks of life, and there must be no mistakes. He was still very relieved at first. But ever since he saw Feng Qingran and Ren Jushao, he couldn't feel at ease. Feng Qingran must have had an unexpected encounter to possess such strength in such a short period of time. I thought I could find out Feng Qingran's trump card in the first game. As a result, the contestants who went up could not last more than a few breaths. This made him even more uneasy. He was afraid that Feng Qingran's presence would cause the entire plan to collapse. Especially now that there is another Ren Jushao. He had dealt with him, and the guy always acted out of common sense. Ren Jushao will definitely become a major obstacle to this plan. Bai Lixu, go ask the Dark Master to take action. Just say that there are monsters among the contestants this time and you are afraid of an accident. Bailey Yuan silently ordered. Monster clan. Bailey Zhu was very surprised. The demon clan entered the sky, and they didn't even check it out. Yes, the demon clan. Bailey Yuanmo showed a little more patience. Should we tell other families this news? Bailey Zhu asked. Bailey Yuan was silent for a moment, no need to tell them. The demon clan is inherently blessed with great fortune, and the demon clan should belong to the Bailey family. If he told other families, there would probably be another dispute. Bailey Yuanmo seemed to have thought of something, and added, after this exchange competition is over, I will teach you how to advance to the Sant. Bailey Yuan finished speaking silently and left directly without waiting for Bailey Zhu's reaction. Bailey Yuanmo left too quickly and didn't see Bailey Zhu's unusual look. Various emotions were mixed in Bailey Zhu's eyes, but there was no joy. Bailey Zhu had a hunch that the method Bailey Yuanmo wanted to tell him would be almost the same as what Tianqin gave him. He glanced at Feng Qingran in the audience again, and then set off back to Bailey's house. Bailey Jia Forbidden Area. After listening to Bailey Zhu's report, the Dark Master's eyes were extremely dark. Lingyun sect, what is the hammer that Ning Shiyu used? Bailey Zhu originally thought that the Dark Master would be very concerned about Feng Qingran. As a result, the Dark Master's attention turned to Ning Xiyu, which was completely beyond his expectation. Bailey Zhu recalled for a moment and said, "The hammer is purple all over, and there are some strange patterns engraved on the hammer. It is not like ordinary runes. It contains majestic power. According to my guess, the hammer may be an acquired spirit. Precious. Is there any image of Ning Xiyu?" Anzi asked. Bailey Zhu handed an image stone to the Dark Master. The Dark Master waved his hand, and the image of Ning Xiyu was displayed. The girl in the picture is dressed in bright yellow brocade clothes, with a dazzling smile, like a crescent moon, coating her appearance with a layer of brilliance. Her movements when fighting were smooth, and the sledgehammer in her hand made her dance like an afterimage. "You think of a way to bring her to see me," the Dark Master ordered. "Yes," Bailey Zhu didn't dare to refute. The Dark Master pondered for a moment, then handed Bailey Zhu a jade sip. "If she doesn't want to come, just give this to her, and she will definitely be willing to come see me." Bailey Zhu took the things from the Dark Master with both hands. "Yes. I will send a mysterious person to the 9 Nether Secret Territory. You should go find Ning Xiyu now and have her come to see me as soon as possible." The Dark Master's eyes were somewhat anxious. Bailey Zhu respectfully withdrew. Realizing that Bailey Zhu's aura had completely disappeared, the Secret Master activated the spell. A few breaths later, Tianchen appeared in front of the Dark Master. "What do you want from me at this time?" The Dark Master said, "I have passed on a memory to you. You should go to the 9 Nether Secret Realm and rearrange the illusions, mechanisms, and soul-calling formations." Tianchen spread his hands. "Do you really think of me as a coolie?" "Tianchen, remember, you are my clone. I can make you disappear at any time." The Dark Master threatened. If Tianchen hadn't been his clone, he wouldn't have passed on the machine illusion to the other party. "Are you willing to let me disappear? I am your most loyal lackey, and I am the kind of person who will never betray you," Tianchen said nonchalantly. The Dark Master's face darkened slightly, and Tianchen scolded him too. Tianchen saw the expression on the Dark Master's face, and a smile appeared on his face. "I have taught Bailey Zhu 2 ways of becoming a Sith according to your instructions, but he seems to be hesitant, and I don't know if he will choose." "He will definitely choose," the Dark Master said firmly. Bailey Zhu has been following him for so long, and he knows Bailey Zhu too well. "You said you wanted to change the head of the family. You just changed it, and then you tried to trick him. It's really heartless." Tianchen shook his head. "Oh, who dared him to have any objections to me? If he didn't go to you, he might still have a chance to survive," the Dark Master said coldly. "Bailey Zhu may have found a way to control the loyalty goo. Only now can we avoid the backlash of the loyalty goo. He didn't dare to use this kind of thing that could devour the Master and hide it deeply. I have some news here that you don't know. Do you want to hear it?" Tianchen said. "What news?" Tianchen said enigmatically. "You will never guess that the Jewish family and the Gu family are the forces left by Feng Qingwu in heaven, and they have always been loyal to Feng Qingwu." The Dark Master stared at Tianchen, trying to decide whether he was joking or telling the truth. Tianchen said again, "You don't have to doubt this. I have raised 2 souls in my body before. After I came to heaven, I thought about how to let them find a place to go. I arranged to go to Nangong's house and Dagu's house respectively, and I didn't expect to find out some shocking secrets." When Tianchen said this, he stopped, looked at the Dark Master quietly, and blinked a few times. The Dark Master said coldly, "What secret?" After hearing this, Tianchen said, "The ancestral land of the Nangong family is actually a secret realm left by the Zhenshan clan. What's even more explosive is that Nangong Jian's previous position as head of the family was obtained by killing the previous head of the family. After this guy killed the family leader, he also extracted the other party's soul in order to obtain the family leader's inheritance. Ha ha ha, that head of the family is really miserable. He had a chance to live on, but because he didn't agree with Nangong Jian's succession, he was reduced to ashes. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 1235, Are You Surprised? Golden Ticket 2. By the way, I also found some clues following the Nangong family. Before the War of Heaven, Feng Qingwu was already prepared to escape. She arranged many monks into the folding space. They're living a pretty good life now. The Dagu family has actually been taking in ancient orphans. Many of the monks in their state have enmity with the 8 families. The Dagu family has been in private contact with the Jewish family. They are all under Feng Qingwu. Ha ha ha, it seemed that the 8 families were dealing with Feng Qingwu back then, but it was Feng Qingwu who had them all under control. How's it going? Are you surprised to hear these secrets? Are you surprised? Tianchen's expression showed a bit of excitement. Especially after seeing the Dark Master's extremely dark expression, he smiled even more happily. The 8 families will take action, and Xuanmen is all behind it. Xuanmen takes advantage of the greed and lures them step by step into the abyss. Look at it now. Xuanmen is also the one being played. He just said it. Feng Qingwu is the master of the plane after all. How could Xuanmen be allowed to scheme so easily? Tianchen, you are also considered a profound practitioner of Xuanmen, the Dark Master said coldly. I am from Xuanmen, but I will disappear at any time, and I will disappear with this name. I don't care. Tianchen looked completely embarrassed. When the Dark Master heard the word, name, his eyes were in a trance. His clones all had names, but he didn't deserve to have a name. Tianchen was keenly aware that something was not right with the Dark Master. Dark Lord has never been in such a state of absent-mindedness. Isn't it because you were so stimulated by him? What happened to you? Tianchen's voice woke up the Dark Lord. The Dark Master calmed down and said, whose souls did they take? Tianchen smiled mysteriously. I can't tell you this, because even they themselves don't know that they have been taken away. They just think that they are out of control. A chess piece is the best chess piece only when it is unaware of it. The Dark Master rubbed his eyebrows and said, I will handle the affairs of the 8 major families. You first go to the 9 Nether Secret Realm to complete the task I gave you. Tianchen waved goodbye, the sympathy in his eyes flashed. I'll come see you next time. Get out, the Dark Lord yelled. He knew that Tianchen had different intentions. But he doesn't care, it's his clone anyway and can only be controlled by him. I just don't know what the two souls Tianchen controls are. To be able to seize the body quietly. When Tianchen asked them to seize the body, he should have used the Xuanmen forbidden technique. This kind of seizing of one's body will not be noticed by the one who is being robbed of one's body. Other monks will not notice that his body has been taken away. The person who takes the body will devour the soul of the one who takes the body bit by bit. In the process of being taken away, the person who takes the body can control all the behaviors of the person who has been taken away. In this way, he can better extract useful information. The Dark Lord was thinking when he felt an unfamiliar aura of fluctuation. Bailey Zhu brought Ning Xiyu in. The Dark Master's eyes instantly fell on Ning Xiyu, and he waved to Bailey Zhu, "You go down first." After Bailey Zhu answered, he turned and left. Faced with the Dark Master's scrutiny, Ning Xiyu was neither humble nor overbearing. The Dark Master raised his hand, and a palm-sized jade stone appeared in his palm. He threw the jade stone to Ning Xiyu and ordered, "Drop a drop of blood." Ning Xiyu's eyes flashed slightly and she offered a drop of blood. The blood soaked into the jade. The Dark Lord took back the jade, and a black rune appeared on the jade. The image of a black snake behind the black runes. Seeing this, the Dark Master put away the jade, then looked at Ning Xiyu and said, "Do you know Xuanmen? I know that it will only steal other people's luck and act in a shady way." "You bastard!" The Dark Master yelled angrily, and then he flicked his sleeves and hit Ning Xiyu with a powerful force. Ning Xiyu flipped her wrist, and the hammer appeared. She swung it out and used the hammer to neutralize the power. The Dark Master saw the hammer in Ning Xiyu's hand and snorted coldly, "You will use your ancestors' things to ward off disasters." Ning Xiyu's eyes became sharper, and a chair appeared behind her. Ning Xiyu Shiren sat on it. "You came to me just to talk about this." In the void. Dongji saw Ning Xiyu's movements and said to Feng Qingran beside him, "You are worthy of being Kang Xuanji's descendant. This aura is very good." Feng Qingran said proudly, "That's inevitable, he is my fifth senior sister." Dongji narrowed his eyes slightly, "Xiao Qingran, you have changed. You used to be very humble. Humility also depends on timing." After Ning Xiyu finished her set of moves, the Dark Master was a bit unresponsive. He unleashed coercion. Why was Ning Xiyu not affected by his coercion? Could it be the function of the Ling Yao God Ghost Hammer? The Dark Master stared at the Ling Yao Shengui hammer for a few times. No wonder the Xuan sect ancestors wanted to plot the Kang family's things. The Dark Master looked seriously and said, "Did you know that your ancestor was a mysterious person?" "I don't know, and I don't want to know." Dark Lord. He found that since the loss of luck, nothing went smoothly. The Dark Master suppressed his anger and desperately told himself that this person was very important to Xuanmen and that she contained the secrets of the Kang family. The Dark Master decided not to explain the situation directly. Xuanmen has existed since the emergence of the gods. Xuanmen has inherited the will of the gods and wants to protect the common people on behalf of the gods. But Xuanmen was plotted by other forces along the way and lost some of its skills, which also caused Xuanmen heavy losses. That's why we chose to remain silent, hoping to find some of the lost skills and then step forward to protect the common people. When the Dark Master said this, he suddenly heard a silver bell-like laughter. The Dark Master looked at Ning Xiyu. Ning Xiyu covered her lips. "Go on, I just heard a fool talking nonsense, so I couldn't hold back my laughter." "You." The Dark Lord was angry from his heart. In an instant, an extremely terrifying force surrounded Ning Xiyu. The Dark Master closed his palms. Boom. Poof. The Dark Master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Ning Xiyu in shock. The Dark Master was now completely charred and black, with not much hair left. There were also a few wisps of smoke coming out of the top of the head. Ning Xiyu's eyebrows curled up in a smile, and she said innocently, "It's not my fault. My master was afraid that I would get hurt, so he gave me thousands of rebound talismans, and I put them on them. I didn't expect it to have such an effect." The Dark Master stared at Ning Xiyu with sinister eyes. If he hadn't taken the Kang family's inheritance into consideration, he would have wanted to strangle Ning Xiyu to death. "I know Xuanmen, and I also know that you are the secret master of Xuanmen. Just tell me what your purpose is for me," Ning Xiyu said. The Dark Master swallowed a pill, stared at Ning Xiyu, and said seriously, "You are of the Xuanmen bloodline, and you shoulder a heavy responsibility. The hammer you used is also a lost treasure of Xuanmen. Now that it is in your hands, it proves that you are of Xuanmen's bloodline. Among the lost exercises in Xuanmen, there is one very important one. That exercise book is called 40 Ways of Divine Talisman. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 1236 Hiding Deeply. In the void. After hearing 40 Talisman, Dongji's eyes flashed with bloodlust. The dangerous atmosphere spread instantly. Sensing something unusual in Dongji, Feng Qingran asked, "Dongji, what's wrong with you?" Dongji said sadly, "I finally understand Xuanmen's intention of plotting against Kang Xuanji. They want to obtain orthodox witchcraft. The 40 Talisman belongs to the Kang family. It was created by the witch ancestor of the witch clan and can only be practiced by the Kang family's blood. As long as you complete this technique, you can become a being like the Chaos Demon God and change the laws of the universe at will. I once heard Kang Xuanji mention that the reason why witchcraft is not tolerated by later generations is not because it is connected with goo magic, but because this method can only be practiced by the Kang family blood. This also means that the Kang family who practice witchcraft will become stronger and stronger, and even become a scornful existence. When the powerful people know this, they're naturally panicked. They're afraid that the Kang family will dominate. So they desperately resisted witchcraft and even united many forces to deal with the Kang family. As a result, the Kang family could only keep a low profile and did not dare to use witchcraft easily. But those forces still refused to let go of the Kang family. Many of them want to obtain the blood of the Kang family through intermarriage and then practice witchcraft. Fortunately, the Kang family has taken precautions against this. They failed to spy on the Kang family's witchcraft. When Dongji said this, he paused for a moment and continued, Kang Xuanji didn't tell me the reason why other forces failed to succeed. I only know that the conditions for practicing witchcraft are very harsh. So Xuanmen thought of a more sinister way, using love, to plan all this. They're slowly trying to figure it out. First let the mysterious person marry the Ning family secretly, then let the mysterious person give birth to Ning Qiongling, then let him marry Kang Xuanji, and let Kang Xuanji give birth to the orthodox bloodline of the Kang family. So, this bloodline has both the Kang family bloodline and the Xuanmen bloodline. You can also practice Kang family witchcraft. And the reason why they destroyed the Kang family later was probably because the Kang family refused to let this child practice witchcraft. They thought it would be the same if they destroyed the Kang family and gained witchcraft. It's a pity that after they destroyed the Kang family, they found that the witchcraft was not complete at all. The most important part was long gone. Now that the Dark Master has found little Yueyu, he should have discovered that she has both Kang family blood and Xuanmen blood in her body. It is speculated that she may receive important inheritance about the Kang family. After Dongji finished speaking his guess, his pupils turned dark red, bloodthirsty and cruel. Xuanmen has gone to such great lengths, all because of the Kang family's witchcraft. Fang Qingran was silent for a moment, but fifth senior sister is not of Xuanmen blood, she is just of Kang Xuanji's blood. Dongji looked at Fang Qingran in surprise, the Dark Master just tested little Yueyu's bloodline. If she was not of Xuanmen blood, the Dark Master would never tell her this. Fang Qingran blinked her almond shaped eyes. Dongji, don't you feel strange? Why does fifth senior sister obediently cooperate with the Dark Master? Dongji responded subconsciously, isn't it just to get some words from the Dark Master? Fang Qingran shook her head, it's just a phrase. It won't make fifth senior sister make such a sacrifice. Can you think about it more carefully? The blood of a monk is very precious. Especially this kind of voluntary sacrifice of blood, if you are not careful, you will fall into a place of eternal destruction. She was willing to let fifth senior sister come to see the Dark Lord, so she would not be allowed to take risks. If that wasn't little Yueyu's blood, how could the Dark Lord notice it? Dongji asked. Fang Qingran smiled and said, I need to thank Qizu for this. Qizu has cooperated with Xuanmen before and is familiar with some of their things. I used Xuanmen methods to make the Dark Master mistakenly think that the fifth senior sister is of Xuanmen bloodline. Dongji narrowed his eyes slightly. Did you expect that the Dark Master would find little Yueyu? Fang Qingran nodded seriously. When did you first think of this possibility? Dongji asked curiously. He recalled it carefully. He didn't miss anything. Why hadn't he thought of this aspect before? Fang Qingran said, I have prepared the blood before coming to heaven. The Kang Xuanji you saw was a woman trapped by love, but she was able to find Ken Danqing in the end and kill everyone in the Ning family, which shows that she is smart. A wise person is extremely sober even if he is trapped by love. Kang Xuanji must have seen through Xuanmen's plan in the end, but since Xuanmen is targeting the Kang family, they will not give up easily. If the Kang family wants to escape intact, they can only ask Xuanmen to give up on them. But how can Xuanmen easily give up what they have got? Only the disappearance of the Kang family can break this situation. I guess the fifth senior sister's surname is Ning, which is also the result of the Kang family's careful design. Fifth senior sister's surname is Ning. Naturally, Xuanmen will misunderstand something. Fifth senior sister can also get more things from Xuanmen. Xuanmen will definitely test fifth senior sister's bloodline, so I prepared suitable blood in advance to let this misunderstanding go through to the end. Fang Qingran finished everything in a leisurely manner. Dongji's pupils returned to black. Xiao Qingran, you hide it so deeply. If there's nothing certain, I won't tell anyone about it, Fang Qingran said with a slight smile on her lips. It took her a lot of effort to forge a drop of blood that could deceive Xuanmen. Fang Qingran was silent for a moment and then spoke again. I have a question. Since witchcraft is so powerful, why didn't the Kang family use witchcraft to fight against those forces? Instead of giving in step by step. Dongji was stunned for a moment when he heard Fang Qingran's question. Then he sighed softly, because the Kang family is not a heartless family. They care about the common people. If they really use witchcraft to fight against those forces, they will definitely cause greater disasters and affect the common people. The Kang family couldn't bear the catastrophe for the common people, so they chose to retreat step by step. Dongji paused, showing an extremely sarcastic look. Sometimes I feel that the rules of this universe are really funny. Those who are kind-hearted are always restricted everywhere, and they will be forced into the abyss if they are not careful. On the contrary, it is those dirty people who use unscrupulous means to reach the top step by step and become unshakable. Xiao Qingran, do you know? I actually sometimes wonder, why do people who care about the common people exist? Obviously, as long as they let go of their conscience, they can be unscrupulous and unrestrained, and they can stand at the top. What are they holding on for? It wasn't until I cultivated the way of devouring that I saw those weak creatures again, and I suddenly understood what they were doing. Because they were once weak and encountered protection, so when they become stronger, they will want to inherit this protection. In this way, they are equivalent to protecting their former selves. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1237 Protecting Your Former Self. When Dongji said this, he suddenly laughed. This time there was no mockery in his smile, but a sense of relief. There was even more determination in his eyes. Before I cultivated the way of devouring, I was the kind of weak creature that could be persecuted at will. It is precisely because of the existence of forces like the Kang family that I was able to get a chance to survive in the quagmire. After struggling hard, I found a powerful opportunity. If it weren't for the existence of the Kang family who care about the common people, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. I was protected by them, survived, and became one of the strong. Then I should inherit the guardianship mission. In fact, we have never protected the common people, but we have protected countless past selves. That's why we didn't become the dirty ones. As soon as Dongji finished speaking, his aura suddenly changed, and countless dark auras raged around him. Fang Qingran noticed this aura and said, Dongji, you have advanced. I finally found the answer, and the way of swallowing has been promoted. When Dongji said this, his aura became extremely dangerous. Fang Qingran stayed beside him, and she could vaguely feel a strange force waiting for an opportunity around her. Dongji discovered this and immediately restrained his strength. Whether it is him, the former Kang family, or the forces that persecuted the Kang family, there is no distinction between good and bad. They just choose differently. Do you think the Dark Lord we saw is the real Dark Lord? Fang Qingran asked coldly. Yes and no, he is the secret master of the Xuanmen in this plane, but not necessarily the secret master of the entire Xuanmen. Dongji said quietly. The ancestors of Xuanmen were able to push many top forces to that point, so they shouldn't be so weak. Especially their ancestors, even gods can make plans. It is even said that the demon god of luck has become a stepping stone for Xuanmen, with such wise ancestors. The choice of Xuanmen's successor must be good. Xuanmen will definitely not fall to this level. The Dark Master in front of him can only be regarded as a small chess piece. Their real leader should be at the same level as Empress too. What do these things you are talking about have to do with me? Ning Xiyu asked, looking directly into the Dark Master's eyes with sharp eyes. Ning Xiyu, you are of Xuanmen bloodline and will inherit Xuanmen in the future. I am telling you this for your own good, the Dark Master said coldly. He actually wanted to teach Ning Xiyu a lesson. But thinking of Ning Xiyu wearing a rebound talisman, he taught her a lesson, knowing that he was the one who suffered, so he suppressed the anger in his heart. The Dark Master looked slightly depressed. At that time, Xuanmen was at its peak, and anything you wanted was taken directly from you. Unfortunately, witchcraft is not what they imagined. After they got a copy of witchcraft, they discovered that witchcraft can only be practiced by the Kang family blood. In order to allow Xuanmen to practice witchcraft, the Xuanmen ancestors carefully designed a plan. Later, they actually asked them to cultivate a being with both Kang family blood and Xuanmen blood. Who knows, this bloodline can't practice witchcraft either. The ancestors fully understood that there must be a deeper secret hidden in this. But at that time, the Kang family had been exterminated, and it was impossible to decipher the secret through the Kang family. The ancestors could only use the art of deduction that goes against the will of heaven. The ancestors rededuced it and got a hint. The Kang family has a special secret method called 40 Ways of Divine Talisman. The secrets to practicing witchcraft are all in this secret book. The opportunity for Xuanmen to obtain the 40 Talisman lies in the land abandoned by the gods. As long as you find someone who has both Kang family blood and Xuanmen blood, you will have a chance to obtain the orthodox witchcraft. Ning Xiyu should conform to the existence deduced by that ancestor. Nowadays, 40 Ways of Divine Talisman can only be obtained through Ning Xiyu. But Ning Xiyu has passed the age of domestication, and she still doesn't have a good impression of Xuanmen. The Dark Master touched the jade in his hand. If it didn't work, he could only use the poison on her. Although Xuanmen's sect rules are not prepared to use poison on Xuanmen, the sect rules are also ranked second to Xuanmen's interests. As long as it can make Xuanmen rise, any trick can be used. The Dark Master's moods are ever-changing. Ning Xiyu, however, held a sledgehammer in one hand and stepped on the hammer with her foot, looking at the Dark Master as if she were a fool. If she didn't need to explore something, she wouldn't want to accompany the Dark Star in the drama. Ning Xiyu, Xuanmen was founded at the end of chaos and has a strong foundation. All Xuanmen disciples are in charge of the world. As a person with the blood of Xuanmen, you will be an existence that is impossible to estimate in the future. When the Dark Master said this, his face was filled with pride. Xuanmen is so powerful, why are you still hiding here and not daring to go out? Ning Xiyu tortured her soul. The smile on the Dark Master's face disappeared instantly, and a sinister look flashed in his eyes. As the Dark Master of Xuanmen, I naturally have to coordinate everything in Xuanmen. I stay here also for the development of Xuanmen. Ning Xiyu looked at the Dark Master in a funny way and said, do you like life like this? Also, you said that I have the blood of a mysterious person, but I don't want to admit it. I will not join your Xuanmen, never. Meeting. I won't help you find the 40 talisman you mentioned. Ning Xiyu said firmly. She does not have Xuanmen bloodline, and even if she does, she will not work for Xuanmen. When she was oppressed, Xuanmen, whose hands and eyes could reach the sky, could not come out. Now that she has grown up, Xuanmen has stepped forward to pick the fruits. How can such a good thing happen? Don't tell her anything, it's an honor to sacrifice for Xuanmen. She doesn't like this. The Dark Master felt that Ning Xiyu was really incompetent. The Dark Master gritted his teeth and said, Ning Xiyu, if you were not of Xuanmen blood, you would never have the chance to contract with Ling Yao Shengui Hammer. Also, you are able to reach this point only because of the strong luck brought to you by the Xuanmen bloodline. Otherwise, you would have perished in the land abandoned by the gods. Ning Xiyu, you can't just enjoy the benefits without giving. If you insist on severing contact with Xuanmen, then return the hammer in your hand, and return Xuanmen's luck. As soon as the Dark Master finished speaking, Ning Xiyu nodded. What you said is quite right. No matter who you are, you can't just enjoy the benefits without paying for it, so I decided to stay in Lingyun sect. Ning Xiyu's beautiful eyes were as bright as spring flowers, and she said with energy. The Dark Master's forehead was throbbing with veins. How could there be such a rebellious person in Xuanmen? Xuanmen's bloodline will have its own restrictions and disciplines. All mysteries will unconsciously obey the leader's words. Is it? The Dark Master touched the jade pendant in his hand. Could it be that the jade pendant was tested incorrectly and that Ning Xiyu did not have Xuanmen bloodline? As for why he didn't suspect a blood problem. That's because, no matter what kind of creature it is, blood is unique. When Ning Xiyu gave him blood, he felt that it was her blood. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1238-9 Sky Pagoda, additional update. As the secret master of Xuanmen, he could never make mistakes in this regard. The Dark Master stared at the jade in his hand for a long time. I checked the jade pendant again. No problem either. Is it? The Dark Master looked at Ning Xiyu again and immediately figured out the key to the problem. It must be the Kang family bloodline that is causing trouble. At the beginning, Xuanmen wanted the Kang family to surrender voluntarily. The ancestor of the Kang family had a bad temper. Not only did he not submit to them, he also ordered all the Kang family's children not to associate with Shuanman. Ning Xiyu must have inherited the rebelliousness of the Kang family, so she doesn't have the sense of responsibility that a mysterious person should have. Since Ning Xiyu didn't, he would find a way to use his time to discipline her and make her understand what Shuanman meant to her. After all, he still needs to use Ning Xiyu to find the 40 talisman. After the Dark Master figured it out, his eyes changed when he looked at Ning Xiyu. Ning Xiyu met the Dark Master's eyes and frowned slightly. What kind of look was this? Why is it a bit like the look in the eyes of an old father who looks down upon his children? The corner of Ning Xiyu's mouth twitched, so what was the secret master thinking? The Dark Master raised his hand and threw a token to Ning Xiyu. You go back to the competition first, and you can come to me when you have nothing to do. I can teach you the art of witchcraft. I can teach you anything you want to learn. Ning Xiyu quickly took out a box and caught the token with it. From beginning to end, she never touched the token. After Ning Xiyu accepted the token, she asked curiously, is it really possible to do anything? The Dark Master had a very good attitude and said, yes. Ning Xiyu's eyes lit up, then you can teach me how to live shamelessly. The Dark Master's expression instantly lost control. In the void. Phew. Ha ha ha. Fang Qingran and Dongji almost laughed like crazy. Ning Xiyu's words almost mocked the entire Xuanmen. This Dark Master's expression can be used to grind ink, Dongji said. Fang Qingran's eyebrows were stained with a smile. Outside the void. The Dark Master gritted his teeth and said, as long as you have strength, you can survive even if you are thin-skinned. Really, Ning Xiyu blinked, but I feel that being thin-skinned is not as good as being thick-skinned. Just when the Dark Master was extremely angry, Ning Xiyu spoke up again, if you can't learn this, I want to learn the art of witchcraft in Xuanmen. She hasn't even comprehended the first talisman in, the 40 ways of divine talisman. Those totems were superimposed with ancient texts, which she couldn't understand at all. It is better to learn some witchcraft here in Xuanmen first and understand the meaning of totem. The Dark Master snorted coldly. Sure enough, no cultivator can resist the temptation of witchcraft. Don't look at the powerful people who don't allow other powerful people to practice the art of witchcraft. But if there is an opportunity to practice witchcraft and goo in front of Zhu Qiang, no one will let it go. The art of witchcraft is extremely unnatural. If other strong people practice, they will pose a threat to themselves. It is not okay for others to become threats. It is reasonable for oneself to become a threat to others. You can study if you want, but you have to give something. The Dark Master looked at Ning Xiyu seriously. What sacrifice? The Dark Master said, help Xuanmen find the 40 talisman. Ning Xiyu nodded happily, no problem. When I found it, I didn't say that I had to give it to Xuanmen. Ning Xiyu agreed so readily that the Dark Master hesitated. The Dark Master raised his hand and threw a book of exercises to Ning Xiyu. Ning Xiyu was also packed in a box. When the Dark Master saw Ning Xiyu's actions, his attitude became colder. Was he trying to guard against him? Ning Xiyu was also very magnanimous. I put it like this just because I'm afraid that you might tamper with it. I must inspect your things carefully before I can use them. The Dark Master was once again angered by Ning Xiyu. Ning Xiyu put away her things and said, if you have nothing to explain, I will leave first and come to see you later. The Dark Master waved his hand, signaling Ning Xiyu to leave quickly. It wasn't until Ning Xiyu's breath completely disappeared that the Dark Master's face completely cooled down, and he touched the jade pendant in his hand and fell into deep thought. In the void. Both Dongji and Fang Qingran saw the Dark Master's action. As expected, he still suspected something, Dongji said. After all, he is the master of a sect, so he can't be too stupid. Fang Qingran responded. The aura around Dongji became dangerous. Xiao Qingran, you go back first, I'm going to meet him for a while. Fang Qingran nodded after hearing this, and her figure disappeared in an instant. Dongji came out of the void and said in a friendly manner, hello, Dark Lord, we meet again. Do you have a name this time? The Dark Master was in a daze for a while. What are you doing here? You called away my disciples of Lingyun sect, why can't I come and see you? Dongji asked in return. She's gone. After you target her, will you let her go? Dongji asked directly. On the playing field. The third elder of Nangong stood in the sky. Everyone, all the results of the first game are out. Congratulations to the contestants who advanced. Contestants who are eliminated in the first game don't need to be depressed, you can continue to stay here to watch the game. The winning contestant can prepare for the second game. In the first game, your opponent will be other contestants. In this second game, your opponent will be yourself. Everyone, please look at the venue for the second competition. Third Elder Nangong waved his hand, and the place of competition immediately changed. Boom. A behemoth rose slowly. There is a layer of cloud and mist surrounding the east and west, and the specific shape of the thing can be seen clearly. You can vaguely see a 9-sided thing. It wasn't until they reached the horizon that the clouds and fog around things slowly dispersed. It is a magnificent tower. The spire of the pagoda reaches into the sky and cannot be seen. Zhu Qiang could not help but marvel. The third elder Nangong looked a little proud and said again, this is the Jusha pagoda, which is equivalent to the ladder to heaven. The pagoda has a total of 81 floors. As long as you climb the 30th floor of the pagoda, you can advance to the next competition. Quote. Those who reach the top 50 floors can directly enter the semi-finals. As for the climbers, they have never appeared since ancient times. I don't know if there will be any surprises this time. Those who can reach the top will directly enter the top 3 in the final competition. They may or may not participate in the following competitions. The rules of this competition still prohibit any killing of each other. During the process of climbing the tower, no contestant is allowed to intentionally damage the tower. Have you seen the 9 doors on the first floor of the tower? You can choose any one to enter. The way to climb the tower is different in each door. Under normal circumstances, when you enter the tower and experience different choices, you will not meet each other. Of course there will be unexpected situations. If you meet other contestants, you'd better be careful. Because when you see a contestant, it's not necessarily a real contestant. Of course, it is possible to meet real contestants, but they may not necessarily regard you as a contestant. If you encounter a situation that you can't handle, you can just crush the token and it will be teleported out immediately. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1239A Very new skill, Golden Ticket 1. In this case, if you have passed the 30th level, it means you have successfully entered the next game. Of course, if you are forced to come out before you reach the 30th floor, then unfortunately, you will not be able to qualify for the next round. So you must choose carefully. Your choice every time will determine whether you can successfully advance to the next game. After the third Elder Nangong finished speaking, the place was in an uproar. Isn't this unfair? One contestant questioned. Other contestants echoed. Yes, if we encounter a contestant who wants to kill us, we have to avoid it and not fight back. Are the rules of the Jushao Pagoda set by your Nangong family, or are they the rules of the pagoda itself? The third Elder Nangong always remained calm. The rules are generated by the pagoda and are not controlled by our Nangong family. That's why I say that your opponent in this game is yourselves. Each floor of the pagoda has different assessments. Your choices when entering each floor are very important. In this level of assessment, choice is often more important than strength. After the 8th Elder Nangong explained, he looked at one of the contestants and asked, this is a competition. Every contestant faces the same rules. What's unfair? Doesn't it be fair that we have to control each contestant's cultivation? As soon as 3rd Elder Nangong said these words, some contestants lowered their heads in shame. Elder Nangong said slightly seriously, there is no time limit for this competition. Please make your choice carefully. However, there are rules in the tower. If you stay on the first floor for too long, you will be expelled from the tower. Those who are not strong enough and forcefully step onto the upper floor may be expelled from the tower. I look forward to seeing someone among you climb to the top, but you must also act within your capabilities. The levels you climb on the tower will be projected outside through your tokens. The second game has officially begun. Please choose your entrance carefully. After the 3rd Elder Nangong finished speaking, many contestants came to the tower one after another. The pagoda has 9 gates in total. 7 of the gates have plaques with inscriptions. There are only plaques on the 2 gates without any words. What's going on? A contestant asked. The 8th Elder Nangong said, no one has pushed open those 2 wordless doors since ancient times. If you are curious, you can try it. This Jushao pagoda was left by the ancestors of the family. Rarely enabled. The tower is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be injured or fall directly inside. If it were not to deal with Lingyun sect this time, this tower would not be used. To make sure the remaining contestants don't die inside, several holy masters from heaven joined forces to create a special teleportation array. In this way, other contestants can leave the pagoda by crushing the tokens. Many contestants could not help but be curious and step forward to push the 2 gates. Even if they used all their strength, the gates remained motionless. They had no choice but to give up. The contestants circled the tower several times, but no one pushed the door in. Those who can come to heaven to compete are all leaders from all walks of life. Entering the second game, strength and wit coexisted, plus a little bit of luck. Many contestants from the lower world stared closely at the contestants from the heaven beside them, wanting them to make the first move. But God, the contestants are also full of confusion. Many of them have received orders and have their own goals. They will not act until the target enters. There are also some heavenly contestants who are looking around and find that their targets have not appeared at all. They were immediately speechless and looked towards the attic where the target was. Then they heard a strange sound. 8 tubes. Bump. 70,000. 3. Bar. Grab the barbarian. 4th senior brother, you have gone too far. This is the 3rd time. Ellipsis. The contestants looked confused. What are these? Is it a very new technique? There was excitement on all of their faces. Could this be the secret of Lingyun sect's advancement so quickly? They were no longer in a hurry and listened in succession. Ha ha ha, flowers bloom on the bar. Winning pot. Come again soon. Sorry, King Yishi. Ha ha ha, win. Wait a minute, Ahid. Take off from Wahoo. Great Elder, you said it was your first time, but you have won 3 games in a row. Are you a scammer? Ellipsis. God, all the contestants were dizzy when they heard this, and at the same time, they felt as if they were about to have an epiphany. No wonder it's such a novel way of cultivation. And those orderly, 10,000, 20,000, are definitely some tricks. It's a pity that there is a formation in the attic, so you can only hear the sound and cannot peep, otherwise they will definitely have to learn more. The situation of various contestants stuck at the entrance of Jushao Pagoda quickly attracted the attention of many family heads. After asking, the head of the family realized that the target of the attack had not come. It seems that when the rules of the competition were announced just now, it was said that there is no time limit for this competition, which means that the other party can enter whenever they want. Several family heads could only go to Nangongshan. Nangongshan, what are the contestants from the fairy world and the demon world doing? Why are they so late in going? Nangongshan said with a strange expression, they seem to be practicing, so I didn't rush them. Cultivation, why practice at this time? Pretending, one Kiksu said coldly. Then he released the power of divine consciousness. Only a crackling sound was heard. It's like something hard collided together. Could it be a magic weapon? One Kiksu was shocked, they seem to be really practicing. Wu Makan also listened. 10,000. 5 barrels. 7. Touch 1. Ellipsis. Wait, I seem to be confused. Let me show it to the goddess, ha ha ha, it's really messed up, it's all the same as a hidden bar. There really is a protection period for novices. I thought the Great Elder was cheating. A wailing sound sounded. Wu Makan looked confused, thinking about what the words he heard meant. He always felt that these words were very profound and must be a mysterious technique. Orderly yet mysterious. Just thinking like this, Wumakan suddenly felt that his state of mind had loosened. Wumakan was immediately overjoyed and said, "Everyone, I'll excuse you for a moment. I'll let the Supreme Elder take my place next. If you have anything, feel free to discuss it with him." After Wumakan finished speaking, he hurriedly left the city of competition. The other family heads reacted and looked shocked. Just now, Wumakan's aura suddenly surged, as if he was about to advance. Could it be that he understood the mantras recited by Lingyun sect? Dongfang Yang asked uncertainly. Several family heads looked at each other, their eyes dark. Could it be that these are the secrets that allowed Lingyun sect disciples to advance so quickly? They suddenly didn't care about anything else and listened secretly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1240 The Profound Technique. Several family heads listened with rapt attention. Ju Song also took out a pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and took notes while listening. He had never heard of many new words. He suspected that these were Feng Qingren's new techniques. The other family heads saw Ju Song's actions and glanced at him secretly several times, their eyes twinkling. Wan Kixu stood directly next to Ju Song. According to what Ju Song wrote, it was reproduced. The chaotic content became orderly and profound under Juga Song's records. A dark look flashed across Wan Kixu's eyes. What they heard was only intermittently, and many of the formulas were confusing. Juga Song could record them in an orderly manner, but it was incomplete. He must find a way to obtain the complete secret from Lingyun sect. If he doesn't advance, Shuyuan will be in danger. In fact, according to his cultivation level, he shouldn't worry about Shuyuan. But once when he broke into the 9 Nether secret realm, he encountered a strange place. He thought it was a great opportunity, but after he stepped there, he discovered that it was full of dangers and there were all kinds of strange creatures. Those weird creatures are not very strong. But they have a strange lore about them. After he touched them, his whole body lost all strength. At the critical moment, it was the inherited treasure of the Wanqi family that saved him. He escaped from there successfully. After he came out, he discovered that his soul was damaged and his lifespan had been lost by almost half. He was still a young man when he entered. After escaping, he turned into a bad old man. At that time, when the powerful men of the Wanqi family saw him, they almost didn't recognize him. If he hadn't taken out the patriarch's order in time, he might have been driven away. The strange place is a secret he keeps deep in his heart. The states in the sky only knew that he was injured in the 9 Nether secret realm, but they did not know that he had strayed into a strange place. He intuitively felt that this place was a huge opportunity. A fragment he picked up casually there contained tremendous power, and the words engraved on it were also ancient characters. So he hid what happened in the strange place. After he finds a way to make up for his longevity and is promoted to a saint, he will definitely go to that place again. He carries a treasure, but lacks a contract to open. Lingyun sect may be the opportunity for him to open that treasure. Button, button, button. There was a sudden knock on the door. Wan Kixu looked over with cold eyes. Nangongshan also woke up from a dream and asked, "What's the matter?" The voice of the 8th elder Nangong sounded, "Master, my ancestor asked me to ask you, why don't the contestants from the demon world and the fairy world still go down?" Nangongshan coughed, "They should be busy." After Nangongshan finished speaking, he received hints from several family heads. Nangongshan understood immediately and added, "You don't need to disturb them. There is no set time for our second game. If they want to delay, let them delay." The 8th elder Nangong looked confused for a moment. Wasn't he anxious to attack Lingyun sect? Why not urge it? And when it says there is no limit on game time, it means there is no limit on entry, not this kind of no limit, right? It's not a problem if you keep putting it off. "Master, how should I reply to my ancestor?" Elder Nangong asked tangledly. Nangongshan thought for a moment and said, "Just tell the ancestors and don't bother them." At such an important moment, Lingyun sect should not be interrupted. Wumakan's epiphany is an example. If they listened more, they might be able to advance like Wumakan. Do you think Lingyun sect is so stupid? Aren't they afraid that we will hear them when they shout out the magic formula like this? Is there a trap in it? Dongfang Yang wondered. The things Juga Song recorded also look strange. If it's a trap, it's impossible for Wumakan to have an epiphany after listening to it. The things they read sound mysterious and disorderly, and I'm afraid they're sure that we can't figure it out. Wan Kixu said slowly. Bailey Zhu frowned. It was abnormal for the Lingyun sect to be so arrogant and practice their skills in front of the powerful people. This matter is probably related to Ning Shiyu. Ning Shiyu went to see the Dark Master. Maybe he has surrendered to the Dark Master. She probably wanted to use this to send a message to Xuanmen. Nangongshan, please remove the formation from that attic in the immortal realm, and let us see Lingyun sect's moves. Dongfang Yang suggested. I withdrew a long time ago, Nangongshan said with a helpless expression. He also wanted to monitor Lingyun sect's every move at all times, but unfortunately they didn't allow it. Nangongshan saw the surprised expressions of all the family heads and explained, the immortal world pavilion has its own formation. If I hadn't stepped forward once, we might not even be able to hear the sound at this moment. The attendants were not allowed to enter the attic in the fairy world, so they could only wait outside. He sent the 8th elder to find Yi Xingqian in the immortal world. The other party said arrogantly, since this place is for our immortal world to use temporarily, then don't meddle in other people's business. If you think the formation is in the way, remove it. If you can't remove it, leave us alone. We are just here to compete, not to sell. You guys. Of course, this was not said by Yi Xingqian himself. But it came from the mouth of Dongji, the great elder of Lingyun sect. He also sent the formation master over, wanting to take action on the attic, but who knew that the formation master couldn't even find the formation eye. All I know is that the immortal realm uses an ancient formation disc. It seems that the foundation of this fairy world is far deeper than we thought. We can't let them grow. Bailey Zhu said slightly deeply. Let them be arrogant for a while. Nan Gongshan sighed. Zhu Song suddenly put down his pen at this time and expressed a little tangle. I feel that this may not be a skill, but a rules game. Rules game. Dongfang Yang looked curious. As long as they can remember, they have been concentrating on cultivation, accepting various teachings, and not playing any games at all. Of course they don't like games either. From the time they were born, they were destined to be extraordinary. There is even a whole state of affairs waiting for them to deal with. They won't touch the rules game at all. Zhu Song saw the confused expressions of several family heads and said, rule games are a kind of fun, used to relax. In fact, they are much different from competitions. It's just that most competitions are about cultivation, while winning or losing in rules games depends on wisdom and luck. Just use the limited rules and win the game reasonably. In the rules game, there is no distinction between high and low. All players participating in the game are equivalent to being in the same position. After Zhu Song finished speaking, he looked at the family heads. Seeing that they still looked puzzled, I rubbed my brows. They were really a bunch of pathetic people. Zhu Song said in a calm voice, in short, this thing is not a kung fu method, and you don't need to listen to it anymore. If it wasn't for kung fu, then why did Wu Mac in advance? Wan Kixu was reluctant to accept this result. Zhu Song said, it's probably time for him to be promoted, and it just so happened that a disciple of the Lingyun sect said something to his heart, and that's why he was promoted. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1241, Gently Push. Zhu Song was helpless when he found that several family heads still looked unbelieving. Since it's not a skill, then give this to me. Wan Kixu looked at what Zhuge Song recorded and said. Zhu Song has always been sanctimonious. In 10 sentences, there is at most half a truth. But they still couldn't find the problem in Zhu Song's words. So Wan Kixu had a hunch that Zhuge Song must be hiding something from them. Even if this thing is not a skill, it is definitely something important. I'll make a copy for you. Zhu Song said and was about to take action. But Wan Kixu said, didn't you say this is not a skill? It's of no use if you keep it. Just give it to me. What's the point of replicating it? Zhu Song's movement was not a skill, so couldn't he keep it? He thinks this rules game is very interesting, okay. But if he refused, the other family heads would probably suspect something. Sure enough, Nan Gongshan, Bailey Zhu, Dongfang Yang and others were looking at him with burning eyes, waiting for his next move. Zhu Song was speechless. Take it. Before Zhuge Song finished speaking, Wan Kixu had already rolled away the jade sip in front of Zhuge Song with his sleeves. The eyes of the other family heads immediately focused on Wan Kixu. Several of you, Zhu Song has already said that this thing is just a game with rules. You are all busy with everything, so you are not suitable for this. This thing is only suitable for a bad old man like me. Wan Kixu touched his beard and said. At this moment, he suddenly felt that being older was not a bad thing. Although the age and appearance of a cultivator are the most untrustworthy things, the great powers recorded in ancient books are basically senile. This also leads to most practitioners subconsciously respecting the elderly. Demon Lord, why don't we go down? It's boring to wait here. Chongyi squatted next to Tang Chongzhu, his eyes expressionless. Chongyi, why are you so anxious? We haven't gone down to the immortal world yet, a demon emperor said. Chongyi curled his lips in displeasure. If they don't go down, we won't go down. We don't want to go with them. Tang Chongzhu said lazily, the contestants from heaven have not entered either. Since they are waiting, we will also be patient. He knew very well that if those contestants did not go in, they would be waiting for Lingyun sect. The strength shown by Lingyun sect this time has shocked everyone from all walks of life. God will definitely not allow Lingyun sect to continue to grow. Even if they don't kill the disciples of Lingyun sect in Jushao Pagoda, they will still find ways to injure them. Compared with Tang Chongzhi's calmness, the spectators below became increasingly anxious. What's going on? Why don't they go in? Are they afraid? Maybe not. I feel like they're waiting for something. Did you notice that none of the contestants from the fairy world and the demon world came down? Are they waiting for the fairy world and the devil world? Why don't the fairy world and the demon world come down? What do they want to do? Oh, I think the fairy world is timid. They must be afraid of being wiped out, so they dare not come down. One of the spectators said. Other heavenly spectators also echoed. That's right, don't think that everything will be fine after winning the first game. No one will give them the full answer in this second game. The key to breaking into the Jushao Pagoda is true strength. Especially the Fang Qingran, who was so arrogant in the first scene. I want to keep an eye on this scene. I want to see how many floors she can break into. The contestants in the fairy world were not used to it when they heard God's ridicule. Someone's pet was not tied up and let loose, howling wildly here. If you want to see it, just open your eyes and take a good look. Don't let your jaw drop in shock later. Ellipsis. The spectators are noisy here. The contestants were heartbroken. Many contestants were sitting upright, listening attentively to something, and some simply closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing. Watch the time go by. A month passed like this. Finally, many contestants seemed to sense something and got up one after another. The contestants from the fairy world came out at this time. The immortal realm is obviously headed by Lingyun sect. Lingyun sect disciples walked at the front. The demon realm also came down soon after. Liu Kanglin and the others didn't even look at the Jushao Pagoda. They each chose a door and pushed it straight in. Fang Qingran stood in front of the wordless door, her apricot eyes flashing darkly. Fang Qingran, that door cannot be pushed open, a contestant from heaven reminded. We've all tried it, so don't waste your efforts, Bailey Jing said proudly. Fang Qingran's lips raised slightly. Really? Are you sure? When Bailey Jing saw Fang Qingran's arrogant look, he immediately recalled the scene of his defeat to her, and his whole body radiated coldness. Snort. Do you really think that entering Jushao Pagoda is all about strength? After entering, he let Fang Qingran taste life worse than death. Bailey Jing said coldly, if you don't believe it, you can try it. After listening to Bailey Jingxi's words, Fang Qingran stared at the door for a moment, then turned and walked towards the other doors. Seeing this, Bailey Jing sneered, "You know the current affairs." Unexpectedly, Fang Qingran came to another wordless door. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and gave it a gentle push. Boom. A heavy and lengthy voice sounded. As soon as you hear it, you can tell that the door is very heavy. The moment the door opened, countless strong men suddenly felt their souls tremble, and a sense of fear spread in their hearts for no reason. They should be doing something else at the moment. But they found themselves afraid to move. It's not that I don't want to move. I just don't dare to move for some reason. Some strong men tried to move their bodies. But when they moved slightly, they felt as if they were falling into an abyss and about to meet death. Poof. Several sounds of vomiting blood were heard. Those contestants who tried to force themselves forward vomited blood, fell to the ground, and fell into coma. No one cares about their situation. They were all in great fear and horror. Fang Qingran was the only one present whose expression remained unchanged. Bailey Yuanmo and the others felt the same way from the attic. They looked at each other, horror flashed in their eyes, and at the same time, there was great ecstasy. If it can give them this feeling, there must be a supreme treasure hidden behind this door. Of course, they also know that now is not the time to act, and they're suppressed no less than other powerful people. What is the origin of Nangong Jian and the Nine Heavens Pagoda? Shangwen Patriarch asked. Several saints heard trembling in the voice of the Shangwen Patriarch. Nangong Jian's expression was extremely ugly at the moment. What a powerful being the ancestors of the Nangong family were. The ancestors couldn't push the door open, so why did Fang Qingran open it with just a push? If he hadn't sensed the fatal danger and suppressed him, he would have cancelled the game at all costs. Nangong Jian said coldly, "I don't know, this thing was passed down from Nangong's ancestors, and they said it contains great opportunities." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1242 Miss Fang continues, additional update. On the playing field. Xunyuan Jun sent a message to Xunyuan Linglong and asked, "Auntie, is this the Jushao pagoda left by Xunyuan's ancestor?" Xunyuan Linglong did not answer Xunyuan Jun's question. Even though her face was terribly pale. But the eyes are colorful. Xunyuan Linglong stared at the door opened by Fang Qingran, her eyes gradually becoming moist. Back then, all the ancestors of the Xunyuan family participated in the War of Gods. No one survived. Not even the remnant soul remained. They died protecting the entire plane. She had always been very proud of them. After the war between the gods, she wanted to find their bones and bury them properly. But the battlefield of the gods disappeared mysteriously. She searched for a long time but could not find any trace of the battlefield. Helpless, she could only return to Xunyuan's house. However, when she returned to the Xunyuan family again, what greeted her was not the disciples of the Xunyuan family, but the strong men of the Nangong family who had occupied the Xunyuan family. They said confidently, "From now on, the Xunyuan family belongs to the Nangong family. We will protect you and God." They also directly occupied the Xunyuan family's belongings. Then he asked her for the key to the treasure house. She wanted to resist at that time. But they actually threatened her with the lives of the Xunyuan family's children. She couldn't even protect herself, so naturally she couldn't save other disciples. She could only hand over the token from the Xunyuan family's treasury. In an extremely humble manner, she begged them to let the Xunyuan family children go. The strong men of the Nangong family looked at her from above and even wanted her to marry into the Nangong family. She was disheartened. Do the Xunyuan ancestors know that there is such a group of jackals, tigers and leopards in the plane they protect? In the end, in order to save the young children of the Xunyuan family, she handed over the Jushao pagoda in exchange for their lives. After she got a chance to breathe, she immediately took the Xunyuan family's children and fled from heaven. In the world ruled by the 8 great families, there will no longer be a place for the Xunyuan family. Every time she thought of the scene where she was forced to hand over the Jushao pagoda, she would hate the Nangong family deeply. But there was nothing she could do. When Fang Qingwu appeared, she also wanted to follow her without hesitation. But she has the entire Xunyuan family behind her. She doesn't dare to gamble. The lessons taught by our ancestors were too painful. She was afraid. She was afraid that after she died in the battle, the Xunyuan family would face the same scene again. She often hated her own cowardice, but she was also grateful that her cowardice had saved the entire Xunyuan family. A heroic death is worthy of admiration. Living an ignoble existence is also a last resort. She couldn't let the Xunyuan clan disappear. The Jushao pagoda is a life-saving talisman left to the family by Xunyuan's ancestor. It did protect the children of the Xunyuan family once. Now that it appears again, it must have new meaning. Xunyuan Linglong's eyes fell on Fang Qingran with burning eyes. Is Fang Qingran the being that the Xunyuan family is waiting for? Fang Qingran walked towards the door. Miss Fang, follow up. Xunyuan Linglong raised her wrist and threw an elegant purple box towards Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran turned around in surprise and took the box. Miss Fang, if you see the ancestors of the Xunyuan family, tell them that the entire Xunyuan family remembers them. We are very proud of them. Thank you very much, Xunyuan Linglong said through the message. Okay, Fang Qingran put away the box and responded via voice transmission. Follow Fang Qingran into the door. The door slowly closed. Zhu Qiang was like waking up from a dream. Many strong men simply collapsed to the ground. What's going on? Why do I feel like I'm falling into an abyss after this door is pushed open? Is there anything special about this door? Why can Fang Qingran push open this door? Countless eyes focused on the third elder Nangong. The third elder Nangong also broke into a cold sweat, and the horror in his eyes had not dissipated. He didn't know anything else. He only knew that Nangong Jian said that the ancestors of the Nangong family could not push open these 2 doors. They tried all kinds of methods but failed, so Fang Qingran just pushed the door open. Why? The 8th elder Nangong also wanted to know the answer. His eyes were a little colder and he said, if Fang Qingran can open this door, there must be an opportunity for her behind this door. However, our Nangong family will still investigate, so there is no need to worry. Some powerful people are still suspicious after hearing this. Third Elder, didn't you give Fang Qingran something? Didn't you say before that no one has ever opened this door since ancient times? Yes, Third Elder, your words are inconsistent. Your ancestors of the Nangong family can't push the door open. Why can Fang Qingran push it open? Fang Qingran's strength was simply not enough in ancient times. Many powerful people questioned the Third Elder Nangong. There are also some strong men who are eyeing Xuanyu and Linglong. Bailey Jings was the first to attack Xuanyu and Linglong. What did you die Fang King just now? Do you know some secret? Xuanyu and Linglong has a majestic and noble temperament, and it seems that she has been in the position of leader for a long time. She looked at Bailey Jings with cold eyes. What does it have to do with you? When the Xuanyuan family ended up like that, the Bailey family contributed a lot to the situation. Bailey Jings had no intention of letting Xuanyu and Linglong go. You're Xuanyu and Linglong, right? Everyone was suppressed just now and couldn't move. You were the only one who could throw things to Fang Qingran. What else do you want to quibble with? Xuanyu and Juns took a step forward. Oh, my aunt can move, which only proves that she has been recognized by that door. She is better than you. If you are not recognized, your heart will be dark. You. Bailey Jings was so angry that he was about to attack Xuanyu and Juns. Stop. A cold voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. Bailey Jings suddenly stopped. A look of horror flashed across his eyes. The Saint actually sent him a message in person. Could it be that Xuanyu and Linglong couldn't be offended? The next moment, a majestic voice sounded. Everyone, this Jushao pagoda is equivalent to a ladder to heaven. Everything depends on chance. If Fang Qingran can push it away, it only means that she made the right choice. You don't need to think too much. Whether opportunities are good or bad, choosing the one that suits you is more important than anything else. The disciples of Lingyun sect have already entered. You can also choose the door that suits you. I look forward to your good results. When Nangong Jian spoke, he used the pressure of the Saint. After his words fell, many strong men really stopped worrying. They start choosing a door to push. Of course, there was still a few who didn't give up and pushed the door that Fang Qingran pushed. To their dismay, however, the door remained motionless. They can only give up. At this time, many contestants' faces became ugly. Previously, they had seen Lingyun sect disciples push open a door very easily. They thought they could push open any of the 7 gates. But when they stepped forward to push it, they discovered that they couldn't push some doors at all. 9 gates. They could only push one away. No wonder the Third Elder Nangong has been emphasizing choice. Choosing the right door to push can avoid embarrassment. There were also some contestants who wanted to enter with other contestants, but to their surprise, they were ejected directly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1243 The Pagoda has no owner, Golden Ticket 2. Some contestants even almost had their heads caught in the door. Now the contestants are choosing honestly. But there are a few of them, and not a single door can be pushed open. Juns, go and push the other wordless door and try it. Xuanyu and Linglong said. Xuanyu and Juns obediently walked to another door. He tentatively raised his hand and pushed. Boom. The door slowly opened. Zhu Qiang's eyes were fixed on Xuanyu and Juns. This door was not as scary as the one Fang Qingran pushed open. But they can still feel the majestic power overflowing from within. Many contestants cast jealous glances at Xuanyu and Juns. When Xuanyu and Linglong saw Xuanyu and Juns entering, a smile appeared on her face. She chose a door at random, and before raising her hand, she glanced back in one direction with a mocking look on her face. Then he withdrew his gaze and pushed the door open. She just entered like this. She seemed to have just tried one door, right? One contestant said. Stop talking, her surname is Xuanyuan. A contestant said meaningfully. Ah, what's wrong with Xuanyuan? Is there anything special about this surname? No one answered the contestant's question. As the number of contestants on the field decreased, many contestants became anxious. In the end, there were only a dozen contestants left on the field. They didn't open a single door. The 8th Elder of Nangong spoke up at the right time. Unfortunately, those who did not open the door will be eliminated directly. After hearing this, they did not argue and left sadly. The 8th Elder of Nangong watched them leave, not even entering the house, which was a good thing. At least there won't be any danger. For practitioners, living is the most important thing. Opportunity and danger always go hand in hand. Fang Qingran stepped into the door, wondering if she would have a chance to walk out. Nangong Jian stared at Jushao Pagoda, unable to return to his senses for a long time. The thing Xuanyu and Linglong handed to Fang Qingran was probably closely related to this pagoda. Back then, the Nangong family was still merciful. Otherwise, the Xuanyuan family would not dare to hide such a secret and not tell the Nangong family. Fortunately, it's not too late. This is Shankang Nangong State. No matter Xuanyu and Linglong or Fang Qingran, no one can escape. Xuanyu and Linglong, a descendant of the Xuanyuan family, turned out to be hiding in the God realm. Wan Kixu said with a smile. Nangong Jian, is this Jushao Pagoda really a property of your Nangong family? Ancestor Juj asked rudely. Not necessarily. The ancestors of the Nangong family can push the door open, so Fang Qingran and Xuanyu and Juns pushed it open. There must be some story in between, Ancestor Wuma said. He has decided to bring the entire Wuma family to shun Fang Qingran. There is no scruple when it comes to speaking. Ancestor Juj's eyes were full of wisdom and fell on Ancestor Wuma inadvertently. Nangong Jian heard the words of several holy masters and withdrew his gaze and said, it must be the property of my Nangong family. This pagoda is controlled by our Nangong family. If it is not ours, it can belong to someone else. It is just a door and cannot represent anything. What? Ancestor Juj said slowly. This pagoda seems to be ownerless, right? Since it belongs to your Nangong family, why don't you make a contract? Ancestor Juj's problem is fatal. Maybe he doesn't want to make a contract. Woomer ancestor added deliberately. Ancestor Juge has always been sharp in his words. Other ancestors are used to it. Originally Nangong Jian was used to it. But when such words came to him, he immediately felt bad. The Nine Heavens Pagoda cannot be contracted, Nangong Jian said. The ancestor of the Nangong family once tried to make a contract with Jushao Pagoda, but ended up exploding to death. They can't even see through the grade of Jushao Pagoda. The method used by the Nangong family to control the pagoda was also taught to them by the Xunyuan family. After an ancestor of the Nangong family exploded and died, they remembered that when the Xunyuan family handed over the pagoda was also ownerless. With such a powerful thing, why didn't Lord Xunyuan's ancestors take it to the battlefield of the gods? Don't you want to? I'm afraid I can't take him there. Or maybe they don't have full control over the pagoda. There is no fear that the pagoda will fall into the hands of the enemy. That's really a pity. You Nangong family dared to take it out without contracting it. Aren't you afraid that the contestants will contract the pagoda? The voice of Patriarch Ju sounded again. Nangong Jian's eyes flickered, not to mention that there would be no contractor. If a contractor did appear, then let him stay at Nangong's house. If they can really make a contract, they can make a contract. Nangong Jian said. Why is Fang Qingren's name always black? Bailey Yuan asked silently. After entering the Jushao Pagoda, the number of floors is displayed after the name of the contestants. The colors of the names are completely different for different layers, making them extremely easy to distinguish. Nangong Jian said in an indifferent tone, this means that Fang Qingren just entered, but has not yet stepped into the first floor. After Nangong Jian finished speaking, he added, she is not dead. After death, her name will turn grey. The current state means that she is just getting started. That kind of terrifying power, how could Fang Qingren get the benefit of it if he stepped into it? Ah. This is the result of overestimating one's capabilities. When Patriarch Juge heard Nangong Jian's words, worry flashed across his eyes. If you stay in one place for a long time, will you be kicked out of the tower? Nangong Jian said, she can't. Other contestants will. The tokens of Lingyun sect disciples are different from other contestants. The token is the contestant's means of survival. But Lingyun sect disciples have nothing to save their lives. Whether they can survive or not depends on their luck. Nangong Jian, if you are discovered by doing this, you will probably provoke a battle between the two realms, right? Woomer ancestor said with an ugly expression. Nangong Jian, this is your decision. If you are really discovered, please don't implicate our Juge family. Ancestor Juge immediately distanced himself from the relationship. The other ancestors did not speak. They knew very well about Lingyun sect's manipulation. They can't find it, and there's no evidence. Nangong Jiangxin said. As soon as the token leaves the Jushao Pagoda, the abnormality will disappear immediately. The disciples of the Lingyun sect didn't have the opportunity to look at other contestants' tokens, so how could they find out? Ancestor Woomer and Ancestor Juge said stubbornly, Nangong Jian, if you are discovered, please don't drag us along. Ancestor Dagu, who had been silent all this time, also spoke at this time, I don't know about this either. My Dagu family cannot withstand the anger of the immortal world. Ancestor Dagu's mouth made several other ancestors look at him sideways. Patriarch Dagu's temperament fits his surname very well. Loneliness, silence. The sense of presence is even scarier. As long as he didn't speak, they wouldn't notice him. If you don't want to take risks, then you won't be able to share the benefits afterwards, Nangong Jian said. People from all walks of life are the resources they want to divide this time. He still thinks that the monks are not worthy enough. I don't know. Ancestor Dagu, Ancestor Juge, and Ancestor Woomer said in unison. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1244 Nine Heavens Pagoda. Inside the Jushao Pagoda. As soon as Fang Qingren stepped into it, the surroundings turned into nothingness. She took out the box given by Xunyuan Linglong and opened it gently. There was a round jade pendant lying quietly inside. The jade pendant is carved with complex patterns on one side. The pattern on the jade pendant does not look like a simple pattern. The patterns are simple and elegant, giving her a sense of vicissitudes of time. One can vaguely feel a mysterious and ancient power within it. Fang Qingren couldn't help but think of Xunyuan Linglong's eyes, which were eager but also a little bit expectant. Xunyuan Linglong seemed to be gambling on something, so he gave this thing to her. Before Fang Qingren reached out to touch the jade pendant. A warm light flashed on the jade pendant. Then the jade pendant floated out of the box and stood in front of her. Fang Qingren saw clearly the ancient inscriptions carved on the other side of the jade pendant. The text looks familiar. Fang Qingren wanted to summon the chaos bell and ask it about the meaning of the ancient text, but found that she had lost contact with the void space. This void imprisoned her space. The words on the gate of the palace in Genshin's small world are very similar to the words on the jade pendant. It's a pity that even if she contracted the palace, she still didn't get the inheritance of words. The answer given by the chaos clock at that time was, Phoenix Master, your realm is temporarily unable to bear the power of these words, so you cannot understand them. You will be able to understand them when you have cultivated enough. When the writings of the ancient era were created, it was for the inheritance of the secrets. Each text contains extremely rich content. Sometimes one word can tell a story. This also leads to the fact that when a catastrophe occurs and countless creatures are destroyed, many things are broken. Even the text of the inheritance method is still there. But those who survived did not know the meaning of the words, and they could only create new words. Gradually, those writings from ancient times were completely forgotten. Even if many powerful people find the secrets of the ancient era, they will not be able to learn powerful techniques because they cannot understand the words. This is how inheritance is lost and broken step by step. Fang Qingren felt about herself, her strength was still there, and so was her cultivation. It's just that she can't open the space, and she can't summon other magic weapons and contract beasts. Fang Qingren glanced at the jade pendant and the box in front of her. It seemed that the Jushao Pagoda must be related to the Xunyuan family. So could the ancient text on this jade pendant be Xunyuan? When Fang Qingran came up with this guess, she suddenly felt that some power was awakened in her body. At this moment, a piece of magic that she had not understood was finally figured out. Everything in front of me is no longer nothingness. There are some more stars. These stars are getting brighter and brighter. They turned into a stream of light and flew towards the jade pendant. Fang Qingran took a step back slightly, and the token floated directly out of the void space. Fang Qingran was surprised for a moment and found that she still couldn't open the space. The token in front of her was the third token given to her by Bailey Qingxuan. It was also left by her mother. My mother said that after she gets the token, she will know its use. Did her mother know that she would enter the Jushao Pagoda? Fang Qingran's eyes were a little brighter. Her mother had really made a lot of arrangements for her. The token was flying around in the void, seemingly looking for something. Suddenly, it flew towards a certain place. Fang Qingran grabbed the jade pendant and followed. Those little stars were also chasing after Fang Qingran. The jade pendant trembled in Fang Qingran's hand, as if she wanted to leave. But he couldn't break free several times. Finally the jade pendant settled down. The token stopped at one place. In front of it is a whirlpool. The black vortex is extremely dangerous. Fang Qingran just glanced at it and felt like she was being targeted by an eternal beast. A faint purple flashed across Fang Qingran's head as she walked. The token dangled in front of Fang Qingran's eyes. You want me to go in? Fang Qingran asked. The token jumped forward. The jade pendant finally broke free from Fang Qingran's control. He stood in front of Fang Qingran, as if not letting her in. The token immediately went to hit the jade pendant. A tinkling sound rang out. Fang Qingran's mouth twitched. These two things obviously have no spiritual consciousness. Why are they so childish as children? Fang Qingran raised his hand, holding a jade pendant in one hand and a token in the other, to separate them. Is there any danger here? Fang Qingran asked. Both the jade pendant and the token stopped moving. No danger. The jade pendant and token still don't move. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly. After I go in, if I can still come out, please move. The token moved once and the jade pendant moved twice. Is this place connected to another space? If so, just move. Both the jade pendant and the token moved this time. Fang Qingran looked at the whirlpool in front of her. The entrance she entered into the river of time was very similar to the one in front of her. There is probably another time and space behind this. Fang Qingran glanced at the jade pendant and finally chose to step into it. She seemed to have traveled into a strange sea of time. It was quiet inside. There were no strange creatures like the last time she saw them. During this period of time, there is no life in the world sea, let alone any danger. It's like the most common transmission channel. Fang Qingran guessed that she had stepped into another time and space. Yan Yu said that there were no restrictions on the earlier boundary sea, and any strong person could travel through the boundary sea at will. But with the increase in dark creatures in the universe and the continuous catastrophes in the universe, the boundary sea has changed. There begins to be great danger hidden inside. Afterwards, it was Mo Jinggong who put the killing monsters into the boundary sea, limiting some dangers while also preventing some dark creatures from stepping into it. Fang Qingran kept moving forward along the boundary sea. The way she had come was no longer visible behind her. She didn't feel any fear about this, but instead felt a sense of expectation in her heart. The token and jade pendant were following her obediently at the moment. The delicate box from before was put into her sleeve. I don't know how much time passed. Fang Qingran felt that Jai was beginning to reject her. Then she somehow left the boundary sea. Vast place. The power of heaven and earth rushed towards him. There was no need for her to absorb it deliberately. The power of heaven and earth poured into her body crazily. A vortex of power suddenly formed above her head. The jade pendant floated up and fell directly into the whirlpool of power. It rises and falls with the power of heaven and earth. Fang Qingran noticed Yu Peng's movements but ignored them. She did not release the power of her consciousness rashly, but looked around cautiously. Within sight. Colorful clouds. Qionglu Yuyu. Lush greenery. The mountains are crisscrossed. There are also mysterious and dangerous islands floating in the air. There was a barrier around the island, and she could only vaguely see its outline. As for what was inside, she couldn't get a glimpse of it. Fang Qingran's eyes darkened slightly. Everything she looked at here was full of life. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1245 Red Immortal. Fang Qingran was immediately sure that this was not her time and space. Such a fairyland grand occasion. The power of heaven and earth is strong. At least before ancient times. Fang Qingran looked down after looking at the surroundings. But when she lowered her head, the first thing she saw was not the scenery below, but the clouds beneath her feet. Fang Qingran looked at the misty clouds. Sometimes it transforms into a phoenix, sometimes into a giant dragon, sometimes into a unicorn. In less than half an hour, it had already transformed into more than 10 forms. And its own color will also change with its shape. Colorful. Probably because he noticed Fang Qingran looking at it. The cloud turned into a red unicorn. He also stirred deliberately. Fang Qingran stared at the clouds, her eyes dark and unclear. Arriving in a strange place for the first time, she could not yet calmly appreciate the beauty of the clouds. Even if the clouds released goodwill. But the vast power contained within it made her dare not underestimate it. And the softer and cuter something is, the more cruel it may be. Wanling is an example. Wanling looks like a little chicken the size of a palm. He also speaks softly and cutely. Who would have thought that such a cute beast is actually the lord of all beasts? You can swallow thousands of cows in one bite, and that's not enough. Fang Qingran was a little skeptical. When Senior Kang Xuanji created Wanling, he incorporated Taoti's bloodline into it, otherwise it wouldn't be so edible. And Fang Yuyu. When we first met, he was a cute little cub. After following her, the bamboos continued to grow rapidly. Now he is as tall as her. Fang Yu used her claws to scratch out traces even if it was a divine gold source stone or something with the power of law. Fang Qingran chose to duck and change positions. The clouds that were still twisting suddenly froze on the spot. The corners of Fang Qingran's lips raised slightly, and a smile appeared. Sure enough, she was still a person whose spiritual wisdom had just begun to blossom. Fang Qingran withdrew her gaze and looked downward. Mountains, rivers, lakes and seas. Towering old trees. There are also all kinds of rare treasures that shine with light. The entire vast land is like a magnificent and vibrant picture. Fang Qingran also discovered several magnificent palaces built on giant peaks. No wonder the strong men of the past were able to reach that level. How can it be bad if you practice in this kind of environment? Heaven and earth are rich in resources. There are countless things suitable for cultivation. These vitalities alone are incomparable to the Xuanchu plain. At this time, Fang Qingran discovered that the little cloud just now quietly slipped under her feet. After realizing that she was looking at it, the small cloud gradually became transparent. Fang Qingran looked at the looming clouds, her almond-shaped eyes shining with hope. This time she was sure of one thing. Little Yunduo has no hidden malice. Do you know where this is? Fang Qingran asked curiously. Xiao Yunduo's originally transparent body gradually appeared pale pink, and also revealed an ignorant aura. Fang Qingran didn't plan to ask again. She decided to look around. Hey, little fellow Taoist, are you lost? A clear and hearty female voice sounded. Fang Qingran heard the sound and looked sideways. I saw a man wearing a blue flowing skirt, looking at Fang Qingran with a friendly temperament. Hello, fellow Taoist, I am Wanyu. Wanyu smiled slyly, as if she was no stranger to Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly. She didn't understand why she could understand Wanyu's words. The language Wanyu used was obviously unfamiliar to her. But she still smiled politely and said, Hello, I am Feng Mo. Wanyu saw Fang Qingran smile, and her beautiful eyes suddenly became radiant. Hello, fellow Taoist Fang, this is Kangshan continent. This must be your first time here, right? Fang Qingran admitted it frankly. Seeing Fang Qingran nod, Wanyu's smile became more sincere. Fellow Taoist Fang, since it's your first time here, why don't you come with me to listen to Master's sermon? Okay, Fang Qingran finished speaking. Wanyu is about to leave. Suddenly she stopped again and looked at Fang Qingran's feet. The small clouds under Fang Qingran's feet immediately hid behind Fang Qingran. Seeing this, Wanyu burst into laughter. Xiaoheng, what's going on with you? You're not usually very arrogant and won't let us touch you. Why are you so shameless today? As Wanyu spoke, she looked behind Fang Qingran with a playful look. When Xiao Yunduo heard Wanyu's words, he immediately rushed out and bumped into Wanyu. Yanyu ducked away. As soon as Xiao Yunduo failed to hit him, he returned behind Fang Qingran. Wanyu looked at Fang Qingran, the amusement in her eyes disappeared, and there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Fang, little Taoist friend, to be honest, this cloud is called the Red Fairy. The head of the thundercloud. It usually likes to wander around the Kangshan continent and observe various cultivators. If anyone dares to do something that harms living beings, it will deliberately chop a few more times when the other party is going through a calamity. It is the rule for overcoming the tribulation, and it is also subject to certain rules. In fact, it should have escaped from the thunderclouds long ago and turned into a living creature. The thunderclouds leaving it will have no effect. It's a pity that it offended Master back then and deliberately made things difficult for Master. In the end, Master punished it. It couldn't escape and could only be tied here. Ha ha ha, it probably wants to make a contract with you and ask you to take it away from here. After Wanyu finished speaking, the little cloud next to Fang Qingran was so red that it could bleed. But it was still floating beside Fang Qingran, extremely well behaved. When Wanyu saw this scene, she was amazed again. Fang Qingran just smiled politely and didn't answer. Little Daoist Fang, if you take it there, other fellow Daoists will probably notice you immediately, but don't worry, they won't have any malicious intentions. The atmosphere in the entire Kangshan continent is very upright, Wanyu said. Fang Qingran followed Wanyu and stepped onto an island. There is a unique cave in the island. All the beautiful buildings, magnificent palaces, towering ancient trees, rare and exotic plants, etc. that she had seen outside before could be seen everywhere here. The island is so vast that its borders are almost invisible. Just when she and Wanyu stepped into it, a man's figure came out of the air. The man was dressed in sapphire blue brocade clothes and had a natural aura about him. Wanyu, you're finally here. I thought your sect wouldn't let you come. Taishu, our sect treats me well and never restricts me. Wanyu's words were filled with pride and determination. After Wanyu finished speaking, she immediately introduced Fang Qingran. This little Taoist friend I met on the road is named Feng Mo. Taishu's treatment of Fang Qingran was not as kind as when Yanchu met her. Taishu looked at Fang Qingran politely, his eyes full of vigilance. Taishu sent a message. Wanyu, why do you pick up everything? The outer land is different now. Many dark creatures have emerged, and those dark creatures are not the same as our Kangshan continent. The dark creatures outside the territory are cruel and bloody. They are also very good at hiding. They always like to sneak into the cultivators first and then wait for opportunities. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1246 Sit in the front, additional update. Even though Taishu's attitude was serious when he transmitted the message, there was no trace of blame in his voice, only worry. Wanyu curled her lips slightly and replied, have you forgotten that I picked you up too? Have you become stupid in your cultivation and forgotten my ability? Taishu was silent for a moment. Wanyu has had the eye of dreams since she was born, and can directly see through the soul. You can indeed be prepared to judge the good and evil of a spiritual practitioner. But he just heard from Master that the dark creatures outside the territory have learned to disguise their souls. Wanyu doesn't know this yet, and he can't blame her. Taishu didn't detect anything on Fang Qingran. He could sense that Fang Qingran's cultivation level was far lower than his. But the strange thing is that he can't see through her realm. Taishu had focused on Wanyu before, but now he noticed the sneaky thing following Fang Qingran. Passed by. He hid behind Fang Qingran again. Come out, Taishu said directly. Wanyu laughed again. Ha ha ha, Taishu, don't force the red immortal to come out. It seems to be eyeing fellow Taoist Fang Mo, and you must follow it. Taishu frowned slightly when he heard this. Hongxian's approval proved that Fang Qingran was definitely not a dark creature. But as soon as he arrived, he kidnapped Hongxian. Could it be a bit too coincidental? After so many epochs in Kangshuan continent, such a calamity cloud with spiritual consciousness has evolved and become the head of Yunlei. Fang Qingran had no problem kidnapping Hongxian. I'm just afraid that when she becomes too powerful in the future, she will use Red Fairy to do other things. Taishu, don't keep staring at fellow Taoist Fang. When little fellow Taoist comes to us, you must be destined to us. Wanyu Shangsheng reminded. With Fang Qingran's cultivation level, it is impossible to walk outside the territory. It is even more impossible to break the boundary protection formation of Kangshuan continent. So why did Fang Qingran enter Kangshuan continent? And the step above Fang Qingran's head looks like it's not a simple magic weapon at first glance. The power of the rules of heaven and earth contained in that magic weapon is even more terrifying. Master once said, when all unreasonable things happen together, it proves that something big will happen. Or chance. Or disaster. Maybe it's redemption. In short, we must take advantage of this situation and must not look forward or backward. Taishu understood Wanyu's hint and said politely to Fang Qingran, hello, fellow Taoist Fang Mo, I am Taishu. Fang Qingran returned the gesture and said, hello, fellow Taoist Taishu. Thank you for your intrusion. Wanyu spoke up at the right time. Fang Xiao Daoist, let's go and listen to the master's sermon. Let me tell you, the master is a very awesome person. Anyone who listens to his sermon will definitely gain some insights. Does the master you are talking about have a name? Hearing Fang Qingran's question, Wanyu thought for a while, shook her head and said, I don't know, we don't know the master's name. We have called him master since we were born. Taishu once again felt a sense of vigilance. Fang Qingran noticed Taishu's eyes and didn't care. She didn't know now whether she was stepping into a real place or a very real fantasy. Fellow Taoist Fang, if you want to know my master's name, we can ask him later. No need to worry, let's go. After Wanyu finished speaking, he set off. Fang Qingran followed Wanyu and Taishu to a spacious place. The surrounding area is covered with scorching peach blossoms. The peach blossoms are in full bloom, with petals flying in the wind. Floating on the bodies and heads of the ascetics sitting cross-legged on the futons. There were thousands of monks present. They all straightened their backs, looked at the old man in front of them seriously, and listened in fascination. Wanyu was very quiet this time. She took Fang Qingran and Taishu and prepared to sit quietly at the back. The old man sitting at the front stopped his sermon after seeing them. He looked to the back and said, Wanyu, Taishu, and this little fellow Taoist Fang Mo, please sit in front, there is a place for you here. The whole place suddenly became extremely quiet. At this moment, Fang Qingran felt extremely embarrassed. Wanyu and Taishu walked forward honestly. When Wanyu left, he didn't forget to pull Fang Qingran along with him. In embarrassing moments, you must be accompanied by a Taoist friend, so that you can feel at ease. Fang Qingran could feel countless eyes sizing her up. These glances were purely inquisitive, without any other emotions. Fang Qingran was not disgusted. At this time, Wanyu and Taishu had received dozens of transmissions. Wanyu, where did you abduct this little Taoist friend Fang Mo? Isn't he so cute? Ha ha ha, I was named by master as soon as I came here. Wanyu, this little fellow Taoist is not from our Kangshuan continent, how dare you pick it up? Master just said that some dark creatures can disguise themselves. Wanyu, this little fellow Taoist looks innocent and confused, it's so funny. Ha ha ha, why did you bring her here? Is it just to let her relieve you of the embarrassment? Ellipsis. Taishu, why did Hongxian follow her? Taishu, you and Huanyue were caught by master again, so he asked you to sneak out. Taishu, is this little Taoist friend Fang Mo the new light bulb for you and Wanyu? Do you think she was embarrassed by being named by the master, or she was embarrassed by following you too? Ellipsis. Wanyu and Taishu felt headaches at the same time, as if there were hundreds of ducks noisy in their heads. These guys really don't mind watching the fun. Wanyu and Taishu came to the front and bowed respectfully to the master. Fang Qingran followed their example and raised her hand to salute. Sit down. The master's attitude was calm and there was no emotion in his eyes. Thank you, master. Wanyu sat in the middle. Taishu is on her left. Fang Qingran is on her right. The positions where they sit are the first three positions, and they're also facing the master directly. Here, no small gesture will go unnoticed. The red fairy has turned transparent. But master still glanced in the direction of it, seeming to see through everything. After the master finished reading, he looked away and continued to preach. Fang Qingran gradually calmed down and listened intently. Unconsciously. Years pass. Fang Qingran seemed to be in a state of chaos. She always felt like she was about to break through. But it's always a little bit close, and there's still something I haven't figured out yet. The master's voice can still be heard clearly. There are thousands of Taoisms, and one of them can lead to thousands. To realize the Tao, you need to let go of the interference of external things. Since you are the Tao is you. This Tao is not the other Tao, so you must not be attached to it. Ellipsis. Fang Qingran followed the guidance of these voices and understood her way of cultivation bit by bit. She wants to practice Taoism, and what she pursues is strength. The point of being so powerful that it cannot be looked down upon. Strong enough to protect anyone she wants to protect. Are these obsessions? Do not. These are not obsessions, these are also her ways. She has made her own choices since she entered Taoism. When Fang Qingran was thinking about this, a beam of light shone into the beginning of chaos, giving her guidance to get out. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1247 Selfless Situation. The peach blossoms in the peach blossom forest bloomed and withered, and bloomed again after withering. The petals of the peach blossom also fell layer after layer. But the peach blossom tree never bore fruit. The master gradually stopped preaching, and then closed his eyes. You can even hear the needle drop on the court. Not a single listener left. They all had serious expressions and looked ahead seriously, not moving at all. Even if they were almost buried in peach petals, they didn't make any move. They seemed calm, but in fact they were all frantically transmitting messages to each other. Master has been silent for half an era. Why hasn't this happened before? Do you think Master is tired of preaching? No, I feel it was because fellow Taoist Fang had an epiphany that the Master stopped preaching. Do you feel something is wrong with the aura of fellow Taoist Fang? Have you finally discovered it? I've noticed it a long time ago. When fellow Taoist Fang came, I felt something was wrong with her. I can clearly feel that fellow Taoist is not as strong as me, but I can't see through Taoist Fang's realm anyway. This is very strange. Not only that, I can't see through the age of Taoist brother Fang. I can tell that she is much younger than us, but I just can't see through her age. There is a very strange barrier about her. Wanyu, Taishu, you brought her here. Tell me about her origins. Wanyu said through the message, I don't know either. When I met fellow Taoist Fang, she was in our Kangshuan continent, and the red immortal seemed to be entangled with her. Taishu said, the timeline on her body is very strange. I suspect she did not come in through regular channels. I thought you brought little Taoist Fang into Kangshuan continent. She is not strong enough to set foot on our continent. If you hadn't brought her here, who would it have been? Didn't you find that Master's attitude toward fellow Taoist Fang was strange? Master has obviously never met her, so why did he know her name was Fang Mo? And he let her sit at the front. Taishu sent a message. Wanyu introduced her. I guess it was after hearing Wanyu's words that I knew her name was Fang Mo. When the other disciples heard this, they understood instantly. This is Master's cave, and nothing can be hidden from Master. But they always felt that Master's attitude towards Fang Mo was strange. The Master seemed to have expected her coming. Usually there are 2 futons in the front position of the Master. Every time the Master preaches, he will randomly select 2 lucky disciples to come forward. The disciple sitting at the front always seems to understand Tao faster than the other disciples. This time, the Master specially added a futon in advance. Fang Mo's arrival should have been anticipated. The disciples present were even more curious about Fang Mo's origin. The discussion on transmission continues. Wanyu turned her attention to Fang Qingbran. The cultivators in Kangshuan continent generally do not release their spiritual consciousness easily to spy on other cultivators. This is respect for each ascetic, and it is also a mutual respect. And her dream eye is a special ability. What is seen is only the good and evil of the soul. She would never use her dream eyes to pry into the secrets of a monk's soul. But at this moment, she suddenly became infinitely curious about Fang Mo. She could see better than other fellow Taoists that Master did not stop preaching. He was just preaching to Fang Mo alone. Fang Mo has entered a state of selflessness. The state of selflessness is also a kind of epiphany. She had heard Master talk about this realm before. Throughout the ages, those who can enter a state of selflessness must be excellent practitioners. And anyone who enters a state of selflessness will surely reach the peak of Taoism in the future. Wanyu, what's wrong with you? A voice sounded in Wanyu's sea of consciousness. Wanyu suddenly came back to her senses and quickly looked away from Fang Qingbran. She almost disturbed fellow Taoist Fang Xiao's practice just now. The Master had previously left a rule that if anyone attains enlightenment while listening to the sermon, all the listeners are not allowed to make a sound or leave. And you cannot stare at a monk who is in a state of monasticism for a long time. Even if a Taoist is in samadhi, he will still be aware of the outside world. If you stare at the other person at this time, it is likely that the person will perceive a threat and forcefully exit the monastic state. Therefore, after the enlightened people appear, they usually close their eyes and practice together, or communicate through voice messages to share their experiences of listening to the sermon. Wanyu sent a message, I'm fine. By the way, do any of you have a complete record of what Master said this time? I have it. If you want it, it's not impossible. Give me 1,000 star grass and I'll trade it with you. A joking young voice sounded. Taishu naturally heard this message. Kang Yan, I will give you the 1,000 star grass. Remember to give it to Wanyu. 1,000 star grass is only owned by their family. Kang Yan asked him for it many times before, but he never gave it to this guy. Unexpectedly, Kang Yan would find another way. Okay, if you give me, I'll take 2. Kang Yan said coquettishly. This guy Taishu is stingy to an absurd degree. Whatever was in Taishu's hands, no matter what method they used, it would be difficult for him to take it out again. Even if you take out the stone of heaven and earth to buy something from Taishu, it will still take a lot of effort. Taishu is a typical type who only enters but cannot exit. They also gave Taishu a nickname, Pixiu. Of course, there is one exception. That is Wanyu. No matter what Wanyu wants, Taishu will give it to him willingly. If what Wanyu wants is too vague, he will try hard to find it. So they all understood that if they wanted to get something from Taishu, they should start with Wanyu. When Taishu heard that Kang Yan took the opportunity to increase the price, his face turned cold, and he sent a message, Kang Yan, don't go too far. Kang Yan was secretly proud and replied confidently, I want 2,000 star grasses in order to refine the top grade Yuan Dan. I remember Wanyu is about to advance to the next level. Taishu sent a message, I will give you 2,000 star grasses, and give Wanyu 3 of the recovery pills you refined. Kang Yan said, yes. In fact, if I can obtain the strange fire, I can also refine a higher grade recovery pill. The other cultivators heard the conversation between Kang Yan and Taishu and ate in silence. Kang Yan can grasp Taishu's lifeline every time. Then he pulled something out of Taishu's hand. Very envious. They also want to get something from Taishu. The Taishu family is one of the best in Kangshuan continent and has a profound foundation. Taishu is also the heir that the family focuses on cultivating, so he naturally has countless things in his hands. Don't you already have strange fire? Taishu said via voice transmission. The Kang Yan family was not bad either. They had already found the strange fire for him when he started refining alchemy. My strange fire level is too low. Kang Yan's hint was very obvious. Taishu's way of cultivation has a way to improve the level of strange fire. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1248 The Predicted Catastrophe. Kang Yan understood that if he spoke directly to Taishu, the other party would definitely not agree. But if it concerns Wanyu, Taishu will never refuse. Okay, Taishu said in a message. The conditions proposed by Kang Yan were not too excessive for him, so there was no harm in agreeing. Because you agreed so happily, I decided to give you some discounts in the future. From now on, your family will buy elixirs from me and give you a 30% discount. Kang Yan said happily. When the other cultivators heard this, they immediately became uneasy. 30% off. What the hell? How much treasure will be saved this way? A big family like Taishu has a huge demand for elixirs. Taishu can get such a promise from Kang Yan. They can only feel envy, jealousy, and hatred all over again. But in the next moment, all of the ascetics flew out of the island. Many cultivators looked at each other. Extremely surprised. One of the monks said cautiously, well, I was just a little envious. How come I was kicked out by the master? That's not the reason. Before I was kicked out, I sensed a breath. It felt like someone was about to advance. Fellow Taoist Feng is about to advance. Wanyu said. Sitting next Feng Qingran, she was the first to notice the abnormality. The aura on her body is very strange. I feel that she has more than one path of cultivation. Taishu said slightly seriously. Isn't it one? Could it be two? Taoist fellow Taoist Feng has already comprehended two paths at such a young age. A cultivator exclaimed. It is difficult for a Taoist to practice two paths at the same time. The rules of a Tao are as vast as the sea, and those with low understanding will find it difficult to practice a Tao. Only those with extremely high levels of understanding can practice these two things. There are also three paths traveling together, and this kind of existence is even rarer. No, Taishu shook his head and said extremely seriously, she definitely has more than two ways of cultivation. At this time, almost all the cultivators' eyes were focused on Taishu. Taishu, are you sure? A cultivator asked uncertainly. You will know when you look at the thunder tribulation of Hui. Taishu said. After Taishu finished speaking, he looked at Wanyu. Wanyu was strangely silent at the moment for some unknown reason. Of course, Taishu noticed Yanyu's abnormality and showed concern. Wanyu sent a message to Taishu. Taishu, I suspect that fellow Taoist Feng is the existence in the prophecy. Taishu's eyes darkened a bit, and he said via voice, why do you say that? There was a prophecy in Kangshuan continent. Kangshuan continent will encounter a catastrophe that will destroy the world in a certain era. This catastrophe will turn Kangshuan continent into ruins, and no life will survive. If you want to solve this catastrophe, you must seek help from outsiders. They had been looking for this outsider. In their speculation, the person who could undo the catastrophe of Kangshuan continent must be a powerful being who knows all eternity. But the Feng Qingran in front of him obviously did not have that kind of strength. Wanyu thought for a moment and said, it's just a feeling. Hongxian is the leader of all thunders in our Kangshuan continent, and his sense of danger is far better than ours. Before that prophecy came out, it was trying to find a way to leave the Kangshuan continent. If Master hadn't trapped it, the Red Immortal would definitely not stay in our Kangshuan continent. The Red Immortal doesn't even care about an existence like Master, so why does she only pursue Taoist fellow Feng Xiu? And the Master's attitude towards her is also different. Taishu, if she is the one who can solve our catastrophe, it means that we are not far away from that catastrophe. Wanyu's face no longer had the smile and cheerfulness it had before. There was only solemnity on her face now. When she saw Feng Qingran, she had a hunch that he was special, so she went up to say hello. Sure enough, as she expected, the other party came from outside the realm. Wanyu, I believe you. Taishu responded. After Taishu finished speaking, he quietly sent a message to his family ancestors. Since Wanyu said Feng Qingran was that existence, he was willing to take a gamble. Before the catastrophe comes, he must use his family's efforts to cultivate Feng Qingran. Taishu, after that catastrophe is over, you can go to my sect to find my master. Wanyu looked at Taishu with clear and bright eyes. Hey, I'm talking about Taishu and Wanyu. Can you restrain yourself in public? Every time I stand with you, I always feel like I am shining like the sun. Kang Yan's voice sounded. The other cultivators cast condemning glances at Taishu and Wanyu. Taishu glanced at him and said, what are you still doing here? Master's sermon is over. Of course we stay here because we want to see little venerable Feng advance. Kang Yan said carelessly. Little venerable Feng comes from outside the territory. What kind of world is it like outside the territory? Wanyu asked with a hint of curiosity. Suddenly, the attention of all the ascetics was diverted. They began to imagine and discuss. Their strength cannot leave Kangshuan realm at all, so naturally they have no way to see the situation outside the realm. What they know about foreign affairs is very one-sided. I feel that the outside world should be similar to ours. After all, they are all worlds differentiated from the Taichu realm, so it won't be too different. The ancestor of my family said that there are dark creatures outside the territory, which are very dangerous. The dark creatures outside the territory specialize in infecting monks. As long as they get involved, they will become their puppets and eventually attack their own compatriots. Dark creatures are just a name. They're filled with all kinds of creatures. In short, any creature infected by the power of darkness may become a dark creature. I've also heard my elders say this. Some dark creatures don't abide by the rules of the universe at all. They only like to create and kill. There are also some who have been eroded by darkness and become dark creatures. They will attack their own kind without caring about past friendships. The scary thing is that there is nothing to restrain these dark creatures. By the way, do you still remember that prophecy? Could the catastrophe you said we were about to experience come from dark creatures? As soon as these words came out, all the cultivators fell silent and looked solemn. After hearing these discussions, Kang Yan's eyes flashed with a strange look. Isn't there something to restrain dark creatures? What does it take to restrain darkness? Is it light? How much light power is needed to dispel this darkness? And the light will also be replaced. What if when darkness strikes, the light just disappears? If you want to fight against darkness, you still need to use the rules to create more things to deal with dark creatures. Or something above the darkness. Boom. Right here, thunderclouds gathered this way. Along with the thunder tribulation, there are also visions of heaven and earth. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1249, World-Destroying Thunder Tribulation, Additional Update. Surprising pictures appeared on the sky. At first, the picture was still of splendid mountains and rivers, with all kinds of beautiful scenery flashing by. Next, the picture suddenly changed, disaster struck, the lake and sea poured in, the world turned upside down, and the whole picture turned scarlet. They weren't the only ones seeing these things. There are also cultivators from the entire Kangshan continent. The beautiful Kangshan continent turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Countless powerful people have fallen. Just as the disaster was progressing, a vague figure appeared. The opponent was holding a cyan sword and stepping on the god-suppressing beast. It was like the god of war coming to save the world. The final scene suddenly changed again. The blurry figure once again stood in the midst of a beautiful mountain and river. This is the scene in the first scene. Could it be that the strong man helped us restore the Kangshan realm? Wan Yu heard the voice in her ears and felt that things would not be so simple. The last image is very much like a scene where the present and the future are intertwined. Coming across time and space. That's it. Wan Yu figured everything out in an instant. After a flash in the sky, a purple thunder as thick as a giant dragon flashed in the air. The terrifying coercion of the rules of heaven and earth spread quickly, making countless cultivators fearful and almost unable to breathe. Boom. The thunder dragon slashed downwards. The direction of the chop was exactly the master's cave. The old monsters hidden in Kangshan realm woke up one after another, looking at the thunder disaster in the sky with heavy expressions. Their perception has been connected to the Kangshan realm, and they can easily detect abnormalities. The person who survived the tribulation this time was obviously a Taoist from another world. And the opponent is very strong. If the other party has such strength, why does he have to come to Kangshan realm to escape the tribulation? They all set off and rushed to the place where the lightning struck. At the same time, several rays of light flashed around Fang Qingran. When the lightning disaster came down, the steps in her hair flew out and hit the thunder dragon. After Bu Yuya encountered a thunderstorm, he made a buzzing sound. Soon, the thunder dragon disappeared and Bu Yuya returned to Fang Qingran's hair. Bu Yuya at this moment has completely lost its luster. When Master saw this scene, shock flashed in his eyes. There is actually a magical weapon in this world that can resist the thunder and calamity that will destroy the world. Fang Qingran came across time and space, which violated the rules of time and space. Moreover, she also realized the way to go against the world here, so she naturally became an existence that was not tolerated by the orthodoxy. When this thunder disaster comes, there is no intention to let Fang Qingran live. Because if Fang Qingran continues to grow, he will definitely become a being that overthrows the orthodoxy in the future. But Fang Qingran is the only being who can save Kangshan realm. So even if she is a rebel, he will save her. The master looked at the Hongxian beside him. Aren't you usually very arrogant? Why are you so submissive now? You still have to continue to grow after all. You are not omnipotent. Hongxian showed 2 touches of pink and was very confused. It felt that the lightning disaster just now could break even it, so it didn't go out. Even if it appeared, it could not withstand the thunder calamity, and its sacrifice was in vain. It doesn't want to make such mindless sacrifices. The master raised his hand and pulled out a jade pendant and a token from Hongxian's cloud. Hongxian suddenly became anxious. This belongs to my future contract owner, you can't touch it. Just looking at it, I will return it to you. You will choose the contract owner. The master smiled fondly. As he said that, he looked at the jade pendant first. It's actually the jade pendant of the Xuanyuan family. Could it be that she was a reinforcement brought in by that boy from Xuanyuan? The master murmured. After the catastrophe was predicted, Xuanyuan insisted on leaving Kangshan realm and went outside the territory to find someone who could save Kangshan realm. Unfortunately, the other party left for several epochs and never returned. He thought Xuanyuan had already fallen. Unexpectedly, he actually found an outsider. The master's eyes fell on Fang Qingran, and he sighed softly, only the time is right, everything else is wrong. What Xuanyuan should send over is the future Fang Qingran. The time for Fang Qingran to arrive is not now either. When Fang Qingran came here, he had to bear a very heavy burden of cause and effect. If she is not careful, she may fall directly here. If Fang Qingran grows up step by step, she will definitely have the strength to save the Kangshan realm in the future, but she is far from enough now. Boom. The second thunder dragon struck down. Seeing this, Hongxian became anxious. The master held it down and said, "Children, don't worry so blindly. This is something we old guys should worry about." After the master finished speaking, he quickly set up a barrier to seal the red immortal. Then, he rushed towards the brontosaurus without hesitation. No matter where Fang Qingran comes from, she is the hope of the Kangshan world and nothing can happen to her. The master stood in the sky, his whole body exuding the golden light of merit. The thunder dragon opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to swallow the master. "Master," a monk shouted worriedly. "This is not Master's thunder disaster. Why should Master take the initiative to resist thunder disaster?" When Wan Yu heard this, her face turned a little pale. Master was sacrificing himself to protect Fang Mo. Wan Yu's eyes were tense and she grabbed Taishu's hand without even noticing. Taishu looked sideways at Wanyu. Everything was exactly as Wanyu said. Master vomited blood. I don't know who shouted. The next moment, several figures flew towards the master. They all took action to fight against Lei Ji. The thunderstorm finally dissipated. Taishu, take master down, a majestic voice said. Yes, Taishu immediately flew forward. The master wanted to speak, but he heard the old man on the side say, there are 9 world-destroying thunder catastrophes in total. With your current strength, you can only resist one at most. What about the remaining thunder catastrophes? If you don't want us to take action, then don't, stubborn. After the old man finished speaking, he winked at Taishu. Taishang ancestor, be careful, Taishu said, and went down with the weak master. The old man looked at the other old men and said, that's the situation. You know what's going on, so I won't say more. Our strength can only bear one strike at most, so don't show off. One person will be struck by lightning. When the lightning strikes are over, my Taishu family will give you generous gifts. Another old man said, HMPH, who needs a gift from your Taishu family? Just give me a beating after you are struck by lightning. Okay, don't argue about this anymore, line up and come one by one. An old man said with a smile. Ha ha ha, world-destroying thunder catastrophe, I, Shun Yuan, are lucky enough to try it once, and I will die without regrets. An old man took the lead in facing the thunder that was about to strike. In the process of fighting against the thunder tribulation, the old man's appearance gradually became older, and the vitality of his body disappeared rapidly. In less than a moment, the white hair on the top of his head fell off. Several old men looked worried. But there are still 6 thunder tribulations behind them, and they can't take action at this time. Ancestor, hold on, our Shun Yuan family supports you. The shouts fell. Countless tiny strands of power converged on Shun Yuan ancestor. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1250 is also wrong, golden ticket 1. Shun Yuan ancestor's whole body vitality has recovered a lot. Shun Yuan ancestor's eyes once again had brilliance. Ellipsis. After the 8th world-destroying thunder tribulation was completed, the cultivators in the entire Kangxuan realm have almost exhausted their own strength. However, at this time, the 9th thunder calamity has not yet arrived. Seeing this, the master looked straight into the sky, and then said with a solemn expression, everyone retreat, this 9th thunder tribulation must be resolved by my little fellow Taoist. Master, how can my little Taoist fellow Taoist resist this? A burst of exclamations rang out. It was a world-destroying thunder disaster that they could only resolve with the efforts of their family. How can fellow Taoist Feng resolve this issue? You can't violate it, you can't violate it. If we were here, the 9th thunder tribulation would not come. The master sighed lightly. After hearing this, the monks had to withdraw from the scope of the thunder tribulation. And the moment they left, thunder disaster brewed again. Countless cracks appeared in the sky, and terrifying power overflowed from them. These forces are gathered into the thunder. The sky thunder is no longer purple. It turned into rolling black thunder. Like a towering giant beast, it seems that it can swallow the entire world in one bite. Master, can fellow Taoist Feng come out? Wan Yu asked. She suddenly regretted it at this moment. Maybe she shouldn't have taken her to hear the master's sermon. The master was silent when he heard Wan Yu's words. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer, but that he couldn't answer. That boy Shun Yuan did bad things with good intentions after all. Fang Qingran himself was not strong enough to bear such cause and effect. Moreover, she is a spirit from another world, which is even more repugnant to this way. Of course, with these alone, the world-destroying thunder will not come. The reason why the world-destroying thunder really came was because Fang Qingran realized the Tao that could subvert the Taoism. This kind of existence, when it grows up, may protect the entire universe. Of course, it would be easy for her to destroy the entire universe. Taoism generally does not allow this kind of existence. Tao governs the universe, seemingly ruthless, but also sentimental. In order to maintain the balance in the universe. It also does not allow Fang Qingran to exist. After all living beings have evil thoughts. A being who cannot control it well and saves the world will also become a butcher. Instead of allowing this existence to be possible, it's better to cut off all possibilities at the beginning. But this time he wanted to side with Fang Qingran. Because the other party can save the entire Kangxuan realm. The so-called fair and just way does not care whether the Kangxuan realm is destroyed or not. The master thought of the token he had just seen. He didn't have time to look at the token carefully. He only saw the word, Xuanqiu, on it. If he guessed correctly, that token was the command order of the law order. With this token, you can fight against the law of annihilation. It's all such a coincidence. Here they resisted 7 world-destroying thunders for Fang Qingran. Bu Ya resisted once. Then the remaining one should be blocked by that token. It's probably not a coincidence that Fang Qingran came here early. Boom. The world-destroying thunder struck Fang Qingran quickly and mercilessly. Violent tremors occurred in Kangxuan world. Everything on the island was turned into powder. The entire island disappeared. Fellow Daoist Feng, Wan Yu shouted. His voice was filled with regret. That bright and clear face flashed across Wan Yu's sea of consciousness. Wan Yu. Taishu grabbed Wan Yu who was about to rush over. Taishu, it was me who harmed her, Wan Yu said. Wan Yu, who did you harm? A light and sweet voice sounded. Then a stunning figure stepped out of the sky. Behind her lay ruins. Wan Yu immediately let go of Taishu's hand and rushed towards Fang Qingran. Fellow Daoist Feng, are you really okay? Master didn't dare to fight against this level of lightning disaster, but Fang Qingran was able to survive unharmed. Wan Yu's heart welled up with joy. Her guess was indeed correct, Fang Qingran was the one who could save them. I'm fine, thank you, Wan Yu. Fang Qingran stretched out her hand. Yes, Wan Yu shook Fang Qingran's hand, knowing that Fang Qingran was no longer wary of her. Fang Qingran let go of Wan Yu, walked up to Master, and saluted respectfully. Thank you very much for your teaching, Master, and for saving my life. The master looked at Fang Qingran with a complicated expression. You saved yourself. He would save Fang Qingran for the sake of the Kangshan realm in the future. After listening to master's words, Fang Qingran didn't say much, but thanked the other cultivators one by one. She knew very well that without their help, she would not have survived the world-destroying thunderstorm. The power within the last thunderstorm was so vast and terrifying that it almost swallowed her up. She could feel that her body and soul were disappearing little by little under the crushing force of terror. At that moment she truly understood what insignificance meant. In the face of that kind of power, she was not even as good as a speck of dust. But why not? Is she going to disappear? Do not. There was no way she would just give in. Her word is she. No matter how terrifying the power is, she will not give in. At the last critical moment, she broke free from a layer of restraint. The power of nothingness, the power of Duke Xuan, and the power of Xuanwang all appeared. With their help, she escaped from the devouring thunder tribulation, successfully reshaped her body and repaired her soul. And she successfully advanced to become a 7th-level Taoist. I also discovered a new path. Fang Xiao Taoist, how many paths have you cultivated that can lead to such a thunder disaster? A cultivator asked curiously. Fang Qingran smiled and said nothing. You brat, is it okay to ask this kind of question? Come back here, a scolding voice sounded. Fang Qingran finally walked towards the Xuanyuan family and handed the jade pendant to the other party. This is a descendant of Xuanyuan Linglong, who asked me to give it to you. She said she will always be proud of the Xuanyuan family. Xuanyuan ancestor looked at the jade pendant, his hand trembled slightly, and he caught the jade pendant. Suddenly, it seemed as if he had seen some sad scene, and his eyes became moist. A voice rang out from the consciousness sea of Xuanyuan ancestor. I'm sorry for you. I found someone who can save the Kangshan realm, but I came too early. I don't have much strength left, so I have no way to go to the future to find her. I can only arrange for my juniors to find her and send her to save you. I hope everything will not go wrong again. Xuanyuan ancestor handed the jade pendant to Fang Qingran again. Fang Xiaodao, thank you, but since I gave the jade pendant to you, it becomes your belongings. Fang Qingran accepted the jade pendant without much refusal. Anyway, Xuanyuan ancestor has received the message that the jade pendant wants to convey. Little Taoist Fang, if you stay in Kangshan realm for a while, you will definitely gain something from the Tao here. When the time is right, little Taoist Fang will come to Xuanyuan's house as a guest. After Xuanyuan's ancestor finished speaking, the figure disappeared. The time is wrong this time too. He also wanted to find a way to send fellow Taoist Fang back. Although everyone welcomes fellow Taoist Fang Xiao to stay here to practice, it is more beneficial for her to return to her own time and space to grow. In this way, Fang Qingran stayed in Kangshan realm for an era. During this period, she met many like-minded people and learned a lot from them. Finally, Xuanyuan ancestor sent her a message. Fang Qingran knew that it was time for her to leave. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1251. See you tomorrow. Fang Qingran found the master immediately. As soon as the master saw her, he seemed to have seen through everything. Fang Mo, the road you are traveling on has no predecessors who have opened the way. I have taught you everything I can teach you, and you can only rely on yourself for the rest of the way. Fang Qingran's eyes looked a little complicated when she heard this. The master opened his mouth again and said, Fang Mo, there is no need to explain. It will be better for you if you use this name now. Master, see you again by chance. Fang Qingran thanked the master. The master looked a little more curious at this time. Fang Mo, does the path you refined have a name? Fang Qingran's eyes flashed slightly. She thought for a moment, and then said, me. When the master heard Fang Qingran's answer, his eyes were shocked for a moment, and then he seemed to understand the meaning of Fang Qingran's words. Suddenly, the master laughed loudly. It's really good, then I wish you to go to the Han dynasty to lift the sky, and to determine the course of your fortune. After the master finished speaking, his eyebrows were full of kindness, and he waved his hand and said, Go, there is no banquet in the world that never ends. There was a trace of reluctance in Fang Qingran's eyes. During the time she stayed here, the master was of great help to her. The master, like her real master, carefully taught her many things that were unknown in her time. Let her connect many things from the past together. She also gained a deeper understanding of Tao practice under the guidance of the master. This line of work also made her more confident in the path of Hedao. The years here were a valuable experience for her. Master, see you tomorrow. After Fang Qingran said this, she turned and left. The master looked at Fang Qingran's leaving figure, his expression a little more sad. The master took out the red fairy from his sleeve and sighed softly. Don't be angry. I know you want to follow her, but the time is not right now. If you follow her back, it will affect her growth. Hongxian twisted and changed his body shape, desperately trying to break free from the master's control. But no matter what form it transforms into, it is all under the control of master. Hongxian suddenly turned into a red cloud. Seeing Hongxian's constant struggle, the master finally smiled. You are also stubborn. At this time, what can you do by following her? It's not enough to hold her back. Can you help her resist the world-destroying lightning disaster? As soon as the master said these words, Hongxian froze. The master continued to ask, can you resist the backlash from time and space cause and effect for her? Can you help her on her path to spiritual cultivation? You are very, very powerful, but there are people around her who are more powerful than you, and you are far behind compared with them. Don't be angry, what I said is true. Did you know that the God-killing spear and the chaos clock are all in her hands? With these things, does she need your protection? If you follow her now, you will definitely be ignored. You might as well wait to find her when you are particularly powerful, so that you can become the most dazzling cloud. After the master finished speaking together, Hongxian finally stopped twisting and seemed to be in a daze. The master looked at the changes in Hongxian with satisfaction. Don't worry, mountains and rivers meet again, and you and her will one day meet again. Hongxian, but I'm afraid she will forget me. The master felt the thoughts coming from the red immortal, and raised his hand to pull out a small black box from the red immortal's cloud. The master's eyes turned slightly. Feng Mo had brought this with him since he came to Kangshuan continent. It is estimated that the box became like this when she suffered the world-destroying lightning disaster. But why did this thing get to Hongxian? The master was about to return the things to Feng Qingran, but when he touched the small box, some pictures suddenly flashed in his mind. The corner of the master's eyes twitched invisibly. This small box seemed to have something to do with Feng Qingran in the future, and he can return it yet. Wrong. The master's expression changed drastically. He actually felt his vitality in this small box. The master immediately began to calculate. Poof. The master spit out a mouthful of blood. This time he saw that he who was supposed to die in that catastrophe unexpectedly survived. And the chance for him to survive that catastrophe was on the small box. Master couldn't find any words to describe his mood at the moment. Hongxian, return the thing to me. I picked this up from my future contract owner. The master looked at Hongxian. Are you sure you picked it up instead of hiding it? The last lightning that destroyed the world could shatter even his cave, but the box could be preserved intact. It must have been the hand of Hongxian. However, this thing was obviously on Feng Qingran's body. How could he let it pick it up? Hongxian, she had a physical problem at that time and almost turned into powder. This small box fell down, so I picked it up. Later, the token flew out and gave her strength, which made her come back to life. No one knew what happened the moment the last lightning strike struck. Only Hongxian could see it clearly. The world-destroying thunder had no intention of letting Feng Qingran survive. The power of that thunder tribulation was enough to destroy the entire Kangshuan continent, but in order to destroy Feng Qingran, it concentrated all its power on Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran's body was shattered bit by bit under the power of thunder, and his soul was also dissipating. The small box also fell down at that time. When it saw Feng Qingran's condition, it tried hard to break free from the seal set by Master, hoping to absorb the power of the world-destroying thunder for Feng Qingran. But it failed to get close to Feng Qingran and was bounced away. After that, the token in its body flew out and landed next to Feng Qingran. A power overflowed from the token, which dissolved the remaining power of the thunder tribulation. Feng Qingran finally got a chance to breathe. Finally, Feng Qingran exuded a terrifying aura. It also felt the vast power in Feng Qingran. Witnessed Feng Qingran rebuilding her body and soul bit by bit. The world-destroying thunder tribulation contains the power of destruction and rebirth. As long as you survive the thunder tribulation, a different kind of life will come next. And withstanding the world-destroying thunder calamity also means that the ascetics have been recognized by the Tao. You can practice this way with peace of mind in the future. Feng Qingran's timing of realizing the new path was very clever. If she had realized this earlier, she might not have had a chance to survive. If she realizes this later, she will only be greeted by failure. Hongxian felt that it had chosen a particularly powerful contractor, but it would not be able to stand by her side for a while. Hongxian, old man, I'm going to see her off. I won't leave with her. The master felt the thoughts coming from the red immortal, stared at it for a few times, and then loosened the restraint on it. Just in time, you can give this thing to her for me. Hongxian didn't want to take the wife's things. This thing will not affect her growth. She needs this thing, Master said. After hearing this, Hongxian quickly rolled up the things handed over by the master, then rolled up the small black box, and then left. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1252 connected by the same fate. When Hongxian came to Xuanyuan's house, many ascetics gathered here. They all came to say goodbye to Feng Qingran. Guan Yu grabbed Feng Qingran and said, fellow Taoist Feng, are you leaving now? Feng Qingran nodded. Guan Yu, thank you for accompanying me during this time. See you again when we have the opportunity. Guan Yu's eyes were full of reluctance, but after hearing Feng Qingran's words, she firmly said, I also have a hunch that we will definitely meet again. Okay, after Feng Qingran and Guan Yu said this, they said goodbye to the other cultivators one by one. During the time she stayed in Kangshuan continent, she spent most of the time cultivating, and she didn't talk much about scriptures and Taoism with them. But even so, she benefited a lot every time she talked with them. Feng Qingran is very grateful to every cultivator here. They opened up her world and made her understand that people who share the same goals can really hate each other. Fellow Taoist Feng, goodbye. Fellow Taoist Feng, see you tomorrow. Fellow Taoist Feng, don't forget us, we are still waiting for you to come to us. Ellipsis. Feng Qingran met a pair of sincere eyes and felt warm in her heart. Okay, Feng Qingran responded. After Feng Qingran finished speaking, Hongxian rushed into her arms. Hongxian, woo-woo, after you leave, don't forget me, I will always be waiting for you. Feng Qingran smiled and said, Xiaoheng, I remember you. Hongxian was very happy and wanted to give Master's things to Feng Qingran. The result revealed a child's sunspot. Feng Qingran saw the black child that Hongxian handed to her, and suddenly thought of the small box. There can be no difference. But they are exactly the same. Feng Qingran's eyes darkened slightly and she picked up the small box. Hongxian suddenly became upset and gave him the wrong thing. However, Hongxian still handed over the Master's things to Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran accepted what her master gave her, looked at her palm, injected a stream of breath into the small box, and then placed the small box on the small cloud. Keep it well, Feng Qingran said. The red fairy turned into a pink cloud again. After Feng Qingran said this, she stepped into Xuanyuan's house without any delay. Saw Feng Qingran going in. A sound of relief suddenly came from the field. Well, although I was very sad to see fellow Taoist Feng leave, I felt a lot less pressure once she left. I'm reluctant to leave, but after she leaves, I still want to cheer. This is really the first time I've seen such a dedicated cultivator. Hey, ever since Taoist fellow Feng appeared, I have been told by my ancestor every day, and they really haven't given me any time to breathe. You're still talking about you. Didn't you realize that Master has also changed? He usually preaches Lucy, but now Master actually starts asking us to sign in and checking our attendance. You are all doing well. Our sect is now starting to roll, especially my masters, who have all been asleep and have come out of their coffins to practice. It turns out that we are all connected by the same fate. This makes me feel relieved. We will be happier if we play together. I used to think that practicing Taoism was a matter of chance and understanding. After meeting Taoist fellow Feng Xiao, I feel that hard work can actually change a lot of things. Yes, fellow Taoist Feng has started a different path of cultivation. I used to have very poor qualifications. The cultivators at the same time as me were all at the 5th level, and I was only at the 1st level. But after meeting fellow Taoist Feng, I turned out to be AI have been promoted 3 times in this era. Everyone was talking about it. The words were full of praise for Feng Qingran, not a single one was complaining. When Wan Yu and Taishu heard these voices, they looked at each other and smiled. They had a hunch that the future of Kangshuan continent had changed. The ancestor of Xuanyuan brought Feng Qingran to the Xuanyuan family's forbidden area. A space-time channel was built there. Feng Qingran came through the long river of time. Ordinary time and space cracks cannot send her back. Only special time and space channels can send her back. And this space-time channel must be connected to the future. Feng Qingran came through Jushao Pagoda. The Jushao Pagoda was created by the ancestor Xuanyuan. Therefore, he was the only one who had the means to send Feng Qingran back. After Feng Qingran met Xuanyuan ancestor, he hesitated several times. He was obviously nearing the end of his life. At this moment, Feng Qingran saw the time and space passage and finally understood. Xuanyuan ancestor knew what Feng Qingran wanted to say, so he spoke first. Fellow Taoist Feng, I'm fine. We have many longevity yuan and other heavenly and earthly treasures here. Don't worry, I will live well. After hearing this, Feng Qingran did not continue the question. Senior Xuanyuan, if I want to come to you again, what should I do? Xuanyuan ancestor raised his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Feng, please lend me the jade pendant from before. Feng Qingran handed the jade pendant to Xuanyuan ancestor. Xuanyuan ancestor took the jade pendant, raised his hand, activated the power of heaven and earth, and drew a talisman in the air. Immediately, the talisman entered the jade pendant and disappeared. Boom. There was a thunder in the sky. When the thunder calamity was about to strike, Feng Qingran saw Hongxian. Feng Qingran's lips raised slightly when she saw this scene. A place where even a cloud is lovely should exist in the long river of time. Fellow Taoist Feng Xiao can use this thing to return here. Xuanyuan ancestor said. Feng Qingran took the jade pendant with both hands, put it away, and saluted Xuanyuan ancestor, farewell. Xuanyuan ancestor nodded and remained silent. Feng Qingran stepped into the door of time without hesitation. This time, she only felt dizzy, and familiar smells and scenes appeared in front of her eyes. She returned to heaven. And this time, not long after she stepped into the Jushao Pagoda. 2 doors appeared in front of Feng Qingran. One has, Sheng, written on it. Another had, Dai, written on it. Feng Qingran walked to the door of death without hesitation. Outside Jushao Pagoda. Feng Qingran is really struggling to get to the 1st level. A contestant from heaven mocked. The contestants on the other side of the fairy world immediately said, yes, we, Lord Feng, have just entered the 1st level. You gods are really powerful. Some of you haven't even entered the door. Ha ha ha, brother, don't tell the truth. This is God. Tell the truth, what if they want to beat you? Look, Xuanyuan Jun's of the God realm has reached the 7th floor. The other contestants are still struggling on the 1st and 2nd floors, but he has already reached the 7th floor. Is this guy cheating? As soon as these words came out, the spectators' attention was diverted and they looked at Xuanyuan Jun's name. Looking at this, they found that there was another name chasing Xuanyuan Jun's. This Bailey Wenyu has actually reached the 6th level. It's really amazing. By the way, his surname is Bailey. Do you think he is an undercover agent planted by the Bailey family into the Lingyun sect? It shouldn't be. If the Bailey family had known that there was a Lingyun sect, how could they have allowed him to grow up without asking anything? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1253 Kongyuan Beast, additional update. I'll bet you 10 top quality sacred stones that Bailey Wen will definitely be entangled by the Bailey family in the later stages of his escape. Shush, you're going to kill yourself if you say that. Don't you know how domineering the Bailey family is in God? HMPH, what are you afraid of? I am from the immortal world and I am protected by Emperor Yi Chan. I am still the lackey of Lingyun sect. If they dare to touch me, I will pester Emperor Yi Chan to see what they dare to do to me. After he finished speaking, he didn't feel ashamed at all, but instead raised his head high. The Fairyland spectators on the side gave him a thumbs up. I found that the Lingyun sect's results are not bad. They all seem to be faster than other contestants. Look at Lu Kangdan, who is already on the 4th level, and Dagu Jianyi, who is on the 3rd level, Qin Hanyan. I'm suddenly very curious now, what exactly is the test thing of Jushao Pagoda? Inside the Jushao Pagoda, Feng Qingran pushed open the door of death. She felt something rushing towards her. But before he could see clearly what was coming towards him, the thing was swallowed by Wanling in one gulp. Feng Qingran's mouth twitched. Wanling was becoming more and more greedy. Phoenix Master, it is a nightmare beast. If it touches you, you will fall into inner demons, so I sold it for you. Wanling said, taking credit. Feng Qingran touched Wanling on her shoulder and said, don't eat randomly next time, or you'll ruin your stomach. Wanling raised his little head and said very proudly, Master Phoenix, I will never have a bad stomach, don't worry. Feng Qingran smiled and said nothing. The place she entered was a closed room. There are bare stone walls all around, and there are no traces on the walls. Feng Qingran observed it for a while, walked to a stone wall, reached out and touched it, and 2 more doors appeared. A door with, evil, written on it. A door with, goodness, written on it. Feng Qingran looked at the 2 doors, then raised her palm and patted the gap between the 2 doors. Boom. The walls collapsed. An extremely narrow passage appeared in front of Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran stepped into it. As soon as she entered the passage, the stone wall she had just smashed was restored again. A palm-sized ball of snow-white hair appeared in the original room. Mao Tuanzi stared at the direction Fang Qingran left. I originally wanted to give you simpler clearance conditions for the person's sake, but you actually dared to allow all spirits to eat my nightmare beast. I took a lot of effort to catch that, and Wanling was eaten like this. Damn it. Wanling, Yu Dao is a beast. Creditors must be repaid. You all just wait for me. The little fur ball groaned and said a few more words, and suddenly his soft fur exploded, shouting, FCK. Wanling, you deserve to die. I hate you. Fang Qingran, I hate you too. At the same time. Wanling, what did you eat? Fang Qingran asked curiously. This time the place she entered was a jungle. Just as she was about to release the power of her consciousness to explore the situation here, Wanling rushed out and came back quickly. He also burped by the way. Master Phoenix, I ate a piece of Kongyuan beast. This kind of beast is a beast without intelligence. Their wisdom depends on the creatures they encounter. They can be hateful or good. They still have the power of the origin in their bodies. This was the first time Fang Qingran heard about the Kongyuan beast. Master Fang, Kongyuan beasts seem to be mindless, but they have almost no natural enemies, and their reproduction method is also very strange. One Kongyuan beast can turn into 2 every other day, and 2 Kongyuan beasts can turn into 2 every other day. 4. By analogy, Kongyuan beasts will reproduce very quickly. If Kongyuan beasts are allowed to exist, sooner or later they will become overrun. They will also unconsciously deprive other beasts of their living space. Kongyuan beasts will eat everything. Wherever they go, they can rival the places where red yellow ants go. So even if the Kongyuan beasts are rich in original power, no one dares to allow them to exist in large numbers. Otherwise, if one of them is not good, it will cause a disaster of annihilation. Wanling explained seriously and Fang Qingran said. As long as it encounters other than Kongyuan beasts, it will not eat them all. The weapon spirit of Jushao Pagoda is really stupid. It dares to raise this kind of Kongyuan beast. Fortunately, it is here this time, otherwise, Jushao Pagoda will definitely have problems. If you swallow them directly, won't there be any problems? Fang Qingran said. Wanling's little body visibly stiffened for a moment before he boasted about Heiko. At this moment, he overturned, which was a bit embarrassing. Master Phoenix, it will be a little uncomfortable, because it requires the power of blood to digest them, so the digestion will be slower, and I won't be able to eat anymore. Fang Qingran took Wanling off his shoulder and fed it a pill. Go back to space and digest it well. Wanling responded, Phoenix Master, just wait for me. After I digest these Kongyuan beasts, I will be able to advance. Then I will be able to come out to protect you. It is good. After Wanling entered, Fang Jingyu came out of the space. Hey, Sister Fang, how did you become an 8th level Taoist? Fang Jingyu asked in surprise. She didn't miss anything. With only a 2-story tower, how could Fang Qingran be promoted? There are some opportunities. Fang Qingran did not explain much. But this time, 2 more doors appeared in front of her. A door says, repent. A door has, letter, written on it. Fang Jingyu looked at the 2 doors in front of her and thought for a moment, Sister Fang, the weapon spirit of this Jushao Pagoda is really strange. Why are there only 2 doors? Why can't there be 3? Or 4? Maybe you don't need to prepare so much. Fang Qingran said and opened the door. After she and Fang Jingyu disappeared, a small hair ball appeared where she had been. The little furry ball murmured, that's right. Why didn't I think of adding a few more doors to the contestants? Wouldn't it be more interesting? They would definitely be more likely to make wrong choices, so I can attack them. The little furball jumped up and down happily. No, there is no pattern like this, why not add a door to each floor? Then, many contestants watched as the 2 doors in front of them turned into 3 doors, 4 doors. Shun Yuanjun's has reached the 7th floor, and all he encountered before were 2 doors. When he was ready to enter the 8th floor, he watched as the 2 doors turned into 8. Shun Yuanjun's looked wary. Why did the 2 doors suddenly turn into 8 doors? Didn't my aunt say that there are 2 doors in the Jushao Pagoda? As long as you choose the right door, you can pass through safely. Of course, if you want to experience it, you can deliberately choose the wrong door. Shun Yuanjun's fell into deep thought, wondering if these 8 gates were a test or a realm. Shun Yuan Linglong also fell into deep thought this time. She did not deliberately release the blood power of the Shun Yuan family. She wanted to pass every level seriously. When she watched the 2 doors in front of her turn into 4, she thought she had not passed this level yet. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1254, The Weapon Spirit Who Listened to the Advice, Golden Ticket 2. But when she carefully observed the 4 doors, she found that these were the doors that opened and closed. But why does it become 4 doors? Since its opening, the Jushao Pagoda has always had 2 doors and has never had 4 doors. Shun Yuan Linglong's eyes darkened slightly. Could it be that the Nangong family has found a way to control the Jushao Pagoda? Or is it the Jushao Pagoda has been contracted? That's why such a change occurred. Shun Yuan Linglong couldn't figure it out, so she could only choose a door, raised her hand and pushed it open. When the tangy fragrance hit her nostrils, Shun Yuan Linglong felt dizzy. She immediately closed her 5 senses and then walked through the door. Jushao Pagoda has rules. After you choose which door to open, you can only enter the open door. You cannot change it or go back. Otherwise, the space rules will backfire. Shun Yuan Linglong entered a sea of flowers, and all the flowers in it were very enchanting. That's right. Enchanting. Each flower is very large. They hold the flower stems, twist in the wind, and exude a sweet fragrance. Shun Yuan Linglong really didn't understand. Why was this testing her? The level she passed through this door before was clearly not like this, right? Shun Yuan Linglong looked at the scene in front of her and was puzzled. Sister Fang, it would be great if a sea of flowers could grow here. In that case, I will definitely stay here forever. Unfortunately, this is a wasteland and there is nothing to stay. Fang Qingran responded, it's just a sea of flowers. It's best if the flowers are beautiful, so you can swing here and enjoy the scenery. Fang Jingyu's expression was rather regretful. The levels in this Jushao pagoda are too unskilled, and the choices are random. The dangers and temptations are also very low level. It must be because the weapon spirit is not very smart. After all, it is a free-range weapon spirit, and its wisdom is definitely not as good as King Feng and the others. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she and Fang Jingyu looked at each other and smiled. The next moment, 5 gates appeared in front of Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran opened the door casually. After the door closed, a little furball appeared again. The hair all over the little hairball exploded. Ha! How dare you think I'm stupid and mock me? It seems like you need to suffer a little. However, Huahai's proposal is good, I will try it now. Because you have given me good suggestions, I will let you go through a few more levels. At this time, many contestants suddenly felt nervous. Why did they feel that danger was coming? A contestant looked at the 3 doors in front of him and opened one door tremblingly. Ah, ghost, help. As soon as the door opened, he saw dozens of twisted, bloody things crawling inside. Tick. Tick. Blood dripped onto the ground. Contestants also smelled a strong smell of blood. At the same time, there was still a trace of cold air entering his body. The contestants almost cried. Why did the painting style suddenly change like this? He is a cultivator, but he doesn't want to encounter such a thing. Even if you give him a demon, he dares to deal with it. Only this kind of thing from the underworld is the last thing he wants to encounter. When dealing with these things, if you are not careful, they will harm your soul. The contestants were caught between a rock and a hard place. He has only reached the 3rd level. If he is so cowardly, he will be ejected and eliminated directly. The contestants bit the bullet and walked in. Once inside, everything was pitch black, and I couldn't even see anything with my consciousness. Ah, an extremely shrill scream sounded. I give up the game, I give up, don't come near me. This contestant, you have left the Jushao pagoda. The voice of the 8th Elder Nangong sounded. When the contestants saw the 8th Elder Nangong, they rushed over and tried to protect the 8th Elder. Hey, the 8th Elder, there is a ghost inside, I don't want to go in again. The spectators were confused. It's a bit strange that immortal cultivators are still afraid of ghosts and gods. One Kixing, if you feel like it, get back here. It's really embarrassing. While the contestants were still crying, a violent voice sounded from the sea of consciousness. One Kixing's crying stopped instantly. Oops. Forgot his identity. He is the young master of the Wanqi family. It is simply embarrassing to cry like this in public. But what can he do? When he first started practicing as a child, he encountered a very powerful resentful spirit, which almost killed him. Since then, he has left a shadow. One Kixing reluctantly let go of the 8th Elder Nangong, covered his face and flew into the attic where Wanqi's family was. The 8th Elder Nangong's face twitched, trying to cover up what he said. However, the young master of the dignified Wanqi family is actually afraid of yin spirits, which is really a hand-to-hand. That one seems to be One Kixing, right? I remember he is the Lord of the Holy Lord, right? How could he be eliminated so early? Ah ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that the children of the gods family are afraid of ghosts. Are you trying to laugh us to death? Spectators in the fairy world will not give up any opportunity to laugh at God. The faces of those who watched the game were as black as the bottom of a pot, but they could not find a reason to refute. Because they themselves feel ashamed. Have you noticed that Shunyu and Jun's speed has slowed down? He broke through the first floor in half a quarter of an hour before, but now it's been half an hour, and he's still on the 8th floor. Did he use up too much power, which caused him to slow down? No, the other contestants are also much slower, but Fang Qingran is getting through the levels faster and faster. Ah, our Lord Fang is so powerful. We have already reached the 9th level. Who said before that our Lord Fang will be eliminated? The spectators in the fairy world looked towards the sky with strange expressions of yin and yang. God's spectators turned away and did not look at the fairyland. They hated the arrogance of the fairyland. It was clearly like a group of ants before. Now, because of 2 games, they are already stepping on their heads. But they were forced by certain rules and couldn't attack them. They couldn't help but complain about the contestants. He can't even deal with a little girl from the lower realm. No matter how high Fang Qingran's cultivation is, his experience is not as good as their competitors. If they really unite, it will be no problem to deal with Fang Qingran. They looked at the game sheet again. The contestant who is ranked first has only reached the 5th level. Other contestants are still lingering on the 3rd and 4th floors. They can only pray that no more contestants will come out crying like One Kixing. The contestants in Jushao Pagoda are gradually miserable. They found each level more difficult and dangerous than the next. And this risk has doubled. The 1st and 2nd floors still look normal. But when they reached the 3rd and 4th floors, things suddenly changed. When they saw the number of doors gradually increasing, they couldn't help but think that they might see 30 doors in the future, and they suddenly shuddered. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1255 Disaster to Chiyu. Have you noticed a problem? I discovered it, Master Fang is passing the test faster and faster. A spectator from the immortal realm said happily. Not only that, Master Fang is getting faster and faster in passing the test, but the speed of other contestants is getting slower and slower. I looked carefully, Kang, it's true. Fang Qingran has now reached the 20th floor. Shunyu and Jun started on the 1st floor after a quarter of an hour, then half an hour later, and now it takes 2 hours to reach the 1st floor. And as Fang Qingran passes through more layers, the time it takes for Shunyu and Jun's to reach the upper layer is still increasing. However, Fang Qingran's time was getting shorter and shorter. At this moment, it took less than half a quarter of an hour for Fang Qingran to pass the 1st level. The spectators in the fairy world were originally very excited, but they also fell into silence. Feng Qingran was so powerful that he might attract the attention of God. They were worried that Zhu Qiang would attack Feng Qingran. Third Elder, is Feng Qingran cheating? Why have so many of our contestants been eliminated since she started climbing the tower? A spectator shouted. Among the contestants from all walks of life, only God has been eliminated so far. God, their contestants shouldn't be any worse than the rest of the world, so why are they the only ones to be eliminated? When the third Elder Nangong heard what the spectators said, he knew that Feng Qingran could not cheat. The real cheaters are actually the contestants from God. It's a pity that they didn't live up to expectations. The third Elder Nangong said seriously, all the tests in this tower are random. No one can arrange them in advance. The fact that Feng Qingran can complete the tests on each floor so quickly can only mean that every choice she makes is right. The spectators were still unconvinced. Third Elder, even if Feng Qingran didn't cheat, he must have interfered with other contestants' competition. After hearing this, the third Elder Nangong simply stopped replying. This matter cannot withstand scrutiny, nor can it be investigated at this time. Because they had tampered with the tokens of Lingyun sect disciples, and if they were to investigate now, they would definitely be exposed. We can only wait for Feng Qingran to come out before making more decisions. There must be a huge opportunity hidden behind the wordless door that Feng Qingran entered. From the speed at which Feng Qingran passed the test, it can be seen that she got this opportunity. Third Elder, tell them there is no need to worry. After the game, our Nangong family will investigate carefully. Nangong Jian said in a message. Third Elder Nangong replied, it's the ancestor. Nangong Jian looked at Feng Qingran's name, his eyes dark and unclear. The wood is beautiful in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. This Feng Qingran is still too high profile. Sister Feng, the intelligence of this weapon spirit is really limited. This preparation test is really boring. Feng Jingyu yawned. It's more beneficial to us this way. Feng Qingran said with a smile. This kind of test is not as interesting as fighting against the contestants. At least the contestants' moves have changed. Also, the beasts here are too weak, and there are mountains of swords and seas of fire. They're really nothing, Feng Jingyu said. When Feng Qingran heard Feng Jingyu's words, she looked in a certain direction intentionally or unintentionally, and a smile flashed in her eyes. She was really persistent and kept following them. Feng Qingran looked away. I don't blame it. It has accepted this rule setting since it was created. It will be difficult to change it later. Let's go to the next level. It is good. Feng Qingran and Feng Jingyu left without hesitation. After they left, a little fur ball appeared, and its hair exploded, like a hedgehog. The little hair ball angrily said, you are so abominable. I can't deal with you, can't I deal with other contestants? I want them to taste the pain. Then, the contestant who was originally being chased by a beast suddenly discovered that there were 10 more beasts behind him. The contestant's eyes widened. Right. What's happening here? It's hard enough for him to deal with one beast, why add 10 more? At the same time, Lu Kanglan, who had broken through half of the formation, twitched the corner of his mouth. A mortal level formation suddenly turns into god level formation. Can it still be like this? Lu Kanglan sighed and could only break the formation again. Master, I feel that this weapon spirit has been unstable in the past. Could it be deliberately targeting you? Fei Yi, who was on the side, naturally felt the changes in the formation and said. It shouldn't be the case. There are so many contestants. There is no need for it to target me alone. Lu Kanglan said. Fei Yi turned his eyes and said, Master, have you noticed it was normal for us to pass the first 3 floors? When we got to the 4th floor, the tower spirit suddenly started to have convulsions, which made it more difficult for us. Each level has become more and more strange. Especially in the level just now, a group of beauties were arranged to try to seduce you. What do you think Ta Ling thinks? There is no way to set up such a test. He really looks down on us. Fei Yi said angrily. When Lu Kanglan heard Fei Yi's words, he looked sideways and said softly, if I remember correctly, you wanted me to stay in the last level, right? This was the first time he knew that Fei Yi was a pervert. A strange beast spurted nosebleeds when it saw a human beauty. Fat Yi's body froze. Master, I actually regarded them as food, that's why I got a nosebleed. As Fei Yi spoke, the scene just now flashed through his mind again. It's so lively and colorful. Every beauty is dressed very coolly. Especially those eyes are so charming. She was more beautiful than any female beast she had seen before. Tick-tock. Fat Yi had a nosebleed without any warning. Lu Kanglan's eyes twitched when he saw this. He wanted to terminate the contract with Fei Yi. He was afraid that the fat man's lust would harm him. Master, don't get me wrong, I just got angry. Fei Yi hurriedly explained. Why don't you go in and let Bai Zhe come out? Lu Kanglan asked. When he went to the Yuxun secret realm, he met Fei Yi first and then Bai Zhe. Finally, with the help of his junior sister, he contracted Fei Yi and Bai Zhe at the same time. At that time, he wanted Feng Qingran to contract one as well. But Feng Qingran said, elder brother, Fei Yi and Bai Zhe are good friends. It's not good for them to separate. You should make a contract together. Besides, Bai Zhe knows everything about the world and can help you pursue Luan Jin. He also felt that it was inappropriate for Bai Zhe and Fei Yi to separate as good friends. He contracted Bai Zhe and Fei Yi at the same time. But after Bai Zhe made a contract with him, he was always taciturn and didn't like to leave the contract space. He could actually feel that the master Bai Zhe really wanted to contract was his junior sister. But he also had a feeling that Bai Zhe was not good enough for his junior sister. Bai Zhe, is it willing to come out? Fei Yi asked. It is two extremes from Bai Zhe's temperament. Bai Zhe likes silence, and he doesn't like places with blood and fighting. And what it likes most is the place of chaos. Master Lu, I want to go out and have a look. There should be other opportunities in the Jushao Pagoda. Bai Zhe said uncharacteristically. Lu Kanglan didn't hesitate, raised his hand and released Bai Zhe. As soon as Fei Yi saw Bai Zhe, he rushed over. Bai Zhe, you are finally willing to come out, and we can fight side by side again. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1256, Embarrassed. During the ancient war, the living environment of the alien beasts was worrying. Bai Zhe deduced that the alien beasts would face a crisis of extinction. Bai Zhe was powerless about this. Bai Zhe only took it with him and hid in the land abandoned by the gods. Since being abandoned by the gods, Bai Zhe has been looking for hope. Bai Zhe always feels guilty about the extinction of exotic animals. Bai Zhe always felt that the alien beast should have vitality, but it was too weak and could not find the vitality belonging to the alien beast. In fact, the annihilation of the alien beasts is inevitable. First there was the ancient war, then the evil Emperor Strut appeared, and there was also the war between heaven and earth. The alien beasts had no chance of survival at all. Alien beasts are different from spiritual beasts and magical beasts. Spiritual beasts and magical beasts can improve their strength through training, and can also fight with or assist the main contractor. But most exotic beasts cannot improve their strength through practice. Their abilities are already determined from birth. For example, Bai Zhe is familiar with the characteristics of all things and has the ability to seek good fortune and avoid evil. But Bai Zhe's combat power is very weak. Even if it is an ordinary mythical beast, Bai Zhe is no match for it. It is different from Bai Zhe. It does have very strong combat effectiveness, but unfortunately its combat effectiveness is such that when it encounters a strong enemy, it can injure the enemy by 1000 and damage itself by 800. It can quickly drain away the life within 1,000 miles radius and force the opponent to leave. But doing so will also make it uncomfortable. Bai Zhe, why don't you look happy? Fei Yi asked again when he saw that Bai Zhe didn't respond to its words. No, I was feeling the situation inside the Jushao Pagoda just now. Bai Zhe said. The Jushao Pagoda is not a living thing, and its characteristics cannot be found from the inheritance. It can only feel the situation of Jushao Pagoda by communicating with the power of heaven and earth here. What did you feel? Fei Yi asked. There is a passage to a different space in the Jushao Pagoda, and this thing is not from this plane. It should have been brought here by outsiders, Bai Zhe said. The Nangong family is actually an outsider, Fei Yi said in shock. Bai Zhe was silent for a moment and said, this Jushao Pagoda should not belong to the Nangong family. They took it from outsiders. Damn it, this Nangong family is really outstanding. They can even steal things from outsiders, Fei Yi said excitedly. Originally, it still hated the Nangong family. Now that he heard the news, he suddenly felt that the Nangong family was much more pleasing to the eye. It doesn't matter how many planes you fight. But speaking unanimously to the outside world is the consensus of all living beings. Bai Zhe was silent again for a while, then said, that outsider was of great help to our plane. It was also thanks to him in the ancient war, otherwise more living beings would have died in the plane. Fat Yi's eyes suddenly overflowed with anger. The Nangong family is so shameless. They can do this, they really deserve to die. Bai Zhe stared at Fei Yi and spoke again. The outsider appeared and exposed the location of our plane in advance, causing the Chaos Law Enforcers to find this place. Fat Yi. I don't want to speak at all. Fei Yi's eyes were wandering around, and he finally resolved the embarrassment on his own, and continued, Bai Zhe, next time you have something to say, can you finish it all at once? Fortunately, there are no outsiders here, otherwise I would lose my face and lose my face on the ground. After Fei Yi finished speaking, he still couldn't help but said, looking at it this way, the outsider deserves what he deserves. He deserves to be punished because of his own misfortune. Hearing this, Liu Kanglan paused slightly in breaking the formation, and glanced at Fei Yi. Bai Zhe, do you still have something to say? Bai Zhe said, yes. Fei Yi's eyes widened, isn't that right? This is all reversed. Bai Zhe said, even if there is no outsider, the Chaos Law Enforcer will come sooner or later. But it is because of his arrival that this powerful person has deduced the ancient crisis, so that some ancient books can exist. Fei Yi was completely silent. Who is that future person? Liu Kanglan asked curiously. I don't know, Bai Zhe said. It can only surmise these things. It can see things related to Jushao Pagoda. But it is difficult to spy on the human monks related to Jushao Pagoda. When Liu Kanglan heard Bai Zhe's answer, he withdrew his gaze and continued to break the formation. Jushao Pagoda is at least an acquired spiritual treasure. Outsiders with such treasures can easily escape from here. Why did the other party fight to protect this plane in the ancient war? What is the purpose of the other party's move? Liu Kanglan calmed down and continued to concentrate on breaking the formation. The next levels might be more difficult, so he couldn't waste time here. Tarling will probably continue to have convulsions. Fortunately, whether the test is difficult or not, it is not particularly outrageous. But when Liu Kanglan pushed open the next door, his expression froze instantly. There was nothing particularly outrageous, only something more outrageous. Liu Kanglan held his forehead straight. But this is my choice. I have no choice but to bite the bullet and continue. As time flows, contestants continue to be eliminated. Fang Qingran climbed higher and higher. Outside Jushao Pagoda, the spectators in the fairy world were holding their breath and staring nervously at Fang Qingran's name. The field was unusually quiet at the moment. This situation lasted for half an hour. Suddenly, cheers erupted on the field. Ah, Master Fang has broken through the 51st level. Ha ha ha, our Lord Fang is far ahead. Master Fang, if you persist, you will definitely reach the top. I wonder who dares to accuse us of being ants. The spectators in the fairy world were laughing and laughing. The spectators looked embarrassed. All the forces of God gathered together. This time there were more than 8 family heads sitting in the same room, as well as leaders of various states' forces. They are all subject to 8 family heads. Bailey Zhu was the first to speak. Nangongshan, what do you think about this matter? Fang Qingran can't stay, Nangongshan said coldly. Why? Zhu Song asked with an unclear look. Nangongshan said solemnly, each level of Jusha Pagoda is more difficult than the next. It is reasonable that the speed becomes slower as you go up. However, Fang Qingbran stepped into the first level very slowly, and the last level became faster and faster, which is contrary to common sense. Do you still remember how long it took for Fang Qingbran to enter the first floor after pushing open the door? Nan Gongshan asked. 2 hours, Dongfang Yang said. The ancestors of the Nangong family have tried it. After entering the pagoda, you must enter the first floor with a cup of tea. If you have more than 1 cup of tea, you will be excluded from the tower. If you do not want to leave, you will be killed by the tower spirit. But Fang Qingbran. There is no need to say the rest of Nangongshan's words, the other family heads will understand. During this time, Fang Qingbran must have gotten an opportunity in the tower. They recalled the moment the door opened. To be able to exude such coercion must be an ancient opportunity. Nangongshan, this Jusha Pagoda won't be contracted by Fang Qingbran, right? Wan Kixu said. It's very possible. Nangongshan did not directly deny it. The other family heads looked at each other a few times, and they all saw the greed in each other's eyes. Who wouldn't want an acquired spiritual treasure like Jusha Pagoda? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1257 Showdown, additional update. Under the current rules of heaven and earth, it is impossible for a weapon refiner to refine acquired spiritual treasures. The acquired spiritual treasure must experience the suction force of a special thunder tribulation before it can be completely formed. Even if a weapon refiner refines a magic weapon that is comparable to the acquired spiritual treasure, it will not be recognized by the law, and it will be in vain. Fang Qingbran made a contract with such a treasure. How can we make them willing to do so? Especially Fang Qingbran has such deep grudges with various families. Well, if we deal with Fang Qingbran, who will deal with it in Yanyu? A young family head said weakly. He was the young family head of Wuma Prefecture, and he had also been beaten. Yanyu can easily beat even the saints, so they are probably no match for Lingyun sect, right? He actually didn't want to get involved in this matter. But he had no choice but to follow the other family heads. Upon hearing Yanyu's name, Bailey Zhu's face suddenly turned green, and there was still a dull pain in his cheek. Wan Kixu and Dongfang Yang also looked bad. Has any of you seen Yanyu after the competition started? Nangongshan asked. Almost all the family heads shook their heads at the same time. Seeing this, Nangongshan said, I feel that Yanyu has left the sky. We might as well take the opportunity to close the sky and prevent her from coming in. Then we can open the sky after everything has settled. At that time, the fate of Lingyun sect disciples was not left to our discretion. Yanyu can't find any evidence, and she can't do anything to the whole universe. Nangongshan's words aroused many agreeing opinions. They did the same thing when it came to the Lord of Heaven. After that, they worked together to erase the traces of Fang Qingwu. Even if Fang Qingbran wanted to revenge Fang Qingwu now, it would be impossible to find any evidence. But aren't you afraid that Yanyu will kill us in a rage? And how are you sure that Yanyu can't search our souls? Can you hide it from her just by restricting it? Zhu Song asked sharply. The family heads had different expressions when they heard Zhu Song's question. The little head of the family looked bitter, and none of them could resist. When Yan Yue is really angry, if she wants to destroy the entire heaven, they will definitely be pushed out to calm Yan Yue's anger. This is what the leaders of the 8 major families did in the past. The young family leader only thinks about the future crisis. I didn't notice that such words should not come out of Zhu Song's mouth. Zhu Song, something is wrong with you. Bailey Zhu said. Zhu Song, what do you want to express by saying these words? Do you want us to give up dealing with Fang Qingbran? Nangongshan asked. Zhu Song nodded seriously. I think that in the current situation, we should admit the mistakes we made back then and ask for forgiveness from Fang Qingbran and the ancient family, instead of committing one mistake to the end. Zhu Song, are you crazy? Shang Wenwen asked loudly. He came here carrying his injured body just to discuss dealing with Fang Qingbran, not to spare Fang Qingbran. Zhu Song looked calm and said unhurriedly, I just want to help you. Your ancestors and our ancestors have committed many sins. We enjoy the benefits brought by our ancestors, and we should pay for and repent of these sins for our ancestors. You didn't see the tragic end of the ancient war with your own eyes, but at least you heard about it. Your ancestors would always say a word or two, right? Do you know why the ancient war was so tragic? Because our ancestors have to fight against 2 groups of forces, one is outsiders, and the other is some monks who have betrayed the plane. If it weren't for those monks, our ancestors wouldn't have sacrificed so much. Today, we have indeed not encountered the crisis in ancient times, but your internal fighting will continue to cause chaos in the plane. If another disaster strikes, have you ever thought about it? Zhu Song's words caused many family heads to reflect. Zhu Song, you are going too far. In this situation, Fang Qingbran wants to attack us. We are only dealing with her to protect ourselves. Shang Wenwen said rather disapprovingly. Whether you are doing it to deal with Fang Qingbran or for selfish desires, you know in your heart. Zhu Song revealed the truth without mercy. Bailey Zhu asked with a complicated expression, Zhu Song, do you mean you are ready to side with Fang Qingbran? Zhu Song was not at all flustered by Bai Lixu's questioning, and said with a humble attitude, yes, our Zhuge family chose to side with Fang Qingbran. After Zhu Song finished speaking, he stood up and left directly. Before leaving, he left a message, not just me, but the entire Zhuge must stand with Fang Qingbran. After Zhu Song finished speaking, many family heads shrank their necks and followed Zhu Song away. Most of the family heads who stayed looked very ugly. But this time, De Guyan stood up. He changed his low-key silence before and became more fierce. Everyone, my De Gu family has always followed the Lord of Heaven. Now we will naturally choose Fang Qingbran. After De Guyan finished speaking, he completely ignored the shocked eyes of other family heads and turned to leave. Several young family heads in De Gu Prefecture stood up with their heads held high and snorted coldly before following De Guyan away. If you look closely, you can see excitement in their eyes. How could they not be excited when they were finally able to openly confront their former enemies? The remaining small family owners tried their best to reduce their presence. But this time, Bailey Zhu waved his hand and asked these little family heads to leave. These little family heads retreated one after another as if they had been granted amnesty. Only Bailey, Nangong, Shangwen, Dongfang, and Wanqi family heads were left on the field, as well as the supreme elder of the Wuma family. The supreme elder Wuma also stood up at this time. I'm sorry, my ancestor asked me to go back, and our Wuma family will not interfere with the next thing. When the supreme elder Wuma left, he had a sad face. The ancestor really thought of it. Why did he suddenly switch to Feng Qingran? If you throw it like this, aren't you afraid that the other party will destroy them directly? Forget it, he is old, so he should just obey the arrangements with peace of mind. Suddenly, there were only 5 family heads left in the house. Snapped. Shangwen Wen gritted his teeth and said, these bunch of wallflowers, when they see Feng Qingran become more powerful, they want to join him. Dongfang Yang narrowed his eyes and said, did they know the truth when they made this choice? Dongfang Yang remembered that prophecy. Feng Qingwu may be the master of the plane. Shangwen Wen said unconvinced, do you really believe that kind of prophecy? What kind of existence is the lord of the plane? If Feng Qingwu is really the lord of the plane, why did he end up like that? Everyone knows about Feng Qingwu's experience in the Jiang family in the God realm. Feng Qingwu, who had not become stronger, was at the mercy of the Feng and Jiang families in the divine world. How could such a being be the lord of the plane? But these things can't explain anything, right? What if she was injured in the ancient war and became like that? Dongfang Yang said. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1258 The Perfect Family Head, Golden Ticket 1. Shangwen Wen looked disdainfully. When Feng Qingwu was born in the Feng family of the God realm, how long had it been since the ancient war? Even if you were reincarnated, you won't have to wait that long. And if she is the reincarnation of the Lord of Heaven, have you seen her laws and orders? The Lord of the Plains is always accompanied by the order of the 7 laws. Shangwen Wen's words are precise. Don't say that Feng Qingwu can't be the master of the plane. Even if she is truly the Lord of Heaven, she who has fallen cannot pose a threat to them. None of the 4 parents listened to what Shangwen Wen said. Dongfang Yang was always uneasy, not afraid of 10,000, but afraid of what might happen. Bailey Zhu and Nangong Shan were the only 2 who were not so worried. They know the affairs of Juyu's secret realm well, so naturally they have nothing to worry about. It is impossible for Feng Qingran and Ling Yun sect to come out of the secret realm. What they are worried about now is the temporary defection of Wuma, Juge, and Degu families. One Kixu asked aloud, how could the Juge family submit to Feng Qingran? When dealing with the Lord of Heaven, the ancestors of the Juge family contributed the most. Shangwen Wen sneered, they must think that the events of that year have been erased, that's why they want to seek refuge with Feng Qingran, and maybe Feng Qingran is spreading rumors about us. When they go over now, they can put all the responsibility on our family, so that Feng Qingran can let go of the past grudges. Then, if they confess a few words, Feng Qingran will definitely forgive them now that he needs God's power. Shangwen Wen analyzed. Since the Wuma family has taken refuge with Feng Qingran, he has reason to divorce Wuma Lingyan and drive Shangwen Jin out as well. The Shangwen family no longer needs the help of the Wuma family. Just as Shangwen Wen was thinking this, he received a message from the family elders. Master, my wife took the young master and left Shangwenzu. Shangwen Wen smiled when he received the news, thinking that they knew each other. But the elder's next words made his face completely darken. Shangwen Wen couldn't care less and hurriedly said goodbye to several family heads. What's wrong with him? Dongfang Yang asked curiously. It's just that I lost my wife and lost my army. It's really a waste of money. One Kixu said meaningfully. Shangwen Wen hurried back to Shangwenzu, found the 4th elder of Shangwen, and asked, why did you let her take away our secret guard? The 4th elder Shangwen did not panic at all when faced with Shangwen Wen's questioning. Instead, he looked at Shangwen Wen with a hint of anger. If you have time to ask me here, why don't you think about what you have done? If it was normal, he would never dare to talk to Shangwen Wen like this. But he was almost mad now and couldn't care so much anymore. What did I do? Shangwen Wen recalled carefully. He didn't do anything. He was injured by Yan Yue before and has been recovering from his injuries. At that time, Wuma Lingyan was still taking care of him in a low voice. Wuma Lingyan has never shown dissatisfaction with him since she married him, and she agreed to all his requests. In order to please him, he even stole resources from Wuma's family many times and gave them to him. Wuma Lingyan was even willing to give up the honor of his legitimate daughter and compete with other women for his sake. How could she betray him like this? He should be the only one who doesn't want Wuma Lingyan's share. Shangwen Wen's eyes were filled with disbelief, and he had not yet accepted the fact that Wuma Lingyan had left him. The 4th elder Shangwen looked at Shangwen Wen, rolled his eyes, and sent a message to Shangwen Patriarch Shangwen Jian. It's time for a new family head in Shangwanzu. If this person continues to work, Shangwanzu will probably be gone. Shangwen Wen, what a good thing you did. Shangwen Jian didn't even look around, and slapped Shangwen Wen on the face first. Snapped. Shangwen Wen flew out upside down. Shangwen Wen asked in confusion, why did my ancestor hit you? Shangwen Jian said angrily, you deserve to be beaten. You let a woman lie around and almost destroyed Shangwen Prefecture. Shouldn't you be beaten? Ancestor, that's not the case. It must be Wu Makan who is behind this. Shangwen Wen said. Losing to Wu Ma Chen is better than losing to Wu Ma Lingyan. Oh, can Wu Makan get the secret guard order from you? Can Wu Makan get the key to the treasure house from you? Can Wu Makan get your seal? Shangwen Jian revealed ruthlessly. These things are all on Shangwen Wen, and only Wu Ma Lingyan can easily get these things from Shangwen Wen. Shangwen Wen wanted to speak several times, but didn't know what to say. He clenched his hands into fists and his eyes turned scarlet. How dare Wu Malingen lie to him? The reason why he would give these things to Wu Malingen was because she would always bring him benefits. When he gives Wu Malingen more rights, Shang Wanzu will develop better and better. He never thought that Wu Malingen would betray him. Shang Wenwen stepped forward and hugged Shang Wenjian's thigh, crying, "Ancestor, I was wrong. I mistrusted her. I really didn't expect that a woman like her would have such scheming intentions. Ancestor, please help me. I want revenge." Shang Wenjian put her hand on Shang Wenwen's head and sighed. "Shang Wanwen, you have disappointed me so much, but don't worry, I will avenge you, so you can leave with peace of mind." Click. The next moment, Shang Wenjian twisted Shang Wenwen's neck expressionlessly. It also destroyed Shang Wanwen's soul and spirit. Shang Wanwen's body lost all vitality, and his eyes were so wide that they almost bulged out. When the fourth elder Shang Wen saw this, he seemed to be used to it. "Fourth elder, deal with him and go to the forbidden area to pick up the perfect head of the family we have trained. This is my chance for the Shang Wen family," Shang Wenjian said expressionlessly before leaving Shang Wen Prefecture. He would continue to stare at Feng Qingran. "Farewell, ancestor." The fourth elder Shang Wen raised his hand and sprinkled a layer of powder, and Shang Wenwen's body turned into ashes and disappeared. The fourth elder Shang Wen murmured contemptuously, "Shang Wenwen, what you robbed will eventually be returned. You have enjoyed it for so long, so you were lucky." After the fourth elder finished speaking, he set off to the forbidden area of the Shang Wen family. In the void, there are two figures who have a panoramic view of this scene. Qi Zhu shook his head and said, "TSK, TSK, TSK, the Shang Wen family really knows how to play. They kill their own descendants without any mercy at all." Qian asked back, "How do you know these are his descendants?" Qi Zhu was speechless. "Qian, you have to fight with me, right?" "Oh, are you worthy?" Qian said with contempt in his eyes. Qi Zhu clenched his fist, wanting to beat Qian again. Qi Zhu still endured it. Shang Wenwen is a descendant of the Shang Wen family. There is no doubt about it. What is there to doubt? Qian said, "Shang Wenwen is a bloodline of the Shang Wen family, but other monks of the Shang Wen family are not, and neither is the ancestor. Wu Malingen will leave, and he should have discovered some secret." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1259, Holding My Head and Crying. On the playing field. After one contestant was eliminated from the tower, instead of being disappointed, he cried with joy. "I'm finally out. I'm finally out. I never want to enter this kind of place of experience again. It's like a devil." After the contestant finished shouting, he left the city of the competition without looking back. The spectators were confused. Why did he pass up the chance to compete that they envied? Soon, another contestant came out of the Jushao Pagoda. As soon as he passed the 30th floor, he couldn't wait to crush the token and leave the tower. At this moment, he was disheveled and dressed in rags, looking as if he had returned from begging. After he realized that he had come out, he stepped forward and hugged the third elder Nangong's thigh. "Wow. Third elder, I finally see you. I almost couldn't see you." Elder Nangong third comforted him. "Now that you are out, go down and have a good rest. I will wait for the other contestants here." Third elder Nangong sent another message. "Aren't you already on the 30th floor? Why do you want to give up on yourself?" The contestant burst into tears when he heard the third elder's question. The third elder was probably afraid that he was talking nonsense. With a wave of his hand, two secret guards appeared and took the contestant back to the Nangong attic. Just after seeing off a contestant from the Nangong family, 3 more contestants came out within a moment. This time after the 3 contestants came out, they looked at each other and suddenly hugged each other and started crying. When the spectators in the viewing area saw this, they scratched their heads and wondered, what on earth happened? You did reveal some news. Don't worry about crying all the time. Why don't you look at your age? You're hundreds of thousands of years old, but you still have the nerve to cry here. Also, one of you is from the fairy world, one is from the demon world, and the other is from God. Is it really appropriate to hold and cry like this? Elder Nangong glanced at the 3 of them and did not step forward. Mainly because he was also curious about what was going on. Before the 3 of them had finished crying, several more contestants came out. Then, a few more came out. Then Zhu Qiang saw a large group of contestants hugging him and crying bitterly. There was only one female cultivator, looking at them in a daze while hugging each other and crying. Then he seemed to realize something and started to cry loudly. For a moment, her cries drowned out the cries of all the contestants. Spectators. The third elder Nangong who was close. The strong men in the attic. The psychological quality of the contestants this year is also very poor. Just cry. Elder Nangong third looked at the crying people with puzzled eyes. The test in Jushao Pagoda is dangerous, but it's not like he's crying like this. This shouldn't be the reaction in the rest of the life. They're crying so wrong. What's wrong with competing in a game? Yes, they came out safely at least. Why are they crying like this? I don't feel like they're going to compete. Indeed, it seems as if they have been treated cruelly. Maybe they passed the competition and cried with joy. When they went in, they were all bright and beautiful, with fairy clothes fluttering. But when they came out, they looked so embarrassed. It's normal to cry. After cultivating to this level, you will always be able to master the cleansing technique, so what is in the Jushao Pagoda that makes them forget to take care of their image? Ellipsis. Many spectators started talking curiously. The contestants cried for a while, vented their emotions, and gradually calmed down. They looked at each other with tears in their eyes. Have you encountered it too? Did you also encounter it? Well, I met someone who was outrageous and perverted. A contestant from heaven stood up, looked at the third elder Nangong and said, Third elder, didn't you say there are only 2 doors in the Jushao Pagoda? Why do I encounter 30 doors behind me? Elder Nangong was just about to speak. The contestant continued, Stop talking and listen to me. Did you know that at the last level, there were 30 doors in front of me, and I was really dazzled by the choices. But I can't move slowly. If I move slower, I will be kicked out of Jushao Pagoda. Also, when I entered the third level, there was only one divine beast at first. I fought well and was about to clear the level, but suddenly 10 more divine beasts appeared. If it weren't for the life-saving magic weapon from my family, I would have died on the third floor. When the contestant said this, his expression was very indignant. It is impossible for 10 divine beasts to appear on the third floor at the same time. Someone must have arranged it for him. He had reason to suspect that the Nangong family did this on purpose. After all, the Juge family has always been at odds with the Nangong family. Young Master Juge, our Nangong family cannot control the tower. I will tell the family leader what you said, the third elder Nangong said with an ugly expression. HMPH, you'd better pray that the Nangong family keeps stepping on the Juge family. Otherwise, you will be repaid. After young Master Juge finished speaking, he put on a humble look and returned to Juge's attic. Dare to plot against him in Jushao Pagoda. He remembered this grudge. The Fairyland contestants looked at the third elder with disdain, and instead of going back to the attic, they simply went to the viewing area. Suddenly, the contestants who came out dispersed one after another. The contestants still inside the 9 Heavens Pagoda are all above the 30th floor. Even if they pass slowly, they are still climbing up. As soon as the Fairyland contestants arrived at the viewing area, they were met with countless eager glances. Brother, tell me quickly, what happened inside? Brother, are you being made trouble? Why are you crying like that? Many spectators asked curiously. Other spectators also pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what was going on. The contestant sighed softly, took several deep breaths, and then said, "Are you sure you want to know?" Countless heads went up and down at the same time. The contestant slowly said, "The first and second levels are pretty normal, but we usually encounter things during our training. But when we get to the third level, the scene suddenly becomes abnormal. The original 2 doors turned into 3 doors. After I choose one of the doors and enter, I lose all my strength and can't use any magic weapon. I saw 2 towering mountains blocking the road. There were no other exits around, and there was an extra mountain chiseling axe in my hand for no reason. I heard a sentence passed into the sea of consciousness, and the other party said, when encountering a mountain, come on, contestants, and then I started to carve out the mountain, carving out a passage with an axe. But this way you can't open the next level at all. Not only did I have to cut down the 2 mountains, but I also had to move all the stones to other locations. After completing this, I entered the next level. The 4th level is the vast sea. There are countless stones piled on the beach. They were exactly what I created in the previous level. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1260. A drop of water penetrates a stone. When the contestants said this, the expressions on their faces were extremely complicated. He was silent for a moment before continuing. This time, my strength was also restricted. A voice sounded again in the sea of consciousness. The other person said, build a bridge when encountering water and be self-reliant. This is the self-cultivation of a qualified cultivator. Come on. The other spectators heard this and looked at each other. Everyone saw happiness in each other's eyes. Fortunately, they didn't go to the competition. They shuddered involuntarily just thinking about completing such a thing as carving mountains and building bridges while constricting their strength. No wonder these contestants felt so aggrieved after coming out. Outside the Jushao Pagoda, they can completely control the wind and rain with their own strength. They also control the power of heaven and earth, and can move mountains and reclaim seas in an instant. Practitioners who have tried this taste. To be reduced to this in the Jushao Pagoda, they would be crazy. Many spectators looked at each other for a moment and cast sympathetic looks on the contestants. A spectator patted the contestant on the shoulder. Brother, you have suffered, don't worry, you are doing it for our fairy world, we will remember your hard work. When the contestant heard this, he grimaced and said, I haven't finished speaking yet. In fact, I fell into a huge trap in the 4th level. I have no cultivation, let alone tools, so I naturally have no way to build a bridge. If I want to pass the bridge and go to the next level, I can only find a way to fill the sea. But I want to fill the sea, but there are not enough stones in front of me. Just when I was distressed, countless giant peaks appeared behind me, and there was also a mountain cutting axe. I could only cut the mountains while carrying stones to fill the sea. I don't know how long I have been busy, but finally. When the contestant said this, he fell silent again. A spectator on the side continued, in the end, you successfully completed the reclamation and entered the next level. The contestant shook his head. In the end, I had no place to stay, the seawater submerged the giant peak, and the 5th door appeared at this time. I pushed open the 5th door and saw a huge boulder in the sea that I had filled half of before. There was no sound this time. When the stone fell, water dripping through the stone, appeared. I want to use that water to drip through that huge stone. When the contestant said this, he finally couldn't speak anymore, hugged the monk next to him and started crying. He began to lose strength from the 3rd level and was unable to recover until the 30th level. The test on one level is more outrageous than the other. No matter how patient and perseverant you are, you can't withstand this kind of torture. If he wasn't afraid of being eliminated, he would bring shame to the fairy world. When he was on the 5th floor, he crushed the token and left. Wrong. He had lost all his strength at that time and could not crush the token. Thinking of this, the contestants suddenly raised their heads and looked at the remaining contestants. So everyone can reach the 30th floor not because they want to persevere, but because their strength is restricted and there is no way to leave. Brother, have you advanced? An exclamation interrupted the contestants' thinking. The contestants reacted and felt their own strength. Before he entered Jushao Pagoda, he was in the early stage of 9 heavens and 10 emperors, and now his realm suddenly reached the middle stage of 9 heavens and 10 emperors. The contestants were in a daze for a while, feeling happy in their hearts. But when he thought of his experience in Jushao Pagoda, his joy was gone. It turned out that quietly, his mentality had changed. Maybe he should thank Jushao Pagoda. But if he was given another chance to choose, he would definitely not want to enter the Jushao Pagoda. Look, there's another contestant coming out. I don't know who screamed in surprise. A figure appeared outside the tower. Compared with previous contestants, his image is no different. Isn't that Bailey Jings from the Bailey family? Yes, it's him. He has fought against Master Feng before. He always looked extremely arrogant, but now he seems to have lost his arrogance. There's something wrong with his eyes. He's already out. Why is he still filled with murderous intent? Bailey Jings stared at the third elder Nangong not far away, picked up the weapon and held it in front of him. It's an illusion again, don't try to lie to me again. After saying that, Bailey Jings launched an attack on the third elder Nangong. You bastard! There was a sharp shout, and Bailey Jings was thrown to the ground by force, and the sword in his hand also flew out. Bailey Zhu showed up and took Bailey Jings away. Seeing this, the three elders of Nangong silently stayed away from the Jushao Pagoda. Each one became more crazy than the other, so it was better for him to be careful. Elder Nangong third raised his eyes and looked at the rankings. Feng Qingren's name is on the 76th floor, far ahead of the other contestants. After passing the 30th floor. This time the speed of the contestants became slower and slower, even those from the Lingyun sect slowed down. However, they're still making steady progress, and no one has any intention of being eliminated. Bailey Jings, what's wrong with you? Bailey Zhu looked at the dying Bailey Jings and asked. Bailey Jings stared at Bailey Zhu with eyes full of hatred. Don't think that if you imitate like the master of the family, I will believe you. Let me tell you, I have seen through your tricks a long time ago. Bailey Zhu also realized the problem at this time. Bailey Jings seemed to be trapped in an illusion and had no way to get out. Bailey Jings, you have come out of Jushao Pagoda, look at your token. Bailey Zhu reminded. Token, I have crushed the token countless times before. I don't know what happened. Bailey Jings still stubbornly believed that he was in Jushao Pagoda. Bailey Zhu had no choice but to send a message to Nangongshan and ask him to come. After Nangongshan arrived, he exchanged a few words with Bailey Jings and showed a tired expression. He had just interrogated the contestants who came out of Jushao Pagoda. I heard a completely unfamiliar Jushao Pagoda. The process of breaking through levels has been completely changed. Jushao Pagoda is like having a convulsion, it comes out every time, and the tests are all kinds of strange. Nangongshan, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Bailey Zhu asked. This is the only bloodline of the Supreme Elder of the Bailey family. If this happens, the Supreme Elder will definitely be angry. By Lixu, we can discuss this matter again. He has left Jushao Pagoda safely. We just need to make him believe this. Nangongshan said. Bailey Zhu stared at Nangongshan and said coldly, I fed him various Qingshan pills, said everything, and beat him again. He just couldn't wake up. What else can you do? Come on, bah. Nangongshan could only send a message to Nangongjian and let the other party handle it. Jushao Pagoda has never had such a situation before. Even if there are people who occasionally fall into the illusion and don't want to believe that they have left the illusion, as long as they feed them some Qingshan pills, they will be fine. He has never encountered anyone like Bailey Jings. Nangongjian came over quickly, and Bailey Yuanbo came with him. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1261, 9 more floors, additional update. After Nangongjian arrived, he worked hard, but Bailey Jings did not get better. Instead, he became more convinced that he was still in the fantasy realm of Jushao Pagoda. Bailey Jings laughed crazily, ha ha ha, what can you do even if you defeat me? You are still in the illusion after all. When I leave here, I will ask my father to take action. Nangongjian and Nangongshan looked at each other, as if they were about to hear some terrible secret. Bailey Jings, can the illusion you encountered be so real? Bailey Zhu scolded him coldly. But Bailey Jings seemed unable to hear Bailey Zhu's voice. You all wait for me, none of you can escape. You all deserve what you deserve, who dared you to? Bailey Jing's words stopped suddenly and he fainted. Bailey Yuan said silently, by Lixu, send him back to Bailey's house to prevent him from talking nonsense here. Nangongjian, Nangongshan, we just like to listen to nonsense, don't leave. Yes, Saint. Bailey Zhu took Bailey Jings and left without hesitation. Nangongjian and Nangongshan watched each other leave with regret. Bailey Yuan glanced at Nangongjian and Nangongshan silently, then turned and left. With the rightful masters gone, Nangongjian and Nangongshan naturally left together. After they all left, a sneaky figure got into the house and took something away. Time flies. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. There are not many contestants left in Jushao Pagoda. Even several Lingyun sect disciples came out. The spectators stared at the names at the top, extremely nervous. Feng Qingran has already entered the 79th floor. She had been delayed at this level for a long time and had not been able to move up to the next level. The name below Feng Qingran was beyond the expectations of all the strong men. Chu Xuanyi. 63rd floor. A contestant whose cultivation level is only at the realm of 9 heavens and 10 emperors. Below Chu Xuanyi are Xuanyuan Juns, Ning Xiyu, Bailey Wenyu, Mu Chanjue, and Qin Hanyan. Damn, Chu Xuanyi, the master of Tongwen Pavilion, is so powerful. I only noticed her beauty before, but never realized she had such potential. This cultivation level can reach the 63rd level. Her potential is absolutely endless. Indeed, didn't third elder Nangong say it before? The Jushao Pagoda is equivalent to the ladder to heaven. The higher the level you climb, the higher your future achievements will be. Fuck, look. An exclamation directly attracted Zhu Qiang's attention. What's your name? Isn't this ranking unchanged? I'm shocked. Who asked you to see the rankings? I asked you to see the Jushao Pagoda. Didn't you notice? Is there an extra door in the Jushao Pagoda? And the Jushao Pagoda is even higher. As soon as these words came out, Zhu Qiang suddenly looked at Jushao Pagoda in shock. At this glance, you can see that the 9-sided pagoda has turned into a decagon. There is an extra door below. On the door is written, Sacrifice to Heaven. The Jushao Pagoda also changed from the original 81 floors to the 90th floor. Third Elder Nangong, what's going on? Elder Nangong was silent. He also wanted an answer. Why did the Jushao Pagoda suddenly become like this? Look, Venerable Feng's name has changed. The number of floors behind Feng Qingren's name suddenly changed from the original 79 to 88. Sister Feng, how do you know that the Heaven Sacrifice Tower can be integrated with the Jushao Pagoda? Feng Jingyu asked in surprise. Because of the Pagoda Spirit of Jushao Pagoda has the aura of Heaven Sacrifice Tower, and the top floor of Jushao Pagoda has the key to the top floor of Jushao Pagoda. After Feng Qingran finished speaking, he had an extra token in his hand. She got this token from the Heaven Sacrifice Tower. Xiao Jingyu, you go back to space first. Okay. After Feng Jingyu finished speaking, her figure disappeared. Feng Qingran injected the power of the soul into the token. The token flew out and landed in front of a certain door. She walked through 87 doors and opened the last door. Boom. The door opened slowly. Terrifying pressure spread from within, seeming to force Feng Qingran to leave. Feng Qingran put away the token and stepped into it calmly. Snapped. After the door quickly closed. It was dark all around. Feng Qingran realized that his realm was being suppressed. But this kind of suppression is nothing to her. Feng Qingran recited the magic formula taught to her by Xunyuan ancestor. In an instant, little golden lights flashed and began to gather. At the same time, there was a sigh. The golden light gradually condensed into a human form. A man wearing a robe and a cold face. He exudes a vast golden light of merit. Feng Qingran could feel that an independent world had formed here. Isolating all possibilities of heavenly Tao peeking into this place. Feng Qingran looked at the man in front of him and guessed that he should be the existence mentioned by the ancestor Xunyuan. A voice sounded in the distance, as if it spanned countless time and space. Master Feng, is it you? I finally waited for you. I am Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran said. Hello, Venerable Feng, I am Xunyuan Yu, I come from Kangshuan continent, and I am here for you. The other party was speaking one word at a time, as if speaking every word required a great deal of effort. Feng Qingran's eyes flashed slightly. Could this be the result of all kinds of causes and effects? Feng Qingran did not interrupt the other party and quietly looked at the golden body in front of him. The other party was willing to spend so much merit just to see her. There must be something important. Master Feng, you and I are in different time and space. I came to find you because I want to ask you to save my tribe and compatriots. They are about to encounter an unavoidable catastrophe. But I came early. You hadn't appeared at that time. I only saw your mother. I wanted to wait for you to appear, but I didn't have time to wait. There was a crisis in the plane, and I had no choice but to take action. I understand, I am leaving and will not come back. I can only give this tower to Xunyuan's descendants and let them search for you. I have been waiting for you. The Jushao Pagoda is for you, not for Xunyuan's descendants. I put something on the top of this tower to help you grow. Sir Feng, if possible, I hope you can save the Kangshuan realm once in the future. There will be what you want there. After the man said these words, he seemed to have exhausted all his strength. The golden body where the golden light of merit and virtue gathers is also dissipating. The last remaining golden light fell on Feng Qingran. Venerable Feng, you deserve these golden lights of merit. A line of words appeared in front of Feng Qingran's eyes. Feng Qingran took out the jade pendant given by the ancestor of Xunyuan and raised his hand to run the way of reincarnation. Purple light flashed and a ray of remnant soul entered the jade pendant. Feng Qingran looked at Yupei and said, I can only help you so far. She doesn't understand where she will go in the future. Will he be able to save Kangshuan realm? But as long as she can successfully merge with the Tao, she will definitely go to Kangshuan realm and help them resolve the catastrophe. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1262 Level 9, Golden Ticket 2. In Kangshuan realm, there are the naughty red immortal, the knowledgeable master, the lovely Wanyu, Kangyan, Taishu, etc. Every cultivator in Kangshuan realm is good. They shouldn't disappear. At this time, a little furball sneaked up behind Feng Qingran, seeming to want to do something to Feng Qingran. Just when it was about to approach Feng Qingran suddenly turned around and raised his hand to catch it. Ah, how can you see me? Said the little furball. I see you all the time. You were following me like a dog before. What do you want to do? Feng Qingran asked with a smile. I did it to observe you. You enter my tower and I observe you. Is there any problem? Xiao Mao Twin said with a guilty conscience. Feng Qingran raised her eyebrows slightly. You have no problem following me, but why did you eavesdrop on me? And you also changed the difficulty of other contestants without authorization. She had deliberately told Feng Jingyu stories such as, the foolish old man moved the mountains, the Jingwei filled the sea, and, a drop of water penetrated a stone, to test the existence of the Tao spirit. Unexpectedly, Ta Ling changed the difficulty of entering the level because of her few words. You, how do you know what happened in the tower? The little hairball asked screaming. At the same time, it began to twist, trying to break away from Feng Qingran's control. The white hairball has no discoloration. But Feng Qingran could clearly feel that the temperature of the hairball in his hand had increased. Feng Qingran couldn't help but think of Hongxian, who was always shy. You answer my question first, and then I'll answer yours. Feng Qingran said. The little hairy ball said softly, I feel that many of the tests you mentioned are good, so I am learning and applying them now. It just so happens that there are so many contestants now, I can still try the effects. The little hairball said, screaming in his heart. Now it's completely exposed that it hasn't read any books. It has been following Xunyuan Yu all the way since it gave birth to spiritual consciousness. It finally came here. It thought it could breathe a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly it encountered all kinds of disputes. Xunyuan Yu had no time to care about it. It didn't even know the characters of this plane at the time, so it couldn't learn anything here. After Xunyuan Yu's death, no one cared about him as a Tao spirit. It could only eavesdrop on the monks and learn their language. Finally, it learned the language here. But the monks from the Nangong family didn't have any discernment at all. I never thought that its majestic weapon spirit needed to learn, and I never imparted useful knowledge to it. This makes it look like an illiterate person. Not to mention that the level setting is very simple, there is nothing outstanding about it. Fortunately, there are many powerful beasts in its tower, otherwise it would have no majesty left at all. But the powerful beasts in its tower are completely unable to deal with Feng Qingbran. Since Feng Qingbran is so powerful, the test plan she gave must be even more powerful. So it changed the level of difficulty based on Feng Qingbran's suggestion. There's more, Feng Qingbran said calmly. The reasons mentioned by Taling are not the main reasons. The behavior of the tower spirit is similar to that of the Chaos Bell spirit. As soon as she entered the palace, the Chaos Bell spirit noticed her. Now that she entered the Jushao Pagoda, the tower spirit immediately noticed her. Two coincidences are no longer coincidences. Maybe there was something hidden in her body that attracted them. When Taling heard Feng Qingbran's question, he hesitated. It is an instrument spirit born in gratitude to the power of heaven and earth. Naturally, he also knows about the person's existence. Therefore, there is also perception that Feng Qingbran is the chosen successor. But the secret realm is not suitable to be revealed to the current Feng Qingbran. Taling hesitated for a long time and decided not to say anything. Taling looked at Death and said, "That's all I know. I've said everything that needs to be said. If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do about it." "Okay," Feng Qingbran responded. Taling was confused. How could he be fooled so easily? Feng Qingbran looked at the pagoda spirit. Her eyes darkened slightly. The pagoda spirit indeed had a secret. The tower spirit immediately said, "Then it's time for you to answer my question. Why can you find me? And what's going on with the Heaven Sacrifice Tower? By the way, why can you sense what's going on in the tower?" To be honest, it was also very surprised when it suddenly gained 9 more layers. From the time it gave birth to spiritual wisdom, it only had 81 levels in its memory. Now that there are 9 more layers for no reason, it is a bit hard to understand. Feng Qingbran said, "You have made a contract with me, so I can naturally discover your existence." Tarrington was furious and wanted to speak. "Don't interrupt me," Feng Qingbran said. Tarling's hair softened and he decided to listen to Feng Qingbran's explanation first. Feng Qingbran added, "The Heaven Sacrifice Tower has nothing to do with the Jushao Pagoda, but the Heaven Sacrifice Tower and you share a spiritual body, but you have super high spiritual consciousness, and the Heaven Sacrifice Tower's spiritual body has not yet grown up. As for why you are a spirit body and why you are separated, I don't know this question. You can only think about it yourself. After I passed the 50th floor, there was movement in the Heaven Sacrifice Tower. It seemed eager to merge with you. When I reached the 79th floor, I felt the aura of the same origin as you in the Heaven Sacrifice Tower, and that's how I allowed you to fuse. After the fusion, you seem to have no feeling, but the Heaven Sacrifice Tower and the Tower Spirit have disappeared. The contract between me and the Heaven Sacrifice Pagoda Spirit has also been transferred to you. Of course, I was able to sense what was going on in the tower before I made the contract with you, probably thanks to this jade pendant. Before I contract you, as long as I hold this jade pendant and release the power of my consciousness, I can see what is happening in the tower. If you can't see what's happening in the tower, she may not know that the Tower Spirit is following her. She had a very good impression of this Tower Spirit. Who wouldn't like a little furball who listens to advice? After Feng Qingbran finished explaining, the Tower Spirit fell into a daze and did not recover for a long time. Feng Qingbran did not disturb Taling. This time all she saw was a door. The door opened automatically without her having to do anything. Feng Qingbran stepped into the 90th floor. A library. The breath of ancient simplicity comes to your face. Countless chirping voices suddenly sounded within Feng Qingbran's consciousness. Ah, is it her? It should be her, right? We have so many magic tricks, can she see them? Ours is a supreme level technique. Whether she can get our approval is another question. You all get out of the way. With her unique appearance, she should practice my method. You are not suitable for her. Boundless charm, you are going too far. How can a being as powerful as her learn to be a vase with you? She should learn from me and become an all-powerful being. Ha ha, Crackle, you are so shameless. Listen to your name. What can I learn from you? Monks rely on their strength, not their words. Throughout the ages, several monks have won by quarreling. It's really funny. HMPH, don't look down on me. I'm better at singing than you. Even an assistant can work with me. I'll spray you to death. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1263, Grounding Techniques. Feng Qingbran's mouth twitched when she heard the voice in her consciousness. Is this what Xuan Yuan Yu said? Feng Qingbran roughly estimated that there were at least 1,000 books of magic formulas here. And all of them gave birth to the Taoism of Shu Ling. Book spirits are more difficult to appear than weapon spirits. Books with a book spirit can be directly transferred to the sea of consciousness. When studying, the book spirit will also explain the contents of the book to the practitioner like a teacher. If the Shuling has a former contractor, he will pass on the training experience of the previous contractor. Once you get a book spirit, as long as you are willing to put in the effort, it will be easier to practice the book to the extreme. Any method that gives birth to a book spirit must be at least above the divine level. But the existence of book spirits is also a restriction for practitioners. If it cannot be recognized by the book spirit, there will be no way to practice this technique. There is no way to forcefully open this method. Shu Ling is extremely arrogant. If it is not an existence recognized by the book spirit and forcibly opens the secret, it will choose to self-destruct. Feng Qingbran listened to the voices in the sea of consciousness and looked at the book sitting quietly on the shelf. She wondered if she was in the fantasy realm. Taling finally came to his senses at this moment, and suddenly saw the rows of books, and was furious again. Why are there so many books here? Don't look at it as a tower spirit. But it never made it to the top of the tower. It has tried to open the top layer before. But no matter which method it uses, there is no way to open the top layer. In the middle of the process, it was very angry, thinking that as a tower spirit, it could not control its own territory. Just want to destroy the top 4. It suffered a backlash as a result. From then on, it stopped thinking about going to the top. This is the first time it has stepped onto the top 4, and it was thanks to Fang Qingran. Tarling burst into tears when she saw these books. If only it could have entered here earlier, why would it be so embarrassing? Don't cry. Fang Qingran rubbed her eyebrows. Shi Hai's voice was noisy enough. If this person cried again, she would feel her head buzzing. These bookspirits have not made a contract with her, and she cannot control them yet. She could just block them. But each of these books had hidden contents, and she was a little reluctant to part with them. Fang Qingran raised his hand and took out a magic formula. The jade slips unfold automatically. A line of big characters came into view: how to become a qualified and charming monk. When Fang Qingran saw clearly the contents on the jade slip, she suspected for a moment that she had picked it up by mistake. This kind of title should not appear in the teachings, but in the storybook. Fang Qingran raised her hand and opened another book. The jade slip unfolded. It clearly says, envy, jealousy, and hatred have never existed. I am the most dazzling existence. Fang Qingran blinked, not sure. Open another one. The first sentence of the letter is, want to venture into the universe. Do you want to be a being that defies the sky, the earth, and the air? Just train me hard and that's it. Fang Qingran's eyes twitched. The image of her majestic and dignified ancestors in her mind collapsed. Are the techniques created by our ancestors so down to earth? On the contrary, the techniques they're learning now seem to be very satisfactory. Why is she looking like this? Does she mean she dislikes us? How is that possible? I feel that she must be fascinated by our profound knowledge. I guess I haven't seen much of the world. After all, the magic techniques outside can't compare with us. It makes sense. How could she dislike us? We are the existence that cultivators desire but cannot seek. Yes, she can see us. She is the reason why we are so high. Wait, the first one to escape. What are you doing? A scream sounded in Fang Qingran's sea of consciousness. The next moment, a jade slip fell into Fang Qingran's hands. Fang Qingran could feel the connection between this book and her. She carefully opened the jade slip. Sure enough, the content is still as trendy as ever. All techniques are rubbish, only speed ranks first. As long as you are fast, you can attack and escape. Fang Qing was numb. The fur on the side of the tower strut was trembling, revealing 2 small black bean eyes. He stared at the jade slips again and again, and then said happily, it's a good thing I didn't read these books. It's okay. Tarling was grateful that the top of the tower was not open to him. If it had really learned these things, it wouldn't know what it would look like now. The book spirit doesn't care about the pagoda spirit. When they found out that the first one to escape had chosen their master, they were very angry and started to criticize them one after another. The first one to escape, doesn't it mean to choose carefully? Why did you directly contract with her? HMPH, my name is number 1, so naturally I have to be number 1 in everything. I will follow this master. You are so shameless. I was obviously the one who took a fancy to her first and was the first to escape. Just wait for me, I'm not done with you. The escaped scholar said nonchalantly, it's you who are complaining, what's there to be upset about? Wait, why is her sea of consciousness so vast? While escaping from Shulington, he excitedly sent a message to other Shulings, she is different. You can all make a contract with her. The first one to escape, please stop fooling us. As long as all the energy in our book is contracted with her, she will only explode and die. Even if she doesn't explode, she will die because she has received too many magic techniques. Into chaos. Shuling ran away and said, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Anyway, I told you the truth. After finishing speaking, the escaped book spirit stopped talking. After having a contract owner, it no longer has to worry about dissipating. It is extremely difficult to have a book spirit in a method. After the book spirit is formed, it is easy to dissipate. As long as there is no support from the power of heaven and earth, the book spirit will slowly disappear. Now that it has contracted with Fang Qingran, there is no need to worry about this problem. Fang Qingran naturally heard the conversation between the first escaper and Xu Ling. She was suddenly very interested in this book. Directly read the content of Escape Number 1. The specific practice formula is still very mysterious. It is incompatible with the previous title. She even suspected that the person who named the method was not the same person who wrote the method. As Fang Qingran watched, he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment and started to use the magic formula directly. Tarling only felt a gust of wind blowing, and everything returned to calm. Tarling was furious again. Fortunately, there will be absolutely no wind. Someone must have broken in here. It's me. Fang Qingran noticed what the little hairball was doing and said. She just tried the Escape Number 1 technique and found that the name was very suitable. Come and go without a trace. As long as she didn't reveal her presence, no one would notice her presence. What did you just do? Tarling's fur softened. Try the techniques here. Kung Fu. The pagoda spirit was extremely disbelieving and advised, are these unorthodox things really suitable for your practice? Don't be a bad learner. After Tarling finished speaking, he felt countless scorching gazes, and a sense of danger spread. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1264 Colorful Content. Fang Qingran looked at the little ball of hair that was blowing up again, and the corners of her lips were slightly raised. The little ball of hair that was blowing up at every turn was really cute. Fang Qingran's eyes fell on the bookshelf. Do you want to make a contract with me, or do you want to continue to stay here? The pot exploded at Shulington. Was she talking to us just now? How is it possible? How could she discover us? We are the spirits of heaven and earth. How could she, the Lord of Origin, discover us? Fang Qingran said softly, I can see you and hear you, but you are still a little noisy. Xu Ling was silent for a moment. A jade slip flew in front of Fang Qingran's eyes. You can really hear us, why can you hear us? Another jade slip flew over. Are you a monk turned from a book spirit? Since you can understand what we are saying, can you tell me, can you still make a contract with me? Fang Qingran's eyebrows were slightly curved. I can understand what you are saying. I am a human race, not a book spirit. As for why I can understand what you are saying, I don't know. Fang Qingran really didn't know this. After answering the questions on one jade sip, Fang Qingran looked at the next jade sip. I can contract with you, and I can also contract with other book spirits. Xu Ling was stunned for a moment. How is this possible? I don't believe it, unless you make a contract with me now. Fang Qingran smiled and said, okay. After the contract was completed, the other book spirits reacted. Ah, flying to the sky, you are so shameless, you idiot, you actually used this method to steal our contract position. An angry voice roared. Fang Qingran once again saw the bizarre content of flying to the sky and escape to the earth. The first sentence of the jade sip is, with me, you will not suffer any loss or be fooled, you will only be able to ascend to heaven and earth, and be omnipotent. Fang Qingran was used to it and naturally put away, flying to the sky and escape to the earth. In fact, after thinking about it, this kind of interesting content will actually make the path of cultivation more colorful. The wisdom of our ancestors is indeed infinite. At this time, several book spirits rushed to make a contract with Fang Qingran. So Fang Qingran saw all kinds of interesting content again. Finally, I have waited for you, practice me, don't hesitate, I will bring you invincible courage. Go forward with me, your future will not only have dreams, but also boundless imagination. I am very precious, I want to be your baby. If you treat me as your baby, you will definitely become your baby. Practice the Tao. Oh, as long as you have no morals, any Tao will give way to you. Ellipsis. Fang Qingran could now read these contents without changing her expression. On the other hand, the Tao spirit on the side kept howling. Then, there was a crackling sound. After a while of sound, the pagoda spirit cried and huddled on Fang Qingran's shoulder, you. Master Fang, they bully me, you have to make the decision for me. I obviously told the truth, how could they do this? Fang Qingran did not answer Ta Ling, because she felt that it was understandable that the book spirit would attack the pagoda spirit. Xu Ling was originally Jung Ling Yushu's existence, how could he tolerate Ta Ling using words like, a bunch of weirdos, chirping, and, no self-cultivation, to describe them? They are book spirits. The content that can cultivate the spirit of calligraphy must be content with connotation and profound meaning. Otherwise, with so many magic techniques above the divine level, why are only these able to raise book spirits? All the book spirits who made a contract with her sank into her sea of consciousness, existing quietly. The originally lively scene suddenly became quiet, and Fang Qingran was not used to it. But she knew it was time for her to get out of here. You stay here first and look at the Jushao Pagoda until I come to find you. Fang Qingran patted the little fur ball and said. Why, I've made a contract with you, and you still don't want me? Little Mao Tuan asked aggrievedly. The time has not come yet, don't worry, I will definitely come to pick you up. Fang Qingran said. She entered Jushao Pagoda to participate in the competition. If Zhu Qiang knew that she was contracted to the pagoda, he would definitely doubt the fairness of the competition, especially the results of the senior brother and the others. Although she did not deliberately waterproof the eldest brother and the others, she also interfered with the progress of the game. After all, Ta Ling overheard her and made it more difficult for the contestants. Even if these difficulties are within the allowable range of the rules. But this matter has become a handle. She didn't care about the results of the competition, but she didn't want the Fairyland contestants to be known as cheating. God is actually cheating. But because of Ta Ling's operation, she has no way to pursue it now. Looking into this matter further, she was the one who was at fault. Then you swear that you will come back to pick me up. Ta Ling said nervously. Okay, I will definitely come to pick you up, take me out. Fang Qingran promised. Ta Ling hesitated for a while before reluctantly sending Fang Qingran away. As soon as Fang Qingran left, Ta Ling became extremely unhappy, and her resentment towards the Nangong family deepened. As soon as Fang Qingran left the Jushao Pagoda, she heard cheers in her ears. At the same time, she was greeted with many looks. There was admiration, fear, and even greed in these appraising eyes. Fang Qingran congratulates you for successfully climbing to the top of Jushao Pagoda. Next, you have the right to choose whether to participate in the competition. Elder Nangong said. If I continue to participate in the next competition, will I get an extra spot? Fang Qingran asked. Third Elder Nangong said, no, you have already advanced to the finals, and this spot has been reserved for you. Fang Qingran nodded, I will also participate in the next competition. Third Elder Nangong's eyes were a little complicated, are you sure? Determined. Okay, after Elder Nangong finished speaking, he fell into silence. Fang Qingran turned around and returned to the attic of the fairy world. Nangong Shan took over the position of the third Elder Nangong. As soon as Nangong Shan appeared, the entire competition ground fell silent. Everyone, there have been 2 competitions in the God Exchange competition, and the next competition is still being arranged, so we have decided to send you to enter the 9 Nether Secret Realm for experience. This is what we promised before. The 9 Nether Secret Realm is an ancient secret realm. There are many natural materials and treasures in it, and there are also many dangers. So all walks of life can send 10 non-competitors in together to protect the contestants inside. You need to hand over half of the treasures you obtained in the ancient secret realm. After all, opening the secret realm consumes a lot of resources. Contestants can choose to keep the rest of the treasures for themselves, and we will not interfere. In order to ensure that everyone can enter the secret realm safely, everyone who enters the secret realm can get a Yuan Ning Dan. Of course, if you encounter an uncontestable danger in the secret realm, you can also crush the token and come out directly. This action will not affect your competition results. As I said before, safety comes first in this communication competition. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1265 Rules and Regulations, additional update. Next, all contestants are invited to go to the entrance of the 9 Nether Secret Realm. There is already an array master waiting for you there. After Nangongshan said this, his figure disappeared. The entrance to the 9 Nether Secret Realm. More than a dozen formation mages worked together to open the entrance. This time, the position of the family head was divided into two groups. Ju Song, Wu Ma Chen and De Gu Yan stood in the same direction. Bailixu, Nang Gongshan, Wang Qixu and Dong Fangyang stood on one side. No one has ever asked why Shang Wanwen didn't appear. Qi Zu and Qian were in the void. Qian, the atmosphere at the entrance to the secret realm is not quite right. God must be trying to mess it up. It's none of your business. You know something is wrong, but you can't do anything, Qian said rudely. Qi Zu punched Qian hard and fast on the face. Qian didn't notice for a moment and received a solid punch. It hurts but doesn't hurt. It just makes Qian lose face. Qian glanced at Qi Zu coldly. If you can't listen to the truth, you are really becoming more useless as you live longer. Qi Zu. Forget it. Venerable Feng still needs to take action to beat Qian. Even if he fought, he couldn't hurt Qian. Qi Zu decided to change the topic so as not to make himself angry. Clan, when did you discover Shang Wenjian's abnormality? Qian said, I discovered it when the real dragon appeared. When he took action, the breath he leaked was not what a monk should have. Why don't I feel anything? Qi Zu asked. Ha, Qian's eyes were full of ridicule. You wanted to leave at that time, so how could you pay attention to this? Qi Zu met Qian's mocking eyes and was very unconvinced. I did that for the sake of our safety. Look, if you had left with me, you definitely wouldn't have been beaten. After Qi Zu finished speaking, he was very proud. Qian maintained a very good arrogance, but because of these words, he was shattered in an instant. Qian's eyes flashed coldly. It had been so long since he took action that Qi Zu had forgotten his methods. Qi Zu sensed the danger and immediately changed the subject. Qian, since you can see through Shang Wenjian's disguise, should we expose him? Why expose it? I'm still waiting to see the show, Qian said. How about we tell Master Feng? We can just please her. Maybe when she is happy, she will give us a chance to solve the poison. Qi Zu said excitedly. Qian snorted coldly. If you dare to do this, I will let Qi Che taste what it means to be miserable. Qi Zu's face suddenly fell. Qian, I noticed that you seem to have a big opinion against Qi Che. Why, he didn't provoke you, so why are you always targeting him? After Qi Zu finished speaking, he recalled it carefully. Qi Che and Qian didn't even have a chance to cooperate. Plus Qi Che is so good, he will definitely not take the initiative to provoke Qian. So the reason why Qian hates Qi Che is definitely not Qi Che. Qi Zu stared at Qian's world-weary face and said mysteriously, Qian, aren't you jealous that Qi Che is cuter than you? Qian looked at Qi Zu coldly, the coldness in his eyes almost turning into reality. No wonder you can't see that there is something wrong with Shang Wenjian, it turns out he is blind. Qi Zu rolled his eyes and decided to change the topic. Qian, you can see that Shang Wenjian has problems, then can you see the problems in the Buddhist world? Qian looked through the void at the Buddhas outside. The auras of the Buddhas are peaceful, and the golden light of merit around them can be vaguely glimpsed. What Buddhism cultivates is the merits of all living beings and the power of faith. They are also existences that protect the common people. It's just that the golden light of the current Buddha is not stable. It's not as if they have cultivated the golden light of merit, but rather like they're wearing it on their bodies. Qian thought of the time when he first entered this plane. At that time, his first opponent was Buddha. The seemingly weak Buddha actually almost hurt him with the power of merit. At that time, he wanted to kill the Buddha, but received a message from the leader, asking him not to touch the Buddhas. He didn't understand why the leader gave such an order. He only knew that if the Buddhas continued to grow, they would pose a threat to them. After that, he stopped paying attention to the affairs of the Buddhas. Today, the leader of the Buddhist world, Buddha, has changed, and all the Buddhas have unfamiliar faces. The Buddhas at this moment are still wearing the same cassocks as before. But there is no compassion in their eyes, only indifference to everything. Who is so powerful that he can control the Buddhas silently? Qian couldn't help but wonder, if the leader chooses to invade here now, will the Buddhas stop him? While Qian was thinking this, he noticed that the immortal monk appeared. He saw Feng Qingran in the team at a glance. At this sight, Qian's expression suddenly changed. Qian, why are you looking like this? Look at Feng Qingran, Qian said. When Qi Zu heard what Qian said, his eyes fell on Feng Qingran. Fuck. What's going on? Feng Qingran, she. Qi Zu didn't know what to say the rest of the words. Qian's eyes darkened. Qi Zu, maybe you are right. Feng Qingran raised her eyes and glanced in the direction of Qian and Qi Zu, then quickly looked back as if nothing had happened. At this time, a majestic voice sounded, everyone, ahead is the entrance to the 9 Nether Secret Realm. You can stay there for up to 500 years. After 500 years, if you can't come out, you will have to wait until the next time the secret realm is opened. The secret area is extremely dangerous. I hope you all act with caution. If you encounter insurmountable dangers, don't hesitate. Just crush the token in your hand and you will be teleported out. I hope you have good luck on this trip. We are here to wait for you to come out. When this voice fell, a token appeared in front of Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran's apricot eyes flashed with a dark light. This token was similar to the law control order left to her by her mother. Feng Qingran wrapped the token with a force. Feeling the power inside the token, her eyes became sharper. Do they want to find the real command order through this token? How did they know that the command order had appeared? A figure flashed across Feng Qingran's consciousness. She guessed right, there was indeed something wrong with him. Xiao Qingran, what do you think of this token? Dongji asked with a smile, holding up a stack of tokens. It's pretty good looking, and they're quite willing to give it up. Feng Qingran said meaningfully. Purple tokens are the hardest to craft. There is absolutely no need to make a tournament token purple. But the Nangong family chose to make the token purple. Anyone who looks at it will know that there is a purpose behind it. Yes, not only are you willing, but you are also very bold. After Dongji finished speaking, the scarlet color in his pupils flashed, and then quickly returned to normal. Dongji turned around and put a pile of tokens into Liu Kanglin's hand. Give them to everyone. If you dare to use hands or feet, then chop off the claws. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1266, Secret Door Realm. Beilijia Forbidden Area. I have already arranged everything you told me, Tianchen said, sitting opposite the Dark Master. The Dark Master closed his eyes, as if he didn't hear Tianchen's voice. Seeing this, Tianchen said again, they have all entered the 9 Nether Secret Realm. There should be nothing wrong with me, right? If not, I will leave. Tianchen said this, but he had no intention of getting up. Mainly because he found that something was not right with the Dark Master. Recently, he has seen the Dark Lord more often. Found a problem. Every time he saw the Dark Lord, he was more impetuous than the Dark Lord he saw last time. The reason why the Dark Lord can become the master of Shuanmen is that he is planning and winning against the existence thousands of miles away. This kind of impetuousness should never appear in the Dark Master of Shuanmen. What happened to change the Dark Master? Tianchen's eyes showed interest. If he could change the existence of the Dark Lord, could he become his ally? Just when Tianchen was thinking excitedly, the Dark Lord suddenly opened his eyes. The Dark Master's eyes were extremely cold. Tianchen, you are destined to be my clone. If I want you to live, you can live. If I let you die, you will definitely disappear. I am warning you for the last time, put away those little things of yours. Thought. When Tianchen saw such a Dark Master, something flashed across his consciousness. Tianchen shrugged and said nonchalantly, you won't be willing to let me disappear, because it is my existence that carries your thoughts. Tianchen said, with a slight pause in his tone. He looked at the Dark Master and said with great seriousness, Tianchen, what a great name. The sky is full of stars, you can have a panoramic view, and the universe is a sea of stars for you to roam. My existence is a completely free you. Only when I exist in the world can you have your own name. The secret door is your responsibility, the secret master is your identity that you will never get rid of until your death, and the secret door realm is your eternal destination. Without my existence, once you disappear, there will be no trace of you in this world, not even the slightest trace. After Tianchen said the last sentence, he showed sympathy for the Dark Master. The place where the Dark Lord is now is a field built by Shuanmen. This field is equivalent to a small world. This small world seems to be able to protect the Dark Lord, but it is actually a place where the Dark Lord is imprisoned. After all, the Dark Lord has never been able to completely control this small world. There is no way to leave this area. As for who the real controller of this area is, no one knows. Even the Secret Master searched Shuanmen and couldn't find the real controller. However, although the Dark Master is not the controller of the secret door field, he can temporarily control things in the field. For example, only visitors can see the dark room. In fact, this small world is quite vast. Mountains, rivers and seas, forests and deserts, palaces and vaults. Everything is there. But compared with the real world, this place is still a bit small. Dark Lord used to like the scenery in the small world. But since the Dark Lord created him, after letting him go outside to experience a wider and more exciting world, the Dark Master suddenly changed. The Dark Lord no longer likes to show things from the previous small world. The place where the Dark Master stayed has also changed from a palace to such a small dark room. Tianchen really can't figure out why the Dark Lord likes this kind of dark place. But now he stared at the Dark Master's unpredictable expression, and suddenly seemed to understand something. The Dark Lord doesn't like this kind of place. The Dark Master is just afraid that he will never be able to calm down after seeing more beautiful things. Just block those things. If you have never seen beauty, you will not be greedy for things that are impossible to appear. When the Dark Lord saw the look in Tianchen's eyes, he silently clenched his hands into fists. When did he start to feel resentful towards Shuanmen? This quietly growing resentment tormented him all the time. He was born without ego. He was born to be 100% loyal to Shuanmen. Emotions have long been stripped away, and all emotions and desires are gone. Dedicating himself to Shuanmen should be his mission, his responsibility, and something he is willing to do. Why does he feel resentful towards Shuanmen? Was it after Tianchen went to see the outside world? Or when you find out that he is not the one who controls this area? Or when Dongji asked him his name? The Dark Master couldn't help but start asking himself, what is the meaning of Shuanmen's existence? What is the purpose of Shuanmen's prosperity? Will it benefit the common people? To maintain peace in the world? Or do you want to become the ruler of the universe? It doesn't seem to be. In the Shuanmen rules, there are only instructions to revive Shuanmen. But he had no idea what Shuanmen's ultimate goal was. If Shuanmen really wants to become the leader of the universe, he should not live in a small plane, but should go to a wider place. But the Shuanmen rules require that he stay here to complete the order of depriving him of his luck. Only after all the luck of this plane is added to him can he take the next step. After thinking about this, the Dark Master's eyes changed as he stared at Tianchen. The Dark Master sneered. Shuanmen was really good at calculating, and even he became a pawn of Shuanmen. There are 2 masters of Shuanmen in a plane. Then why can't there be other sect masters in the universe? So, is the real controller of the secret door realm the real leader of Shuanmen? And he is just a poor guy being taken advantage of. Maybe he is not qualified to say that he is pitiful. After all, since he became the successor of the Dark Lord, he was not a good person. Later, he killed countless innocent creatures for Shuanmen. He deserved to be reduced to this state. Tianchen, tell me, if I want to change my ways, is it still too late? When the Dark Master asked this question, emotions were surging in his eyes. Ha ha ha, change the evil and return to the right. Tianchen laughed. You want to change the evil and return to the right? Then let me ask you, what is evil? What is right? The Dark Master was silent for a moment and said, evil is like me. I harm innocent creatures, deprive them of their lives without authorization, take away their luck, and led monks to the wrong path. Every time the Dark Master said something, the smile on Tianchen's face deepened. Suddenly my conscience discovered that the secret master of Shuanmen was really pitiful and hateful. Until the Dark Lord stopped. Tianchen asked calmly, you are doing this just to make your life better. What's strong? Who in this universe is not fighting for life? Everything you do is to make yourself stronger. If you don't do this, another existence will appear and do it for you. If that existence becomes stronger, are you sure there is something going on with Shuanman? Are you sure the other party will let you go? As for what you call evil and right, that's even more ridiculous. Who in this world dares to say that he is righteous? Maybe in your eyes, Fang Qingwu is the representative of justice. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1267 above Shuanman. But can she kill? She also knows how to kill, killing those evil people who she thinks do not dare to exist. In the eyes of evil people, Fang Qingwu is also an evil existence. For example, the dark ones we have seen before are murderous by nature. They want to keep themselves alive by killing. Without killing, they cannot suppress their manic power and eventually become puppets of darkness. In this case, they kill every living thing they see. Is there a problem? They're just trying to survive. There are also the rotten ones. They need to be parasitized to survive. If they don't parasitize living creatures, they will gradually lose their vitality. Are you saying they're wrong? Are they evil? It's just their way of survival. There is no distinction between good and evil in this world, but whoever is stronger has the right to speak and can define evil. The rules in this universe have always been set by the strong. Whoever they say is righteous will become righteous, and whoever they say is evil will become evil. Why did the darkest become the darkest? They're so innocent. If the blood of the Chaos Demon hadn't polluted their land, how could they have become like that? It's not them that caused them to become like that. They have to bear the final sin themselves. After Tianchen said this, he paused for a moment and then said, of course, I cannot deny that there are such pure and kind people. They're born with righteousness, they're born to never kill, and they protect all the weak. But will this be useful? How many weak people can you protect with your own strength? Also, must the weak be just? Not all weak are worthy of being protected by the strong. The gods back then, the Kang family back then, the Taishu family back then, and the Chaos realm back then. Those strong men are very just and righteous, and they use all their strength to protect the common people. But what will greet them after the catastrophe? And Fang Qingwu, don't you still know why she fell from being the master of the universe to this? Tianchen said this with a mocking expression. The Dark Master looked at Tianchen with disbelief and fear in his eyes. Tianchen would never know what was in these memories. Now the other party actually knows everything. What does this mean? It means that Tianchen is about to get rid of his control. How did you spy on this without me knowing? The Dark Master asked hoarsely. Tianchen said, why I know this is not important, because you and I are still one body, and you can make me disappear at any time, right? Tianchen's tone was relaxed, without the slightest hint of fear. Tianchen was extremely convinced that it was impossible for the Dark Lord to let him disappear. Tianchen's confident look made the Dark Master's eyes darken and unclear. The Dark Master's fear of Tianchen has increased. But the Dark Master also understood one thing at this moment. Tianchen was the only one who would stand in the same position as him. At least that's the case for now. Tianchen, do we have no other way out? Tianchen chuckled and said, my good Dark Lord, do you think you will have a way out? The moment you enter the Shuanman and become the Dark Lord, you will never have the chance to get rid of those sins. Why do you think Shuanman needs so much luck? Did all the luck you received really come to you? My dear Dark Lord, you have been educated by Shuanman after all. Tianchen's voice was slightly sinister, and the sarcasm in his eyes reappeared. It is impossible for us to betray Shuanman. Shuanman is an existence that can protect us, and most of the luck you received has turned into an existence that protects Shuanman. The Dark Master only felt that there was something in Tianchen's words. And Tianchen's words didn't seem like they were meant for him. The Dark Master sighed in cooperation and said, then you can continue to stare at the powerful people in the sky. Since I can't get out, I can only walk to the dark side. When Tianchen heard these words, he stood up and said, if you think so, I feel relieved. After Tianchen finished speaking, his figure disappeared from this area. Tianchen's voice sounded in the Dark Master's consciousness. Don't talk now, just listen to what I say. I am talking to you through the sharing of consciousness, and no one can pry into it. The Dark Master's eyes darkened slightly when he heard Tianchen's words. Sure enough, something in this area was watching him. The Dark Master calmed down his emotions, closed his eyes, and listened intently to Tianchen's words. When I traveled to various worlds before, I inquired about many things. I discovered that there is a Shuanman above the Shuanman. You are just a pawn placed here by the Shuanman. You can't have any resistance, let alone show it, otherwise you will be quietly erased. Remember, you have to pretend to be 100% loyal to Shuanman. You should be grateful to Dongji. It was him who made the goo in your body fall into a deep sleep temporarily, so that you can be safe and sound after having alien thoughts. You think about everything before making a decision. You have hurt countless creatures over the years, and they will never let you go. If you really get rid of Shuanman, you will have to bear all this anger alone. What's more, you have also robbed most of the luck of this plane, and the great road here will not let you go. Shuanman is an abyss. Now that you have entered it, if you want to come out, you need to change your appearance. This process will be very painful. If you are sure you want to bear it, I will find a way. You don't need to give me the answer now. I'll go back to the 9 Nether Secret Realm first. Just tell me after you figure it out. But you'd better think about it before the puppet array is activated. Once the puppet array is activated, you will never have a chance to look back. After Tianchen finished speaking, the figure standing on the forbidden area disappeared. He is going to the 9 Nether Secret Realm quickly. He was slightly surprised that the Dark Master wanted to betray Shuanman. But he was happy to see it work. After all, the Dark Lord is controlled by Shuanman, and he will also be controlled by Shuanman, which will make him very unhappy. The existence above the Dark Lord is more difficult to control than the Dark Lord. And the other party can ask him to disappear at any time. The reason why he asked the Dark Lord to make a decision before the puppet array was opened was because those who stepped into the 9 Nether Secret Realm this time were all children of luck from all walks of life. Once these strong men become Shuanman's puppets, This plane will become the place controlled by Xuanmen. At that time, it would be useless for the Dark Lord to betray Xuanmen. The period before the puppet array is activated is the Dark Master's final choice. Before Tianchen entered the Nine Nether Secret Realm, he glanced at the void and showed a kind smile, and the sympathy in his eyes flashed. Chaos Enforcer. They're just a few poor people whose lives are linked to the Dark Master. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1268, linked to each other, additional update. Qian, has he discovered us? Ah. Chizu looked shocked. How could a little clone of him discover our existence? It was rare for Qian not to criticize Chizu this time. Qian was thinking, what did Tianchen's sympathetic eyes mean? What does he need Tianchen's sympathy for? Tianchen is a being that he can crush to death with just a raise of his hand. Why should the other party sympathize with him? Qian intuitively knew that Tianchen knew some secrets. We are also going to the Nine Nether Secret Realm. After Qian finished speaking, he grabbed the opponent's collar without giving Chizu a chance to react, and quickly entered the Nine Nether Secret Realm after a few dodges. All the array mages of the Nine Nether Secret Realm vomited blood. It seems that something extraordinary has entered the Secret Realm. The entrance nearly collapsed. The Formation Master immediately reported this to the Nangong family. After Qian entered the Secret Realm, his goal was clear. He found Tianchen and pulled the opponent into the void without giving Tianchen time to react. Not to mention that Tianchen didn't react, even Chizu was confused. After Chizu was released, Qian, why did you catch him? He's just a clone. Qian asked Tianchen, what new trends are there in Xuanmen? Tianchen said honestly, the Dark Master plans to turn all the monks who enter here into puppets of Xuanmen. There are several puppet arrays arranged here. Tianchen noticed that after he finished speaking, Qian's eyes flashed with disappointment. Qian loosened his hands in his sleeves and seemed unable to do anything. If I had known better, I would have beaten him up and then said hello. Your Xuanmen's ambitions are so great. Our leaders didn't dare to do this trick back then. Aren't your Xuanmen afraid of all kinds of causes and effects? Chizu asked in shock. How do I know? I'm not the leader of Xuanmen. Tianchen said helplessly. Chizu turned his eyes and said, Qian, I feel that our chance to atone has come. If we hand him over to Lord Feng, we will definitely be able to get forgiveness. Chizu thought of his death-seeking behavior back then, and felt regretful and worried. After all, he could not reconcile with Feng Qingran. He has nowhere to go now and can only stay in this plane. There was no way to make Feng Qingran forgive him, but he could make Feng Qingran see his sincerity through actions. Maybe the merits and demerits are equal to each other. Qian remained silent after listening to Chizu's words this time, seeming to agree with Chizu's approach. They have nowhere to go. If you want to stay here, you can only cooperate with Feng Qingran. Now they and Feng Qingran have a common goal. Tianchen looked at Chizu speechlessly and taunted ruthlessly, atonement. You were really crazy. You invaded the plane and killed many powerful people. Don't you know how many powerful people you killed? Also, you almost destroyed the inheritance of the entire plane. Have you forgotten? Chizu, Qian, even if you didn't harm Feng Qingran later, can you wash away these sins in the past? Tianchen's questions made both Chizu and Qian feel better. The sins of Chizu and Qian were in ancient times. After ancient times, matters related to Feng Qingwu and Feng Qingwu were basically done by Xuanmen. But this does not mean that Qian and Chizu are innocent. Because without the Battle of the Gods, there would be no Xuanmen calculations behind it. If those powerful men who were sacrificed in ancient times were still alive, if those ancient books and techniques still existed, Xuanmen would not be able to blatantly control God. We are all outsiders, no one should laugh at anyone. The ambitions of the Chaos Enforcers are greater than those of the Xuanmen. Qian, what he said makes sense. We really can't wash away the sins of the past. In this case, let's mess with it and capture him to see Master Feng. How about another chance to get rid of the poison? Chizu said excitedly. Qian nodded. Eliminating poison is a top priority. Only by removing the loyalty goo can the rest of the plan be implemented. Qi Chen had already lurked beside Jiang Chanyu under his arrangement. Then Qi Chen's poison must be removed first. No need to send it there, I'm here. Seeing Feng Qingran appear, Chizu suddenly became excited, stepped forward and pushed Tianchen to the ground. Chizu said to Feng Qingran, Sir Feng, he wants to do harm to you. We found out in time and followed him. Feng Qingran looked at Tianchen and felt that he looked familiar. This familiarity was definitely not just because he looked like a Dark Master. Feng Zhichu's voice sounded, Master Feng, I remember him. He was the commander of Tianchen Palace, the one who was with Su Exingheng at that time. Later, Tianchen Palace disappeared, and he disappeared with it. Are you the commander of Tianchen Palace? Feng Qingran asked. Tianchen was shocked when he met Feng Qingran's sharp gaze. When he was in the fairy world, he would always use Xuanmen secrets when he appeared. This kind of secret technique will make all the powerful people forget about him as soon as they see him. Why can Feng Qingran remember him? When Feng Qingran saw Tianchen's eyes, she knew Chu was right. Without Chu's reminder, she might not have been able to remember Tianchen. This is probably the ability of a mysterious person. Feng Qingran said again, it was you who arranged Su Yanran's journey to the lower realm, right? Master Feng is asking you, why are you pretending to be serious? Chizu kicked Tianchen, causing Tianchen to kneel down in front of Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran staggered slightly and refused to accept Tianchen's kneeling. In all the actions of the mysterious practitioner, one must be careful that the other party is doing it deliberately. Do you know why I never deliberately sought revenge on Su Yanran? Feng Qingran asked Tianchen. Tianchen asked subconsciously, why? Feng Qingran's almond-shaped eyes flashed with a faint light. She is just a pawn of your Xuanmen. I still want to use her to lead out the Xuanmen behind you. Su Yanran has mermaid blood in her body. The spells learned within the mermaid clan are closely related to the Kang family witchcraft. Kang family witchcraft has always been what Xuanmen wants. And the fifth senior sister is the blood of the Kang family. It's definitely not an accident that the mermaid tribe comes here. In addition, Su Yanran is also the child of the Mother of Decay who used her pseudo-god soul to parasitize the human race. The Mother of Decay was created by the Dark Lord through the power of time Yuing. It is not an accident that the Mother of Decay came to this plane. The most important point is that the mermaid tribe was brought here by Mu Wudao. Mu Wudao, leader of the Raiders. The Reavers were created by the Dark Lord to deal with the Chaos Demon. So Mu Wudao brought the mermaid tribe here. Who arranged it? Mu Wudao alone is involved in many things. In a sense, the Dark Master is Mu Wudao's master. No one knows what happened between the demon god of creation Yaoji and Mu Wudao. How Yaoji disappeared has become a mystery. There is also the fourth senior brother Mu Chanjue. He is of Mu Wudao's bloodline and also has the blood of the predator in his body. Will he become a predator in the future or become a puppet of the Dark Master? Mu Wudao came to this plane and brought Yuan Ji with him. Many things in the plane happened because of Mu Wudao's arrival. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1269 The Real Buddha, Golden Ticket 1. With the ability of the Mermaid High Priest. I am afraid that Su Xingheng's true identity has been guessed long ago. Under such circumstances, she also let her daughter Wen Yun and Su Xingheng be together and gave birth to Su Yanran. It's hard to guess what the purpose is. But one thing is certain, Su Yanran is an important chess piece to the High Priest. As for Xuanmen's arrangement for Su Yanran to go down to the next world to seize luck, the purpose is to make Su Yanran stronger and become the pinnacle of power. After this, I'm afraid there may be a bigger plan. However, Su Yanran has not reached the top of the list now, and the plans of the mermaid tribe and Xuanmen may come to nothing. They will definitely make some moves. Keeping a chess piece would lead to a more powerful existence behind them. This was the reason why she was reluctant to move on Su Yanran and Wen Yun. When she was first reborn, she hated Su Yanran and wanted revenge. But as she learned more and more, she hated Su Yanran less. Su Yanran could have caused her tragic death in several lifetimes, but it was not because of Su Yanran's ability. Su Yanran was just a chess piece controlled by the person behind it from beginning to end. And Wen Yun, the other party, didn't have the ability to kill her mother. Even if Su Yanran hadn't harmed her for several lives, Li Yanran and Cheng Yanran would still appear behind this. Rather than letting the opponent change chess pieces, it would be better to keep Su Yanran under your nose. Enemies on the surface are always easier to deal with than those hidden in the dark. Fang Qingran, why do you think you can lead to the Xuanmen above the Xuanmen? Tianchen's smile had an unclear meaning. Fang Qingran shook his head and said, they will come out sooner or later, right? Xuanmen has put so much effort into designing it, and what they want is definitely not simple. When what they want comes out, they will appear. Fang Qingran actually can guess what Xuanmen wanted. The purpose of the Dark Master is relatively clear. The other party wants to rule the universes of all parties and become the master of the universes of all parties. But Xuanmen wants too many things. She could never guess exactly what they wanted. Maybe Xuanmen's goals are the same as those of the Dark Lord. Maybe Xuanmen wanted to use her to fight the Dark Master, and after they both lost in the fight, Xuanmen would come out to pick up the slack. So, cooperation, Fang Qingran said with a sincere smile. Cooperate, Qi Zhu said impatiently. Is this the kind of cooperation that would kill a donkey? Tianchen asked directly. When Fang Qingran heard this, she nodded seriously, we can't cooperate forever. Isn't it natural to kill the donkey? Qi Zhu agreed, no matter what happens in the future, at least we have a common goal for the time being. Qian said in a disgraceful manner, idiot, Fang Qingran hasn't explained clearly what the cooperation is, and you just ran over to cooperate. Aren't you afraid of being betrayed? Qi Zhu. Tianchen narrowed his eyes slightly, why do you feel like you were scolded together? Qian said sternly, we just want the chance to live. When we take off the mask, there will be no chance to go back to the world of chaos. The Dark Master will let us go. Our grudges can be settled after the Dark Master is gone. Fang Qingran's lips raised slightly, okay. Tianchen wanted to open his mouth, but suddenly realized that he was a clone, and the decision-making power still belonged to the Dark Master, and he felt a little depressed. Tianchen decisively abandoned his main body and said, I want to become a truly independent existence. As long as you promise me, I can stand on your side. As for Xuanmen, I will tell you everything I know. By the way, my main body is the Dark Lord. He hasn't decided yet. If he also wants to get rid of Xuanmen, I can bring greater value. After listening to Tianchen's words, Qi Zhu helped Tianchen up and said, brother, you are really tall. No matter what happens, you will never suffer. Qi Zhu was very happy that he was completely separated from his clone. Otherwise, he was really afraid of being stabbed in the back by his clone. It's really scary to have a self-aware clone. It seems that he wants to think carefully about creating a clone. Since you agreed to cooperate, I will ask you to find the real Buddha. Fang Qingran said this to Qi Zhu and Qian. They don't need to participate in competitions, and they don't need to improve their strength. Naturally, they have the most time. Master Fang, where should we go to find the real Buddha? When Qi Zhu asked the question, he glared at Qian. That seems to say, look, we missed another opportunity to surrender. First go to the small world where the evil dragon once lived. If you can't find it, then go to the Buddhist world to look for it. Fang Qingran said. Qi Zhu looked puzzled, why? Fang Qingran said, the evil dragon once pretended to be Buddha, but there is nothing unusual about it. I suspect that it was involved in the replacement of Buddha. Qi Zhu suddenly glanced at Fang Qingran with embarrassment. Sir Fang, Qian and I discovered something before, but we haven't had time to tell you yet. In fact, Shang Wenjian also has the aura of the evil Emperor's spirit in his body. Fang Qingran's eyes darkened slightly. Had the evil Emperor's spirit penetrated into the sky? Fang Qingran said, it is unlikely that the Buddha is hiding in the sky. If he is hiding here, it will be easily exposed. Okay, then Qian and I will go to the small world to see it. After Qi Zhu finished speaking, he grabbed Qian and left. Tianchen was left alone to face Fang Qingran. Tianchen sensed the danger and chose to continue explaining. The Dark Master has arranged a puppet array and wants to turn you all into puppets, but he is still hesitant to activate the puppet array. After Tianchen finished speaking, Feng Qingran left the void without giving a response. Sister Feng, is there anything special about this Tianchen? Feng Jingyu asked curiously. It's quite special. Tianchen has the possibility to replace the Dark Master and become the main body. Feng Qingran said. Tianchen seemed to have had some adventure. In addition, she also felt the aura of Yuming Kun on Tianchen. At the battlefield of the gods, Netherworld Kun escaped. The saint ancestor of the Jiang family is protected by the void soul-eating goo, and she cannot do anything to him for the time being. We can only start from Yuming Kun to investigate the Tianquan plan and Su Xingheng's imitation of the soul. Of course, Tianchen not only had the aura of Yuming Kun, but also an aura that was familiar to her. But I can't remember who it was at the moment. Feng Qingran rubbed Feng Jingyu's little head and said, let's go to the depths of the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Other things are not urgent. Dongji took Liu Kanglan and the others to train. She wouldn't bother them. With Dongji here, Liu Kanglan and the others can be protected. 2 very similar tokens appeared in Feng Qingran's hand at the same time. The only difference between the 2 tokens is the words on the tokens. A token reads, Nangong, in the current writing. One piece has the words, the beginning, written on it in characters from the Chaos period. The law control order is not just the control order of the 7 law orders. It is also the governing order for the rules of the entire plane. When her mother handed this thing to her, it must have been more than just sending her to the Kangshan realm. The command order can also sense the presence of treasures. She was very curious about what surprises this command order would bring her. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1270 The Origin of the Small Box. Kill the Universe. In a luxurious palace. Xiao He was perched on the hanging beam, the dragon's head drooped, and he said to Yan Yue who was leaning on the soft couch, Master, when are we going to leave here? Yan Yue ate what the killing monsters fed into her mouth and said slowly, there are so many killing monsters waiting for you here. Aren't you happy staying here? Xiao He took a deep breath, glanced at the existing killing monsters, closed his eyes again and said, I'm happy, but aren't we going to investigate the black snake thing? If we stay here all the time, what should we do with the black snake thing? Xiao He really doesn't want to stay here anymore. Every day when I open my eyes, I see colorful things floating in front of my eyes. There were also strange words ringing in my ears. It feels like its mental state is getting worse and worse. Black snake, I've asked killing monster to investigate. Let's just wait here, Yan Yue said. Didn't black snakes appear in the prehistoric times? Can they go to the prehistoric times? Xiao He asked puzzledly. Yan Yue nodded. What do you think they are? They guard the sea of time and space. Naturally, they can go to the prehistoric world, but the clues are broken when they reach a place called Kangshan Realm. When they rushed to the Kangshan Realm, it was already in ruins and there was no trace of any living beings. The time when the Kangshan Realm was destroyed was close to the time when the black snake appeared. There must be a connection between the two. However, since the Kangshan Realm has been destroyed, it will be difficult to find anything. Xiao He was still a little confused after listening to Yan Yu's words. Master, didn't you say that you can find clues to the black snake from me? Why don't you take me back to the ancient world to have a look? Yan Yu's beautiful eyes raised slightly and fell on Xiao He. They brought your breath with them to look for black snakes in the ancient time and space. I originally planned to take you back to the ancient times, but when I came back here, I discovered something. When Yan Yu said this, she stopped talking and waved away the killing monsters around her. As soon as the killing monster disappeared, Xiao He instantly opened his eyes. Not that it wants to close its eyes. But it couldn't open its eyes to see the shining killing monster. Those monster-killing lanterns walking around made his eyes hurt. Xiao He has never been able to understand Yan Yu's aesthetics. But this time, Yan Yue met Xiao He's loveless eyes in a funny way. Yan Yu said softly, didn't you ask me last time why the small box is so unique and not like other killing monsters? When Xiao He heard this, his eyes suddenly became bright. Yes, I asked you for a long time last time, but you didn't tell me. I was depressed for a long time. Yan Yu raised her hand and patted Xiao He's dragon horn. It's not that I didn't answer you at the time. It was only after I came back that I discovered that the small box is a product of misplaced time and space. It is an alien species among killing monsters. The existence of the small box can change the future of killing monsters. Similarly, the small box was not born in the killing universe. Kill the monsters and go back to the past to investigate the black snake. Following the clues, I found the Kangshan realm. The little box was born in the Kangshan realm, and then was left behind in the Kangshan realm. Since little box has never seen other killing monsters since it was born, it simply uses the first thing it sees as its image. Just like that, the small box was floating around in the image of a black box. In the end, I arrived at the plane where Xiao Qingran went and became Xiao Qingran's contracted beast. Finally, I met me and got the inheritance of killing monsters. Afterwards, Little Box returned to the killing universe and became the young master of the Black Abyss sect. This is the timeline of the Little Box. When we return to the killing universe, we will not be able to see the Little Box. Only when I arrange to kill monsters and travel through time and space to the Kangshan realm can the small box exist. Only then can we see the later small box and the small box can return here. After Yan Yue finished speaking, her expression was very helpless. At that time, Xiao He asked about the small box, and she remembered to do some calculations. After this calculation, she discovered such an outrageous thing. After hearing Yan Yu's words, Xiao He's eyes widened. His focus was obviously different. Master, is it a bit too much to kill monsters? During the mission, the corner of Yan Yu's mouth twitched. What are you thinking about? The little box was conceived before they went on the mission, but they didn't expect to give birth to the little box in Kangshan realm. Killing monsters are very fond of killing. But they're still very obedient and will never cause chaos. Xiao He was silent for a moment and said, Master, I feel that the experience of the little box is so similar to that of the little venerable. We first met the little venerable in the future, and then we met the little venerable today. And you met the little box first, knew of its existence, and then created a chance for the little box to appear. So aren't you the little box's reborn parent? When Xiao Hei said this, his voice rose slightly. If the master hadn't arranged to kill monsters and go to the Kangshan realm during this trip, there wouldn't be a small box like this. Xiao Hei thought about this and suddenly thought, Master, that's not right. If the little box was born in the Kangshan realm, it must have the cause and effect of the Kangshan realm. Let's investigate it and maybe we can find something about the black snake. Woolen cloth. Yan Yu said, you think I haven't thought about it? What's the result? Xiao Hei asked anxiously. The result is that I didn't find any clues about the black snake, but I did see the causal line of Xiao Qingran. Xiao Qingran was actually related to the destruction of Kangshan realm. Yan Yue said. Feng Qingran's own causal line is very complicated. The small box is a product of misplaced time and space, so the causal lines on it are also complicated. The two are intertwined. Seems orderly. It's actually a mess. She didn't dare to pry too much without permission. I'm afraid it will affect Feng Qingran's growth. I can only see a rough outline. There is a huge causal connection between Feng Qingran and the Kangshan realm, and this causality is no shallower than the Xuanchu plain. As for the specifics, she didn't know what happened. She could only hope that the destruction of Kangshan realm was not brought about by Feng Qingran. If the destruction of the Kangshan realm is really caused by Feng Qingran, then the path Feng Qingran will take in the future will be even more dangerous. Master, how could the young venerable be related to the destruction of Kangshan realm? Xiao Hei asked, not sure. I don't know, we can't interfere with these things, just let nature take its course. Yan Yue said. After Yan Yue finished speaking, she frowned slightly, feeling that the protective restrictions she had set for Feng Qingran were gone. The 3 restrictions she left behind can be erased in an instant. What kind of power is this? Yan Yu stood up and said, Xiao Hei, it's time for us to return to heaven. Xiao Hei immediately took the initiative to get into Yan Yu's clothes and said excitedly, Master, let's go, I'm ready. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1271 The Rules of the Universe. Yan Yu first dodged a few times and came to an abyss. There is no light in the abyss. The atmosphere around him was extremely cold. As soon as he entered here, Xiao Hei couldn't help but shiver. Xiao Hei felt the surrounding auras, which seemed to be dark auras, mixed with other dark auras. Xiao Hei asked, Master, where are we? What are we doing here? The place where the Black Abyss sect lives. They like to practice here. This place can suppress the desire for killing. As Yan Yue spoke, she passed through several magic circles and entered a wide area. Vibrant colors began to flicker. Xiao Hei closed his eyes helplessly again. Xiao Hei sighed softly. There is no problem in superimposing these colors on the body, but can you not make them shine? It is obviously an extremely beautiful color. Let them shine, and the style is gone in an instant, which is still very strange. Xiao Hei suddenly felt that the aesthetics of the small box was the most normal. The leader is here. Our beautiful and invincible leader comes to see us. Come on, let's all light up and let the leader see our shining side. Strange, why didn't you see that stupid dragon next to the leader? Are you talking about the little black dragon? Its aesthetics are simply too bad. It has no other color except black. I really want to catch it and dye it. It looks like that. If it were dyed in various colors, it would definitely look great. Yes, it's a pity, it is the leader's contracted beast, and we have no chance to do it. Ellipsis. Xiao Hei heard the comments and wanted to roar. But it realized that it couldn't defeat them. The killing monster just looks like a cute jellyfish. But when they started to move, each one became more ferocious than the other. Otherwise, they would not be favored by Lord Mo and placed in the Sea of Time to restrain the powerful people from all walks of life who have different intentions. The leader of the Black Abyss sect and Little Box came to Yan Yu. Yan Yu said, I won't come back often from killing universe. It's up to you to restrain other killing monsters. You also know that I have never interfered in your disputes before, but from now on, I will start to interfere. Those murderous monsters that harm innocent people without permission, I want them to disappear, and I will leave this task to you. As for the standards for killing innocent people, just follow the standards I said. In addition to surviving, any killing monster that actively persecutes other living beings has no need to exist. Yan Yu finished speaking in a serious tone. Don't worry, leader, we will definitely complete the mission, the leader of the Black Abyss faction said. After Yan Yu received the answer, she raised her hand and sent a burst of power into the little box. The Black Abyss sect is her favorite sect for killing monsters. They are also the first group to start looking for ways to restrain their killing nature. She was very relieved to entrust these tasks to them. As for why the power was given to Little Box and not to the leader of the Black Abyss, it was to cultivate Little Box. Only the small box is stronger. It will be more convenient for Feng Qingran to take over the killing universe in the future. After Yan Yue gave her strength, she raised her hand to tear open a crack in time and space and stepped into it. Within the boundaries of time and space. Master, why do you suddenly want to clean up and kill monsters? Isn't it their nature to like killing? Xiao Hei asked curiously. Yan Yue said, each universe does have its own rules, but there are also some conventional rules between universes. It was precisely because of the emergence of these agreed-upon rules that prevented the Dark Master from taking action, making the Dark Master unable to remain silent for a long time, and making him cautious every time he acted. In addition, there is an immortal realm that is always watching the Dark Lord. The Dark Master has no way to break this rule, he can only find another way. The Dark Lord initially planned to use the Darkest One, but he didn't expect that Yuan Shi and Yuan Li would emerge from the Darkest One. The appearance of Yuan Shi and Yuan Li made the Dark Master's plan fail. The Dark Lord has just begun to look for the Creation Green Lotus and the things left behind by the Creation Green Lotus. He wants to use the power of the Creation Green Lotus to deal with the supreme power in the immortal realm. It's a pity that the thing that created the Kinglian is so easy to find. While the Dark Lord is looking for the creation Green Lotus, he is also bent on destroying the established rules of the universe. Those ambitious killing monsters are following the rules of the universe. If they continue like this, they will definitely become pawns in the hands of the Dark Master. This is why I asked the Black Abyss faction to take action. She'd rather kill that part of the killing monster ahead of time. Nor will they be given the opportunity to become pawns of the Dark Master. She is the leader of killing monsters, but she will not be merciful because of this. It is not her style to leave these dangerous killing monsters behind. After hearing Yanyu's words, Xiao Hei had another question. Master, why were the rules agreed upon in the universe formulated in the first place? And who formulated them? Yanyu's eyes darkened slightly, as if she was recalling, there was a very chaotic and dark period in the universe. During that period, every creature did whatever they wanted. There are areas full of killings, areas full of peace, and areas full of disputes. These places were originally unrelated to each other. Everyone lived in their own way and lived in peace. Until someone special comes along. He likes to go to peaceful areas to create all kinds of killings, then go to killing areas to promote the concept of peace, and then go to places with constant disputes to ask them to settle down. Yanyu paused slightly. She had only heard of these. She only felt that the other party was a pure and sick being. But it was precisely because of his existence that established rules emerged. He has single-handedly thrown all the universes into chaos. Even those beings who like to kill can't stand his presence. All the powerful men in the universe unite to try to deal with him, but the rules of each universe are different. He can always avoid the constraints of the rules of the universe accurately. The strong men in the universe from all walks of life have discovered that continuing like this is not an option. Then, some rules were put forward at this time and became the agreed-upon rules of each universe. After these rules appeared, the existence that caused trouble stopped causing trouble. In the middle of the process, a strong man discovered that the troublemaker seemed to have disappeared, so he didn't take the cosmic convention seriously. Who knows, once someone breaks the rules, that existence will continue to appear, and the universe will be turned upside down again. From now on, the universe has become much more peaceful. Even strong men who come from a place that likes killing do not dare to cause evil without permission outside. As for the rule maker of the universe, I don't know who it is. After hearing Yanyu's words, Xiao Hei was speechless for a moment. The rules of the cosmic universe appear not to maintain peace, but are enacted by the powerful out of necessity. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1272 Show off, more updates. Master, who is that special being? He has disturbed so many universes. Which strong people can let him go? Yanyu shook her head. I don't know who he is. Naturally, Zhu Qiang doesn't want to let him go, but no one has caught him, and he has tricked many supreme-level experts to death, which also makes Zhu Qiang dare not let him go. Look for him again. Master, do you think this existence is good or bad? Xiao Hei asked. Let's just say the other person is good. He will go to peaceful places and create carnage. To put it mildly, he would put an end to the chaos in the killing fields. It's really a contradictory existence. Yanyu's beautiful eyes turned slightly. He is neither good nor bad. He does this with a purpose. However, his overall intention is good. The emergence of the rules of the universe has given the weak more room for survival. Part of it is that the strong don't care about the life or death of the weak. They will even take the initiative to plunder the living space of the weak after becoming strong. The emergence of established rules in the universe gives the weak a better chance of survival. The reason why those strong people agree and abide by the rules of the universe. It's entirely because he is a crazy being. If there are no cosmic rules to restrict the other party, the strong person himself will be in danger. It is in this situation that the strong people from all sides will abide by the rules of the universe. As long as you follow the rules, you don't have to worry about the crazy guy coming out to cause trouble. While Yanyu and Xiaohei were talking, they had already returned to the Xuanchu plain. Master, why don't we go directly to heaven? What are we doing outside the territory? Xiaohei asked curiously. I'm here to confirm one thing before returning to heaven. As Yanyu spoke, she walked out of the time boundary sea. As soon as Yanyu appeared, a figure stood opposite her. Yanyu looked at the noble and elegant man opposite. It turned out to be him. Yanyu didn't speak first, but the other party spoke up. For outsiders, what's the point of coming to this plane? I am not an outsider, I'm the leader of the Lingyun sect. Look, this is the leader's token. Xiao Qingran personally handed it to me. Yanyu took out a token and shook it again and again. Xiaohei, why do I hear a sense of showing off? Tianyu looked at the token in Yanyu's hand and was distracted for a moment. How could the leader of Lingyun sect be an outsider? Is Yanyu lying? This is really what Xiao Qingran gave me personally. Hey, Xiao Qingran is really pitiful. He lost his parents when he was a child, and he has no master when he grows up. When he enters a sect, he still needs to find the sect leader himself. Yan Yue shook her head as she spoke and sighed softly. Xiao Hei was confused at the moment, and he was not used to the sudden change of Yan Yue. Who is this man opposite? Could it be that he has some kind of blood feud with his master? Xiao Hei finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. But Yan Yu ignored Xiao Hei. Tianyu's face turned completely dark after listening to Yan Yu's words, and she couldn't help but beat Yan Yu over and over again. Yan Yu looked at Tianyu and said with regret, forget it, you won't understand even this. I have to accompany Xiao Qingran to participate in the competition. You should stay here and die alone. TSK, it's so pitiful. My wife and daughter-in-law are missing, and my daughter can't even recognize her under my nose. After Yan Yue finished speaking, she heard the sound of grinding her teeth. Tianyu finally resisted and did not take action. I'm leaving first, Tianyu. I'll experience your caring little cotton-padded jacket for you first. After Yanyu said that, he tore a rift in time and space and left neatly. And Tianyu stared at the place where Yanyu left, unable to return to her senses for a long time. Master, you look like you deserved a beating just now. Xiao Hei said bluntly. What do you know? He has lost his memory. I wanted to stimulate it and see if it works. But it didn't work. It seems that this guy has put a very powerful seal on himself. Xiao felt like he was listening to some gossip again and became more energetic. Master, is he an old friend of yours? Do you know him? Yan Yu shook her head. We know each other, not old friends. If he's not an old friend, then how do you know he has lost his memory? Xiao felt that Yan Yu's words were inconsistent. He doesn't even recognize me anymore. He must have lost his memory. Yan Yu didn't intend to answer Xiao doubts. Since the other party didn't want to be exposed, there was no need for her to reveal it. And since he has sealed all his memories, there must be something he wants to forget, so why should she talk about the other person's past? When Xiao heard what Yan Yue said, he was even more curious and curious. It's so uncomfortable to know that the secret is right in front of you, but you can't get the answer. But Xiao understood that if Yan Yu didn't want to say anything, it would definitely not be able to ask. Resignedly, Xiao could only divert his attention. Master, listening to your tone just now, it seems that he has a connection with the little venerable. Yan Yu nodded and said, he is Feng Qingren's father. Ah, he is so powerful, why doesn't he protect the little venerable? Xiao felt that there were more doubts in his heart. Of course I have no choice. After Yan Yu said this, her eyes became dangerous. It seems that the beating last time was gentle. I have only been away for such a period of time, and I dare to cause trouble. Xiao immediately discovered a problem. A seal appeared outside the sky, seemingly to prevent anyone from entering. Master, isn't this to protect you? Should be. Yan Yu passed through the seal directly and entered the sky quietly. Yan Yu felt it for a while, but couldn't find Feng Qingren's aura. It seems that he has gone to the secret realm. Yan Yu dodged and stopped somewhere. Nangong Jian said with a serious face, is there no news about the law control order yet? No, could it be that the Supreme Elder deceived us? Is there really such a thing as a law and command order? Nangongshan asked with doubts. If it was the previous Nangong Ying, he would really lie to us, but the current Nangong Ying will never lie to us, because we have a common goal. Nangong Jian said with determination. After Nangong Jian finished speaking, he was silent for a moment. The law control order can only be in Feng Qingren's hands. She will not hand it over voluntarily. We can only use other methods to seize this token. We must get the things before the Bailey family receives the news. With this token, we don't need to be afraid of Xuanmen. We can also use this token to open the small world of Zhenshan. Nangong Jian said, with a look of greed in his eyes. Nangongshan asked in confusion, Father, since Feng Qingwu has this thing, why didn't she use it back then? Nangong Jian shook his head, maybe it can be used at that time. Father, the strong men I arranged to enter the 9 nether secret realms sent news that Feng Qingran went straight to the depths of the secret realm. They're following her, but there are 2 other groups of strong men who are also following her. Nangongshan said, Road. To be honest, if he was not destined to be on the opposite side of Feng Qingran, he would really like to recruit Feng Qingran to be used by the Nangong family. It's a pity that Feng Qingran's mother is Feng Qingwu. They're destined to never come together. Okay, how about the investigation into Yan Yu's matter? Nangong Jian asked, changing the subject. There is no trace of her. Nangong Shan said. Nangong Jian sneered, humph. Maybe there is no such person as Yan Yu. She is Feng Qingran pretending to be. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1273 Bronze Palace, Golden Ticket 2. In the void. Xiao was speechless after hearing what Nangong Jian and Nangong Shan said. Master, is there something wrong with their brain circuits? How could they think you and the little venerable are the same person? The auras are obviously different, okay. Yan Yu said, I didn't reveal any aura. It's not unreasonable for them to guess like this. But Nangong Jian can regard Feng Qingran as her, which should be because Xiao Qingran's strength has improved again. As for the law control order, if she remembered correctly, this thing was a token that could govern the rules of the universe. But, did they misunderstand something? Don't say they can't get their hands on this thing. Even if they got it by chance, they wouldn't be able to use it. The law control order was created by Chaos Demon God after gathering the power of laws from 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods. The existence of this thing at that time was to allow the Chaos Demon Gods to restrain each other. Later, the Taoist Master appeared, and everyone intuitively felt that the existence of this token would cause bad things. So the token was destroyed. But the fragments of the token were scattered across the universe. Finally, a new law governing order was formed. It's just that the new law control order still has the power of the Chaos Demon God. The power of the Chaos Demon God is beyond the control of today's practitioners. Therefore, if you dare to tamper with the command order, you will be in danger. Unless the rules in the token coincide with the way the user practices. Otherwise, even if you hold the command order, you won't be able to exert its power. Yan Yu paused for a while and found that it was full of nutritious content. Just lie down in the void. Master, don't we go see the little venerable? The secret realm is too fragile and cannot be entered, Yan Yue said. She originally thought that the ancient secret realm could withstand her power. But when she came here, she discovered that the secret realm was opened in the wrong way, which destroyed the stability of the secret realm. She could only choose to wait for Feng Qingran here. When Xiao heard that he couldn't go in, he lost interest and boredly observed the powerful people at the entrance. Master, look at that Shangwen Jian, there's something wrong with his aura. Master, there's something wrong with that Bailey Yuanmo. His sea of consciousness doesn't look like that of a saint. Master, why did Ancestor Wuma get together with Ancestor Juge? I remember that the Wuma family and the Shangwen family are in alliance. The secret realm of Juyu. Feng Qingran walked towards the center of the secret realm. The illusions, formations, traps, mechanisms, etc. on the road cannot affect her at all. Wherever she passed, it was like entering a deserted place. Sister Feng, do you want me to get rid of the tail behind you? Feng Jingyu said via voice transmission. No, let them follow and see how long they can follow. Feng Qingran replied. Along the way, she did not break the formation, let alone destroy these mechanisms. Tails following her gained nothing. There were hundreds of strong men following her at first, but now there are only more than 100 left. Soon, Fang Qingran and Fang Jingyu encountered a wide sea area blocking their way. There seems to be unknown danger lurking under the calm sea. The command order fell directly into the water at this time. When Fang Qingran saw this, his eyes were sharp. "Xiao Jingyu, let's go down and take a look, don't let them follow." Fang Jingyu responded happily, "Okay." After they entered the water, Fang Jingyu immediately controlled the Moonlight Divine Water and blocked that area of water. Anyone who dared to enter the water would surely die. The token glows purple under the water and is clearly visible. As soon as Fang Qingran entered the water, she felt a beast coming towards her. But those beasts had no chance to get close to her, they were all blocked by Fang Jingyu's Moonlight Divine Water. They followed the command order and moved forward. "Keep heading deeper into the water." As she went deeper, Fang Jingyu gradually felt like she was out of control. "Little Jingyu, you go back to the void space first." Fang Qingran noticed Fang Jingyu's abnormality and said through the message. "There seems to be a power here that conflicts with Fang Jingyu's power. Sister Fang, you have to be careful." After Fang Jingyu finished transmitting the message, she returned to the void space. There is always a mysterious existence in the depths of the sea. Especially in this ancient sea area, there must be some weird things hidden in it. Her current power is not stable, and she still cannot overcome many rules. It would be better to return to space. When Fang Qingran saw Fang Jingyu leaving, she followed the token for a long time. Apart from the light of the token, there is no more light to be seen. There are animals swimming around from time to time. But after feeling the breath of the command order, they all left one after another. Fang Qingran took out a palm-sized shark bead, and there was a little more light around it. Fang Qingran found the token stopped in front of a bronze door. There are stone pillars on the left and right of this bronze door. The animals carved on the stone pillars looked familiar to Fang Qingran. Similar to Kun. The beast carved on the bronze door was not Kun, but a beast she had never seen before. There are also strange runes carved on the bronze door. The commanding order circled around in front of the bronze door, and finally flew back to Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran used her strength to push open the bronze door. The bronze door didn't move at all. Fang Qingran understood that maybe this bronze door needed a key. Fang Qingran observed carefully again and found a special mark on the stone pillar of the bronze door. The mark is indented. Fang Qingran looked at the mark and thought of the scales of the candle dragon. Fang Qingran did not put the candle dragon scales on without authorization. Regardless of what is in this palace. What if the candle dragon scale is put in and cannot be taken out? A palace that existed for no apparent reason was not worth her immediate risk. Fang Qingran thought for a while, then went back to the void space and found the entrance to the Shifang domain. Regarding this matter, she still needs to see Senior Julong. 10 directions. The place where the candle dragon sleeps. After noticing Fang Qingran's aura, Julong woke up. "Girl Qingran, what's wrong?" "Senior Julong, do you know about the existence of the Bronze Palace?" Fang Qingran asked directly. When Julong heard, "Bronze Palace," his eyes changed. "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Fang Qingran took out the candle dragon scale and said, "I came across a bronze palace. I couldn't open it, but there is a place next to the stone pillar that matches the candle dragon scale. I wonder if I should give it a try." Julong did not answer Fang Qingran's question immediately, but asked curiously, "Girl Qingran, do you have a special path in your body?" Of course Fang Qingran knew what Julong was asking and nodded slightly. "What is this road called?" "Me," Fang Qingran said. Julong heard this and read softly, my way." Julong was in a trance for a while, silent for a long time, and then he said, "Girl Qingran, I have entered the bronze palace once, but after I came out, I used most of my power to seal it. I was afraid that someone would open it, so I made a key with the candle dragon scale. Only those who hold the candle dragon scale can go in again. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 1274 Kun and Kunpeng roll anymore. Chapter 1274 Kun and Kunpeng. Julong said in a slightly serious tone, "The scales of the Julong are the key to the bronze door, but they're not the key to the bronze palace. I once entered the bronze palace. I didn't find any living creatures in the palace, but I still felt the breath of living creatures. At that time, I was injured again and didn't dare to go deep easily, so I left. Before leaving, I set up a layer of restrictions on the bronze palace so that no one can enter even if they encounter the palace. The bronze palace is not fixed in one place. It travels through time and space and exists in various times. The reason why I sealed the things in the palace is because the things inside are too outrageous. If the Dark Ones get it, the universe will definitely face catastrophe again. The strange power in the bronze palace is the power of the witch clan's cultivation, which is incompatible with the current power of heaven and earth. In addition, many runes and formations of the witch clan remain in it. The witch clan has inherited the power of the ancestral witches. Many of the spells they practice are designed to defeat the supreme powerhouses. Many supreme-level strong men have been lost in the hands of the witch clan, so there are countless treasures in the bronze palace. Similarly, there are also many remnant souls of powerful people inside. Once you enter it, you are in danger of dying at any time. There are things from the witch clan in the bronze palace. But the palace appeared earlier than the Wu clan. It has always suspected that the bronze palace is related to the ancestral witch, otherwise the power inside would not be able to harm it. The power inside is dangerous and unpredictable. With Fang Qingran's current strength, it is not suitable to enter. But it was Fang Qingran's chance to encounter the bronze palace. If he didn't go in this time, he didn't know when he would encounter the bronze palace again. Zhu Jian was in a very complicated mood at the moment. After listening to Zhu Jian's words, Fang Qingran fell into deep thought. A golden fruit fell in front of Fang Qingran. Zhu Ju said in a gloomy voice, "This is the Saint's Dao fruit. If you encounter a danger that you cannot face inside, you can take out this Dao fruit. Maybe you can eliminate the danger." Tao fruit is not only taken when advancing to a higher level, but can also be used as a weapon when necessary. Different Tao fruits have different powers contained within them. The power within the saint's Tao fruit is equivalent to the power of a saint's full blow. After Fang Qingran thanked him, he accepted the Tao fruit. Senior, why is Kun carved in front of the bronze door? Fang Qingran asked. Zhu Ju said in a gloomy voice, that's not Kun, it's Kunpeng. Kun is a beast derived from heaven and earth. Its own power is purer. Therefore, eating Kun can improve its strength. Kunpeng was born from the union of an ancestor of the Kun clan and Peng. At first, the relationship between the Kunpeng clan and the Kun clan was very good. But when the news emerged that eating Kun can make the soul become a saint, the Kunpeng clan was the first to attack the Kunpeng clan. The Kun clan probably did not set up defenses against the Kunpeng clan, and they suffered heavy casualties. Without the backstab of the Kunpeng clan, no one would have dared to attack Kun easily, and the Kun clan would not have fallen to that point. After the Kun clan disappeared, the Kunpeng clan directly changed the names to Kun in order to wash away their sins and inherit the name of Kun, erasing their history of backstabbing the Kun clan. From then on, Kun and Kunpeng became one kind of beast in the universe. The Kunpeng clan got a lot of Kun's flesh and blood at that time. Not only did they eat it themselves, they also took the flesh and blood of the Kun clan to seek refuge with an ancestral witch. The flesh and blood of the Kun clan brought benefits to this ancestral witch, and then Kunpeng became the mount of this ancestral witch. After Zhu Jian said this, he fell into silence. Initially, the Kun clan strictly prohibited the reproduction of Kun and other beasts. After all, Kun is a naturally bred beast, and its numbers are extremely rare, making it extremely difficult to reproduce on its own. In this case, if Kun were to communicate with other clans, the number of Kun would only be reduced, and the blood in the body would be diluted. The Kun clan is similar to the Wu clan in that magic is passed down through blood. Impure blood will affect the inheritance of the Kun clan's magic. But a Kun appeared among the Kun tribe. This Kun fell in love with Peng, and ignored the Kun clan's prohibition and forcibly reproduced the next generation with Peng. Kunpeng appeared from this. At that time, the ancestors of the Kun tribe chose to banish the Kun. However, that Kun still always wanted to be recognized by his ancestors. The Kunpeng clan also gradually took shape during this period. The Kunpeng clan is also very competitive. After practicing the Kun clan's magic, they are not inferior to the Kun clan at all. Seeing this, the ancestors of the Kun tribe gradually accepted the existence of Kunpeng. Later, the relationship between the Kun clan and the Kunpeng clan became better. No one expected that the Kunpeng clan would always harbor evil intentions. The Kun clan's final fate is also a regret for many living beings. The temptation to eat Kun and make the soul holy is great, but some creatures can overcome this temptation. I hope Kun will always exist. Even though Kunpeng and Kun are very similar. But Kunpeng is Kunpeng, and there will never be any way to replace Kun. Senior, do you think it's possible that the Bronze Palace is a living thing? Fang Qingran said suddenly. Why do you say that? Fang Qingran's eyes were dark. You said before that there is the smell of living things in the Bronze Palace, but there are no living things inside. And this palace can travel through time and space and move anywhere. I guess the Bronze Palace is probably a living thing. Fang Qingran's guess was not groundless. Things related to the witch clan are inherently weird. With the right witchcraft, it's not difficult to bring a palace to life. Is the palace alive? Zhu Jian murmured softly, and then the breath around his body moved slightly. Girl Qingran, if the palace is a living thing, it will be more dangerous. Do you want to go in? Fang Qingran's lips raised slightly. Why don't you go in? Zhu Jian was silent for a moment, as if he had come to his senses. Yes, we have to go in, but please wait for me here for a while, and I will prepare something for you to use for self-defense. Yinglong looked at Zhu Jian depressedly. It's not like you don't have any treasures in your hands. Why did you have to forcefully wake me up? Having said that, Yinglong was still happy to take out the treasure when he heard that it was for Fang Qingran. Zhu Jian looked at what Yinglong took out and said, you are so stingy. This one won't work. Let's get another one. Yinglong obediently changed to another one. After all, it couldn't beat Zhu Jian. Yinglong took out a colorful exquisite stone and handed it over, the sky-mending stone. As long as the soul is not completely destroyed, the sky-mending stone can save it. Zhu Jian took the sky-mending stone and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it's very suitable for Xiao Qingran. The step above Fang Qingran's head seemed to be damaged. The patching stone contained Tao source, which could be used to repair the step. Yinglong said proudly, this is inevitable. I planned to use this thing to save the Dragon Emperor back then, but I never had the chance. This is what that girl deserves. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1275 Tao Weapon. You really don't know how to use things. Zhu Jian said with disgust. As a resurrection item, the sky-mending stone can only be used once. If the sky-mending stone is refined into a Taoist weapon, it can only be used once. What do you mean? Yinglong had a bad feeling. Do you still remember the little girl Qingran is wearing? Zhu Jian asked. Remember, that thing is not an innate treasure, but it is better than an innate treasure. I don't know who made it. Yinglong's tone was a little envious. Taoist tools. Things that are born with the charm of Taoism. Will automatically protect the owner. If you want to refine a Taoist weapon, you will almost lose half your life. Otherwise, it will definitely ask the person behind it to refine a Taoist weapon for it. Girl Qingran seems to have encountered some kind of disaster before. That step was damaged. This patching stone can just be used to repair that step. Zhu Ju said vaginally. Yinglong was speechless for a moment. Didn't he come to ask for a magic weapon for Fang Qingran to protect himself? Why are you still considering this aspect? But what kind of power should it be that can destroy Taoist artifacts? Yinglong thought about this and said slightly worriedly, is this girl Qingran encountering some devastating danger? Zhu Jian said, she has cultivated a world-defying way. It should be the power of the world-destroying thunder catastrophe that destroyed the Taoist weapon. The power I left in her before has also disappeared. Yinglong shook his head, that's not right. The current Xuanchu plane cannot bring about a world-destroying thunder catastrophe, and the Xuanchu plane will not give her the chance to cultivate a world-defying way. How on earth did she cultivate a world-defying way? I didn't ask about this in detail, but I'm happy to see her succeed in a world-defying way. After Zhu Jian finished speaking, he went to the next place. The old guys have a lot of stuff. If you squeeze it a little more, you can squeeze out a lot more. I won't give it. Chaos refused. Why should you give Feng Qingyi a treasure? It's already good that he can stand on Feng Qingren's side. You really don't want to give it. Zhu Jian's tone was dangerous. Chaos back stiffened, but when he thought of the power it had regained, he insisted, Zhu Jian, stop threatening me. We were both Chaos Demon gods in the past, and you are not much stronger than me. Okay. After Zhu Jian said that, he walked out. Zhu Jian left too simply, and Chaos' eyes were filled with suspicion. Chaos, this is a good name, but I wonder if you can still live in peace after your identity is exposed. Zhu Jian said quietly. Come back. Chaos gritted his teeth. The identity of the Chaos Demon God cannot be revealed for the time being. Have you figured it out? Zhu Jian turned and looked at Chaos, with gloating in his eyes. As expected, Chaos is still afraid of revealing the identity of the Chaos Demon God. Zhu Jian, this is the last time. If you dare to threaten me next time, I will expose your troubles. Chaos gritted his teeth. Okay. Zhu Jian agreed quickly, took the things given by Chaos and left. Zhu Jian could not leave for more than a moment. There was a burst of curses in Shifang domain. Zhu Jian, are you done with this? Just bully me and I can't beat you, right? Zhu Jian, can you use a sheep to pick up the wool? Do you always threaten me? I gave you the treasure, and you still want to beat me up. What's the matter? Ah, Zhu Jian, you are so despicable and shameless. I didn't say I wouldn't give you anything. Why did you beat me up first and then ask me for something? Zhu Jian, just wait for me. You'd better pray that you will always be stronger than me, otherwise I will make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Ellipsis. When the ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain heard the familiar curses, they all came out to eat melons. After such a long time, the top 10 ferocious beasts actually criticized Zhu Jian again. They were curious about what happened. But they didn't dare to ask Zhu Jian what happened. You can only secretly poke outside the territory of other ferocious beasts and eavesdrop on what's going on inside. When Zhu Jian heard these voices, he didn't care at all. He happily returned to his territory and handed a bunch of treasures to Feng Qingran. For the uncooperative beasts, Zhu Jian took a few more treasures. Girl Qingran, you can come out after these treasures are used up. Zhu Jian said meaningfully. The level of danger in a place where these treasures could be consumed was beyond Feng Qingran's ability to bear. Thank you, Senior Zhu Jian, I will be careful, Feng Qingran said with a smile. As long as you know what's going on, there's only so much we old guys can do, so go ahead. Zhu Jian waved his hand, indicating that Feng Qingran could leave. After Feng Qingran bowed, he quickly left Shifang territory. Xiao Feng, are you going to enter the Bronze Palace? Hong Mengshu said. Ah. Xiao Feng, please bring the Quan Chong staff. The power used by the ancestral wishes is also part of darkness. The Quan Chong staff will help you. Hong Mengshu controlled the Quan Chong staff and came to Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran took the Quan Chong staff and saw the Juchun Qi sneaking into her sleeve. Hongmeng, is there any relationship between the ancestral witch and the Taoist master? Feng Qingran asked, expressing the doubts in his heart. She had seen the god of sacrifice in the battlefield of the gods. The other party is not a true god, but one of the ancestral witches. It should be related. The goals of the ancestral witch and the Taoist master are the same in a sense. Hong Mengshu said. The ancestral witch has great ambitions and has launched many wars in an attempt to unify the universe. But the universe keeps dividing. As a result, Zhu Wu's plan failed to succeed. The Dark Lord also wants to rule the universe. It's just that the Dark Master has greater ambitions. The Dark Lord not only wants to rule the entire universe, but also wants to be the supreme being. So when the Dark Lord ruled the universe, he was still looking for the creation Kinglian and wanted to restart the era. The Dark Lord believes that by restarting the era, he can control thousands of laws and become the master of the universe. But the real restart era is not what the Dark Master imagined. If you want to truly restart the era, you need to bring everything to nothingness and destroy everything in the universe, including the Dark Lord himself. This kind of reboot will never happen. Ever since the creation of the Green Lotus, it has been impossible for the world to return to a state of nothingness. What follows is only the cycle of everything. Cycles in time and space. The heaven and earth in all universes will release vitality and power first. But this time, the cultivation path of all races will be very easy and they will become more and more prosperous. After each race reaches its peak position, vitality and strength will flow back to the world. But this time, cultivation will become difficult and all races will wither away. After everything has withered for an opportunity, the vitality between heaven and earth will be restored again. The races will rise again and gain strength. The races that can survive the change of the universe and the earth are all races with great wisdom. They must have seen through the rules of how heaven and earth operate. Of course, more races will disappear in the process. As old races disappear, new races will emerge to replace them. The Taoist actually knows this operating rule. But the Taoist master didn't want to believe it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1276 Entering the Bronze Palace, additional update. The Dark Lord always believes that since all things have an origin, returning to the point of origin will definitely change everything. Especially the existence of the way of time and space makes the Dark Lord believe that he can turn things around. And the opportunity that the Dark Lord believes lies in the creation Green Lotus. He has used the power of the Hongmeng tree many times to go back to the time when the creation Green Lotus appeared, but he has never succeeded. It's easy to go back to the past. But if you want to go back to the longer past, you need more support. The power of the Hongmeng tree is far from enough to support the Dark Lord back to the beginning. The longer the past, the more complicated the construction of the space-time boundary C becomes. If the boundary C collapses accidentally, there will never be a chance to come back. Staying in the past is a very dangerous thing. After several failed attempts, the Dark Master finally decided to find another way, which was to look for the things left behind by Chuangshi Kinglian. He believed that by obtaining these things, the creation Green Lotus could reappear. It was almost drained by the Dark Master because of these. Only then did he choose to transform into a Hongmeng tree species. Xiao Fang, whether it's the Dark Lord or the Ancestral Witch, when facing him, you must be very alert. Even if it's the things they leave behind, you have to be careful. Hongmeng Shu sighed. Is Queen Hao Tu also an Ancestral Witch? Fang Qingbran asked. Yes, well, she is different. Hao Tu created the Reincarnation Road in order to make up for the injustice done by the Ancestral Witches. Unfortunately, the Reincarnation Road eventually became a tool for the strong. I don't know how to explain the specific Hongmeng tree. The road to reincarnation was originally created to protect weak creatures. But when the strong discovered the benefits of reincarnation, they began to use reincarnation to transform their own opportunities and luck. Xuanmen, in particular, has made full use of the path of reincarnation. When Queen Hao Tu discovered the problem, there was nothing she could do about it. Hongmeng, do you know the location of the Immortal Realm? Fang Qingbran suddenly changed the topic. Hongmeng tree was silent for a moment. I don't know the specific location, but I know the direction to the Immortal Realm. The boundary tree in the Immortal Realm is similar to the boundary tree in the Xuanchu Plain, and it is not controlled by me. Only when I enter the Immortal Realm can I establish contact with the boundary tree there, so I can't find the location of the Immortal Realm. However, don't worry, when I get stronger, I can deduce the Immortal Realm. No, wait, it's impossible that Mo Jinggong didn't leave a place for you when he left, right? Hongmengshu actually wanted to ask Fang Qingbran when he planned to go to the Immortal Realm. He gave it, but the mark was destroyed by the world-destroying thunder tribulation. Fang Qingbran said helplessly. Under the world-destroying thunder catastrophe, nothing except the void space will be affected. Her sea of consciousness, soul, and body were all reshaped. Everything else is there. Even the mark given by the small box is there. Only the mark about the immortal domain disappeared. She didn't know why this happened. This made her very depressed. Is it broken? Hongmengshu repeated. Sure enough, those who escape from the rules will be targeted. Xiao Fang, you should be lucky that you can return to the Xuanchu Plain after suffering the world-destroying thunder tribulation. Many people who suffered the world-destroying thunder tribulation in other places will lose their orientation in their own plane. When Fang Qingbran heard what Hongmengshu said, she thought of the Jade Pendant and the command order. Without these two things, she might not be able to return here. Xiao Fang, are you planning to go to the Immortal Realm? Hongmengshu asked. Well, after the matter with God is over, I want to leave here and find more ways. Fang Qingbran said. She wanted to see him. Hongmengshu heard this and said happily, Xiao Fang, don't worry, although I can't find the immortal domain, I will definitely find its location. If I can't find it based on the location, I have other ways. There are many masters of the universe in the Immortal Realm. At that time, as long as you find a universe and do some things, you can always bring out the old monsters in the Immortal Realm. It would definitely be possible to let the old monster take Xiaofeng to the Immortal Realm. If one universe cannot disturb the Immortal Realm, then a few more universes will be disturbed. Hongmengshu couldn't help but get excited as he thought about it. Okay, Fang Qingbran responded. Xiao Fang, if you want to travel, you need to reach the realm of the Lord of Creation, not just the same realm. Hongmengshu said. After communicating with Hongmeng Tree, Fang Qingbran left the void space. She came to the bronze door and put the candle dragon scale inside. The bronze door slowly opened. There was no sound in the middle. There is also endless black inside the bronze door. But even if the bronze door is opened, the water is blocked by a layer of barrier. The candle dragon scale that was put in disappeared. Fang Qingbran thought of Zhu Jian's words, but didn't care. She held Quan Chong's staff, walked through the gate, and entered. The door behind him immediately closed. Fang Qingbran saw a land of ruins through the light of the shark bead. All made of bronze. Fang Qingbran stopped in front of a broken bronze pillar. What was carved on it was not simple runes, but something like a totem. Quan Chong's staff flew out of her hand and stuck to the bronze pillar. Fang Qingbran could feel the power of Quan Chong's staff increasing. Soon, Quan Chong's staff returned to Fang Qingbran's hand. Phoenix Master, I think. The Nine Xuanstrid's twisted voice sounded. What do you think? I want a force from the front. Duke Xuanstrid said cautiously. Duke Xuanstrid had been beaten too many times, and the previous pride had completely disappeared. At this moment, he always looked submissive. But Fang Qingbran knew that this was its disguise. How could the Dark King's 9 mysteries surrender to him just because of a few beatings? The reason why Duke Xuanstrid is acting like this now is just to make her relax her vigilance so that she can succeed with one attack. Lead the way, Fang Qingbran said. Thank you Lord Phoenix, come with me. The spirit of Zhu Xuan flew forward. Fang Qingbran held the staff of Quan Chong and followed the spirit of Zhu Xuan. The further inside she went, the colder feeling became more solid, almost piercing her protective barrier. Fang Qingbran looked at the Zhu Xuanstrid not far away, a dark light flashed in her eyes, she really didn't have a long memory. Jingluan's sword appeared in Fang Qingbran's hand. Phoenix Master, be careful, there are a lot of dark forces here. The concerned voice of the Zhu Xuanstrid sounded. Okay, Fang Qingbran said calmly. After hearing this, Zhu Xuanstrid was obviously relieved and moved a little faster. Jingluan's sword trembled. Fang Qingbran sent a message to comfort King Feng. Quan Chong's staff has already flown out, absorbing power everywhere. After absorbing the power, he obediently returned to Fang Qingbran. Another bud grew from the top of Quan Chong's staff. This time, the bud that grew was different from the black one before, and was green. After walking for a while, Fang Qingbran stopped and said, Zhu Xuan. Zhu Xuanstrid trembled and asked cautiously, Phoenix Master, what's wrong? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1277 The Power of Witchcraft. Fang Qingran stopped not far from Duke Xuan Power. If she takes a few steps forward, she will step into an abandoned altar. There are several collapsed stone statues beside the altar. Fang Qingran lowered her head and glanced at the steps at her feet. The steps made of bronze glow with a simple green light. The steps are covered with complicated runes. Every rune seems to be full of mystery. Fang Qingran looked at the familiar runes with a deep look in her eyes. Just as she had guessed, the origin of the mermaid clan was indeed related to the ancestral witches. Choo-choo, write down these runes. Okay, Lord Phoenix. After Fang Zhichu responded obediently, dozens of palm-sized leaves flew out from Fang Qingran's sleeves. The leaves are scattered all over the altar, emitting a bright green light. Seeing this scene, Zhu Xuan's spirit suddenly trembled even more fiercely. Why should he write down these runes? Did Fang Qingran recognize these runes? Then its plan was also discovered by Fang Qingran. Wrong. If Fang Qingran had seen through its scheme, he would definitely not have this attitude. Everything is just a coincidence. The spirit of the 9 mysteries was affected by Fang Qingran's emotions and did not detect any fluctuations. It secretly rejoiced, let Fang Qingran look good for a while. After Fang Qingran falls into the trap, he will definitely take back the anger he suffered before. Duke Xuan, what is the power you are looking for? Fang Qingran asked curiously. When Duke Xuan's spirit heard this, his little body trembled unconsciously, the source of yin. Fang Qingran asked softly, what do you want these powers for? Duke Xuan's spirit stiffened for a moment and said, Phoenix Master, you also know that the source of yin and yang in the world is separated from me, so the source of yin will make it stronger. Actually, the reason why I worked so hard to find the source of yin is for Phoenix Master. With the origin of yin, I will become stronger. Only when I become stronger can I give greater help to Phoenix Master and prevent you from disliking me. Phoenix Master, I know that you always doubt that I am loyal to you, so I have always wanted to find an opportunity to prove myself. This opportunity has come, and I don't want to miss it. The attitude of Duke Xuan's spirit is extremely flattering. There is a bit of humility in the flattery. Fang Qingran looked at the Duke Xuan's spirit with admiration. Is the origin of yin the power left by the ancestral witch? Duke Xuan's spirit was silent for a moment, and then said with an extremely disdainful attitude, TSK, the power cultivated by the ancestral witch cannot be compared with the origin of yin. The origin of yin is the power of rules. And the ancestral witch cultivates the power of witchcraft, which is less than 1/10 of the origin of yin. Those who practice the power of witchcraft and trickery use their own essence and longevity to exchange for strength. In this way, if those who practice the power of witchcraft and trickery want to survive, they need more vitality. This has also led to the fact that most of those who practice the power of witchcraft are ruthless and do not care about the life and death of the common people. After all, they can only live longer if they can glimpse more of the vitality of heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, all creatures in heaven and earth are their enemies. When Duke Xuan's spirit said this, he realized that it seemed to reveal too much. Duke Xuan's spirit changed the topic. Phoenix Master, you don't have to worry, the ancestral witches must have disappeared long ago. Even if this is their place, there will be no danger. Fang Qingran did not expose Duke Xuan's spirit's behavior of forcibly changing the subject. Fang Qingran's lips raised slightly. You know quite a lot, but do you know why the ancestral witch disappeared? Duke Xuan's spirit heard Fang Qingran's praising tone and felt proud for a moment. I also heard these things from the god-suppressing beast. I also heard a little bit about why the ancestral witch disappeared. The reason why the ancestral witches disappeared is because they excessively stole the vitality of the world and caused many catastrophes, so they were besieged by many creatures. In the end, after battle, the ancestral witch's own vitality was exhausted, and then he disappeared from the world. The contractor of the chaos spell fell into the hands of the ancestral witch. Phoenix Master, actually I feel. When the Zhu Xuan spirit said this, he stopped again. It couldn't help feeling annoyed, and almost told Fang Qingran those secrets. Fang Qingran could see Duke Xuan spirit's little thoughts and didn't pay much attention to it. The Duke Xuan spirit is different from the Xuanwang spirit. The Zhu Xuan spirit is a spiritual consciousness born from the dark attribute. It is inherently impossible to be 100% loyal to anyone. If it really showed 100% loyalty, she would have to be more cautious. After all, spiritual consciousness that can disguise itself is truly terrifying. Did you create the power of witchcraft practiced by the ancestral witch? Fang Qingran asked abruptly. How do you know the way of? Duke Xuan spirit asked in disbelief. You guessed it, tell me, what happened? Fang Qingran said slowly. She discovered a problem the moment the Duke Xuan spirit wanted to follow her into the Bronze Palace. The Zhu Xuan spirits in the past would not be so active. After entering here, the Zhu Xuan spirit was looking for something besides leading her to the altar. The power worthy of the Zhu Xuan spirit's search must not be a simple power. The predecessor of Duke Xuan spirit is the Qi of 9 Yin and 9 Yang. The Qi of 9 Yin and 9 Yang was bred from the beginning of time. In this world, the only Qi that is on the same level as the 9 Yin and 9 Yang Qi is the Hongmeng Purple Qi, the power of nothingness, and the power of black and yellow. The source of the power of Xuanwang and the power of nothingness is in her hands. The origin of Hongmeng Purple Qi lies with Mo Jinggong. What the Zhu Xuan spirit is looking for is the energy of the 9 Yin and 9 Yang. Hongmeng Shu also said before that when the 9 mysterious power was the energy of 9 Yin and 9 Yang, he tried his best to establish a connection with the world. Creating a new power and establishing a causal connection with the world is also a way. Probably because Fang Qingran's eyes were too sharp, the Duke Xuan spirit realized what it had to explain at this moment in order to gain Fang Qingran's trust. There is still one step left in its plan, and it must not fall short. Duke Xuan spirit pretended to be depressed and said, Phoenix Master, I didn't mean to hide this from you. I'm just not sure yet, so I don't dare to tell you. When I was in the 9 Yin and 9 Yang Qi, I reached a strange balance. This also caused me to have no causal connection with the world. I was afraid that I would disappear because of this. So I thought of a way to separate part of the power, but I didn't expect that the power I separated would become like that. In addition to yin and yang, the power I differentiated also includes darkness, evil, etc. These powers together form a power that can confuse living beings. This power is very similar to the magic of chaos, but far better than the magic of chaos. Anyone who touches this power will lose control. Later, I discovered that this power can also steal the vitality of the world. In the end, a group of creatures discovered this power. Instead of being afraid, they realized that this power could be used to restrain the strong. After they discovered the benefits of these powers, they began to practice this power vigorously. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1278 Intimidation. They not only cultivated this power, but also named it the power of witchcraft. They also used this power to refine goo. The existence of the power of witchcraft makes them become stronger quickly. As a result, the vitality of their side of the world quickly disappeared. They are aware of it, but they don't care at all. They have completely lost their minds. In the end, under the control of the power of witchcraft, they completely lost their nature and began to create disasters, and their power continued to increase amidst the disasters. As a result, they became even more crazy, and catastrophes occurred one after another. The various resentments generated under the catastrophe will make it easier for them to cultivate the power of witchcraft. Finally, all the powerful forces in the universe have noticed them. They cannot allow them to exist. They simply unite and destroy the entire group. When their tribe fell, some safe creatures still survived safely. The leaders of these creatures are the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches continued to practice in another universe. When they become stronger, they will return to the original universe for revenge. The Lich Tribulation is their revenge war against the strong. After that battle, the 12 witch ancestors completely fell. Only How-To survived by relying on the merits of the road of reincarnation. What How-To cultivated from the beginning to the end was not the power of witchcraft, so after the other ancestral witches disappeared, the power of witchcraft also disappeared, and I lost the causal connection with the world again. I've always wanted to find my own witchcraft power. After the Duke Schwenstrud explained here, he found that Feng Qinggran's eyes looked at it with a cold light. The Jew Schwenstrud was slightly flustered. Feng Qinggran wouldn't want to refine it just because it provoked a fight, right? No. Feng Qinggran's attention must be diverted. But what else does it leave unexplained? Duke Schwenstrud racked his brains to think, and finally thought of something. Duke Schwenstrud cautiously said, Phoenix Master, I didn't expect this to happen at the beginning. The ancestral witches disappeared, but the witchcraft they created has remained. This part of the thing was obtained by later generations of monks by coincidence. It's a pity that later generations of monks don't have the power of witchcraft to assist them, so they can only learn a superficial knowledge. For example, the mermaid tribe, even if they have the blood of ancestral witches, they can only use simple spells. There are various requirements for casting spells. When encountering a strong person, many spells will become invalid. The Jew Schwenstrud did not realize that due to excessive nervousness, what it said was somewhat confusing. Feng Qinggran heard the mermaid clan and said, you know a lot of things. Then do you know that the ancestral witches are still alive? Ah, alive. How is this possible? Duke Schwenstrud said in shock. Feng Qinggran nodded affirmatively, yes, they are still alive because there is something wrong with the power of witchcraft you created. You want to take back the origin of the power of witchcraft. They are also looking for you who created the power of witchcraft. When Duke Schwenstrud heard what Feng Qinggran said, his whole little body became cold and twisted into a ball. It's not a good feeling to be remembered like this. Feng Qinggran said again, you have already said that cultivating the power of witchcraft is stealing the vitality of the world, but didn't you also say it before? The ancestral witch can only live if he keeps speaking at the vitality of the world. The power of witchcraft is so powerful that it could have allowed them to become supreme beings, but because of this, it has blocked their possibility of ascending to the top of the supreme throne. Since the power has a flaw, wouldn't it be great to find the creator and correct this flaw? And you are the key to correcting this flaw. But they can't look for you blatantly. They might as well pretend to be dead. This way they can steal lives in the dark and still find traces of you. When Feng Qinggran said this, he showed a strange smile, which made Jew Schwenstrud inexplicably shiver. Why do I feel that Feng Qinggran is more dangerous than him? Phoenix Master, haven't you finished speaking yet? Feng Qinggran's eyes flashed slightly. Jew Xuan, have you ever thought that this bronze palace is actually a prison prepared for you? Whoosh. After Feng Qinggran finished speaking, the strut of the 9 mysteries suddenly slipped back into Feng Qinggran's sleeves. Jew Schwenstrud trembled and said, Phoenix Master, are you trying to scare me? If it were left in the past, it might not be afraid of being remembered. But since meeting Feng Qinggran, it no longer dares to be so conceited. I also understand the principle that everything in the world is interdependent and interdependent. The ancestral witch dared to take advantage of it, so he probably had found a way to restrain it, so it was better to be careful. Well, what I just said was just a guess. Feng Qinggran stared at the statue in the distance, a dark light flashing in her eyes. Senior Zhu Jian must deal with this situation with caution, but cannot take it lightly. A wild guess, Jew Schwenstrud asked in a loud voice. The co-authorship is all about scaring it. The Jew Schwenstrud flew out again, annoyed by its timid appearance just now. Yup. How could Feng Qinggran, who was born in this era, know about the ancestral witch? Feng Qinggran was afraid that he didn't even know who the 12 ancestral witches were. Think so. But the spirit of Duke Xuan is not so urgent in wanting that part of the power. Phoenix Master, why don't we leave here? Anyway, I don't need that part of the power now. Duke Schwenstrud said. It already has 3 origins and has reached a balance. The source of yin is dispensable to it. Don't leave, you don't need it, I do. Feng Qinggran said. Ah, Duke Schwenstrud always felt that things should not develop like this. While Duke Schwenstrud was still thinking, Feng Qinggran had already stepped up the steps. Square altar. Each step is carefully constructed. Although the altar was broken, the various runes were still intact. There are 18 steps in total. Feng, Lord Phoenix, why don't we go up there? Duke Schwinstrud asked cautiously. Lord Phoenix, why don't we go up there? Duke Schwinstrud asked cautiously. The word, cage, still makes me feel a little uneasy. What are you afraid of? Didn't you say that the ancestral witches have disappeared and there won't be any danger here? Feng Qingbran said in a brisk voice. Zhu Xuanzhiling, I really want to take back my previous nonsense. It was used to attract Feng Qingbran to the altar. But now it suddenly didn't want Feng Qingbran to be trapped at the altar. Just when Feng Qingbran was about to step onto the last step, Zhu Xuanstrud finally couldn't help but said, Master Feng. Don't go up. There is an ancient sacrifice formation here. After you go up, you will probably become a sacrifice. Exclamation mark quote. After saying this, Duke Schwinstrud suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Qingbran's eyes became sharper and she said calmly, really, it's not yet certain who will be the sacrifice for whom. If you want me to be the sacrifice, just come. This was not the first time she heard the word, sacrifice. Back on the battlefield of the gods, she almost became a sacrifice. But not once did they succeed. Now, she is standing here, looking again to see who wants her to be a sacrifice. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1279, jump into the pit yourself, more updates. Feng Qingbran raised her feet and stepped onto the 18th step. In the center of the altar is a huge magic circle. Feng Qingbran stood at the edge of the magic circle, feeling the atmosphere inside the magic circle. Strange sounds appeared in my ears. Hurry up and walk in. As long as you walk in, you will have supreme power. Don't hesitate, the next step is your path to becoming a supreme, keep moving forward. Do you want to be the master of the universe? Then go forward, you will get everything you want. Ellipsis. A series of bewitching voices sounded. There were many inexplicable forces appearing around her, trying to push her into the center of the altar. The statue under the altar gave off a faint light at this time. The staff of Quan Chong made a buzz. Feng Qingbran grasped Quan Chong's staff tightly and walked slowly towards the center of the altar. The Zhu Xuanstrud has no way to stop it. In an instant, the stone pillar under the altar miraculously recovered. Clusters of flames also appeared on the top of the stone pillar. All the runes in the formation on the altar lit up. Under these bright lights, Feng Qingbran could clearly see the pile of bones not far from the altar. Two remnant souls flew from the statue and stared at Feng Qingbran in the center of the altar, exuding an aura of greed. A dark red remnant soul took the lead and said, ha ha ha, it turned out to be the supreme chaos body. I am finally going to show off. Another brown remnant soul responded, yes, as long as we sacrifice her, we can gain enough vitality to reshape our bodies. The dark red remnant soul said, what kind of sacrifice? Xuan Ming, are you crazy? This is the supreme chaos body that has never been seen in the ages. As long as you can get this body, you can cultivate any strength. Why do you need to sacrifice? The brown remnant soul fell into silence. The dark red remnant soul said again, Xuan Ming, why have we waited so long? Isn't it just for the chance to turn around? Now that the opportunity is in front of us, we must not miss it. The brown remnant soul said, you also know that we have been waiting for so long to take her away. We can only leave one of us, so who will stay? The dark red remnant soul said matter-of-factly, of course you stay, I will go out and find a body and bring it back to you. Do you two want to ask my opinion before discussing these issues? Feng Qingbran said. Does an ant even have an opinion? The dark red remnant soul asked. Feng Qingbran was speechless. Why do they always like to say this? Feng Qingbran said, what about ants? Ants also have the right to speak and decide their own life and death. The dark red remnant soul sneered softly, ants are naive. Since you think you have the right to choose, I will give you a chance, Chi. As the voice of the remnant soul fell, several light pillars appeared above the altar. Then the runes on the altar lit up one after another. The lit runes are connected to form dense lines. In an instant, it seemed as if there were thousands of shackles on Feng Qingbran. At this moment, even the spirit of Duke Xuan felt suppressed. The Zhu Xuanstrud was shocked and panicked. Before all the power in the formation was activated, it felt suppressed. If all the forces were activated, wouldn't it really be possible to surround it? So the cage Feng Qingbran mentioned was not a joke. Unknowingly, the ancestral witch has evolved stronger power. Phoenix Master, what should I do? Duke Xuanstrud asked anxiously. Poof. Feng Qingbran vomited out a mouthful of blood, and her aura began to become disordered. She immediately sat cross-legged and said weakly, I don't know, the power in the sacrifice formation is stronger than I thought. Duke Xuanstrud was very anxious and did not notice the slight curve of the corners of Feng Qingbran's lips. Why you, an ant, so arrogant? It turns out there is a treasure around you, but I'm afraid this treasure can't protect you. The dark red remnant soul said cruelly. After hearing this, the Zhu Xuanstrud became even more panicked. The power within this circle suppresses it. And as the number of runes lights up, the feeling of oppression becomes stronger. The Duke Xuanstrud anxiously wanted to slip into the void space, but found that it could not enter. Feng Qingbran smiled bitterly, there is no way. Unless I can absorb the darkness in the circle now, I will not be able to open the void space. Phoenix Master, hurry up and absorb it. Duke Xuanstrud said anxiously. My body cannot hold so much dark power, I have tried my best to absorb it. Feng Qingbran said helplessly. Hearing this, the Zhu Xuanstrud turned around anxiously. The power here has restraint on it, and it is difficult for it to swallow. Devour. Yup. Didn't Feng Qingbran find it just to practice the way of devouring it? If Feng Qingbran practiced the way of devouring now, it would be no problem to absorb these powers. But once it assists Feng Qingbran in practicing the way of devouring, it means that it has no way out. Poof. Feng Qingbran spit out a mouthful of blood again. I can't bear the power here. It seems I was really careless. This place may become a prison for you and me. After hearing this, Duke Xuanstrud, who was still hesitating at first, immediately made up his mind. Rather than being trapped in a cage, it would be better to completely surrender to Feng Qingran. At least there is freedom. Phoenix Master, let me help you practice the way of devouring. Duke Xuan's spirit said. If it were other practitioners, it might be too late to start practicing Taoism at this time. But Feng Qingran can definitely do it. Okay. Feng Qingran's eyes flashed brightly, as if she was waiting for Duke Xuan's spirit's words. Feng Qingran closed her eyes and began to practice the way of devouring with the help of the 9 mysterious spirits. Ha ha ha, answer just ants, how dare you seek enlightenment at this time? The dark red remnant soul mocked. Chan King, something's not right with her, the brown remnant soul said in a solemn voice. HMPH, it's just a trick of an ant. Xuanming, you have seen at least tens of thousands of Taoists. Who have you seen who practices Taoism so casually? The dark red remnant soul said indifferently. With such qualifications, he turned out to be stupid. It was really a waste of the Chaos Supreme body. Chan King, since you have activated the sacrifice array, there is no way to seize the body. It is better to let her sacrifice quickly, the brown remnant soul urged. The dark red remnant soul nodded slightly when he heard this, and the next moment, he directly pushed the brown remnant soul into the sacrifice formation. The brown remnant soul said in disbelief, Tianqing, you. The dark red remnant soul said, Xuanming, don't blame me. When this altar is opened, a sacrifice is always needed. She is the body I want to take away. She cannot be a sacrifice. The sacrifice can only be you. Why? The dark red remnant soul chuckled and said, why else, of course it is to live and become the supreme powerhouse. Don't worry, when I have the opportunity in the future, I will go to the river of time to fish you out. Soon, the dark red remnant soul realized something was wrong. The brown remnant soul had been in the sacrifice formation and had no intention of dissipating. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1280 Sacrifice Formation. The dark red remnant soul stared at the remnant soul in the formation. Xuanming, what's going on? Why didn't you disappear? Xuanming also realized at this time that it should have dissipated, but it actually existed in the formation. It seems that there is something wrong with the sacrifice formation. And looking at Chan King's appearance, he probably didn't know what was wrong. Initially, this sacrifice formation was completed by Tianqing and it. It's just that Chan King is an array master, so the activation of the array still needs to rely on Chan King. Now even Tianqing doesn't know what's going on. Has anyone changed the formation? Or is Chan King acting? Although Xuanming stayed within the formation, he was unable to move at all. It glanced at Feng Qingran who was practicing not far away, and had a frightening thought. Could all this have something to do with Feng Qingran? But soon, it rejected this idea. Feng Qingran is an ant who has entered the sacrificial formation. How can he resist? Xuanming looked at Chan King again and said coldly, Chan King, you are really selfish. Chan King didn't feel any regret when he heard this. Xuanming, we have to sacrifice one of us, right? We've been waiting for so long, we can't just give up. What we need is not simply to reshape the body, what we need is an opportunity to practice the power of witchcraft, and the Chaos Supreme body in front of us is the best opportunity. Think about the hatred of genocide back then, think about those ethnic groups who died tragically, think about the shameless faces of the powerful. Xuanming, I made this choice just to get revenge as soon as possible. I don't want to wait any longer. Xuanming, you should understand me. Even if I can afford to wait, our tribe can't afford to wait. In order to live a good life, they're willing to give up the vast world and the beautiful world of billions of stars, sink to the bottom of the water, and live a life of darkness. Xuanming, have you forgotten? Are they still living on their last breath? Chan King's tone was extremely sad, like a confession, more like he was telling his last resort. Xuanming fell into silence, and his past memories were awakened. The screams of the clan seemed to still be ringing in his ears. Seeing Xuanming's look, Chan King understood that what he said worked, and then he was in the mood to observe the situation on the altar. The sacrifice formation has clearly been activated. But neither Feng Qingran nor Xuanming disappeared, something must have gone wrong. Feng Qingran is an ant and cannot affect the formation. The problem can only be with Xuanming. Although Xuanming is not good at formations, Xuanming also contributed to the formation of the sacrifice formation, and Xuanming drew some of the runes. Xuanming must have tampered with these runes. Chan King's sinister eyes glanced over Xuanming's remnant soul. It must find a way to make Xuanming willing to sacrifice. What Xuanming cares about most is the future of the Wu clan. At that time, due to the special characteristics of the witch clan, the cultivation path of the witch clan was very difficult. Except for the 12 ancestral witches, all the remaining witches were very weak. Therefore, the status of the Wu clan among all clans is very low. But all this changed after the power of witchcraft appeared. The power of witchcraft is simply a power tailor-made for witches. The witches who practice the power of witchcraft have become strong. For a time, the Wu clan made the powerful people in the universe avoid them. But not long after, the shortcomings of the power of witchcraft were exposed. Any shaman who practiced the power of witchcraft depleted his lifespan very quickly. At the same level, human monks can have a lifespan of 10 eras, but here, the lifespan of a witch is only 1 era. Trading longevity for strength means that the Wu clan has no long-term future. They were unwilling to accept this, so the witch clan began to plunder the vitality in the universe to increase their lifespan. But it still doesn't work. The stronger the person who practices the power of witchcraft, the more serious the loss of his lifespan will be. The power of witchcraft is different from other powers. This kind of power was domineering and powerful, and could be called the leader of the powers at that time. Under the same realm, a witch would not encounter an opponent. And even in a cross-level battle, Wu is sure to defeat his opponent. The power of witchcraft can also be used to draw talismans and refine goo. The existence of these two things has brought the status of the Wu clan to a higher level. Such a powerful force should have helped the witch clan reach the top position. However, due to longevity issues, many witches died one after another when they were about to reach their peak. The peak position is clearly right in front of you. But they could only watch. Finally, the witch clan stretched out its hands to many universes and tried its best to plunder the vitality of these universes. Under such circumstances, there are really a few witches in the witch clan who are striving to reach the top. But before the shaman who aspired to reach the top could do anything, he died of exhaustion of lifespan. At its peak, Wu's lifespan can no longer be measured by loss, but is burning. At this time, the powerful powers in the universe also discovered the anomaly of the Wu clan, and they all joined forces to attack the Wu clan. Even if the witch clan has cultivated the power of witchcraft, they are still no match for the entire universe. In this way, the witches in the witch clan died one after another. Very few witches survived. But Zhu Qiang actually wanted to kill all the witches. As a last resort, Wu changed his life. The shaman who changed his form escaped the pursuit of the powerful. Living on the last breath. The Wu clan should not end up like this. They originally wanted to revenge the witch clan. However, 3 of the ancestral witches had no intention of revenge. Instead, they wanted to atone for their sins and wanted to retire. How ridiculous. What's wrong with the witch clan? They just want to become stronger. The fault is obviously this universe. If the universe hadn't tolerated their witch clan, why would they have practiced the power of witchcraft, and how would they have ended up like that? They're just trying to survive from beginning to end. Why atone for this? They directly imprisoned the 3 ancestral witches who opposed revenge. Afterwards, they plotted an act of revenge. In the process of revenge, they glimpsed some secrets of the power of witchcraft. The power of witchcraft is not a force derived from nature. If the creator of the power of witchcraft can be found, perhaps the flaws of the power of witchcraft can be corrected. They simply used the revenge war to fake the demise. This bronze palace was created before their fall. There are several bronze palaces like this. The sacrificial formation exists to provide vitality to the bronze palace. In this way, the bronze palace can have vitality and travel between universes to find the creator of the power of witchcraft. It and Xuanming chose to enter this palace. Before and after, many creatures entered here and became the nourishment of the palace. But on the way, an unexpected guest came to the palace, Zhu Juyan. They were afraid of being discovered by Zhu Juyan and did not dare to reveal any aura. Fortunately, Zhu Juyan was seriously injured and did not stay here for long, otherwise they would definitely be exposed.